When Crystal is mistakenly included in the Alpha's apprentice program list, she's thrust into a world she was never prepared for. She must adapt quickly, or risk becoming the laughingstock of the school. Thank you for your subscription and likes. What would you do if it were you? You can leave your thoughts in the comment section. They told me not to think about him too much. But how can I do that when he's all I see? I think about the slight scattering of freckles on his nutmeg skin. I think about the deep coils in his hair and his long fingers. I think about his name Roman. A name which I always thought was fit for a guy like him. But most of all, I think about his eyes and their peculiar shade of gray. I had never seen eyes that shade before I met him. For some reason, they remind me of the moon, especially when he stood in different lights. I'd like to think his eyes also reflected his moods, his emotions, his feelings. Did you know that when an eclipse happens, there are two shadows cast? The first is called the umbra, and it gets smaller as it goes away from the sun. The second shadow is called the penumbra, and it gets larger as it goes away from the sun. I used to think Roman was as beautiful as the moon, but I never looked at him during an eclipse. I forgot that you needed the light to see the shadows. Wakey wakey Crystal dear, it's a beautiful day. I heard an all too familiar voice yell. Next thing I knew, I felt someone jump on my bed, causing a depression to form right beside where I lay. Art, go away cat. I groaned as I turned over and threw a pillow over my head. Cat started bouncing up and down, provoking the already overused springs in my mattress. No can do. Mum told me to make sure you wake up for school. Of course she did. I lifted my pillow and looked up at Cat. Could you just tell her I'm sick? I gave her my best puppy dog eyes. Nope, you're going to school. Now get up. Cat tugged on my hand and pulled me into a sitting position. She jumped off my bed and walked over to draw back the floral turquoise curtains. I could just picture her scowling at them. I picked them out at a thrift store a few months ago and Cat had hated them at first sight. But since we had an agreement that she would get to pick out the color on our bedroom wall, a dark blue that I wasn't too fond of either, she couldn't complain. The sun's rays filled in the room, causing a warm glow. I smiled. It was rarely ever warm in Woodfell, but when it was, I found it hard to be in a bad mood. Except today. Come on 𝐿𝐲, the first day of school always sucks, but we'll endure, we always do. Cat had already moved over to our closet, and had started digging through, no doubt searching for an outfit for me to wear. She was already all dressed up in nothing else but her favorite color, of course, black. Black jeans, a black halter top and a black leather jacket paired with black and white Converse. It's days like this that I'm grateful her hair isn't dark like mine. Instead, her long curls hold some golden blonde highlights. Easy for you to say, you're not on the pack's most hated list. I told her as I let out a yawn and stretched my arms. Stop exaggerating. You're not on the pack's most hated list, 𝐿𝐲. Cat told me. Yes, I am. I was already an outcast in this pack when I got here, and now after what happened this summer, what Roman did had nothing to do with you. Cat spoke in a softer voice. That ache in my chest I had been trying to fight back all summer came back. But hey, at least I'm not bursting out crying anymore at the memories. I swung my feet off the bed and got up. Please don't say his name, I muttered as I tried to busy myself with making my bed. Anything to avoid eyes contact with Cat. Cat's bed, which was right beside mine, was unmade, of course. She was probably planning on coming back after school and going right back to sleep. I'm sorry. She spoke in a soft tone. One she usually wouldn't use, but she knew how sensitive I was about this subject matter. She walked up to me and placed a hand on my shoulder. I know it's hard going back after all that happened, but I'll be there every step of the way, I promise. I smiled at her. Thank you. Cat and I weren't sisters, we didn't even know each other until 4 years ago, but she was my best friend, the sister I've never had. And Cat added, if anyone does say something, I will kick their butts. I laughed but stopped myself instantly when I realized she wasn't kidding. Please don't. The last thing we need is to get in trouble or draw attention to ourselves. Besides, wouldn't that kind of attention ruin your chances of getting accepted into the AAP? Oh please, I'm a shoo-in for the AP. I've trained my butt off all year. I've worked harder than anyone, that's how much I want this. The Alpha's apprenticeship program, or the AAP, is a program that our school offers. It gives ordinary students the chance of a lifetime undergoing an apprenticeship under the Alpha himself. Sounds like a big deal, and around here I guess it kind of is. The Alpha's apprentices are an elite group made up of the crème de la crème of the pack. They work directly under the alpha and are in charge of dealing with certain social, political, and sometimes even international matters. They are basically overrated assistants if you ask me. But Kat has been dreaming of becoming one of them since she was 5. I agree they'd be crazy not to pick you, I told her. And I wasn't lying. Kat gets good grades and she is one of the most athletically fit people I know. Those are basically the main requirements for the program, so I have no doubt that she'll get in. The door to our room burst open and Hazel, Kat's 10-year-old little sister, stuck her head in. Her curly hair, which was much like her big sister's, was tied in 2 buns on each side of her head. Mum says you two should get your butts downstairs or you'll be late for school, she announced in her happy little voice. She didn't even wait for our response before running off. Shortly after, she came back and peeped in. Oh, and she says you better not be wearing all black, Kat, she added before running off again. I stifled a laugh as Kat grumbled something under her breath and marched to the closet. Or as pronounced the same way as Chris. You put your arms around me and I believe that it's easier for you to let me go. 2. 10 minutes later, Kat and I hurried downstairs. Me in my favorite brown button-down skirt that I paired with a black and white striped shirt tucked in of course, and the black flat pumps with a little silver bow on them that Aunt Sarah had got me. Kat was wearing her same outfit, but she had switched out her black leather jacket for my brown one. Why she even needed a jacket in this weather was beyond me. The scent of bacon immediately caught my attention. The dining room table had already been set and Aunt Sarah's delicacies awaited us. We found Aunt Sarah in the kitchen. She was in the process of bagging some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and Parker was seated at the island eyeing her sternly. Mother, we talked about the crusts. His tone sounded threatening. Parker is the cutest 5-year-old I've ever met, but his cuteness easily crosses into scary when something isn't done his way. Aunt Sarah rose her brows at her youngest son in shock. Morning, Auntie. I greeted as I went over to place a kiss on her cheek. Crust problems. Yes, apparently my son is my boss now. She spoke before playfully pinching his chubby cheek. I wouldn't say I'm your boss, Mummy. I'm more of an advisor. Parker spoke innocently before going back to his coloring book. Aunt Sarah shook her head. What are they teaching these kids at that school? He's just growing older, Auntie S. Next thing you know he won't want to drink from his sippy cup. My little man is growing up so quickly. She bent over and pinched his cheeks. Mummy, Parker whined. Aunt Sarah responded by placing a million kisses on his face until he eventually burst out laughing. Mama Wolf still got it. She spoke proudly. Don't call yourself that anymore, Mum. Quite frankly, you're too old. Kat spoke as she came up behind Parker and ruffled up his short curls. Hey, Aunt Sarah protested. In the nursery books, Mama Wolf is an 80-something-year-old woman. Kat raised her brows at her. And your point is? Kat and I burst out laughing. Aunt Sarah swatted at us with a tea towel, but even she couldn't fight off her laughter. Aunt Sarah just hit 40 but she barely looked it. Her skin is still youthful. And she keeps herself pretty fit. Maybe a few bags rest under her eyes from how tired she gets every day with work and taking care of all of us. If you ask me, I think Kat looks the most like Aunt Sarah among her siblings. They have the same facial slim features with their roundish small noses. Kat, however, has the cutest freckles sprinkled across her face. And she gets her tall height from Uncle Victor. But all in all, they both have some mad baby-making skills with how beautifully all the Benson kids came out with their caramel skin and golden accented soft curly hair. Then there's me. The only person I resembled really is Uncle Victor. He's my mother's older brother. We both have a warm tan skin tone and extremely dark, kinky and stubborn hair. I usually just keep mine in braids most of the time while Uncle Victor just keeps his short. Speaking of, right at that moment, Uncle Victor walks in with Hazel skipping in front of him. He's carrying a hammer. Good morning, guys, he greets. Why do you have that? Aunt Sarah asks, looking between the hammer and her husband. There was an incident. Hazel kind of got her werewolf teeth stuck in the wall. He explained. Daddy, don't tell them. Hazel whined. Okay, princess. Hazel was going through puberty, and for werewolves, puberty involves you slowly approaching your first change. Hazel hates it. I can't blame her, it's a pretty awkward process. One minute you're walking down the street, and next thing you know you have paws instead of feet, and you've ruined your cute new shoes. She's getting there fast, and I suspect she'll experience her first change during one of these upcoming full moon. I experienced my first change at 14 late bloomer. Kat was 12 when she experienced hers. Oh no, someone will be getting the talk soon. Kat spoke in a sing-song voice. Can I get it from you instead of Mom? Hazel asked desperately. What's wrong with me? Aunt Sarah asked, sounding offended. You're weird, Mummy. Hazel spoke. Aunt Sarah placed her hand on her chest and turned to look at her husband. Uncle Victor shrugged. Well, Aunt Sarah gasped. Uncle Victor wrapped his arms around her and placed a kiss on her cheek. We like weird, don't we, kids? Mia. Kat, totally, Mom. Hazel, what's better than weird? Parker, I need more crayons, woman. Aunt Sarah rolled her eyes. Okay, liars. Let's go have breakfast now before you kids are late for school. Crayons, Mummy. Parker yelled. This masterpiece isn't going to finish itself. The masterpiece was a multicolored blob, but of course no one would ever tell him that. Wait, Crystal, can we talk outside for a minute? Uncle Victor asked just as we were about to make our way to the dining room. I turned around and saw the looks on his and Aunt Sarah's faces. They weren't quite sympathetic, but they were close. I looked at Kat and I could tell she felt bad for me. I nodded at them. Sure. Kat, take your brother and sister, you can start eating without us. Aunt Sarah spoke. Kat nodded and lifted Parker from the stool he sat on, ignoring his cries for more crayons. Hazel quietly followed behind. Uncle Victor led the way out through the kitchen door onto the patio. He took a seat on the outdoor swing that sat on the porch with Aunt Sarah, and I took one of the lawn chairs and turned to face them. They both seemed as uncomfortable as I was. This was worse than getting the super awkward changing talk with Aunt Sarah. Uncle Victor looked at Aunt Sarah as if looking for moral support. She slid her hand in his. He looked back at me. Crystal, I know the past few months haven't been easy. Understatement of the century. But I want you to know that we're proud of how much you've recovered. Had I recovered? It didn't feel like it. I was still restless and confused all the time and sad. You're so strong for overcoming all that. Aunt Sarah told me. Yes, Uncle Victor continued. I know it was easier to deal with it in the safety of our house, but now you're going back to school. People will talk and maybe they might even provoke you, but you need to stay strong and just ignore them. We already talked to your headmaster, and he said he'll do anything to help the situation, but there's only so much he can do. We know you were already having a tough time at school before, but we urge you to keep handling it with the same patience and composure you've been handling it with this far. Aunt Sarah leaned forward. It's not a bad thing to be different. It's just that not everyone gets it. Roman got it. I wanted to say. I nodded at both of them. I'll be okay. Lie. Uncle Victor nodded. If it gets too tough, just call me and I'll come and get you. I nodded, but I wasn't planning on doing that. Uncle Victor and Aunt Sarah already did me a huge favor by taking me in. I didn't like adding more stress to their lives. I could handle a few bullies. As Aunt Sarah said, I was different and I had gotten used to it. I clutched the crescent moon crystal necklace that hung around my neck. I could handle it. 3. Just as I expected, the minute we walked through the doors of Silvercrest High, we were met with stares and whispers. Some people even had the nerve to point. I am seriously about to kick someone's ass. Kat spoke before growling at a group of girls who were staring. They immediately scrambled in fear. Just ignore them. I told her, remembering Aunt Sarah and Uncle Victor's advice. I had spent so much of my life keeping my head down that I was used to it by now. People would always talk, it was inevitable. My job was to not care, or at least pretend not to. A bunch of freshmen came running past us, almost knocking me over. Kat held me steady just in time. Hey pups. You've been changing for all of 2 minutes. Do you want me to come over and teach you what an actual grown werewolf can do? She called out after them, clenching her fists. Maybe the halfling should learn something about balance. One yelled back, causing all of them to burst out laughing before they ran off. Kat looked like she was about to chase after them, but I gripped her hand. It's not worth it. I told her. Kat huffed as she glared in their direction. I begged to differ. Think happy thoughts. I told her. Judging by the look on her face, happy thoughts were probably tearing someone's head off. Okay. Plan B. I grabbed her hand and led her in the opposite direction. We should probably get our books from our lockers before the assembly. I told her as I scanned our new schedule. What do we have first? Kat asked. History of Werewolf and Human Relations with Mr. Tanner. I responded. Kat and I have the same schedules each year, with a few exceptions, considering she takes more advanced classes that would help her get into the AAP. Classes I could never take. I'm not as strong or fast and my reflexes aren't as lightning quick as the rest of the werewolves here. Disadvantages of having a werewolf mother and human father. Kat leaned against my locker. I kind of like Mr. Tanner. He's the only theory professor around here who doesn't make me want to doze off after the first 5 minutes of the lesson. I giggled. I liked Mr. Tanner as well. He was one of the only 4 halflings that existed in the Silvercrest pack. Well, I guess there were only 3 of us now that Roman was gone. Mr. Tanner is the only professor here who doesn't just tolerate me. We're more or less the same, so I guess he's more empathetic to what I go through. Oh no, mean girls alert. Kat muttered. Her eyes were focused on something behind us and there was a sneer on her face. I didn't even have to turn around to know who she was talking about. Their names were Courtney and B, and they have had a special type of hatred for me since the minute I got here. Sure, everyone pretty much recognized that I didn't belong here. I was an obvious outcast, but then there were these 2 rays of sunshine. I really had spent my life thinking mean girls were just cliches from TV. Courtney and B proved me wrong every time I had an encounter with them. And trust me, they had been many. In my first week at Silvercrest High, they cornered me in the bathroom and pretty much shoved me to the floor, taunting me about being a halfling. I have a feeling they would have done much worse if Kat hadn't shown up and started yelling up a storm, attracting the attention of other people. They might have not liked me, but there were strict rules about harassing other werewolves in the Silvercrest pack. Even halflings. I looked in their direction. They were surrounded by their group of friends laughing and goofing off. Even I had to admit that they were obnoxiously gorgeous. It was such a shame that such beautiful people had such ugly hearts. Let's just go. I told Kat as I slammed shut my locker. Yeah, we should. I can only be around so much fakeness for so long before I start to break out. Kat muttered. I froze and fought the urge to slap my forehead. For a fully grown werewolf, Kat really doesn't get that werewolves have heightened hearing. I turned around and surely the 2 girls were glaring in our direction. Nice going, they're heading over here. I told Kat. And indeed, the 2 girls had walked away from their group of friends and started heading in our direction. Kat clenched her fists. Let them come. I'm not afraid of them. Oh Kat, my dearest stupid Kat. I knew she was more than capable of taking them, but it's no secret that B and Courtney are more than able to hold their own too. And I on the other hand stood no chance at all. I figured the best thing at this point was just to get Kat as far away from this situation as possible. I quickly grabbed her hand and spun around. I was determined to drag her away if I had to, and I begun to as well before splat. Oh, no. I had bumped straight into someone, causing them to spill the bottle of water they had been holding their hand all over the shirt of the person standing right next to them. No, no, no. Everyone had stopped to stare at the scene before us. My hands flew to my mouth. I am so sorry. I blurted out. The eyes of the boy who was now wet narrowed his eyes at me in anger. They glowed a bright green and I could tell his wolf was threatening to jump out. The boy he was with quickly held him back. I could tell people were coming closer, surrounding us from all corners. Really, Crystal? Of all people to cause an accident with. Michael and Joshua Melrose. The Alpha's twin little brothers. They were basically like princes around here. What did you just do? A voice shrieked. As if this couldn't get any worse, B and Courtney had made their way to the front of the crowd. They now stood in front of the twins with their arms folded across their chest. You're going to pay, halfling. B growled. I wanted to shrink back at that moment. I wanted a hole to appear and swallow me up. So much for keeping my head down. Kat took a step forward. Oh come on, Beatrice, it was obviously an accident. She yelled in my defense. Like hell it was. Courtney spoke up as she sized up Kat. For all we know, this was a hate crime. A hate crime. I just bumped into the guy. Kat let out a humorless laugh. Hate crime. Clearly you don't know what that even is. After what her little boyfriend Roman did, I wouldn't be surprised if she did this on purpose. Courtney snapped. If people had forgotten my association with Roman before, they definitely remembered now. I tugged on Kat's arm. I needed to get out of here before I broke down. Shut up before I make you. Kat yelled. I quickly gripped Kat's hand and pulled her back before she could do anything. Courtney growled, her eyes glowing a lighter green as well. Hey, cut it out, Court. One of the twins finally spoke, diffusing the tension. It was the one who had been holding the water bottle. I honestly couldn't tell them apart to know which one was Michael and which one was Joshua. He stepped forward and got in between Kat and Courtney, shielding the angry blonde from us. I still gripped Kat's hand though in case she tried something. He stared right at me briefly before looking away. Everyone, go on with your business, he yelled as he started waving people away. I can assure you Josh is okay. My brother just took a mid-morning shower, that's all. If anything, he's much cleaner than he was before. He surprised all of us by snickering. Oh, you think that's funny, jerk? The twin, I now knew was Josh, spoke before playfully shoving his brother. You're lucky that wasn't grape juice. God knows you've ruined enough of my clothes. That was one time. Let it go already, Joshy. Do not call me Joshy. What are you going to do? Tell on me. Michael taunted. Before I could comprehend what was happening, Josh had pounced on his brother. Our guys. Not again. He yelled before going in to break up the fight. The crowd started cheering. For a minute I was too stunned by this turn of events to react, but then I decided this was our chance to make our escape. With everyone being distracted by something else and all, I pulled Kat along and we disappeared into the crowd. I heard you almost got killed by the populars. Kat and I turned around to see our friend Christopher, who had taken a seat next to Kat. We were in the school hall, where everyone was gathering for our assembly. We had our assembly every Monday of the week to get briefed on anything important that was happening in the school. Kat leaned back on the chair she sat on, putting her feet up on the chair in front of her. She had long enough legs to comfortably do such things. And we did have a lot of room in the back row. People tend to steer clear of the outcasts. I think you mean they almost got their butts handed to them. She threw an arm over my shoulder. And I totally had it under control. I threw Kat's arm away. Speak for yourself. I was so close to peeing my pants. I hissed, shooting her a glare to show that I wasn't okay with her little stunt from earlier. Kat rolled her eyes. You, my dearest cousin, need to grow a pair. No, you need to learn some self-control. I retaliated. Ladies. Chris spoke up. No need to get catty. He grinned and looked at us, expecting us to laugh at his joke. Kat just blinked at him and turned to face me. Anyway, seriously CRYSS, perhaps you should aspire to be less like Chris and actually consider taking some more practical classes this semester. Hey, Chris yelled, taking offense to Kat's words. I'll have you know that. He reached over and shook my shoulder. Help me out here, CRYSS. Chris is also a halfling like me. And honestly, he's the sweetest guy I know, but he can clap back with a witty comeback to anything, any day, any time. Except when dealing with Kat. Yep, he has a little, kind of obvious crush on her. Well, obvious to everyone except Kat. I don't say anything about it to either of them because honestly, I don't know if it would work out. I mean, they're so different. Kat is athletic and, to be honest, kind of intense. I'm afraid that she'll eat poor, kind of shy and nerdy Chris alive. We do take practical classes. Might I remind you that we are in the nature club and the sciences we take require lots of experiments. You tell her, girl. Chris yelled and we high-fived. Kat rolled her eyes. Geeks, she muttered. We prefer the term nerds. Chris retaliated. Yeah. I nodded my head. What could I say? Chris was my fellow outcast. Us freaks gotta stick together. At that moment, Courtney B and the twins walked in. They always looked like they owned the place with the way they strode in. Well, they kind of did, but still. I knew which one Josh was now. He was the one wearing one of the 𝐵 shirts. I guess he had to change his shirt. His arm was slung over his girlfriend 𝐵's shoulder. Courtney and Michael followed behind. They walked right by us and Courtney shot us a glare. I was expecting Michael to ignore us like he usually did, but he surprised me by staring right at me again. His blue-green eyes caught the light and, well, maybe it was my imagination, but did he just smile at me? My eyes followed him until he settled down with his friends. I looked at Kat and Chris to see if they had noticed. But Kat was busy on her phone and Chris was busy gawking at her. So I guess they hadn't noticed, or maybe it was just my imagination. Miss Benson, get off that brain-rotting device and sit like a lady. A sharp voice hissed. I turned around to see Miss Marin, the deputy headmistress, walking past us with Mr. Forbes, our headmaster, and the rest of the professors following behind. We all scrambled to our feet as per custom. It was a sign of respect to rise whenever the professors or headmasters walked into a room. I see Miss Marin hasn't gotten any nicer over the summer break. Kat mumbled. Ms. Marin smacked the head of a student who was still seated as she passed by him. That would be a true miracle. Chris muttered. Ms. Marin is probably the strictest teacher here. And she's not even a teacher. With her around, you'd be a fool to break any of the rules, whether it be the dress code or even thinking of chewing gum in her premises. She would know. I saw her eye Joshua, probably wondering why he was wearing a large wrinkled PE shirt, but she didn't comment. That's right, she was hard on everyone except the twins. Perks of being the Alpha's little brothers, I guess. When all the professors were on stage and were seated on their respective chairs, we all took our seats. Ms. Marin walked up to the microphone and cleared her throat. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to a new semester at Silvercrest Preparatory High School. I do hope you have returned with fresh minds and a renewed spirit for learning, Mr. Chanda. Please tuck in your shirt. This is not a pub. She snapped suddenly. She then took in a deep breath and took the microphone again. She cleared her throat. As I was saying, it's a new semester, and as so, there are some new rules to take note of. Firstly, the northern forest is now out of bounds unless being explored under supervision, like in your fundamentals of shifting classes with Professor Isaac. Wait, what about Nature Club? Chris whispered. I couldn't help but wonder as well. Not about Nature Club, but why the forest had suddenly been declared out of bounds. I mean, Woodfell is covered by, well, the woods, but the northern forest is the largest one around here, so large I've never even been to the end, and that's saying a lot seeing as to how I am in the Nature Club and our job is to explore. A few other people muttered complaints. I knew most people weren't concerned about Nature Club like Chris and I. The northern forests were also a hot spot for couples who wanted to make out, werewolves who wanted to race each other, secret parties, and basically all sorts of things that young werewolves would indulge in. It was large enough to hide misdemeanors and go about your business. The northern forest provided us with discretion. It kept our secrets, and now that was gone. I had missed most of the announcements and had zoned in just when Ms. Marin was talking about where to get extra uniforms for the younger werewolves, who might not have learned to control their shifts quite well yet. I know this summer wasn't quite as easy for everyone and their families due to unforeseen events. Oh no, she was bringing up Roman. I could feel people starting to turn to stare and whisper again. Kat slipped her hand into mine and gave me a reassuring look. I sucked in a deep breath and tried to be brave. Roman Desire was a talented young werewolf, and it's unfortunate how things turned out. So much potential. Ms. Marin shook her head, but I could see the slightest hint of disgust on her face. Now, although his crimes against the pack were horrendous to say the least, the Alpha and the Elders established the people this young man was working with, and none of them are in this school, so any harassment towards fellow students under that pretense will not be tolerated. I shared a look with Chris. This was for us, well, mostly me. Chris was friends with Roman too, and we are all of the same species, but I was his girlfriend, the most likely accomplice. This is what Aunt Sarah and Uncle Victor had meant when they said they had talked to Headmaster Forbes. And now, with the new semester comes the new selection for the Alpha's apprenticeship program. Ms. Marin spoke. It was one of those rare moments that people actually got excited when she spoke. They muttered amongst themselves, and I could just sense the excitement and anxiety in the air. Oh my gosh, it's almost time. How do I look? Kat asked as she checked her reflection in her phone screen. Like an angel. Chris smiled at her shyly. Kat's eyes widened and she whipped her head towards me. Does that mean I look ghostly pale? I rolled my eyes and laughed. No, I'm pretty sure he just meant you look perfect. Oh, you better, Christopher. I was honestly feeling nervous for Kat. She had been talking about how badly she had been wanting this, and now it was so close but still so far away. They just had to pick her. She would be crushed if they didn't. I will now call Headmaster Forbes to the stage. Ms. Marin spoke. Everyone clapped as the dark-skinned man walked up to the podium. Everyone loves Headmaster Forbes. He's cool and he's kind and fair to all students, even students like Chris and I. Good morning, students. He spoke with a smile on his face. And he treats us like actual scholars and not confused young adults who do not have a clue on what they're doing. It's good to see your faces again. I do hope you all had a memorable summer. I won't bore you with a long speech, after all, your professors do that every day in your classes. Laughter erupted in the school hall. See what I meant? He's cool. Everyone quietened down when Professor Forbes raised his hand. Okay, now let us recite the school theme. Indeed, I hope and pray that God will guide us through this semester. I know I'll need it. More laughter. Okay, now every year the Alpha selects a group of young people to undergo his apprenticeship program, and Even after the unfortunate events of last summer, we still go on with this tradition. 6 fortunate students have been selected, and only 2 will be chosen at the end of the program for a permanent chance to work under the alpha himself. There was more excited muttering in the crowd. Kat was now gripping my hand tighter. She would have probably broken it if I was fully human. The list was hand-delivered just this morning by the alpha's beta herself. Students, please join me in welcoming the beta of the Silvercrest pack, Bridget Thompson, and one of the alpha's apprentices, May Nolan. Everyone rose to their feet and burst out in applause as we looked behind to see a beautiful blonde woman walking down the aisle clutching a brown envelope. Another beautiful lady with dark hair walked behind her, May Nolan. They were both wearing full black outfits with the alpha's symbol on a badge on their right shoulders. Oh my gosh, Kat yelped. I'm in the presence of so much female greatness. Pinch me. And female hotness. Chris added. Kat punched his arm. Ow. He yelled out in pain. He looked at me for help, but I shrugged. You deserved that one, buddy. I stared at Beta Bridget as she took the stage beside Headmaster Forbes. Her blue eyes immediately found me in the crowd, and I could see an intimidating glare in them. Now there was a werewolf I had a bad history with. Beta Bridget looked every bit the soldier that you'd expect a beta to be. She was also a no-nonsense woman who didn't take anything from anyone. I learned that the hard way. Kat screamed and hooped on top of her lungs. Of course my cousin didn't know that her role model might as well hate my very existence. Kat doesn't even know that I know Bridget like that. Quiet down, Ms. Marin snapped, looking every bit embarrassed by the school body's unruly behavior. Everyone immediately complied and sunk into their seats. Bridget stood behind the microphone. There was no expression on her face whatsoever. Good morning, young werewolves. As you all know, you are all the future of this pack. All your actions and the decisions you make now will affect the entire pack in one way or another in the future, so keep that in mind. I could have sworn that her eyes found me again after she said that. The people chosen here today are not more special than the rest of you. In fact, they'll be tackling the hardest job in the pack, and I trust that they will handle it responsibly. I won't beat around the bush and I'll go straight to it. These are the chosen representatives for the Alpha's apprenticeship program this year. She opened the envelope and took out a piece of paper. Kat was basically shaking in anticipation right now. If she wasn't careful, she would wolf out right here and now. And no one would forget that. As if we weren't picked on enough. I rubbed her hand to try and soothe her. I didn't know if it was working because she didn't even spare me a glance. Her eyes were fixed on her girl crush, Courtney Thompson. People yelled and cheered in response to the name. You've got to be kidding me, Kat muttered. Even I couldn't help but point out that for a list that was supposed to be 100% fair, it didn't seem right that Bridget's own little sister was the first candidate on that list. Courtney walked up to the stage and shook hands with May, then Headmaster Forbes, and finally Bridget, who looked proud even if she didn't even crack a smile. She hardly ever did. Andre Moore. More applause as a brown-skinned boy with dreadlocks stood up. Oh right, Andre. I can't say I have ever talked to him, but he was in one of my classes last year. From what I can tell, he's a pretty cool kid from the track team, one of the fastest young werewolves in the pack, breaking records and everything. Kat leaned forward and I could tell she was getting more and more anxious. I was too. Please say her name next. Joshua Melrose. I heard louder whoops and screams. Michael stood up applauding his brother. Of course one of the twins got in. How was this not biased again? Breathe, Kat. Chris urged. Was she quite literally holding her breath? 3 more names. Allison Wu. Finally. An underdog. The cheers weren't as loud for Allison. She wasn't as popular as the other candidates. I think she is sweet. Allison is in most of my advanced theory classes, and she's the only person who's willing to be my partner in projects when Chris is unavailable. She's probably one of the top scorers in our classes. She definitely deserves this. 2 more. B. Montgomery. More people cheered. One of the Alpha's little brothers and his girlfriend. Wow. Courtney and B hugged when on stage and shared that, I'm more superior than you look. I looked at Kat. She looked so close to passing out. Please let this last one be her. Please. 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 V. Wait, what the actual? Suddenly all the excitement died down and the room became silent. Chris looked at me with his jaw dropped and Kat just looked confused. Huh. She sounded. My thoughts exactly. Did they get our names mixed up? Crystal Swan. Bridget repeated. No, that was definitely my name, but why was she saying it? I wasn't on that list. I couldn't be. I didn't even apply. 𝐿𝐻𝐬 get up there. Chris whispered. Huh. My mind was blank at that moment. My feet stuck to the ground. Go up there. No, 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 no. This was a mistake. I did not apply for this program, hence my name could not have been called out. This was a daytime dream. A nightmare, in fact. If I waited a bit longer, it would end. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. No. Still here. Everyone was staring at me. No way. I was not getting up. I would get up and Courtney and B would burst out laughing. This must have been one of their practical jokes. Hearty haha girls, I'm not falling for it. 𝐶RYSS. Chris hissed, gesturing to the stage. I looked up there and Bridget didn't look pleased at all. What were the chances that Beta Bridget was in on this joke too? I mean, Courtney was her little sister and Bridget probably hated me enough to go along with it. I shook my head. No. This wasn't real. It couldn't be. Crystal Swan. Bridget repeated impatiently. We don't have all day. I turned to look at Kat. What do? I whispered. She looked stunned. I guess you have to go up there. I gulped. This was really happening. I slowly rose from my seat. I could feel everyone in the crowd watching me. Okay, Crystal, it's okay, right foot, left foot, all until you get to the stage and explain why they are so wrong about this. I scooted past Kat and Chris. Why did my clothes suddenly feel too tight? I looked down the aisle, everyone was staring. On second thought, no. Freaking way. I quickly spun around and bolted out of the school hall. I whipped out my phone and clicked on a number I never thought I would have to call again. The phone rang for a few seconds before he finally picked up. Crystal, he let out, his voice sounding blunt. Tristan. Get your alpha butt to our spot right now. We need to talk. In my experience, secrets do a lot more harm than good, especially the big ones that you really have no business having in the first place. But this one couldn't be helped. I'm not the kind of girl who breaks rules and does scandalous things like meeting up with older guys in the middle of a forest. But well, here I am, in the middle of the northern forests, the same northern forest that had been declared out of bounds just some minutes or so ago, waiting to meet an older guy. Not just any older guy, but the brave alpha of this here pack. I don't know if that makes it better or worse. I paced back and forth in my position in front of the little stream. I had discovered it some years ago on one of my exploratory ventures alone. It wasn't the only water body that existed in the northern forests, but it was probably the smallest. Hence the most insignificant, so people hardly paid attention to it. It was just a narrow strip of a depression in the ground that took water back to the main Woodfell River. It was my spot. Well, I guess it was our spot. You could always count on discretion in the northern forest, but here, you could also count on silence. Other than the stream and nature, there was absolutely no noise pollution. Here you could think and talk without getting interrupted. I heard a rustling sound, and when I turned around I was met with the sight of a large wolf with rich dark brown fur and startlingly blue-green eyes. I rolled my eyes. Did you really have to come in your wolf form? The wolf just stared at me, and I could only imagine the snarky comeback he had for me. He made his way into the forest, and it's then that I noticed the dark material tied to his hind leg. A few seconds later, he re-emerged as the man I knew. He was wearing the dark material, which turned out to be dark blue sweatpants. His brown hair was all over the place, probably from his run here. You told me to get here as soon as possible. I thought you were in trouble. He spoke, though his voice and face didn't show that he was even the least bit concerned. But I knew he was. He leaned on a tree, crossing his arms over his chest, and I'd be a fool to not notice the way his muscles bulged or the fact that he was entirely shirtless. I tried not to make eye contact with him, but that was hard for me to do with the way he scanned me from head to toe, as if checking to see if I was indeed all right. What's wrong? He finally spoke. Aren't you supposed to be in school? And didn't you hear? These forests are now out of bounds. Why are you here? Stop staring, Crystal. Oh right, back to business. I left school. He rose and arched brow at me. You left. Skipped, ran away, ditched, whatever term you want to use. And may I ask why? His tone sounded blunt, rude, and a tad bit irritated. He was treating me like I was wasting his precious time, like I shouldn't have called him, and that made me irritated. As if he didn't already know why I was so mad. The AAP. Seriously, Tristan. I yelled in anger, even stomping my foot on the ground. Yes, I had even reached that level of childish rage. Oh that. He spoke as if it was nothing at all. Oh that. I poorly mimicked him. Why would you do something like that to me? I don't belong in the AAP, I'm way underqualified, I didn't even apply. Did you do this so that I'd be closer to you? 'Cause if so, that is so low. Don't you think people will start asking questions and, I didn't put your name on that list. He spoke calmly. I narrowed my eyes at him. It's the 𝐴lpha's apprenticeship program. You really expect me to believe that you didn't know about this? Your brother was selected, for goodness sake. He pushed himself off the tree, looking completely unfazed. I don't pick the candidates, that would be unfair. The elders each anonymously submit a candidate from the applicants and the council do the voting. When they're done, they give me the list to look through to make sure there are no conflicts of interest. And you didn't think I would be a conflict of interest? What was I supposed to say, Crystal? That my mate who rejected me 4 years ago was on that list. He snapped, finally losing his cool. I couldn't say anything in response, much less look at him. Guilt ate at me. Finally, I just mumbled, you could have at least told me. You told me never to talk to you again, remember? He spoke and I could hear the spite in his voice. He started moving closer to me. And you didn't want anyone finding out about us. I kept our secret because that's what you wanted. Tristan turned around and started walking away. This is what I was talking about, secrets aren't good for anyone. Tristan, wait. I ran after him. He stopped suddenly and I bumped right into his solid back. Ow. He spun around and sighed. Are you okay? I rubbed my forehead. Yeah. Listen, Tristan, you know why I rejected you. I told him, trying to make my voice as soft as possible. I really don't, Crystal. He responded. He was trying to be cold towards me, but I could see the pain in his eyes. I had hurt him, and even after all these years, the wounds were still fresh. You would never be happy with me. We would never work. I'm a halfling and you're the alpha of one of the major packs of the Werewolf Union. You already face too much ridicule for being such a young alpha. What would people say if they found out you imprinted on a weak Luna? He suddenly took a step forward, his body stealing the little space that had existed between us. And how many times do I have to tell you that I don't care about that? I'm the alpha of the Silvercrest pack, I'm descended from a long line of alphas. I have fought more wars than werewolves twice my age. I am the chosen leader of the Werewolf Union. I was not handed any of these things. I fought and worked my butt off for all of it. I could feel the heat radiating off his body. My wolf was alerted by his wolf. The magnetic attraction that was still very much alive fought to make its way out, but I suppressed it. What good did that do, though? My human side was just as attracted to him as my wolf side. I mean, who wouldn't be? His voice grew lower as he leaned in closer. So tell me, Crystal, why on earth would I worry about what a few unimportant people have to say about who my Luna is? I gulped. Self-control was becoming harder and harder by the second. He was so close, I just wanted to pull him closer and... No. Get a grip, Crystal. I took a step away from Tristan. You might not care because you're a superstar and all, but I'm not. Life in this pack hasn't exactly been easy for me, you know? Did someone hurt you? He growled, causing me to shiver. No. I quickly responded, which was a lie, but I wasn't going to tell him that some of the people in that very apprenticeship program were my tormentors. You just mean you'd rather be with Roman, the freaking traitor. He spat. Wait, what? Do not talk about Roman. I could feel anger brewing inside me. Roman was a delicate subject and he knew that, but I guess I couldn't expect him to care, especially after what Roman did to him. But I cared. And I hated that this happened and that everyone hated Roman now, but he had once mattered to me. Tristan let out a humorless laugh. Of course. He muttered, mostly to himself. What's that supposed to mean? Forget it. Tristan shook his head. His mesmerizing eyes met mine. You rejected me, Crystal. Stop making excuses about it. I get it, okay? You didn't want me. Why was he doing this to me? I was getting increasingly more and more frustrated. Tristan, please just stop. If it's because I'm older than you, the freaking traitor was older than you as well. He continued. And that won't even matter once you turn 18 in October. Well, Roman was 21 and Tristan is 23, but that was hardly the point. Why couldn't he see that? I don't want to talk about this, Tristan. I want to talk about this mess with the AAP. I told him. Even though he was trying to hide it, he was hurt by my words, there was no doubt about that. I didn't want to hurt him, but I just couldn't do this right now. I don't know who put you on that list. He repeated slowly. But you can find out, you're the alpha for goodness sake. I yelled in frustration. I already told you it's anonymous, what do you want me to do? Visit all the elders until I find out who chose you. Well, you could. I spoke, giving him a hopeful smile. He didn't return it. No. Tristan. I groaned. I have better things to do. Oh, how I wish I could play the but you're my mate card. Even though I knew Tristan would do anything for me in theory, I don't know how much it actually applied in reality. Even though it was shameful, I took out the big guns, the puppy dog face. I lowered my head and stuck out my lips slightly before looking up at him. He looked confused. What the hell are you doing? Well, that didn't work. Trying to use my adorable face to get you to help me. That's what that was. I could tell he was stifling a snicker. Look, if you want help getting out of this, talk to Bridget. I can't help you, you're a conflict of interest. He spoke with a small smug smile on his face. I rolled my eyes. Clever. And you know just as well as I do that Bridget hates me. I whined. He shrugged. Not my problem. And this was the boy who was supposed to care about me more than anything in this world. Tristan. He turned to start walking away. My goodness. This boy. Try to not look at the negatives here, think about the positives, this is the chance of a lifetime to most young werewolves. He called over his shoulder. You're just enjoying the fact that I'll be working for you, aren't you? I yelled after him. He turned around and smirked. Little bit. He turned back towards the trees. Get out of the forest and go back to school, Crystal. Next thing I knew, he erupted into the massive form of fur that was his wolf before he ran off. I ran a hand through my braids in frustration. This had definitely been an interesting first day back to school. 6. Stupid Tristan, leaving me alone in the forest and refusing to help me with this AAP thing. Art. Stupid Tristan and his stupid kind of pretty face. It took about 20 minutes to trudge through the forest and make my way back to the school. I wasn't like stupid Tristan who could shift whenever he willed to. There was no one on the school grounds when I got back. I guess they were all in class. To be clear, I didn't come back to school because Tristan told me to. He is not the boss of me. I came back because quite frankly I'm a goody two-shoes. And my goody two-shoes feet led me straight to Headmaster Forbes' office. I knew there would be repercussions to just running out during an assembly, and I might as well face them now than wait for them to find me later. I tapped my knuckles on the door to his office and I didn't even have to wait long before I heard him say, "Come in, Crystal." He must have known my scent. If anything, Headmaster Forbes probably knew all the students at Silvercrest Prep. I turned the doorknob and swung it open, and I was immediately met with 10 pairs of eyes staring at me. Well, 5 pairs were staring, the other 5, which belonged to Ms. Marin, Bridget, Joshua, Courtney and B, were straight up glaring. Come in, Miss Swan, we were just talking about you. Headmaster Forbes spoke. There was no smile on his face, but he didn't look upset in the least, just thoughtful. The other AAP candidates were seated on a bench in the back. Only Allison had a somewhat friendly look on her face. Andre looked bored, like he had been here for too long and would rather be somewhere else. Thank you, Mr. Tanner, you were right after all. Headmaster Forbes told the man in the chair in front of his desk. It's only then that I realized it was in fact my favorite professor. He was seated beside May Nolan. Bridget and Ms. Marin were standing on either side of Headmaster Forbes, still not looking happy at all. That will be all, sir, I have a class to get back to, Mr. Tanner told Headmaster Forbes. Of course. The dark-skinned man spoke with a nod. You're excused. Mr. Tanner slid his chair back and got up. He offered me a small smile which I returned before exiting the room. Sit down, Miss Swan. Headmaster Forbes spoke, gesturing to the chair Mr. Tanner had just gotten up from. I complied, still looking around nervously. I suppose your little run earlier helped you calm down. He spoke, looking a little amused. Kind of. I replied with a light laugh. Ms. Marin's glare seemed to intensify. Sir, madams. I looked around at all 4 adults. There has to be a mistake here, no kidding. I heard Courtney's familiar voice speak. I didn't even turn around to acknowledge her. Ms. Marin, will you please escort the rest of the candidates to their classes? Headmaster Forbes spoke. Except you, Josh, stay. Bridget added. Wait, what? Why was Joshua Melrose staying? I would be much more comfortable if his judgmental eyes, which were so much like Tristan's, were not here to ridicule me. But it's not like he even knew about his brother and me. As far as I could tell, he hated me because his girlfriend hated me. The rest of them got up and left, Ms. Marin shooting me another glare in the process. I had no doubt in my mind that I would be hearing from her about my insolence later. Now, Miss Swan, what are these mistakes you speak of? Headmaster Forbes continued. I leaned forward. It was a bit easier to talk with less people in the room, but I was still nervous. I shouldn't be a candidate, Headmaster Forbes. I didn't even apply for this program. Headmaster Forbes shared a look with Bridget before looking back at me. Yes, we're aware of that. He responded. Exactly, so maybe there was a mistake. Perhaps the spot was supposed to go to my cousin Catherine Benson. She applied and she is more than qualified. I spoke, letting the words flow out quickly. There was no mistake. Bridget spoke. You were selected. Selections hardly ever happen without an application, but I guess one of the elders chose you. I didn't even know any of the elders personally. I didn't even realize any of them knew me. Well, I don't think I can do this. I haven't taken any physical practical classes since I got here other than the minimum requirements, and I barely pass those as it is. Then you'll train and work hard like everyone else. Bridget spoke, sounding irritated. You wouldn't be the first halfling to be selected for this program. She added. Okay. That was a low blow. Roman had been the first halfling selected for the AAP, and look how that turned out. She obviously thought I couldn't handle this. Hell, I knew I couldn't handle this. What Bridget is trying to say is that everyone has to start from somewhere. Trust me, none of us came into this program perfect. May spoke up for the first time since I had arrived. I turned to look at the beautiful lady beside me. She had been a senior when I just moved to Woodfell. I remember her name being called out during the first assembly I ever attended at Silvercrest Prep. She was the second ever candidate to take on a permanent position in Alpha Tristan's apprenticeship program. Kat has always been in awe of her. I know she would kill to be in my place right now. It should have been her. I nodded and smiled at her. Thanks, but no buts. She spoke with a smile. She placed her hand on my shoulder. Consider yourself lucky. The elders don't just choose anyone. There must be something impressive about you. There really wasn't. Whichever elder had put my name down must have a really sick sense of humor. We have to get going now, Bridget told Headmaster Forbes. He got up from his seat and shook Bridget's hand. It's always a pleasure receiving some of my old students, especially when they're doing so well for themselves. Oh, you flatter us, Headmaster Forbes. May spoke as she rose from her chair. She turned to look at me. I expect to see you in my class tomorrow, Crystal Swan. I can't wait to see what you can do. There was this glint in her eye as she spoke. She was really excited about this, huh? Well, I can tell her now that all that's waiting for her is disappointment. I give it a week and she'll be begging me to quit. Well, thank you again for coming. I'll walk you out. Headmaster Forbes spoke. You two can get to your classes now. He nodded at me and Joshua, who was still seated on the bench. I got up as well and shot Bridget a desperate look, but she just ignored me. She straight up ignored me. I grabbed her arm before she could walk away. Can we talk? I whispered. I was well aware that Joshua was eyeing us curiously. Thankfully, May and Headmaster Forbes kept walking, immersed in some conversation about the good old days. Bridget looked at my arm like it was filth before roughly pulling away from me. Josh, fill Miss Swan in on everything we discussed after she left us, she ordered, not tearing her face from mine. Her blue eyes glared daggers at me. Note to self: do not touch Bridget. Yes, Beta. Joshua replied from behind me. Bridget gave me one last deadly look before turning around to leave. So much for asking her for help. I turned to look at Joshua and shocker. He looked like someone had pissed in his cereal. Or accidentally spilt water on him. I guess I really don't have much of a fan club here. Hey. I greeted awkwardly. He just stared at me before pushing past me. The AAP handbook is in my locker. He spoke. Okay, I guess I'll just follow you then. He didn't even turn around to acknowledge me. I let out a sigh. He was so much like his brother. I walked after Joshua, keeping a safe distance behind him. I was so grateful people were in their respective classes. The last thing I wanted were more stares and whispers. And here I thought Roman would be my biggest problem today. So this AAP thing is crazy, right? I spoke nervously, just trying to make conversation. The silence was killing me. I knew me requesting a private audience with Bridget must have seemed weird to him as well. The last thing I needed was for him to find out the truth and tell everyone. What would they say? No wonder she had gotten the candidacy. Not so much, some of us actually worked for this. he spoke, still staring straight ahead. I paused in my steps. Well, okay. Of course I knew I didn't deserve this, but he wasn't really one to talk. That's rich coming from the alpha's little brother. I shot back. I saw him stop. He slowly turned around with an angry look on his face. Oh, why did I have to open my big mouth? You don't know anything about me, so why don't you just shut up? He spat. I gulped. I wasn't Cat. I wasn't good in confrontation, so obviously I froze. Hello brain, a comeback would be good right about now. In the end, all I could let out was sorry. Art. Why was I the one apologizing? That's right, because I'm a wimp. Joshua just spun around and kept walking. And of course I followed, because that's what wimpy girls with no backbones do. Just as we approached what I presumed was his locker, a chestnut brown-haired boy came into view. He was leaning against the aforementioned locker, typing away on his phone. What are you doing here? Joshua asked his twin brother. Michael looked up and beamed at him. Then, taking me by complete surprise, once again he beamed at me. Or at least in my direction. I turned around to make sure there was no one behind me before looking back at him in confusion. He pushed himself off his locker and walked towards me. Hey Crystal, right? I don't think we've officially met. He stretched out his hand. I'm Michael Melrose, Josh's brother. I mean obviously, but my friends call me Mikey. What? Why was Michael Melrose suddenly being so friendly? I hadn't even existed to him before today. I furrowed my brows at him. I know who you are. I had been here for just over 4 years after all. Michael's smile dropped when I didn't shake his hand or return the same enthusiasm he had shown me. He actually looked disappointed. But the friendly smile returned and he scratched the back of his head. Right, I just thought that since you'll be partnering with my brother that we might be friends. He spoke hopefully. I looked at Joshua. He looked pissed. Partnering? I asked. He opened his locker and took out a small, thick, red book and all but shoved it at me. It's all in there. Each week we get partnered with one of the other candidates and I'm stuck with you this week. He spoke. It wasn't exactly Christmas for me either. I looked down at the book and in block white letters, the words AP Candidate Handbook were written. He'll be like your crime-fighting partner in crime. The Batman to your Robin or vice versa. Michael spoke up with another bright smile on his face. More like the Superman to my Batman or vice versa. Who was I kidding? I am definitely not cool enough to be Superman, nor am I cool enough to be Batman. But P.S. Superman is way better than Batman. Michael's smile immediately melted away when I just looked at him in more confusion. Or not. He muttered. Joshua rolled his eyes before shutting his locker. Let's just go. He told him, giving him a why are you even talking to her look. Before he walked away, he gave me a steely look. We meet every day before school at 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. and after at 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Don't be late. It will make both of us look bad. He spoke before walking away. Bye, Crystal. Michael mumbled before following his brother with his head hanging low. Crystal unexpectedly becomes a member of the Silvercrest PAC's elite training program. But she isn't interested in the spot because she knows it's her cousin Kat's dream. Now she has to face Kat's anger and her own guilt. Thank you for your subscription and likes. What would you do if it were you? You can leave your thoughts in the comments section 7. I already told you, dude. I don't. No. I let out in an exasperated tone. Chris' face implied that he didn't believe a word I was saying. Well then how did this happen? What did Beta Bridget say when you talked to her? Chris asked. I didn't miss the dreamy look he got on his face when he spoke her name. Oh boy. She didn't say anything. I responded. I left out the part where she was absolutely no help at all. Just that I'm now a part of the AAP. I let out a sigh after the words left my mouth. I was going to be learning and training among the brightest and best of the Silvercrest youth. Cue humiliation. Well, it says here that you can quit if your reasoning is absolutely valid, or if one of the supervisors dismisses you. Chris spoke. I had given him the AAP handbook to study on my behalf because honestly, I still didn't want to believe any of this was real. I have valid reasoning. I didn't apply. I yelled. Okay, Miss Fussy Pants. Don't be mad at me. I didn't do this. I sucked in a deep breath. Sorry. I just really hate this. It's not all bad, you know. Chris shrugged. Sure, only one person actually gets to be an apprentice in the end. But the other candidates also have it good. The program itself guarantees you a stellar future. I mean, a letter from just one of the elders or pretty much anyone with enough high standing here could get you anywhere. You're the one always going on about Harvard being your dream school. Almost all the apprentices and candidates end up at Ivy League schools. The way I see it, if you play your cards right, you can actually get something out of this. I thought about that. I love Uncle Victor and Aunt Sarah. I love Parker and Hazel and Kat. But the Silvercrest pack has just never been home to me. It's never felt like home, and I don't know if it ever will. Roman was the only halfling I could really relate to here. Chris had both his parents here, and Professor Tanner seemed to have achieved a sort of standing in spite of his differences. But Roman and I were outcasts. Not even our parents had wanted us, so they ditched us. Try not to feel alone in the world with that being your reality. And now Roman was gone. He had betrayed me and the entire pack. I was alone, and getting out of here was my only escape. But this doesn't feel right. I told Chris. We had finally approached the town center of Woodfell. All the stores were open, and it was as busy as usual with life. I had never seen such an organized town place as the one in Woodfell. It was systematic like clockwork. Woodfell produced and manufactured most of its own things, so prices were low, and no one ever went without. Any excess foods or products were either exported or donated to packs at war who were in need. I didn't work for this, Kat did. I feel like I'm taking a shortcut. I feel like I'm stealing her dream. Chris scratched the back of his head. Even he couldn't put a twist to the fact that Kat was probably mad. I mean, she even left school without us. We always walk home together. She'll get over it. Chris finally spoke timidly. He handed me the handbook. This is a great opportunity. I know it's not what you expected, but I think it's great. When Roman got the apprenticeship, sure, I was happy for him, but I wasn't surprised. Roman has always been good at everything. But with you. He gave a shrug and a warm smile. I finally feel like I have someone to look up to. I couldn't help but smile at Chris and his words. Even if I fall flat on my face a billion times. He waved me off. You could fall flat on your face a trillion times and I'd still be rooting for you. He nudged me lightly. Kat is amazing. Even without this program, she will do great things, but let's face it. Opportunities like this don't just come to people like us. Promise me that you'll at least try your best. I smiled at Chris. Sure. But I want no photographic evidence of my humiliation. He rolled his eyes. You know I can't make such promises. I need to go now. Busy day at the bakery. He spoke before running off. Chris' parents owned the most popular bakery in town. It had been in the family for years. But having Chris' mother around, one of the only humans in Silvercrest, she kind of put a new twist to it. She's an amazing baker and her cakes are to die for. Even the werewolves who don't exactly accept humans and halflings can admit that much. I stared the rest of the walk home. I didn't know if it was just in my head, but I felt like people were definitely staring. Now why was that? Because of my association with the pack's biggest trader, or because of my new position? The list of things that were making me even more of a misfit around here was growing increasingly, and I hated it. I tried to keep my head low as I trekked home. Like many of the houses here, Uncle Victor built his house in the midst of the woods, so tall trees guarded the surroundings. It was quite a change from where I grew up in cramped apartments in the busy city. Quiet, clean, and large Woodfell was a far cry. I soon approached the house. I found Hazel out on the porch with her best friend, Virginia. They had lemonade in front of them and glittery sticker books and seemed to be in a deep conversation about whatever 10-year-old werewolf girls found interesting these days. "Oh, you're back." Hazel spoke when she spotted me. There was this "you're in trouble" sound in her voice. "Hey guys." I greeted unsurely. "Oh, the nerve." Virginia spoke with a glare in her eyes, and yes, there was definitely some sass. What could I have possibly done now? "Look, I have had a long day, so we heard. I thought two-headed snakes were a myth, but then I met you." Virginia spoke. Huddled up. What did I do to her? I thought she liked me. Well, like is too strong a word, more like tolerated me. Everyone knows she has a little girl crush on Kat. She is basically her idol. Girl, chill. Have you been watching The Real Housewives with your mama again? Hazel asked. You know it. Virginia answered. I'm definitely coming to your house tomorrow. Hazel told her. Totally, girl. Yesterday she even let me have a sip of her wine. Oh, how was it? Hazel asked in excitement. Virginia just shrugged. Knowing her mother, it was probably grape juice. Okay, can someone please tell me what I did wrong? I begged. This day had already been a lot. I don't think I could handle anymore. You stole the apprenticeship from Kat. Virginia yelled, pointing an accusatory finger at me. What? I didn't steal anything. Who told you that? Kat, of course. Virginia crossed her arms over her chest. You know she tells us everything, we're BFFs. Hazel rolled her eyes. Oh please, we overheard her talking to Daddy. She is mad. I huffed. Great. Now the only person who I thought I would actually be able to vent to was mad. I'm going in. Pray for me. I told Hazel as I walked towards the door. My money's on Kat. I heard Virginia whisper. I turned to glare at her. She turned around and was suddenly interested in her lemonade. I found Uncle Victor in the kitchen making waffles, Kat's favorite. Okay, she really was mad. Hey Uncle V. I greeted hesitantly as I walked into the room. He looked up and forced a strained smile. Someone had probably gone through a huge cat storm. Hey kiddo. He beamed. How was school? I rose a brow at him and his smile dropped. Right. He wiped his hand on his Kiss the Cook apron. Do you want to sit down and talk about it? I shook my head. I'm just really tired. Today has been a lot. I heard. He cringed. Congratulations. I shrugged and walked towards the island, picking out a strawberry from a bowl. How bad is it up there? I asked, gesturing upstairs with my head. Well, we got past the screaming and the why is everything so unfair tirade. He shrugged. I didn't mean for any of this to happen, you know. I didn't even apply for the AAP. Uncle Victor nodded and then sighed. He moved towards me and wrapped his arms around my shoulders in a hug. I know, Crystal, you would never do anything to hurt your cousin. And I know you have never even been interested in the program. Thank you. But why doesn't she get it? Well, you have to understand how badly she wanted this. How hard she worked and trained only to have the one thing she really wanted given to someone who doesn't even want it. Uncle Victor explained. I didn't want this to happen. I muttered again into his chest. I know, sweetie. He sighed. But don't feel too bad. This is a great honor and opportunity. I pulled away from him and looked into his eyes. But one that I didn't deserve. He gave me a small smile. You know, when we were younger, your mother would always get all these amazing things she didn't have to work for. Everyone loved Teresa as a child, so she would get showered with toys and new clothes as a teenager. She didn't even have to lift a finger, and everyone followed her like she was some queen bee. He rolled his eyes, making me giggle silently. Uncle Victor and I had a mutual agreement not to talk about my mother, so he only brought her up when it was absolutely necessary. I always thought she was some kind of witch. But as we got older, I realized she was just blessed. We don't get a say in who God blesses, Crystal. Being mad doesn't solve anything. It just makes you miss out on the blessings you already have and are yet to receive. And in the end, I got to share in Teresa's greatest treasure. He squeezed me a bit tighter. Kat will come around. And if she doesn't, I'll ground her. He shrugged. I giggled. No, you won't. We both knew that when it came to punishing the kids, Uncle Victor was a huge softie. Aunt Sarah was the one to really be afraid of. Now why don't you make the first step in extending the olive branch? He handed me the plate full of waffles. I nodded. Wish me luck. I'll do you one better, I'll pray for you. He told me. I sighed and started heading up the stairs to the room Kat and I shared. I opened the door softly. Kat was already covered up in her bed, but I knew she wasn't sleeping. Hey Kat, look what your dad made. I spoke as I waved the plate around as if she could see. She remained silent with her back to me. Kat. I tried again. Nothing. Come on, kitty cat. I spoke, trying out one of Chris' nicknames for her. She stirred this time, getting up slightly to glare at me. Don't talk to me. You're bunking with Hazel tonight. Her voice was cold and unforgiving. So much for Kat coming around. Crystal. I heard Hazel whine. What? I moaned in irritation, refusing to open my eyes. Your alarm. Huh. Your alarm is ruining my beauty sleep. Hazel screamed. I shot up from my makeshift bed on the floor of Hazel's 𝐊𝐢𝐳 room. Of course, my alarm. Because apparently now, I had to be at school 4 whole hours before everyone else. Life sucks. Sorry, Hayes. I mumbled as I scrambled off the yellow couch in her room. It was small, but even if I wasn't the tallest human, I still had to fold my legs. And not to mention it wasn't the most comfortable place to spend your night. I could have shared Hazel's bed, but I wasn't about to get bitten or clawed in the middle of the night by an adolescent wolf. You know, you could just tell Mummy what Cat did. Hazel spoke with a yawn. A yellow bonnet covered her head. The theme of her room and life was quite literally sunshine, much like her personality really. And make Cat madder than she already is. No thank you. I responded as I folded up the blanket I had been using and carefully placed it back into Hazel's closet. Not everything is about Cat, you know. Hazel spoke with a roll of her eyes. You're too young to understand, Hazel, but promise me, not a word to your mom and dad. She huffed. Fine. My lips are sealed. I smiled and placed a quick kiss on her cheek before rushing out of her room. I made my way back to Cat's in my room. Sneaking in was easy. Cat could sleep through a tornado, so waking her up wasn't something I was worried about as I rushed to take a shower in our bathroom. When I got out, all I had to do was get dressed. I had already pressed my uniform the night before, so all I had to do was put it on. According to the handbook, the appropriate attire for whatever training session was in store for us would be provided, so I didn't have to worry about that. I heard Cat let out a mighty snore as she turned over in bed. I wondered if I would have woken up early with her to get ready if she had been in my position. I probably would have, because I know she would have been too excited to function. Cat gets like that. After she handed in her application, she spent the entire night going over the what-ifs and the things she might have missed. As irritated as I was to have my sleep disturbed, I stayed up with her and listened to her rant because I knew how much it meant to her. If I could somehow switch places with her, I would do it in a heartbeat. I took my backpack and left the room. Better get going. Wouldn't want to make the grumpy twin mad on the first day. The worst part about all this was having to go through it alone. I bet if Roman was here, he'd already be outside the house with that stupid grin on his face. He would tease me about how something this absurd could only happen to me of all people, then he would formulate a game plan with me. Roman had been more or less my halfling coach around here, so everything I knew about surviving as a halfling had come from him. Just as I was about to sneak out through the kitchen door, I heard someone clear their throat. I turned and almost jumped out of my skin at the sight of a woman in a silk robe standing in the dark behind the island. I placed my hand on my chest. Aunt Sarah, what are you doing? Aunt Sarah rushed to me with a huge smile on her face. Sorry for scaring you, sweetie. But I knew this would be a huge day for you and I couldn't let you leave. I gave her a smile. Among everyone in the house, she had been the most supportive about all this. Last night, she even prepared this special celebratory supper for us with all my favorite foods. It was awkward to say the least. Cat didn't want to join us, but hell will freeze over before Aunt Sarah lets one of her children miss one of her meals. That or you have to be really sick. Conversation was kept at a minimum. No one could really say anything without offending Cat, so Parker just kept us entertained the whole time, as he recounted his day, which involved a lot of stories about how cutthroat the playground had become in kindergarten. The kid made his life sound like a gangster movie. Thank you, Aunt Sarah. I told her. She gave me a soft smile. How are you feeling? Nervous. I replied instantly. Afraid. And what do we say when we're afraid in this house? Aunt Sarah asked, and I felt like I was the same age as Parker with the tone she had used. God didn't give us the spirit of fear but of power, love and self-control. I repeated one of the mantras she had been instilling in her children since they could talk. Exactly. She beamed. Don't be afraid, baby. You're as capable as any of those other candidates. Thank you, NS. I spoke before wrapping my arms around her in a hug. I guess it was unfair to claim that I had no one rooting for me. Oh, and here you go. She reached over to the counter and handed me a khaki bag. I made hash browns. There's no way you're going to kick butt on an empty stomach. I laughed. Of course not. Thank you again, Aunt Sarah. Don't mention it, sweetie. She rubbed my hand gently. I turned to leave. I'd like to say that with Aunt Sarah's reassuring words and her hash browns, I had a renewed vigor and whatnot, but the truth is I was still scared. And Crystal, she called before I walked out the door. Your mother would be proud. I fingered my necklace but said nothing. There was nothing to say after all. 9. The only thing worse than having to go to school, period, is having to go to school when the sun isn't even up. The minute I got to the gates of Silvercrest Prep, I had to show my student ID to the guard. We never did that during the day. Security measures, I guess. The guard told me everyone was already in the gym, so that's where I headed. When I got there, I opened the double doors, and just because, they decided to let out a huge screeching sound as they effortlessly swung open. Everyone immediately turned to stare at me. Oh great. I lowered my head and quickly walked in. They were all gathered in the center of the gymnasium. The candidates and two people I immediately recognized, 𝐿𝐴 and Peter Sylvester. He had been the first winner of the apprenticeship under Alpha Tristan. I went to stand beside Allison. Hers was the most friendly face in the room at the moment. Peter gave me a stern look. You're late, candidate. I am. I asked hesitantly. The large clock on the wall read 5:01 am. Well, 5:02 now. You are. He responded sternly. That's 3 points from you and your partner. My eyes widened. I looked at Joshua, who was standing off to the side with B, and he shot me a deadly glare. I stared at the ground and muttered a sorry. Sorry, instructor. Sorry, instructor. I repeated. I wanted to look to 𝐿𝐴 for help, but her eyes were set in front of her in determination. What had I been expecting, though? Just because she had said she was looking forward seeing me here, it didn't mean I was automatically her favorite candidate. Peter took a step forward, his long and lean arms tucked behind his back. He wore all black with the silver Alpha's crest stuck to his chest. He didn't exactly appear as intimidating as you would expect him to be. If anything, all I could say was that he was kind of movie star cute. The kind of hot guy you would expect to play the nice boy next door in movies. The only thing that made him even the slightest bit intimidating was the slight stubble around his face, but other than that, he had smooth gingerbread brown skin and this clear green eyes and dimples. Dimples that formed with the slightest movement of his lips. Take candidate, he looked at me. Crystal. I muttered. Take candidate Crystal as an example. Tardiness will not be tolerated. Neither will disrespect. He strode towards me, stopping right in front of me. Didn't you read your handbook, candidate? You are expected to address your instructors by their proper titles. All right. I blurted out. I'm S and do not speak unless spoken to. He ordered. I heard a snicker come from my left and I knew it was Courtney immediately. Instructor Peter slowly turned off to the side. Something funny, candidate? He asked. That wiped the smile off Courtney's face. I fought the urge to smile in satisfaction. No, Instructor Peter. Courtney immediately responded, lifting her chin. Instructor Peter turned away from her. 3 points taken away from you and your partner too, candidate Courtney. Courtney gaped, but she knew better than to protest. Ha! Finally a place with equal treatment. I'm not running a daycare. This is one of the most advanced training programs you'll ever encounter, so if you know you're not up for it, leave. I looked up hopefully. But that also means admitting you don't want to serve your pack. He added. Way to guilt trip a sister. I frowned and lowered my head again. You're all here because you're believed to be outstanding in one way or the other. 𝐿𝐴 finally spoke. But as talented as you are, we expect you all to work your hardest. You won't only be tested in terms of your strength and speed, but also your intellect, your compassion, your loyalty. We're training you to be in the Alpha's innermost circle. You will be trusted with the pack's deepest secrets and most daunting tasks. The question is, can you handle it? I knew the answer to that question, but no one seemed to want to listen to me. You'll find your training attires in the locker rooms. Get changed and meet us outside in 15 minutes. Training has officially begun. 𝐿𝐴 spoke. 15 minutes later, we were outside on the soccer pitch in our training outfits, which were actually quite comfortable fitted black jumpsuits. I wonder how they knew our sizes. The suits were similar to the ones 𝐿𝐴 and Peter wore. They were ever so slightly padded, and I knew there must have been a special material that they were made out of. I would research later on. It didn't take long for me to identify the partners in this situation. Mr. Grumpy Wolf, Joshua, was mine, but so far he hadn't said a word to me. He only looked my way to glare. He was probably mad about me losing us points already. There was B and Courtney, they were probably ecstatic about that. That left Allison and Andre. They barely spoke to each other, but they at least showed a united front by standing beside each other. That left me standing away from everyone else, looking isolated. Every morning, to warm you up a bit, we're going to start off with a little cross-country. Peter spoke. Here's the route, out the school gates, through the town and round back through the Belvedere woods. My eyes widened. Wait. He expected us to do that all without dying. I looked at the other candidates but they seemed unfazed. Oh right, they all took the more advanced physical classes prior to this. This would be child's play for them. I am going to die today, aren't I? You have 20 minutes max, go. Peter yelled. Everyone sped off. Candidate Swan. Go, go, go. I didn't realize I had frozen in my position as everyone else went on their way. I quickly moved my feet as fast as I could. At first it wasn't so bad. I'm not an athlete in the least, but I have to say I was carrying my own. I mean, sure, I was dead last, but at least I had Allison in my sights running a few miles ahead of me. But then, whatever little adrenaline I had going for me immediately wore out and things changed. I won't say I got slower, let's just say Allison got faster, because in no time, I had lost her from my sight. I was suddenly grateful for this whole 3M training. No one else was here to see my humiliation. And most importantly, no one was here to see me stop by a water fountain and hunch over in an extremely unattractive way to try and catch my breath. I felt like my chest was on fire as I struggled to breathe. What was I thinking? I actually had hope in this program. I lowered myself to the ground. A small breather would do right about now. I couldn't help but feel humiliated. This was just the first task. The distance was long, but for a full werewolf who had been constantly training, it was nothing. I don't despise my human side or anything, but it really does have its downsides. Hey, what are you doing? I heard a voice yell. I looked up and saw Mr. Grumpy Wolf himself. I wanted to reply with dying, but judging by the look on his face, he probably wasn't going to appreciate that response. Everyone is already back at the school, get up. You heard the man, Crystal. With all the strength I could master up, I pushed myself back up. At least my breathing had somewhat stabilized, but there was a sharp pain in my side now. If I was expecting a medal for this small act, I was very disappointed. Joshua just looked irritated before turning around and breaking out into a jog. Come on. I tried to move my feet again, but I just couldn't do this running thing again. I can't. I called out in a small voice. Joshua turned around. What? He growled. I mean, I'll meet you back at the school. You don't have to wait for me. I thought I saw a vein twitch in his forehead. I was at the school. Everyone got tired of waiting for you, and as your partner, I was sent to see if you were still alive and bring you back. Really? Everyone was already back at the school. Wait, how long had it been? I sighed. How humiliating. I broke out into a jog before finally continuing with a steady pace as I ran. I could hear Joshua behind me. He could have easily overtaken me, but he didn't, and I knew that probably infuriated him all the more. When we got back to school, everyone was gathered on the football pitch. The candidates sat by the bleachers and the instructor stood beside them. Peter was checking his clock just as we ran in. Joshua finally overtook me and headed straight to B. I, on the other hand, was fighting to keep myself from collapsing as I lugged myself to sit next to Andre and try not to look like a sweaty, out-of-breath mess. May look sympathetic. Peter had no expression on his face as he said, 45 minutes 30 seconds. Let's work on our speed next time, shall we? He didn't say my name, but it was kind of obvious. I saw B whisper something in Courtney's ear and they both smiled coyly. Okay, now that we've tested your speed, it's time to test your strength. Everyone up and get over to the gym. It's time for phase 2. Peter yelled. What the actual? There was more. Everyone begun to get up. Andre turned to me. Dude, you need to get in shape. No kidding. I just forced a smile. He got up and held his hand out for me. I took it and let him pull me up. He jogged off to catch up with Allison. I thought everyone was gone until I heard a voice speak. You know it gets worse if you give up. I jumped slightly at the sound. I turned to my right and saw May. She gave me a soft smile. I wasn't kidding when I told you that everyone here is the same. The amount of hard work is what determines whether you make it or not. Remember that. With those words, she walked away. I sighed. Keep going. Just keep going. Everyone kept saying it, but they just didn't realize how hard it was for me. Keep going, Crystal, just freaking keep going. I learned 2 things from my first morning session for the AAP. 1, I am not fast. 2, I am not strong. 2 things I was actually quite aware of before actually. I've never been the athletic type, but I was always decent enough to not get picked last in gym class. Well, that was before I came to Woodfell and started at Silvercrest High, where their P.E. felt like I had gone to military school. And those were just the regular classes. Kat took the more advanced physical classes. There was Class 1, which I was in, the rookie class. Class 2, Class 3, which I guess you could call junior varsity, and the best of the best, Class 4, Kat's class. The second portion of the training was to test our strength, and while all the other candidates did more than the bare minimum, I was left in complete humiliation as I struggled with the challenges Instructor Peter offered. I now get why being a member of the program requires you to have a minimum of a B in Class 4 PE. If the instructors thought the running was bad. At some point, Instructor Peter even let me stop earlier than the rest, probably because he thought I would hurt myself. It's honestly a miracle that I didn't. I walked to my locker too tired and sore to mind that people were still staring and whispering. In addition to the physical torture, we got our AAPIDs. They were supposed to reap a whole lot of benefits, but I honestly hadn't gotten to that point in the handbook yet. And while my peers proudly wore theirs, I hid mine in my backpack. The last thing I wanted to do was flaunt it. "Hey, how was your first day?" I had hardly shut my locker when Chris appeared, looking giddy. "Horrible. How do I sign out?" I spoke as I slammed my locker shut. Chris shook his head. "Come on. Couldn't have been that bad." I completely humiliated myself. I whined. "At least no one saw." "Oh please, I bet B and Courtney are spreading my humiliation like the gospel as we speak." I doubt that. The handbook said candidates are expected to be discreet about training. They're not supposed to really talk about what happens. Remember how tight-lipped Roman had been about his training? That was true. You'd think he had a secret girlfriend with the way he hid things. At some point, I stopped seeing much of him because training took up most of his schedule. Would that become my life? Would this training consume me and my life? That's if I made it that far anyway. But Roman was in his third year of the apprenticeship, so it really wasn't the same, and besides, he would always find a way to make it up to me. God, I missed him. "Let's not talk about Roman, please," I told Chris. He must have seen the sadness in my eyes because he got this sympathetic look on his face. "Sorry, sir." Everyone was sorry. Sorry or mad. It's either they felt sorry for the poor young thing who had been manipulated by the Pax trader, or they downright hated me for just being associated. "It's okay, let's just head to class," I told him. This was supposed to be the part where Kat would say later, nerds, because we hardly had any classes with her. How long was she going to be mad at me? Luckily, Chris didn't ask questions. He probably understood that the last thing I would want to talk about was something else that would make me upset. Is Kat still mad? Or not? I give Chris way too much credit sometimes. I sighed. She's a ticking bomb. Everyone is walking on eggshells around the house. Wouldn't want to set off bomb Katerina. Huh, that's actually a good nickname. I'll try it on her when she has been detonated. Chris winked at me. I rolled my eyes but giggled. Hopefully sooner than later. I muttered. There was an ache in my neck from Hazel's sofa. Hey. Chris suddenly trailed off. Joshua Melrose, 12 o'clock. I looked ahead but didn't see Joshua anywhere. The other 12. He hissed before spinning me around by my shoulders. Hey. Joshua let out as more of a grunt. Hey. I replied, feeling confused. Why was he talking to me outside training? And where was his girlfriend? I thought they were joined at the hip. Joshua didn't even spare Chris a glance. Rude. Hey, Crystal. Michael Melrose's head suddenly came into view over Joshua's shoulder. He had a huge smile on his face. Ah! Chris yelled in fright before throwing his arms around me, nearly knocking me down. My hero. Michael frowned. He scratched the back of his head and leaned back. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Joshua spun to glare at his twin brother. I thought I told you that I would meet you in class. He spoke through gritted teeth. Michael gave him an equally fixed look, and I thought I told you you can't boss me around. And besides, he shot me a not-so-discreet look. You need me. He spoke in a low voice. No, I don't. I'm capable of being. Michael suddenly gave him a fixed look. Joshua suddenly let out a sigh. He turned to face me. He seemed to not know what to say. I shared a look with Chris. Okay, this was strange. Crystal, I expect you to come over to our house tonight after training. What? I asked. What? Chris spoke right after me. He still had his arms around me. I shook him off. Michael slapped his forehead. He looked at his brother like, dude, really? Did Joshua Melrose just ask? No, demand that I go to their house after school. Why? Michael stepped forward towards me. I tried not to look too uncomfortable at his proximity. He smiled too brightly and I couldn't help but make a distinction. There was the way too happy brother and the grumpy one. What my brother is trying to say is, he saw you struggling today during training. I was so glad my darker complexion didn't allow me to blush. I knew he didn't like me but going around telling people that I was struggling. It was only his brother but still. It was equally embarrassing. Who knows who else they could have told. I looked at Joshua and there was no expression on his face. Oh no. Don't be mad. Michael suddenly yelled. He just wants to help, so maybe you could come over to our house and you could train together. I looked at Michael, then Joshua, then Chris, who just shrugged. As in just me. Alone. Michael looked confused. Yeah, unless. He looked back at Chris, the friendly look on his face suddenly disappearing. Do you want your boyfriend there? Boyfriend? Chris and I yelled simultaneously. We looked at each other, both in disgust. So you're not dating? His smile returned. I looked at Chris again. How was my love life any of Michael Melrose's business? He didn't know anything about his brother and I, right? Tristan promised that it was just between the two of us. And Bridget. What if the brothers found out somehow? I didn't like this suspicious behavior. Why was Michael Melrose suddenly interested in me? Why was I getting invited to their house? I don't know. I responded. I don't think that's quite a good idea. We're offering to help you. Joshua suddenly spoke in an annoyed tone. I appreciate that, but I don't trust you. Joshua turned to look at his brother as if to say, I told you so. Whatever. Just find a way to pick up on the physicals this week or we'll both suffer. He turned to leave. Come on, Mikey. Michael was still staring at me with a hurt look on his face. I felt really bad as he slowly turned and followed his brother. Dude, you just turned down the Melrose twins. Chris spoke from beside me. I sighed. What did you expect me to do? I don't trust them. Well, Joshua is your partner this week. You'll have to trust him whether you like it or not. I guess you're right, but don't you find it weird the Michael is suddenly being so nice to me? Chris rose a brow at me. What? I asked. Chris shifted from one foot to the other. I know Kat has kept you in this bubble of, everyone's the enemy but us. But Michael Melrose is actually a decent guy. You won't see him sitting with us bottom feeders at lunch, but he's not. Well, he's not like B and Courtney. How do you know that? I asked Chris if he wasn't with Kat and he was off somewhere being a loner. I've lived here almost all my life, so well, I've never said this because I love Kat and all, but it seems kind of hypocritical that she would paint her old friends out to be the enemies when she was once one of them. I stopped in my tracks. What? Kat had been friends with the popular crowd. I guess that shouldn't have really surprised me all that much. Kat meets the criteria and probably surpasses it. But she has never mentioned anything like that. As in B, Courtney and the twins. I asked. Yep. Chris responded nervously. What happened? I asked. Other than the fact that they're raging jerks. You'll have to ask her. I shouldn't even be telling you this. Chris responded. I knew how much it probably took to betray his precious Kat in the first place. Wow, I wonder what other huge secret she kept from me. I muttered. Don't be too hard on her. To be honest, she's given a lot of things up for you since you got here. I spun to face Chris. Given things up for me? Like what? Her room. Chris sucked in a deep breath. She's going to murder me for saying this, but yeah, ever since you got here, she had to accommodate another sibling and share her parents. She had to give up the apprenticeship, her friends, and Roman. 11. Roman was never the type of guy who flinched. The first time I met him, he had come over to the house with Uncle Victor. At the time he was working for him. I remember that day like it was yesterday. I remember not knowing how to describe his beautiful skin. His complexion was more tan than Kat's but lighter than mine. It was so flawless, with only a few freckles sprinkled around his nose. It made him all the more gorgeous. He always kept his hair short, but even at the length it was at, you could see the deep coils in it. And his eyes, they first met mine where I was seated on the patio swing, reading a book. They were gray and they looked like they held a beautiful storm. Are we even supposed to describe storms as beautiful? Because that's all I can come up with. Uncle Victor introduced us for the first time. I remember Roman smiled at me. It was the kind of smile I hadn't seen in a while. That, I'm genuinely happy to meet you smile. I didn't know how important Roman would be in my life. I couldn't foresee all the storms he would bring along. I can just tell you Roman has always been one of a kind. When people tried to pick on Chris and I, he always stepped up without a second thought. When he asked me out, he did it without even missing a beat. And even when I suggested to him that the age difference might be a problem, he immediately set up a meeting with Uncle Victor and Aunt Sarah to explain his intentions. When his name was called out for the AP candidacy during assembly, making him the first ever halfling to become a candidate, he didn't show any fear as he walked up to the stage. The first time he kissed me, he did it so surely, like he knew how crazy I was about him, and that there was not a chance in hell that I would ever refuse him. When he betrayed the pack, I'd like to think he was as sure as he always was even in such a moment. He had been acting completely normal earlier that day. He came by to the house and we hang out before he had to go in for work. Next thing I know, I'm hearing that he was stealing pack information and had fled before anyone could catch him. He left just like that, and he took my heart with him. The most painful part is that I thought I knew him. And there was never a day that would go by when I didn't find myself trying to come up with a way in which there must have been a misunderstanding. My Roman would never commit treason. He would never be the person they told me he turned out to be. I trusted him with everything and I thought he trusted me too. The only person I trusted more than Roman was Kat. Even when we fought and argued, I could count on Kat. She was the sister I never had. But her and Roman. Why the heck didn't she tell me? Why did they both tell me? I would do anything for Kat, and if she had told me about Roman, I would have backed off and chosen her over him any day. I felt betrayed and hurt. I carried my anger with me as I made my way to the classroom where our second session of training for the day would be held. The school was mostly empty and also quiet because almost everyone had gone home, as I should have as well. I was exhausted from the morning workout and the day of learning. Thankfully, the second session of training was more based on theory than anything else. We had 3 lessons in total: spiritual and moral affairs, social and development studies, and international relations, each taken by a different member of the Alpha's council. For spiritual and moral affairs, we had the assistant spiritual advisor to the Alpha, 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐿. He was pretty chilled for someone who was taking us in one of the most important aspects of the apprenticeship. He was young too, just in his early 30s. His lesson was actually really easygoing, and even though I hadn't necessarily grown up studying the Holy Scriptures, I had been learning them the minute I moved in with Aunt Sarah. She was determined to have all her children grow up with the Word in them. Following Mr. 𝐿𝐲𝐼, who preferred that we just call him Terry, was easy enough. The spiritual and moral affairs class was necessary for us because it provided a base in which we would learn to make sound decisions based on the laws of old, and the things considered morally upright. It mainly dealt with studying the good book and learning from it. Then there was social and development studies, which basically dealt with pack affairs in our territory. We studied the basic internal affairs that kept the pack running, the businesses, power and water sources, relations among the members and all that. It was probably the most involving. And none other than Headmaster Forbes took us in this one. He was a bit more serious in his teaching but nonetheless fair and impartial towards students. He moved at a pace we all followed, and he allowed for questions where we weren't clear. Finally, we had international relations. Being such a dynamic course, it was divided into 3 components that 3 different people would be taking us in. Instructor May would take us in the history of international affairs, Instructor Peter in the current international affairs, and to my great delight, Mr. Tanner in human and werewolf relations. Instructor May was starting us off. She was okay, it's just that she was basically a walking textbook and expected each of us to be one too. The classes were all okay, I guess. I really couldn't complain. Theory classes have always been my thing, and I had a feeling they're what I'd be looking forward to the most. I knew they wouldn't be easy though with how broad the syllabus was. I could tell Allison and I were really the only ones enjoying it because we were really the only ones answering and asking questions, especially in Instructor May's class. She had just been wrapping up the lesson when Andre raised his hand and asked a question that I'm sure had been on most of the candidates' minds. This is cool and all, but when do we actually get to work under Alpha Tristan? I looked at her expectantly. While I'm sure everyone was anxious to get right into the action of the apprenticeship and all, I personally wasn't. Being around Tristan had been awkward since I rejected him. It's not like I was around him a lot though. We were in the same pack, but he was like the president around here. I saw him at pack social gatherings, but I didn't seek many private audiences with him. In fact, the number of times I had even found myself alone with him were countable. What we had was a secret I wasn't willing to share with anyone. How we met was a story precious to me but one I would keep locked in my heart. And how we parted was just as painful, but no one would ever know that, probably not even him. Parting with someone you know was designed for you is probably the hardest thing you could ever do in your life. But it needed to be done. He just doesn't realize it yet. May started packing up her books. Well, you officially meet the alpha this Saturday at the AAP ball. Whispers of excitement spread around the classroom. I had totally forgotten about that. The AAP ball was held at the alpha's manor to officially welcome the apprentices and to introduce them to the society. As if everyone didn't already know. It was honestly just an opportunity to brag and show off in an extravagant way. But May continued, you don't start working with him until next month when you all prove yourself worthy.
𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐬.
That sucks, the last interns got to work with him in their second week. I saw May's eyes look at me then quickly shift away. Well, the rules have changed. No awards for guessing Y or OMAN. That's not even fair, half the class has already met him. Doesn't that give them an unfair advantage? My heart started beating faster until I realized that the half he was talking about was Josh, B and Courtney. There's no such thing as favoritism with the alpha. You either work hard or you get booted. No in between. Josh spoke in a low voice, narrowing his eyes at Andre. Whoa, that sent chills through me. The class was silent, even May gave Josh a look that said chill bro. Okay. May cleared her throat. Class dismissed. And don't forget to read up on the origin of human and werewolf relations. Everyone started getting their stuff and leaving. I thought I'd be able to talk to Allison after class, at least to make a new friend, but Andre swooped her away immediately. Josh, fall back, will you? May spoke, hardly looking up at him. Josh, who was about to head outside. He glared in my direction and I honestly wanted to raise my hands and say, I haven't done anything. He kissed B's cheek before saying goodbye to her. If they didn't despise me so much, I would have awed at that. I let Courtney and B leave the room first before I did. The last thing I wanted was drama after this long and tiring day. When they walked out, I counted to 10 before following. The hallways were still lit but completely deserted, and as strange as it seemed, I felt like for the first time in a long time I could breathe. No one was watching. Not Aunt Sarah and Uncle Victor, who have been walking on eggshells around me since summer. Not the multitude of students who saw me as an outcast and as an accomplice to the pack's traitor. Being alone with God and my thoughts was really what I needed. I looked up at the ceiling and sighed. Does it get better, big guy? I wasn't expecting an answer. But I was too exhausted mentally and physically. I kept walking. The last thing I needed was someone finding me in the hallway talking to myself. I used the back exit because at this hour, I knew the front gate would be locked. The back exit went through the soccer pitch, which was perpendicular to the northern forests. As I walked down the concrete footpath that separated the forest and the pitch, I couldn't help but wonder why it had been declared out of bounds. Sure, some of the things that used to happen there were questionable, but it was all good fun. I heard once some of the seniors from the previous year threw a party so wild, a fire almost broke out. Could be a lie, I really wouldn't know. I've never been invited to a party here. But I bet Kat had, since she apparently once used to run with the popular crowd. I could just imagine her sitting at their table, laughing at their jokes. I wasn't jealous. Just confused. Kat could have told me about this, couldn't she? Why did she stop being friends with them? Other than the fact that they are kind of awful. And don't even get me started again on the Roman thing. I suddenly heard a ruffling sound in the woods. My head whipped to the right. It was probably just the wind. I kept walking, but not even a few seconds later, it sounded like someone, or something, was running. Okay, nope. I have seen horror movies, this is not how my life will end. It hasn't been too impressive thus far. I started running from what? I really didn't know. I had almost reached the end of the pitch when I realized how ridiculous I was being. There was nothing chasing me, and I was honestly too sore to be running. I looked back. There was silence. See, Crystal. Nothing to worry about. Stop acting crazy, girl. I straightened my school blazer and kept walking like a civilized young lady. Crystal. Now I didn't imagine that. I quickly turned around towards where the voice had come from in the woods. I would recognize it anywhere. Roman. I whispered. I walked towards the thick foliage. Roman. I whispered again. I looked around the pitch to see if anyone was coming. I'm going crazy, right? I'm exhausted and I'm going crazy. But there's really only one way to know for sure. I started walking towards the woods. If I die, I would have never tried to make those Nutella chocolate chip pancakes Kat and I have been planning to make. Sweet, sweet chocolate. Wait, maybe they have chocolate in heaven. They just have to, right? I heard another sound, then I saw a light. There was definitely someone there. I walked faster. Or what are you doing here? Not Roman, definitely not Roman. I stumbled back as I was met with the furious faces of what looked like, judging by his black uniform, one of the pack's soldiers. It's after hours, do not make me ask you again, miss. What are you doing, Raphael? What's going on? Another voice I would never miss anywhere. Now I was really in trouble. The Raphael guy turned around and offered a slight bow. I'm sorry, Alpha. It's just an unruly student. I'll take care of her. Tristan walked out of the shadows of the trees, his eyes glowing green slightly. I could tell he had just shifted back from his wolf form. That, and the fact that all he had on was a pair of loose shorts. This man was planning on killing me. I tried to avert my eyes. No, I'll handle it. He spoke. I knew his eyes were glaring daggers at me. Really, Alpha, it's just... I said, I'll handle it. Authority radiated from his voice and I knew the soldier wouldn't dare question him. Go help the others. The Raphael guy bowed again before immediately scrambling away. Tristan's eyes became fixed on me. Oh, didn't you ever read the story about Little Red Riding Hood? Or watch any horror movie ever made? You never, and I mean never, go into the creepy woods alone at night. Tristan growled as he walked towards me and grabbed my arm, dragging me away from the woods, back towards the school. We're werewolves, Tristan, we're supposed to be in the woods. I told him as I yanked my hand out of his grip. He glowered at me. The northern woods are out of bounds. I thought I already made that clear. I wasn't about to tell him I had heard someone say my name. And not just someone, the one person I knew he would murder on sight if he saw him again. Wait, something suddenly didn't make sense. Why? I blurted out. What? He asked in confusion. Why are the woods suddenly out of bounds? And why are you here in the middle of the night, Alpha? What's going on? Did you join a midnight nature club I don't know about? The almighty Alpha of this here pack actually froze. I'm the Alpha, Crystal, I don't have to explain anything to you. Is something happening? I continued. Tristan looked away as usual, he looked irritated. Go home. I grabbed his arm. Tristan. He looked down at my hand on his arm and I could feel him tense up. I felt the sparks too. I quickly pulled my hand away and looked down. It gets worse the more you fight it. I heard him speak in a low voice. I looked up at him and opened my mouth, but he beat me to saying anything. I'm not suggesting anything. There was no emotion on his face or on his voice. I'm just saying if you insist on fighting this, you might want to abstain from touching me. My cheeks heat up and I knew he could tell. He suddenly got a faraway look on his face and his eyes flashed green. I need to go. I'm serious, Crystal, straight home. With that, he turned around and ran off. Thank you for being of totally no help, Alpha. I sighed and gave one last look at the woods. It was nothing. I was thinking too much. And all I needed right now was sweet, sweet sleep. 12. Do you need a breather, princess? I heard him speak with a chuckle. I stopped walking and crouched down to place my hands on my knees and catch my breath. Oh, shut up. I huffed. I was sweaty, my bones were aching, and I'm pretty sure the humidity was making my hair frizz up. I would have a full-on fro by the time I got back home. I told Kat straightening my hair for my date with Roman wasn't necessary. I never straightened my hair willingly. And I especially wouldn't have let Kat torture me with her flat iron if I knew Roman's idea of a date was hiking up the highest mountain in Woodfell. You're not human, are you? I asked him. It didn't make sense, we were both halflings and yet, he was built like a fully fledged werewolf. Roman smiled and repositioned the backpack he carried before walking up to me. He crouched down and gestured for me to get onto his back. Come on, lazy bones. I'd like to say I acted all strong and told him I would be strong and endure. But nah, I shamelessly jumped on his back and gave his thigh a small kick. Giddy up, horsey. I'll try not to be too offended by that statement. He muttered before he broke off into a light jog. This apprenticeship training is really paying off, huh? I told him, gawking at how much stronger he had truly gotten since he had got accepted into the AAP. We're being taught that our human bodies are only as strong as our wolf bodies. He told me as he continued up the hill. Which is why I didn't want us to come up here in our wolf forms, even if it would have been much easier. I grumbled. It would also increase the chances of me seeing you naked. And I promised Victor and Sarah that I would treat your body like a temple. I won't dishonor you in any way. My cheeks heat up and I didn't know if he could tell how embarrassed I was or not. Well, thank you for caring about my purity. I mumbled. Too bad you didn't care enough to not bring me up here. I'm going to be so sore tomorrow. I whined as I leaned my head on his shoulder. You'll be fine, princess. And really all I'm trying to do is make you fitter. You sound like Cat. I groaned. Why can't y'all just let me be lazy and fat? 'Cause we both love you too much. Yeah. Likely story, buddy. He chuckled again. He kept jogging in silence for a few more minutes before he finally came to a stop. He set me down and turned to beam at me. Now tell me, princess, tell me this wasn't worth the hike. He moved from in front of me and gestured ahead. The mountain dove down into a slope that extended to pretty much nothingness. Not bad nothingness though. Just Silvercrest territory that hadn't been touched yet. No buildings, no nothing, just thick nature in its rawest form. We were so high up, we could see up to the end of the Silvercrest territory, which was marked by a narrow canyon. Okay, you were right. This is beautiful. I sighed as I took in the breathtaking view. An eagle flew right past us and settled on a rock not too far away. It's really beautiful. Roman came up behind me. Yeah, we came here just last week for our AAP hike. I turned to look at him and rose a brow. I thought you weren't allowed to talk about to AAP business. He wrapped his arms around me and looked down into my eyes. I'm not. But this was something I couldn't not share with you. He spun me around in the other direction. This is the greatest vantage point for the pack. You can see over our whole territory from here. If someone was to try and attack, the Alpha would know immediately if he had someone up here. Yet there's no one up here. I told him. Yep. What a flaw. Roman muttered. I tried to tell the Alpha about it, but he brushed me off as usual. I don't think he likes me too much. He laughed as if it was the funniest thing in the world. I tensed up. Why do you think that? Roman shrugged. He treats me pretty much the way everyone treats me around here except with him. I don't know, babe, I just know the guy hates my guts. Of course he hates your guts. You're with his mate. That's what I wanted to say, but of course I didn't. I spun around to face him again and picked his nose. Paranoid much? He bit at my hand playfully so that I would take it away. You don't see the way he looks at me. I had a good idea of what that look might look like. Whatever, we didn't come here to talk about Alpha Tristan. I came to show you this. I looked around. I never failed to be stunned by how large the Silvercrest territory was. Why though? I suddenly asked. Roman looked stunned. What? I probably sounded like the most ungrateful girlfriend ever. Why show me this land that will never truly belong to us? We're the outcasts, remember? Our plan is to leave Woodfell. Roman's gray orbs got this faraway look. We can have anything we want, Crystal. I can give us anything we want. Even Silvercrest. He whispered the last part. I looked up at him and he was lost taking in the territory, as if he was actually planning on taking over it. I laughed and pulled away from our hug, hitting him playfully. Okay, but before you start your plans on world domination, can we eat first? I'm starved. You better have packed the good turkey sandwiches. I walked over to the backpack he had abandoned on the ground. I was too busy spreading out the picnic blanket to notice that he was staring at me. Crystal. He spoke my name. I saw the intent look he had on his face. Yes, Ro. I mean it. I can give you everything you've ever wanted. I smiled. That's nice, baby. But right now all I want is to eat. Get over here. Looking back at that day, the biggest mistake I made was not taking Roman seriously. 13 Tristan. I was beyond frustrated as I emerged through the thick foliage of the woods once more and appeared in the backyard of the manor. Bridget was standing in front of the back door holding a pile of folded clothes. When she spotted me, her eyes dimmed. She was mad. I told you it's no use. If he was here, he's long gone. She spoke. I growled and remembered I was in my wolf form. I was always more comfortable in my wolf form. Everything was sharper, everything was clearer. Basically, most of my problems could be solved when I was in my wolf form. You have to meet with the defense wing in an hour, Tristan. You might want to turn back now. Bridget spoke. I detected the annoyance in her voice. I could tell I had been frustrating her all evening by constantly brushing off her suggestions. Another of my favorite parts of being in my wolf form is that I couldn't talk to people in their human forms. The water in the pool rippled with the winds. You're ignoring me now. Well, I'm that you're mad because nothing went right. I hate to tell you this, but maybe if you had just listened to me and not acted impulsively. Bridget, turn around. I need to shift back. Bridget gave me a cold look but turned her back to me anyway. No, I couldn't speak to people when they were in their wolf forms, but all wolves of the same pack had the ability of communicating via telepathy on the condition that the other party was willing to let the other inside their head. It was more common in the olden days, but in our time and age where secrets were prevailing more than ever, hardly anyone used it. Bridget is my beta, so of course she had no choice. Almost everyone in the pack had no choice if I requested them to open their mind to me. As the alpha, I had the right to my pack members' information, but I would never invade someone's privacy for my own selfish gain. I felt the warmth that accompanied the shift, and soon instead of 4 limbs, I was on 2, and the absence of fur made me more aware of the chilly weather. Clothes. I communicated telepathically, not ready to exchange actual words with her just yet. She tossed them over her shoulder. First the shirt and then the boxers, followed by the pants. Can we now talk about your reckless behavior earlier? She begun. I rolled my eyes just as Bridget spun around just as I was finishing up by throwing my shirt over my head. She narrowed her eyes at me. Oh, real mature. I sighed as I walked past her and into the house through the back door. Maybe next time wait a bit longer before you catch me half naked. Nothing I haven't seen before. She spoke with a slight smirk. In all honesty, Bridget didn't have to open her mind up to me. We already knew each other inside out. We had been friends since we were born. Our mothers were best friends. We even used to take baths together. Choosing her to be my beta came almost instinctively. I'm serious, T. You need to answer my questions. Captain Park is going to ask the exact same ones. We'll tell them what happened. There was a security breach and I took action. I told her as I navigated the hallways and made my way to the kitchen. That might work on them, but let's talk about what really happened. You were on your way to do your weekly spy session on Crystal and you thought you saw Roman. I scanned the refrigerator for the leftovers from the meal the boys must have had for dinner, and I ended up taking out a plate with a turkey leg and potatoes soaked in gravy on it. I don't spy on her. I muttered gruffly as I took a fork out of a drawer. I keep an eye on her. Bridget crossed her arms and stood across from me by the island. Potato, potato. I chose to ignore her. It wasn't her business after all. And I know it was the traitor. He didn't have a scent. Halflings don't have strong scents like werewolves and humans. It's frustrating. Especially since Crystal rejected the mating bond. I really have no way of tracking her in emergency situations. Okay, let me rephrase. We can't tell them you thought you saw your failed mate's lover. I stabbed the fork into the turkey leg. I know what I saw. Roman is back. Bridget rolled her eyes. He would be an idiot to come back. The punk is smarter than you think. How do you explain the strange behavior in the northern woods? Horny teenagers. Bridget responded. We were in high school not too long ago. You know what happens in those woods, Tristan. I'm not being paranoid, Bridge. I know Roman is back. He didn't get what he wanted and now he's back to finish off what he started. Bridget was silent for a while as I chewed. I looked up at her. A quiet Bridget was never a good sign. What? I demanded. Her lips formed a straight line. He's back to finish what he started, huh? And what is that, alpha? The way she said alpha was mocking. The rest of the pack info or Crystal. Don't start. I told her. Sometimes I wish I never had Bridget open her mind to me after I named her my beta. It's then that I dove into her mind and discovered her greatest secrets, including her crush on me. To say I felt the same way even before I met Crystal would be a lie. But I couldn't deny that at a point, I had come to decide that marrying Bridget would be the most convenient thing to do. She was one of my closest friends. Someone I could trust with my life. My parents had adored her. She was great in combat. I believe she could even take me on. She was knowledgeable about all aspects of our pack. She was the perfect choice at some point. At least that's what I thought before I met Crystal. No, let me give it to you straight. That's why I'm your beta, right? Because I'm honest with you no matter what. I knew she would keep talking no matter what I said, so I just sat down and focused on my meal. You're acting like a paranoid boy, Tristan. Having someone who was working right under your nose bruised your ego. And now you're working overtime to get back your glory. But such recklessness and childishness is not expected from an alpha. I didn't like Roman from the beginning, I admit that. But my hunch was right in the end. He was trouble. I responded calmly. If there's one thing I had learnt from growing up with Bridget, it's that if you raised your voice, she raised hers, and she was never one to lose a shouting match. She placed her hands on the island's surface and leaned forward. Oh, don't act all high and mighty. The issue here wasn't that you got a bad vibe from the kid because he turned out to be a spy. You hated his guts because he did the one thing you failed to. Get into you precious crystal's pants. I swept the plate off the island and shot up. I clenched my fists tightly. I could feel my temper rising. Boundaries. I let out through gritted teeth. There are some things I don't let even Bridget say to me. She took a step back. That haughty, self-righteous look was still on her face, but I could tell she knew that she had crossed a line. All I'm saying is that it's inevitable. You don't want to hear this, but it's my job to tell you this. I said it in the beginning, Captain Park said it as well, and the whole freaking town is probably still thinking it. Your precious Crystal might still be in contact with Roman. She might be a spy as well. I growled at Bridget. Watch your mouth. She was scared now. I could tell. No. She continued. Crystal was his girlfriend for 4 years. You can't tell me in all that time she didn't uncover his secret. You might not want to consider this, so let your right-hand woman do it for you. She was interrogated and investigated over and over again in the most thorough ways. I spoke up. Putting her through all that was the worst thing I ever did. I knew she was innocent, but everyone else was still suspicious. If she had just accepted the mate bond and let me tell everyone about us, she would never have had to go through all that. I would have protected her like I've always wanted to. As you said, Roman was smarter than he seemed, and whoever he was spying for must have known what they were doing as well. Keeping Crystal innocent in all this would be the smartest strategy. She's not a spy. I told Bridget. Every hypothesis requires an experiment, T. You believe she isn't, so prove it. Have someone tail her like I wanted to do initially. We're not spying on her. I told Bridget point blank. She let out a humorless laugh. Like you haven't been doing so all this time. I didn't spy on Crystal. That would be invading her privacy. Honestly, I just checked on her from time to time. Okay, Romeo, don't think of it as spying. Putting a tail on her will also ensure her safety. If Roman is really back as you suspect, he'll want to see her. We're killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I thought about it. Bridget was right. If the traitor was back, I know he wouldn't be able to resist seeking out Crystal. It was the one sure way of catching him. Fine. I finally relented. Choose someone we trust. Bridget knew what I meant. The list was pretty short. The only people who knew about me imprinting on Crystal were Bridget and my 2 apprentices. Speaking of, I needed to talk to them about how she was holding up with the apprenticeship program. How she had gotten on that list was still a mystery to me, and I really hadn't had the time to look into it with everything going on in the pack and with the Werewolf Union. Why couldn't the packs just make my job easier and freaking get along? Okay, I'll get right on it, Alpha. Bridget smiled. She was way too happy about this. I didn't like this at all, but I knew she wouldn't find anything. Hey bro. My mind had been so preoccupied, I didn't even hear Joshua's footsteps as he walked into the room. Josh, you're still up? I asked. My little brother walked into the room. His eyes found the plate on the floor, which was shattered now, but he didn't say a thing. Yeah, I was studying. May gave us a boatload of work today. He explained. And I thought you'd be home earlier. You were supposed to hang with Mikey and I, remember? I cursed internally. Right. I never thought I would have to schedule time to hang out with my own brothers, but that's what life had come to now. Sorry, Jay, I guess it slipped my mind. Something came up. I saw the disappointment on his face. It's cool. He shrugged. Mikey was already fast asleep when I got back from school anyway. He only woke up because Violetta made him eat supper. I smirked. As if Mikey could ever say no to food. Let's just hope his mate won't have such a huge appetite, or else we'll never have food. Joshua spoke. I chuckled, but soon there was silence. An awkward silence. I knew what this felt like. It was what started happening between my own parents and I when the war just begun. It was just like this. We went from hanging out all the time to them having to schedule in time for me. It was even worse for the twins because they never saw them at all. I even joined the Pax Army just to be closer to my father and my mother. With my father being the army commander and my mother being the alpha. The twins lost their parents at too young of an age. And I feel like they didn't get to spend enough time with them. When I became alpha, I promised that wouldn't become me, but I didn't know what I was signing up for. Being the alpha wasn't an easy task. It required all your time and attention, especially if you didn't have a spouse by your side to share the responsibility. I was only 17 when my parents died and I had to become alpha. Just a year younger than the twins are now. I never wanted what started happening between my parents and I to happen between my brothers and I, but it seemed to already be beginning. Joshua had joined the AAP, I suspect, to be closer to me. Michael was a bit more relaxed. He has always been a goofball who doesn't get too affected by things. But I know the distance between us is affecting him as well. He was quieter around me. As quiet as Michael could be anyway. How's the apprenticeship program going? I asked, breaking the silence as I leaned on the island. When I first saw Joshua's name on the list of approved candidates, I was pretty skeptical at first. I had to grow up at a young age and I didn't want that for him and Mikey. But I figured they would have to learn the ropes of the alpha title eventually. After all, they would have to take over in any case if anything ever happened to me. I would have preferred they both join the program honestly, but I wasn't going to make Mikey do anything he didn't want to. Besides, Mikey was still doing pretty well in all his advanced classes. By the end of the term, he would be ready to start getting involved in official pack business. Okay, I guess. Joshua shrugged. I mean, it was just the first day, so I guess I can't say much, but it's cool. The only problem I'm really facing is my assigned partner. That halfling girl from school, Crystal. Hey, J-Man. Bridget spoke, breaking the silence. She walked towards Joshua and threw an arm over his shoulder and started leading him out of the room. Why don't you show me what May has you reading? I swear there are always loopholes with May's teaching techniques. I can show you some. I rolled my eyes. You're not supposed to do that. I called after her. Ignore your uptight brother. I heard her tell him before they disappeared further into the hall. I sighed. I took a cup and filled it up with water from the tap. As I drank, I looked out at the quarter moon in the starless sky. Bridget might have called me out on being paranoid, but I know I saw Roman. He was back. I was sure of it. Why did I have a feeling that something bad was about to happen? Crystal feels trapped in a situation from which she can't escape. As the new Luna, she must confront not only Tristan's intense emotions, but also the suspicions within the pack and potential threats. She has to grow quickly, mastering the wisdom and strength needed to be the leader's partner. Thank you for your subscription and likes. What would you do if it were you? You can leave your thoughts in the comment section 14. That evening, pretty much everyone was in a bad mood. Kat was still mad at me for having rotten luck. I was mad at Kat because she was mad at me, and not to mention I just found out she might have been with my boyfriend. Hazel had gotten her tail today as she was brushing her teeth. She didn't notice, so as she was leaving the bathroom she accidentally slammed it in the door. So she was sulking. Aunt Sarah had found out that Kat exiled me from our room, so she yelled at Kat and then yelled at me for not telling her. And now the three of us were mad at everyone. So I'm back in my room now, but I can't say I'm all that excited about it. Kat could still smother me in her sleep. And then there was Uncle Victor, who looked all kinds of nervous because there were too many angry women in his house. Really, Parker was the only one who was even relatively in a good mood. He filled up the dinner table with chatter about his cutthroat life on the playground. It's not until Uncle Victor said a prayer that we were all allowed to go to bed. I ignored Kat and she ignored me. We slept on our respective beds facing away from each other. I thought about the day and I was honestly just so exhausted by it all. On the bright side, it couldn't possibly get any worse, right? The next morning, I woke up way too early for any normal human being again. Today, I had the option of changing right into my training attire before heading off. Kat happened to wake up, and when she saw me, she just scowled and walked right past me to our bathroom. Aunt Sarah was up and had made me breakfast even though I insisted she didn't have to. I walked to school alone. Through the dark woods because of course the sun hadn't come up yet. I had to say, I really did enjoy the few moments of peace without expectations or pressure, or anyone being mad at me. It almost made me wish Roman was here to take this short walk with me. He enjoyed these hours when it was too early for the sun to be up. He usually chose this time to go for jogs or to go hiking. He always invited me to join him, but this girl loves her sleep way too much. Oh, how I miss my bed. Thought suddenly came to me. Was that why Roman would always go for hikes and runs? To survey the territory. Whenever someone said his name now, it was always accompanied by spy and traitor. I always wanted to jump into those conversations and yell at anyone who would ever dare call my sweet, kind and loving Roman any of those things. But what did I know? He lied to me too. I got to school and found everyone in the gym already. Today I was 10 minutes early. Ha! Take that, instructor Peter. I scanned the room. Andre and Allison were by the bleachers. Andre was demonstrating some kind of punching gesture. Bea and Courtney were not too far, chatting. Well, I guess everyone was here except Mr. Grumpy Pants. I honestly contemplated staying in the same position until the instructors showed up just to avoid having to sit by myself. But I knew everyone had already noticed me, and turning around would make Bea and Courtney think they had intimidated me. Well, they had. I saw the way the girls trained and they definitely did not come to play. I was about to walk into the gym when I heard a voice coming in from the hallway. Will you drop it? I'm sure it's nothing. It was Joshua. He sounded irritated. Nothing. That must have been Michael. He sounded hysterical. Josh, he called an emergency defense meeting yesterday. That's not nothing. There must have been a security breach or something must be wrong. And you think she knows something about it? Josh grumbled. Was I being paranoid? Or was the way he said she vaguely familiar? It sounded like he was talking about someone he definitely wasn't too fond of. Crystal Swan. Well, after what you saw last night, I could hear their footsteps getting closer. They were going to find me here and probably think I was spying. I should probably move before oops, too late. The twins showed up. The minute they spotted me, Josh turned to look at Michael, who just looked panicked. If I thought fast, I would have pretended not to have heard anything and just walked through that door. But my slow butt just kept staring. Hi, Crystal. Michael greeted. He scratched the back of his head. Funny bumping into you here. Josh and I were just talking about you. Joshua looked at his brother with narrowed eyes. I mean, not right now. In case you overheard anything. Joshua shot him another look. So they were talking about me. Emergency defense meeting. Security breach. It didn't take long for me to connect things. Last night with Tristan in the woods. Was something wrong? I fought the urge to gulp as another thought came to me. The voice I heard yesterday. The one I thought had belonged to Roman. I didn't hear anything. I spoke immediately. Michael looked relieved, but Joshua just rose his brows at me. He obviously didn't believe me. So another comparison between the twins. There was the gullible twin and the ever-suspicious twin. I'm going to go now. Michael spoke, smiling at me. I just wanted to walk my brother to his training session. You know how nerve-wracking these things can be for him. Poor kid can't even sleep anymore. Joshua shot him daggers. Bye, Mikey. He spoke sternly. Michael chuckled uneasily. Right. I gotta go, but I'll see you around, Crystal. He asked hopefully. I looked at Joshua just in time to see him roll his eyes. I turned to look at Michael, who was still staring expectantly. Sure. We did go to the same school after all. Michael beamed like I had just promised him what he had always wanted for Christmas. Cool. See you later then. He spoke before turning to leave. He turned way too quickly and slammed his shoulder into a wall. I flinched on his behalf. His face turned pink. Stupid wall. He muttered before walking away. Okay. Every interaction I had with him was weirder than the last. I turned to look at Josh. His cheeks were also tinted pink. Was he? He rubbed his shoulder and quickly turned around to walk into the gym. That's strange. It's almost as if he was mirroring Michael. I walked into the gym after Joshua. I had questions about what had happened out in the hallway, but I already knew I couldn't ask him. I had better luck with Michael. Would that actually be a bad thing? Michael seemed to not have a problem with me like his brother. Or at least that's what I thought his weird behavior meant. Could I ask him for answers? Maybe I was crazy. Maybe that wasn't Roman's voice in the woods. But then why did I feel so hopeful? If the twins knew something, I mean, they are the Alpha's little brothers. But Roman wouldn't come back. He would be stupid to do that. If he got caught, they would kill him for sure. Was it wrong that I wanted to see him again though? to hold him, to speak to him. There were so many questions I needed to ask. The most important one being why. I had hardly stepped into the gym when I heard a commanding voice from behind me. Apprentices. Line up. Instructor Peter. He walked in. Without May. This was going to be an interesting session. Everyone rose up and rushed to the center of the gym. I was still standing behind. Instructor Peter shot me a hard look. Oh. I quickly rushed to join the line, standing at the other end beside Allison. I hope you all slept well. I looked at the other apprentices. I don't know about them, but I had stayed up late studying the content May gave us. If I was going to suck at the physical component, I should at least thrive in the theory. Instructor May will not be joining us for the morning training today. She has other obligations, but I trust that you will see her this afternoon for your lessons. Okay, let's get started. Yesterday's session showed me two things. One, most of you are physically fit. He might as well have just said my name right there. Two, some of you aren't very good partners. Again, he should have just said my name. B and Courtney were best friends. Andre and Allison seemed to be getting along well, even though they seemed like polar opposites. Andre was pretty loud and talkative while Allison was more quiet and reserved. They seemed like a good match though. I even saw them talking during school hours yesterday. They seemed to be getting along. Then there was my partner and I. I looked over to where he stood in line. He didn't even spare me a glance. Because of that and some recent developments, me and some of the people in the defense ministry have come up with these. Peter dropped his training bag in front of us. He crouched down and took out two thin black bracelets. These are only prototypes, but they're the 𝐶𝐬𝐴 pack idea of ankle monitors. They're still in development, so congratulations. You guys will be the first to try them out. What do they do? B asked. Good question, Miss Gonzalez. Instructor Peter spoke. Step forward with your partner. You two have the honor of demonstrating. B and Courtney shared a look before they both stepped forward. It isn't going to shock us, is it? Courtney asked warily as Instructor Peter latched the thing onto her wrist. Yes. Yes, it will. He spoke with no smile on his face whatsoever. What? Courtney yelped. Okay. Instructor Peter exclaimed. He stepped back after putting the bracelet on B as well. Now watch carefully. He spoke. Walk to the opposite ends of the gym, you two. Courtney eyed B warily, but B just shrugged and started walking. Courtney shortly followed suit and started heading in the other direction away from her. When Courtney almost reached the basketball court, I was wondering what the bracelets were for until I heard Courtney scream. B quickly turned to her. Courtney was rubbing her wrist. Shocked me. Courtney screamed. I said it would, didn't I? Instructor Peter spoke nonchalantly before gesturing for the two girls to come back. They're called A1 bracelets. They're primarily designed for guards who have the job of transporting prisoners. He explained. The one Miss Gonzalez has on is the primary, so in this case Miss Duncan has on the secondary. She is assumed to be the prisoner. Okay, boss man, how does this have anything to do with us? Is our next lesson bringing in prisoners? Andre looked way too excited in my opinion. Peter gave him a blank look. No. He reached into his bag and took out two more pairs of bracelets. Your job is to learn to get along with your partner by spending at least 14 hours in a day with them. What? Joshua spoke. Instructor Peter rose a brow at him. Problem. Joshua pressed his lips together. No, instructor. Well, I wasn't too excited about it either. 14 hours. Within 10 feet of Joshua Melrose at all times. What if we need to go to the bathroom? B asked. It's then that I noticed she was glaring at me. I'd be spending all that time with her boyfriend after all, which meant I'd have to spend time with her. Oh no. That's for you and your partner to figure out. He spoke before handing the bracelet sets to Allison and I. I turned to Joshua. I looked down at the two bands. They had red dots on them. You could easily make out which was the primary. It was a bit thicker and had a red strip. I looked at the bracelets again and then at Joshua, who had finally bothered to approach me. To be the shocked or the shocker? I was tempted to give him the secondary bracelet, but my stupid moral compass pushed me to give him the primary. If he was surprised, he didn't show it. He just took the bracelet as if it was obvious that he would be the one to get it in the first place. Don't think I'm doing this as a punishment. Learning who your partner is in and out is a requirement that could cost you your life. This is the person you could be trusting to have your back in war. I thought we only had our partners for the week. How are we supposed to get to know them within that short period of time? Ellison asked. Instructor Peter tucked his hands behind his back. New directives from the Alpha himself. Following previous occurrences, he has decided that partners will be maintained for at least a month. What? What? Bea shrieked before turning to glare at me again. But I mean instructor. Instructor Peter didn't even give her a chance to finish. 1 Corinthians 13 verse 11, candidate. He barked. Bea looked down at the ground in shame. When I was a child, I spake as a child, I understood as a child, I thought as a child, but when I became a man, I put away childish things. Instructor Peter nodded. Exactly. You all might be young, but you need to understand that what you've signed up for is service to your pack and your alpha. Being an apprentice could also mean going to war alongside your alpha. It could mean dying alongside your alpha. It could even mean having to take over leading the pack in the absence of your alpha. You are to be his crutches. If he says jump, you jump. If he tells you to freaking put on a show at the nursery school, you drop what you're doing and go entertain those brats. You work for him now. And working for him means following instructions. Am I clear? He barked. Yes, sir. We all responded simultaneously. Peter nodded. I hadn't even belonged to a pack until I came here, and now I was laying down my life for a job I didn't even want. Loyalty is something crucial for the apprenticeship. Roman broke that. I had been dreading taking on the duties of the apprenticeship from the beginning. It's only now that I realized that the duties of the apprenticeship were really duties towards the alpha. The duties towards Tristan, my rejected mate. How was I supposed to pledge allegiance to someone I had hurt like that? How was I supposed to work under Tristan with this secret between us? Learn to work together, all of you. Peter spoke. You'll always have God, but you'll soon come to learn that you need each other more than you know. He looked at all of us as if he was desperate to convey a message. I wanted desperately to tell him the reality of it all. Not everyone got along around here. Some of us, meaning me, weren't even supposed to be here. Okay, everyone get ready to run. Except this time you're doing it with your partners. I looked at Joshua and his facial expression said one thing: no way. Oh boy, as if things couldn't get any worse. 15. My plan during this entire partnership had been to keep Joshua Melrose moderately happy throughout this whole thing. Well, happy is a strong word. Let's just say I had been planning on keeping the things I was doing to irritate him to a bare minimum. And so far I was failing miserably. In my defense, I had no way of knowing that the flipping alpha would change the rules about partnership like this. I thought for sure everyone would get to tolerate me for a minimum of a week, and that would be it, but poor Joshua would have to put up with my unathletic but for a whole month. Did Tristan do this on purpose? Partnering me with his brother? That didn't make sense as far as I knew. Tristan said he respected my wishes about no one knowing about us. Only Bridget knew, and that came by default. I mean, of course she would find out, being his beta and all. Bridget might have hated me, but I know how loyal she is to Tristan. She wouldn't tell anyone. I was jogging behind Joshua, just staring at him. He had kept a steady pace for me, which I was actually managing to keep up with. Don't get me wrong, I was tired and still sore, but you know, perseverance. The running route was different today. We were going through the park and around the sugar plantation before following the eastern woods back to the central part of town and then back to school. Everyone had left us eating dust already, and I could only imagine how irritated Joshua must have been. Well, I'm sorry that I'm a lazy bum. Do you need a minute? I suddenly heard Joshua ask. He didn't even stop or turn around, and there was no concern in his voice whatsoever. I wanted to tell him no, I'd be a strong bad mama jama and push on. But my body, my legs especially, simply said, who are you kidding? And that's how I ended up throwing myself to the ground. Joshua stopped when he heard the sound. He turned around and rolled his eyes before moving to lean against a tree. Thank God for the ground. What else is always there to catch us when we fall? I didn't know how long this gracious break that he had given me would last, so I savored it. I think about 3 minutes passed in sweet silence before Joshua finally spoke again. You know, you seem so innocent and quiet. I bet that's what fools a lot of people. Oh no. What can of worms was about to be opened right here? I sat up and looked at Joshua. Surprise, surprise, he was already glaring right back at me. I haven't even done anything. I spoke in a tired voice. Look, I'm sorry I got chosen for this program when I am most definitely very inexperienced. But I can assure you there was no foul play. Especially not on my part. Yeah, I'm sure it had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that you imprinted on my brother. I froze. He knew. Tristan told him. No, Tristan promised. Maybe he was bluffing. But that wasn't something you just thought of off the top of your head. I placed my hand on my chest, feigning disbelief. Act surprised, Crystal. I don't know what you're talking about. I responded, trying to sound outraged. Obviously my acting skills could use a lot of work. Joshua cocked his head to the side and gave me this look that said, really? I let out a sigh. How did you know? I'm not stupid. Some halfling girl moves to Woodfell and suddenly my brother is making weird, private rendezvous. And acting like his head isn't screwed on right. I know my brother, he's the most focused man I know, and suddenly a girl shows up and he's getting distracted and disappearing all the time. Didn't take too long to figure it out. I pushed myself off the ground and dusted my hands. Okay, Joshua Melrose might not like me, but this was my secret he was moving around with. So you've known this whole time. How many people have you told? Joshua scoffed. I'm loyal to my brother. I would never go around spreading his secrets. I rose a brow at him. Not even Michael. You think if I told Michael, he'd have this ridiculous crush on you? Wait, what? That's what his weird behavior around me was about. He had a crush. On me. Michael Melrose had a crush on me. Michael Melrose, who was Silvercrest royalty, had a crush on a halfling. Must be a Melrose boy thing. Stop playing dumb already. Don't you get it? I see right through you. You're a spy. A spy. I repeated the words in shock. I was taken back to the weeks after Roman had been arrested, the trials, the battles to prove myself innocent, and even when I had been declared innocent, the mistrust that still existed among the other pack members towards me. I was angry and hurt then, but now I was just angry. I am not spy. I yelled as I marched up to Joshua. Yes, you are. Joshua argued. All evidence proves how guilty you are. The courts might have failed to prove it, but I know they saw it. Oh, enlighten me on this evidence, please. I spoke sarcastically. Your little boyfriend, Roman, was brought here as an orphan with nowhere to go, or so the story goes. And weren't you brought here for the same reason? Because apparently your family didn't want you. Tears started forming in my eyes and I tried to blink them away. You don't know anything about me. I know enough. He continued, there was bitterness in his voice. The fact that you imprinted on my brother must have made things so much easier, huh? Whoever sent you here must have known what a huge weapon you would be. So when Roman got compromised, do you hear yourself right now? I yelled. I didn't know about Roman's double life, and I am so sick and tired of everyone in this pack making it seem like I did. Tears were now running down my face. I was so ashamed because I really thought I was done crying over Roman and all the problems he had brought me. I guess not. Then how do you explain yesterday? I saw you with Tristan. He called a freaking security breach because your boyfriend is back. I froze. Roman is back. So that was him I heard yesterday. I really came this close to seeing him again and I missed my chance. Will you stop acting surprised? Joshua yelled in frustration. I had had it up to here with this boy and his accusations. I furiously wiped my tears away. If you want answers, ask your brother, because I can assure you I can't tell you what you want to hear. This time Joshua hesitated. I could see the nervousness on his face. Wait a minute. He doesn't know that, does he? Joshua didn't say anything. I knew I had the upper hand here now. I was about to say something when suddenly something blurred past me and right onto Joshua, knocking him down. I screamed. It was a wolf. A large gray-black wolf. It was attacking Joshua. I watched in horror as it snarled at him. Because the attack was so sudden, Joshua barely had time to react. It took its paw to him and put a deep gash in his side. I winced. I hadn't realized that I was frozen to my spot until I saw the blood. That's when I leaned into action. Without hesitation, I threw off my shirt. Wait, I didn't have time to take off my clothes. I leapt into action and felt the change immediately. My clothes ripped off and it was immediately replaced with fur. I snarled at the wolf. It stopped what it was doing briefly before turning to look at me. If wolves had facial expression, I bet this one would be humored. I knew my wolf form was way smaller than the average size. I couldn't even say it was characteristic of halflings because even though Chris and I had fairly small wolves, Romans had been relatively large. My coat also stood out because technically, I wasn't really a Silvercrest. Silvercrest wolves had their fur in different shades of brown. Mine was gray with shades of white, which was characteristic of my original pack. Uncle Victor's coat was a deeper gray-black. I lunged at the wolf, using all my energy to knock it away from Joshua. It only moved an inch. Okay, that was embarrassing. New plan. I stood on the other side of Joshua's body and growled at it again, giving it my ultimatum: if it didn't leave Joshua, I would. I don't know what I would do, but Joshua's breathing was becoming more and more ragged, and I was getting worried by the amount of blood he was losing. I heard him groan out in pain and I turned my head to him for a second. At least his eyes were still open. 𝐏𝐤𝐳. I heard him struggle to let out, as if I would leave him behind. I wanted to yell, "Shut up and try not to die." But of course I couldn't communicate with him. Neither could I communicate with this foreign wolf. It had a scent, so I knew it must have been a full-fledged werewolf. It didn't seem to be backing down. Okay, I guess it's showtime. Goodness. I was really going to die for Joshua Melrose. I pounced on it using all my weight. I sent both of us rolling at least a few feet from where Joshua lay. When I got up, I expected a blow or something. But the wolf wasn't focused on me, it was heading back to Joshua. I ran after it and pounced again, but it seemed to sense my attack because before I even landed on it, it knocked me back with its hind legs. I landed hard on the ground. Ow, ow. That was definitely a rib. I let out a whimper. Not my proudest moment. The wolf suddenly turned to me. Was it going to come to me? No. Did it? Did it look concerned? Just as the thought came, the rogue wolf turned back to Joshua and started advancing towards him again. Joshua struggled to push himself up, groaning in pain all the while and clutching his bleeding side. He definitely couldn't shift in this state. But he looked determined to fight. Idiot. Stay down. Wait a minute. My theory was right. I ran this time not to attack the wolf but to stand in front of Joshua. What are you doing? Joshua struggled to speak. I told you to go. He spoke through gritted teeth. Will you shut up? I'm trying to help you. I looked right at the rogue, it hard deep brown eyes that stared right back at me. I knew it understood my threat perfectly. If you want him, you'll have to go through me. It stared at me for a minute longer before it finally slowly backed away and ran off. I thought so. Joshua looked confused. Wait, what was? He didn't get to finish his sentence because at that moment he fell. I was there immediately, urging him to lean on me for support. Of course, being him, he tried to resist, but I immediately ran up and forced my head under his arm. I could smell his blood. He wasn't healing. I smelt something else as well. Aconitum wolfsbane. That wolf must have laced its paws with it. If I didn't get him help soon, he would bleed out and die. I let out a loud howl from deep within me. I knew if anyone would hear it for sure, he would. I didn't have to wait long before Instructor Peter and the other candidates arrived. I don't know how they knew it was my howl, but still I was grateful they were here. When Bee saw the sight, she rushed towards us, practically knocking me away to be by his side. Instructor Peter also rushed to examine Joshua's wound. What happened? He yelled. I obviously couldn't respond, but I heard Joshua let out. Our rogue wolf. You two get back to the school and alert them. Tell them there has been a breach and that a student has been poisoned. Instructor Peter yelled at Allison and Courtney, who immediately leapt into action. Help me get him to the school. Instructor Peter told Andre. Bee was holding on tightly to Joshua's hand and whispering something to him. There were tears in her eyes. I don't think anyone could get her to let go at this point. Instructor Peter turned to look at me as if just realizing I was there. He didn't say anything. I must have been quite the sight. Fur disheveled, covered in blood. He gave me a nod of respect. When I didn't think I deserved at all. Lead the way, we need the shortest route back. I nodded before starting ahead, sniffing for what I found familiar. I might have been a halfling, but my senses were still stronger than theirs while I was in my wolf form. We had barely gotten to the school grounds when I started seeing students gathered outside, whispering among themselves. I saw Allison and Courtney rushing towards us with paramedics pushing a gurney forward. Michael also emerged from the crowd, sprinting towards his brother and calling his name. Through all the commotion, all I was concerned with was making sure Joshua still had his eyes open. He wasn't talking anymore, but Bee was yelling at him to not dare die on her. We might not have gotten along, but if I had any doubts about her loving Joshua, they were taken away now. Just as we got to the gurney, A silence suddenly fell among the assembled group of students. I sensed his presence before I saw him. The alpha had arrived. Everyone started bowing as he passed by them in his wolf form. Bridget and an Asian lady I recognized as Captain Park, head of the security and defense wing, were walking behind him in their uniforms. Tristan's eyes were darting from me to his brother. He walked towards me. I thought he would walk right past me and straight to his brother. But that didn't happen. Instead, he began to circle me. Bridget and Captain Park stood aside. Bridget looking unimpressed and Captain Park sharing the same confusion I bet everyone else had. Everyone was dead silent, including me. I had frozen in my spot. I knew what was happening, but I didn't know how to react. How could I get him to stop? He walked right towards me after the 7th round. With us both in our wolf forms, it was impossible to deny the attraction. He finally stopped right in front of me and let out a loud, long howl. No, Tristan. I knew that everyone understood. They all looked around in shock and confusion, but they had heard right. I looked at Tristan with desperate eyes and one question: why? From behind me, I heard Michael whisper, "No freaking way." As if finally accepting that this wasn't a practical joke, Captain Park was the first to go to her knee and bow. Luna. Shortly after, people did the same, and soon a chorus of Luna, Luna, Luna repeated itself among the crowd. My heart felt like it had stopped beating. This couldn't be happening. I saw Kat and Chris in the crowd looking on with wide eyes. Tristan nodded at me before walking towards the gurney and the paramedics, who had also stopped to kneel. He growled at them. They immediately leapt into action. It's as if he was saying, "Now that we're done with that, let's go save my brother's life." Bridget is the one who walked towards me soon after. She nodded, even though there was no joy whatsoever on her face. "Come with me, Luna. You're probably confused. Let me break it down for you." I rejected Tristan when I met him and he accepted it. But the thing with the law is this. The alpha and the alpha alone has the authority to veto the rejection his mate has evoked on them. And after 4 years, Tristan just did that, in front of a whole crowd. My biggest secret is no longer a secret. 16 Crystal. I need you to understand that things are different now. No, baby, don't cry. It's just that you and I can't live together right now. I remember my barely 14-year-old self shedding tears. I remember being afraid, confused too. Abandoned. Your Uncle Victor will take really good care of you. She continued as she wiped my tears with her sweater sleeves. It was no use, the tears still rolled down my cheeks. Why didn't my own mother want me? Was I cursed? Was this thing I was turning into the problem? Baby, Mummy needs to go now, okay? She continued. No. I protested as I held on to her. Don't leave me, Mom. It's okay, baby girl. She cooed as she stroked my hair. Mummy loves you, okay? She loves you so much. She took the crescent necklace that hung around my neck, and then took out her own from under her sweater. We're always connected, my love, one way or another. We're Van Cliff wolves. I'll be back for you. Promise. Her eyes glowed blue and mine mirrored them. As a sign of affirmation. Some promise. I haven't seen her since. Or heard from her for that matter. I wonder what she would think about all this. Bridget took me to the school bathroom and gave me some clothes. Lost but found P.E. shorts and one of Tristan's black t-shirts. As if I wanted his scent on me right now. I couldn't stop thinking about what had just happened. Why was it that the universe chose the most introverted person to thrust into the spotlight? Someone should write a book and call it, The Unfortunate Life of Crystal Swan. We would start off with her being abandoned by her own mother to falling for a boy who turned out to be a spy, and then we would add a little bit of humor. Her getting called out in front of the whole school by being chosen for a coveted program she didn't even apply for. And of course we would top it off with the climax. She's the Luna of a pack that secretly hates her and doesn't accept her. So beautifully tragic, don't you think? I thought about how Kat and Chris had looked at me. Kat didn't even have an expression on her face. I understood she must not have known how to react. If I had chosen to tell anyone my secret, it would have been her. But I didn't. And now I probably just seem like a liar in her mind. Chris literally had his mouth hanging open in a what the heck way. I bet he couldn't have seen this coming either. And that's a boy who has read too many DC and Marvel comic books for his own good. Those things always have unexpected plot twists. After I was done getting dressed, Bridget ushered me out into the halls again. We were met with the gaping faces of my fellow students who were now staring at me like I had two heads. Technically, I did. I had no doubt that now that they knew the truth, whenever they would look at me, they would see Tristan as well. Or at least they wouldn't just see me but the Luna as well. Me. Luna. What a joke. When I see Tristan again, he is going to get it for sure. How dare he? What was he thinking? After all this time he chooses to veto my rejection now. And in front of the whole student body. What are you all doing out here? Get to your classrooms this instant. I heard Ms. Marin's sharp voice screech. This is probably the first time I could ever say I was glad to see her. Ms. Marin's voice and frantic behavior was enough to scare the spectators away. Headmaster Forbes walked behind her calmly as they headed towards us. Oh, Beta Bridget, I apologize profoundly for these unruly students. They really don't know how to follow protocol in these incidents. In my days, we were trained as soldiers in school. If there was a rogue in town, we would deal with him ourselves. I was only 8 when I dealt with my first rogue. Ms. Marin spoke with a sense of pride. She did a double take at me. Oh my. I forgot my manners. I apologize, Luna. I should have addressed you first. Was it just me or did I detect sarcasm in her voice? I cringed. I bet if I wasn't a halfling and I wasn't connected to Roman, Ms. Marin wouldn't have even known I existed. Ms. Marin was old-fashioned, so that meant that in her books I didn't deserve to be Luna. Headmaster Forbes nodded at me. Luna Crystal, how are you? Did you get hurt in the altercation? He asked. At least he wasn't acting like I was suddenly the queen. I shook my head. I'm fine. My voice croaked. They were the first words I had let out since everything had happened really. I didn't realize that I had quite actually been stunned into silence. Not to mention I had been in my wolf form for almost all of it. I need to secure the Luna. Bridget spoke. Headmaster Forbes, Vice Headmistress Marin. Put the school on lockdown as soon as we leave. Make sure all your students are accounted for. Soldiers will be dispatched here in a few minutes. The two nodded. It was weird seeing Bridget give these two people, who were in charge of me at school orders, especially since she was much younger, around Tristan's age. Do you have any idea who the rogue was? Ms. Marin asked. The nerve. Coming into Silvercrest Pack territory and trying to kill the Alpha's little brother. We'll tear him limb from limb when we find him. Ms. Marin pounded her wrinkled fist into her palm. If you thought her age made her weak, you were dead wrong. Dolores, let's focus on keeping the school safe. Your days in the war are over. Principal Forbes told her, sounding uneasy. I thought I saw Bridget crack a smile. I led soldiers into territories other full-grown werewolves were afraid to tread, and now I've been reduced to this. We're getting weak. She murmured. I thought I saw her eyes dart to me. As I said, Ms. Marin is pretty old-fashioned, and I had no doubt in my mind that even if she was acting cool, she'd probably be one of the first to protest the halfling Luna. Let's go, Dolores. Headmaster Forbes turned her around by the shoulders, leading her away. Be safe. He spoke, his eyes fixed on both Bridget and I. Where's my sister? Bridget asked, calling Principal Forbes back. Ms. Marin went off yelling at a student who had wandered into the halls. For a minute, I thought I heard the slightest bit of emotion in her usually straight business-like voice. Courtney and the rest of the candidates are helping us secure the younger kids. Principal Forbes spoke. I sometimes forgot that the candidates of the AAP got a higher status automatically even in schools. They basically weren't students anymore. When things like this happened, they were supposed to step up and help. Bridget nodded in approval, but I could see the worry in her eyes. I knew that look all too well. Principal Forbes took a step closer to her. Don't worry, your sister can take care of herself. She's almost as outstanding as you were when you went here. Bridget muttered a thank you, before quickly turning. She grabbed my arm and began to lead me outside. So she did have emotions after all. I'm sure she'd rather be with her sister right now, and making sure she was okay than be babysitting me. She led me to the staff car park where an SUV was parked and opened the door for me. I was surprised to see May in the front seat with a man I actually recognized in the passenger seat. Raphael. Was it? The soldier who had been in the woods with Tristan last night. They were both dressed in the full defense uniforms. So was Bridget actually. May nodded at me with a serious expression on her face. Luna. Raphael looked at me and did the same. I wanted to yell at them, but quite frankly I had no energy. I was still covered in Joshua's blood, and now that the adrenaline had worn off, I was slightly shaking from what had just happened. I just wanted to be in my mother's arms. Well, I guess in Aunt Sarah's arms. Bridget, Raphael, and May were all having a conversation in code, but it was kind of obvious what they were talking about. The security breach. The attack. The Alpha's little brother. Raising security. Security and defense meeting. Captain Park. I thought they would take me home, or at least I hoped that's where we were going. But when I saw the routes they were taking, I knew that wasn't the case. Where are we going? I asked Bridget. If possible, this situation seemed to make her detest me more. We need to secure you at the Alpha's manor. She responded before going back to engage in conversation with the other two. I sunk back in my seat knowing I wasn't getting anything else out of her except maybe a slap. I had a lot more questions though. Who was that rogue wolf? Had it been sent to assassinate Joshua, or was he just a random victim? And most importantly, why didn't it hurt me? The same name kept popping up in my head, Roman. Was that wolf part of the pack he was spying for? Had it been given instructions not to hurt me? Did he even care that much? The vehicle came to a stop outside two black and large double gates. Let the Alpha know that the Luna has landed. May spoke. Bridget nodded and her eyes flashed green for a minute or so. That's how they communicated, I guess. We had learnt the basics of opening your mind to other wolves in your pack and the fundamentals of shifting class. But it was a rare occurrence, especially in my generation. People didn't want their business broadcasted to the entire pack. But there were exceptions, like some married couples and people who were close enough and trusted each other. I guess the Alpha had to have constant communication with his beta, so it made sense that he had access to Bridget's mind and her to his. I don't know why it made me feel some type of way. She knew his thoughts better than anyone. All his deepest secrets and desires. Everything he thought about me. His greatest fears and loves, she knew his mind, and that scared me because it also meant she knew him in this intimate way that no one else could compare to. I had never been inside the Alpha's manor, but I could tell that it was majestic even just from the times I passed by it. It was pretty much in the south center of the town. The land was a bit isolated, but it was on a hill, so you could see it clearly from a distance even though all you were doing was going through town. I mean, it made sense that the Alpha got the largest and best land. And I was pretty much impressed with the whole layout. It was so beautiful and green with just enough trees for it to not be a full-on forest. As we drove in, I was in awe at the beautiful land. A well-kept expanse on uneven land dominated the front lawn. You wouldn't even be able to detect the house at first glance because it was hidden behind two tall, large trees. And considering we were on lower ground. But when we drove around the driveway and finally got to the top, the front of the house came into view. I looked up at the cream-colored mansion. Come on. Bridget spoke. I didn't realize she had already gotten out of the car. She was standing with the door open for me. Oh, I quickly scrambled out. The Raphael man and May were there as well, still talking in their flurry of code as they led us towards the house. I wasn't really paying attention. I was still thinking about all that had happened. The adrenaline that had filled me in the moment Joshua had gotten attacked had long since faded away. And now I was just tired, scared, and angry. Tired at the events. Scared of the attack and what it could mean. And so mad at Tristan. We need to question the Luna. Now those words caught my attention. It was the Raphael guy. We had stopped at the two large wooden doors that marked the entrance. May gave him a warning look. Not now, Raph. She spoke in a slightly hushed voice. The man ignored her completely and turned to me, taking a step closer in the process. I turned to look at Bridget, but she was also just staring at him as if wondering how far he would go with this. He gave me a stern look. Did you see the wolf that attacked you, Luna? He asked. Yes. I hesitated a bit as I responded. He was looking at me so judgmentally, like he had already made up his mind that I was guilty. The image of the wolf was pretty much stuck in my mind. It was black with some gray, but mostly black. And it had these dark brown eyes. I shuddered just thinking back to how it had clawed Joshua. So easily. Sometimes I forgot how fragile human flesh was. Did you pick up its scent? Bridget asked from behind me. It smelt a bit like any other Silvercrest wolf. I answered. I saw Bridget share a look with May and Raphael. What is it? I asked, turning to look at all three of them. Halfling. Raphael spoke. I froze. Wait, what? Halfling wasn't a dirty word, but the way him and some other people said it made it out to be. Was he allowed to talk to me like that? I mean, I wasn't up for this Luna title, but if I was he allowed to say such things? Don't look at me like that, you know I'm right. Raphael spoke more firmly. Bridget's voice was warning. I don't mean to hurt the Luna's feelings. Judging by his tone, he most definitely did. But we saw this in the war. You two might not have fought, but Tristan and I did. Helplings are good tools. They don't have a scent, but they can adapt scents. That's why she smells like a silvercrest, because she's always around us. Not to mention, his paws must have been laced with wolfsbane. Normal wolves burn at the touch, but halflings can withstand wolfsbane to a certain extent. So what are you trying to say? That we have traitors in our midst? Bridget asked. It would make sense. Where else would the rogue get our scent? But who? You weren't hurt, were you, Luna? Raphael continued. I smell Joshua's blood, but none of hers. I already sensed an accusation in his voice. It didn't come after me. I admitted. It was focused on Joshua. And why is that? How am I supposed to know? I muttered. Joshua's accusations in the woods came back to mind. Telling them about the argument we had definitely wouldn't help my case. It would just make me look more guilty. Raph, save the questions for the defense wing. Bridget snapped. I turned to look at her in gratitude, but she just looked away from me. I know she hated me, but she didn't actually believe I had something to do with this attack, did she? I looked at May. What about her? Did she think I was guilty? Nana Francesca is here. Bridget suddenly spoke, stopping the conversation entirely. We all turned to see a black SUV approaching us. Oh no. May cringed, looking at me in fear. Wait, what was going on? Bridget, May and Raphael all stood at attention as the car stopped in front of us. Was I supposed to stand at attention as well? What in the world? Two women, dressed like the three soldiers I was with, got out of the front and one opened the back door. A lady in a black dress with a floral blue scarf and dark shades covering her eyes got out. She swiped off the sunglasses and narrowed her eyes in our direction. Oh, Lady Melrose. Tristan's grandmother. I had never met her, but it was well known in the pack that she was the senior-most Melrose still living, and not to mention, she had been married to the Alpha, Tristan's grandfather. Bridget. Her voice was sharp but surprisingly calm. I thought I saw Bridget flinch. Yes, ma'am. Why is the Silvercrest Luna covered in blood? She spoke as she slowly walked up the steps to us. The two women followed. They were obviously soldiers as well, with their synchronized and orderly steps. My first thought was she knows about Tristan and I. Then my mind reminded me everyone knows. There was an attack, ma'am. Josh, she held a hand up, stopping Bridget. I am not asking about Joshua. Joshua is in the hospital. The Luna is here, still covered in his blood. Standing outside her new home, looking like a stray. What kind of welcome is this? She asked in outrage. Bridget flinched again. No, ma'am, we just got here. We just got here. Nana Francesca mimicked her voice. She walked up the last step and reached us. She took my arm and started leading me into the house. I told Tristan that putting such young people in his council was a bad idea. You know nothing about etiquette. She turned to look at May. Didn't they teach you anything in that fancy expensive apprenticeship class? God knows you must have learned something at that expensive college paid for by PAC funds. May gulped. Lady, how in the world are you going to marry my godson? How will you keep your children? Godson. Mary. May is engaged. Lady Francesca turned to look at me. Her face was so strikingly beautiful, and she didn't look as old as I bet she was. She had Tristan's eyes too. A light, clear green that reminded me of lemon leaves. She was about to say something, but another spoke instead. Lady Melrose, we need to question the Luna, and Raphael started. The old lady turned suddenly, dropping my arm in the process. Son, she whipped her scarf back. I have never heard such nonsensical language in my life. You want to question the Luna as if she were a criminal. Raphael blushed deeply. He scratched the back of his head. No, ma'am, it's not that. It's just that she was a witness. And are you still talking, son? Don't make me tell your mother about this. Oh, Gloria will be livid. Raphael took a step back. No, ma'am. He responded quickly. Okay, I'm pretty sure I like this woman. I looked at Raphael in shock. What? No more accusations, tough guy. I thought so. She spoke. Now run along. There's a rogue on the loose who attacked my grandson, for goodness sake. Find him and bring me his head. The way all three scrambled would have been comical if I wasn't so frightened as well. I liked that Lady Melrose had stood up for me. but I didn't know how I felt about remaining alone with her. She would surely condemn me next. As if she read my mind, her nose wrinkled as she eyed me from head to toe. "Oh, you're filthy, you definitely need a shower." I really hope she was just talking about Joshua's blood. She turned to the two women behind her. "Ladies, you're dismissed. Go have a drink or relax by the pool or something." The women shared a nervous look. Lady Melrose, there's been a security breach, we have to protect you." She rolled her eyes. "Fine, wander around on patrol if you must. But I'm yet to meet an idiot who is willing to attack me in my own home. Let's go, dear." Lady Melrose spoke as she led the way. I followed hesitantly. As I looked around, I noticed how meticulously clean and beautiful the inside was. Beautiful in an organized, expensive way, if you know what I mean. Most of the things in the mansion were polished and put in such a way that you would think it was staged. It looked like a cross between the interior of a palace and a museum. It wasn't very modern looking really, and I'm sure that was the point. The 𝐴𝐿fa's manor was supposed to be the base of operations for the pack. Old traditions and teachings had to be respected. I suppose you've never been here. So let me be the first to say, welcome to the Melrose Manor. Lady Melrose spoke. It was built in 1884 and has been in the family for years, only ever taken over once by a rival pack, and oh, why am I even bothering with history lessons? You children of these days hardly ever care about anything. I wanted to tell her that I actually quite enjoyed history, but I honestly still wasn't able to talk. I was looking around, marveling at everything. So this is where the Melroses lived. Like every day. Lady Melrose walked down hallways, past closed doors and others open. I got a peek of a room with an ivory piano by the window. We met two maids on the way who were carrying trays. They immediately stopped and bowed. "Lady Melrose, Luna." They greeted. "Ladies." Lady Melrose spoke. "Please send Anita to Tristan's room this instant." She told them. "Yes, ma'am," they quickly responded before rushing away. Lady Melrose kept walking. "Oh, I do hope they catch the scoundrel who tried to kill poor Joshua. These breaches are so stressful, they get in the way of everything. I can't even go out to get my hair done without Tristan sending troops to escort me. Bless his soul, but my grandchildren can be so annoying sometimes. I mean, what has all that training taught Joshua? How to get attacked?" I was shocked that she would say such things in light of the situation. Joshua was probably fighting for his life as we spoke. She walked into a room, flinging open a door. I was immediately overwhelmed by Tristan's scent. It was a large room with a king-sized bed in the middle, covered by a black satin duvet and black and white pillows. The drapes were drawn and they were a dark red. There were two plush, red velvet seats that stood out looking the French window. A small wooden table sat in between the chairs with papers and a journal. In my opinion, the room was unnecessarily large for the few things in it. "Oh dear, he has been so messy." Lady Melrose wrinkled her nose. Other than the misplaced paperwork and a pair of shoes sitting out of place, I really didn't see this mess she spoke of. The door suddenly opened and an elderly lady walked in. She looked about 50 years old. She wore a simple black dress with a gray cardigan on top of it. She had horn-rimmed glasses and her hair, which had silver streaks in it, was tied in a bun above her head. "Anita." Lady Melrose spoke. "I do hope you're well." "Yes, my lady." The woman responded. She gave me a curious look. This wouldn't be, oh yes. Tristan finally became a man and claimed his lady. The Anita lady rolled her eyes. "How much do I owe you? How about a shopping trip next weekend?" Lady Melrose smirked. The woman sighed. "Sure." I looked between the two of them. "Wait a minute. You two knew?" Croaked out. How many people had known my secret, for goodness sake? So she does have a tongue. Lady Melrose told me in amusement. "I was staring to think you were one of the quiet ones. Oh, how I hate those. Francesca. Have you been your usual blunt self from the beginning? You know, you could pretend once in a while when you meet new people. You'll have the girl running for the hills before Tristan even completes the mating ritual." Anita scolded her. Lady Melrose rolled her eyes and walked over to the drapes, drawing them back. "I'm too old to pretend. God knows me. No one else's opinions matter really." The lady looked at me and sighed. "I apologize for Our Lady, but you may as well get used to her already. We did know about you and Tristan, but he didn't tell us. He doesn't even know that we knew." "But how did you know?" I asked. "We weren't born yesterday." Lady Melrose spoke, dragging her finger along the windowsill. checking for dust. I suppose she didn't find anything. She turned to me. You'd be a fool not to notice when a man is smitten. She gave me this speculative look. So why did you reject my grandson? Is he not handsome enough? She asked. I felt too abashed for words. I could feel the blood rushing to me cheeks. Oh, Francesca, stop it. It's not your business. We need to get you cleaned up, dear. Look at the way you're dressed. Anita spoke. I'll run you a bath and find some decent clothing. She spoke before walking off into the bathroom. Lady Melrose remained studying me. Speak if you have something to say. She told me. You might never get the chance again. I think you've noticed that not many people here approve of you. You think. I wanted to ask. It was all so crazy. I was in the Melrose Manor and apparently the Luna of the Silvercrest pack, all by force too. I didn't know what to say. It was too much to wrap my head around. The only person I wanted to talk to right now was Tristan so that I could make him fix this. Trust me, dear. I heard Lady Melrose speak. She walked towards me. I'm your best ally here. I understand way more than you know. How? How could she possibly relate to my entire situation in any way? What do you mean? I asked. She smiled. Oh, darling, I was once you. An outcast who caught the Alpha's eye. I was a refugee of one of the wars and brought to the Silvercrest pack. Oh, they hated me. She was smiling when she said this. But the joke was on them, wasn't it? I became their queen. She laughed. She looked at me with a smile. Let me tell you something, child, if the pack treasures their alpha, which they do, it won't matter whether they like you or not. All that will ever matter is his love for you. She made it sound so easy, but this wasn't a conventional love story. 17 Don't you eat, dear? Lady Melrose spoke. I looked at the food before me. Anita had whipped it up and it honestly smelt and looked amazing. Chicken a la king. There were chicken strips and pasta dipped in a creamy cheesy sauce with mushrooms. But my nerves honestly weren't letting me eat much. I took one bite and immediately went back to thinking about Joshua's bloody skin, about the wolf. I thought about the people back at school, Kat and Chris. Were they safe? Had they been sent home? What about Aunt Sarah and Uncle Victor? Aunt Sarah worked at the nursery school, so she would have to stay there. But Uncle Victor's construction jobs probably weren't much of a priority. I'm sure he was allowed to leave and be with Aunt Sarah, Hazel and Parker. Francesca, she obviously can't stomach the stuff, leave her alone. Anita spoke, smiling at me warmly as she came to place a hand on my shoulder. It's okay, sweetie. When my son got back from the war, he couldn't stomach anything either. I gave her an appreciative look. It honestly does taste amazing though. I tried, hoping it would make her feel better. You kids these days have such weak stomachs. Lady Melrose spoke as she dug into her own food. It was the same thing with Tristan's father, you know? She explained. I asked Jean if she was sure about that one. A few broken bones on Tristan and he was almost out the door. I rose my brows at Lady Melrose. Tristan broke his bones. She smiled. Quite the scoundrel, that one, that's why he has always been my favorite. Francesca, you're not allowed to say such things. Think about how the others feel. Anita yelled over her shoulder from where she stood by the sink doing dishes. I'm only kidding, Anita. She yelled. She then leaned closer to me and whispered, no, I'm not. I placed my hand on my mouth to stifle a laugh. I had decided that I actually did like Lady Melrose, or Nana Francesca as she specifically said I should call her. All her favorite grandchildren called her that, apparently. I was flattered. She might have been blunt and very straightforward, and to be honest, she kind of frightened me, but she seemed nice enough. And she was definitely entertaining to be around. Her relationship with Anita was particularly interesting, even though she had a good 20 years on her. I couldn't understand the dynamic little sister-big sister. Aunt-niece. Anita spent a lot of time scolding her bluntness, and Nana Francesca was unapologetic about it all. Oh, sounds like the boys are back. Anita announced as she wiped her hands on her apron. I heard it as well. A door opening and footsteps followed by voices. I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying you could use this to our advantage. Shut up, Mikey. I heard the unmistakable grumpy voice of Joshua. Dude, this opportunity comes once in a lifetime. You don't get poisoned and let it pass without using it to skip a few days of school. Come on, Tristan, tell him. I'm the alpha, Mikey. You can't honestly expect me to agree with you. I don't know if it was the mating bond, but for some reason I was more attuned to him. I could sense his aura. Just the pitch of his voice made my body twitch. I got up. Nana Francesca just looked at me with a knowing look on her face. I was compelled to follow him, to find him. It's like there was a magnetic pull. This wasn't normal. Stop it, body. Don't act like a saint. You skipped school lots of times when you were our age. I heard Mikey protest. You know what, Michael, if you want to ditch school so much, why don't we poison you instead? Joshua snapped. Come at me, bro. You can hardly walk. All I have to do is nudge you with my pinky finger and you'll be down. Try me. I heard Joshua growl. Then I heard a snarl. Guys. Tristan snapped. Oh dear. I heard Anita mutter. The boys finally appeared through the door. Tristan was holding Joshua up from one side and Michael was on his other side. Peter walked in behind them silently. Tristan's eyes immediately fixed on me. It was definitely the bond. I felt literally attracted to him, like all I wanted to do was be close to him. I gripped the stool I had been sitting on to keep myself where I was. Hey. He spoke. Hi. I responded in a quiet voice. Where was the crystal who was supposed to be yelling his ear off? I felt like I was betraying myself and all the promises I had made to deal with him. Or at least my body was. I wanted him more than I have ever wanted anything or anyone. Are you okay? He asked me. I simply nodded, not really knowing what to do. Michael was also staring at me, sort of in disappointment. I remember what Joshua had said about him having a crush on me. Well, this must have been especially awkward for him. I turned to look at Joshua. There wasn't really any expression on his face, so I didn't know where I stood with him, really. Or what he made of Tristan claiming me. Eventually he nodded at me. Thank you. He mumbled gruffly. Michael nudged him. I saw both of them flinch a little. Joshua glared at his twin brother, who gave him a stern look. He sighed before looking at me again. I wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for you. I nodded. I honestly couldn't think of anything to say, so I just said the first thing that came to mind. Cool. I guess that argument we had in the forest would stay in the forest. He suddenly flinched again. Oh, don't tell me the hospital let you out this early. Anita spoke. They didn't. Michael answered for his brother. Jerkface here just wanted to get discharged as soon as possible. Joshua. Anita scolded. Snitch. Joshua hissed at his brother. Idiot. Michael hissed back. And you let him. Anita snapped at Tristan. Tristan shrugged. He said he was fine. Look at him. He clearly isn't. Anita protested. Come on, dear, you might have been discharged from the hospital, but you're in my care now. Anita spoke as she rushed to take Joshua's other arm from Michael and tried to start leading him away. Nita, I'm fine. Joshua protested. No, you're not. Anita shot back. Grandma, tell her. Joshua protested. Nana Francesca, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, just gave Joshua, "That's not my problem look. I'm not getting involved, dear. Tada." She waved. Joshua's eyes widened at the old lady. You get involved in literally everything. And you choose now to stay impartial. What can I say? New leaf and whatnot. Nana Francesca shrugged. New leaf, my foot. Joshua grumbled. Tell her. He begged his older brother. Tristan just shrugged at him. Sorry, little brother, she's the boss. Traitor. Joshua grumbled before turning to instructor Peter, who immediately raised his hands and shook his head frantically. Before his eyes could even settle on Michael, he was already shaking his head. Sorry, brother, I can't hear you over the fact that I have to go to school tomorrow. And so Anita led a reluctant Joshua away. He made sure to leave everyone with death glares. Nana Francesca clapped her hands together. Okay, well, I'm going to leave now, she announced. Grandma, there's a rogue on the loose. I'd much rather you stay here. Tristan spoke. Grandma, there's a rogue on the loose. Nana Francesca mimicked his voice. She waved him off. I'd like to see those rogues try me. You go, Nana. Michael cheered. Nana Francesca offered him a power to the people air fist. Tristan glared at Michael, who cleared his throat and looked away. He turned his attention back to her. Grandma. Tristan spoke in a warning tone. Nana Francesca didn't pay any attention to him. She walked up to me and surprised me by giving me a hug and a kiss on the cheek. Goodbye, sweetie, don't be a stranger. She then walked up to Tristan and also gave him a kiss on the cheek before patting it. Don't you worry about a thing except running this pack. You have enough problems without worrying about this old lady. I'll be fine like I always am. Besides, you have those 2 robots following me everywhere anyway. I assume she meant her 2 personal guards, the ladies she had arrived with. Apparently they had been apprentices too in Tristan's mother's days as Alpha, and they had specially been assigned to Lady Melrose. Take care of this one, and for goodness sake don't dishonor her. You kids and your hormones, she muttered. I saw blood rushing to Tristan's cheeks, tinting them pink. I couldn't judge. My own cheeks felt warm. Nana, you're making things awkward. Michael cleared his throat. She looked around in confusion. Don't you all know what sex is? She yelled. My eyes widened. Tristan slapped his forehead. Peter and Michael looked about ready to bury themselves. Nana Francesca scoffed. Prudes. Oh my goodness. This woman. Anyway, I made sure that wouldn't happen tonight. She had a knowing smile on her face. I didn't even want to think about what she could have done. But I'm serious, she pointed at Tristan. Take care of this one. I like her better than the other one. Other one. I looked at Tristan and the boy actually looked away from me. Oh, now I was mad again. Peter scratched the back of his head awkwardly. And Michael just coughed. Nana Francesca seemed oblivious to the problem she had made and sauntered over to Peter to give him a kiss on the cheek. My favorite godson, she announced. He gave a dimpled smile. I'm your only godson, Nana. And for good reason too. She smiled a genuine smile. Huh. Looks like she has a soft spot for someone. I saw that fiancé of yours earlier. She added. Oh, May was his fiancée. Now it made sense. I couldn't help but actually think about what a good couple they made. I mean, they didn't show it at all during training, or I guess they pretended not to. Did you give her a hard time? Peter sighed. How else will she grow some thick skin? Nana Francesca asked defensively. Nana Peter started in a warning tone. See you all later. She sang before turning to make her exit. Nana. Michael protested. Aren't you forgetting something? He asked, holding his arms out. No. She simply spoke with a smile before turning to leave. There goes a great woman. Michael remained staring in the direction she had just gone. That hurt. Right here. He spoke as he tapped his chest. Peter walked up to him and patted his back. Come on, you need to get some rest, buddy, you have school tomorrow. Michael groaned but got up nonetheless. His eyes landed on me. He looked like he wanted to say something. He looked at Tristan, then back at me, then Tristan again. He opened his mouth but nothing came out. So in the end, he just hung his head in disappointment and muttered, "Good night," before leaving the room. Poor kid looked dejected. Tristan was looking after him in confusion. He's acting weirder than usual. He told Peter. I guess he didn't know about the little crush. It's Mikey. Peter shrugged as means of explanation. I'm going to check on May before the meeting later on. I'm sure your grandmother did a number on her. He spoke with a sigh. Sorry, man. Tristan spoke, but that's what you get for being her favorite. Blessing and a curse. He muttered. He looked at me. Your bracelet will be activated tomorrow at training, by the way. He told me. We were still doing this training thing. Didn't I at least get an out after everything I had been through? Bracelet? I asked in confusion. He pointed at me wrist. The proximity bracelet. Aren't you wondering why you didn't get fried when you got separated from Joshua? Oh, I completely forgot about the black band on my wrist. I hadn't even been aware that the red blinking light had gone off. Thank you, instructor. I don't think you need to call me that anymore. He spoke with a small smile. It's Peter to you, Luna. I guess I had achieved a boost in status after all. Okay, Peter, am I required to show up for training tomorrow? I asked, biting my lower lip nervously. Peter looked at Tristan. That's really not for me to decide. Was it Tristan's decision? Did he really have the right to make any decisions for me after what had happened? We'll talk about it. Tristan spoke. Good night, Pete. Nighty. Peter responded before turning to leave. When Peter left, Tristan walked towards the fridge and took out a bottle of water. He gave me a brief glance before turning away. I looked after him in outrage. 𝐿𝐻𝐬. I yelled as I rushed after him. He had reached the staircase already. Stupid long legs. He turned to look at me, a blank expression on his face. What? He couldn't be serious. In case you didn't notice, we have a lot to talk about. Tristan turned around. Tristan. I yelled. Where are you going? My room. He responded. I'm tired, come with me if you really want to talk. I stayed in my position. What was he suggesting? He suddenly stopped on the steps and turned to look at me. He rolled his eyes at the frightened look on my face. Nothing's going to happen, Crystal. I wouldn't, for goodness sake. Besides, my grandmother made sure of that. Everyone knows that the first 2 weeks after the mating bond has been established, everyone's hormones are all over the place. Especially at my age. Tristan seemed to have more control than me, and I wondered if it was because he had passed the awkward teen years. But then again, I wasn't that much younger than Tristan after all. I would be 18 soon. So if something was to happen... Stop it, body. Wait, what does that mean? What did Nana Francesca do? I called after him as I started ascending the staircase, trying to catch up with him. You're wearing my mother's dress. Tristan muttered in a low voice. I looked down at the yellow and black floral dress that Nana Francesca had given me to wear. Anita had given her a funny look when she had brought it out, but I had thought nothing of it at the time. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. I blurted out. She just gave it to me, I had no idea. Tristan waved me off. Don't worry. She never wore dresses. Nana Francesca would get them for her, but they just sat in her closet most of the time. I can just smell her scent, that's all. There's no better way to kill the mood than to smell your dead mother on your mate. Congratulations, Nana Francesca. I still wanted to apologize to Tristan, but he simply kept walking. I don't know what his parents had meant to him. I wasn't around when they were alive. But I knew personally how hard it was to lose your parents. I followed Tristan down the hallways to the familiar room. Tristan, we still need to talk. I continued. I didn't feel as confident after the realization that had settled upon me. In fact, I felt bad for opening old wounds. So talk. He spoke, walking to the desk with scattered papers on it and half sitting on it. He folded his arms across his chest, giving me his full attention. I cleared my throat. I don't like what you did earlier. I didn't sound as confident as I was supposed to. Thank you, Tristan. Thank you for ruining my angry rage. He rose his brows, urging me to go on. You claimed me. In front of everyone when you promised. I sounded like a child right now, but I didn't care. It had been a long day, and now just talking about this, I couldn't help but get emotional. You said you respected my decision. I don't want to be the Luna, I never did, and now you've just forced this upon me. Tristan, these people hate me. I just can't. My voice cracked. All attempts at fighting my tears failed, and they just fell down my cheeks like the traitors they were. Tristan got up and strode towards me in 5 steps. Next thing I knew, I was in his arms. I was too exhausted to fight, so I just rested my head on his chest. Trust me, Crystal. He whispered. The last thing I wanted to do was to go against your wishes. But you did, you jerk. I mumbled and gave him a weak punch. He only held me closer. You just don't know how it feels. How it hurts. Not just the after effects of the rejection. I could go 1,000 years with the pain of knowing that you didn't want me, trust me, I could. But I would never be able to survive if something happened to you. I could hear the emotion in his voice. This is the first time I had ever heard Tristan sound so desperate. It almost hurt me too. The first week of the mating bond came with an empathy link as well, so to some extent what he felt I did too. And right now it felt like my heart was about to fall out of my chest. Like I was desperately clinging to something I could lose at any moment. Knowing that you're around, Crystal, knowing that you're within walking distance but not being able to come to you. You have no idea what it's like to feel your presence, catch your scent on strangers. So close but out of reach. Despite my better judgment, I wrapped my arms around Tristan in return. I felt it all. His pain, the elusiveness of me. It's that one thing you desperately needed to the point that it literally hurt. A need that was being deprived. And I had been doing this to him the whole time. Even that, as excruciating as it was, I could handle that. He confessed. But Roman being back. I know he'll seek you out sooner or later. And call me selfish all you want, but I am not letting him take you away and pollute your mind. He growled in this possessive tone. I felt his body tense up and I could tell he was getting angry. I'm sorry for taking away your choice like that, but on this one I need you to trust me. Roman is up to no good. Hate me all you want, but I'm just trying to protect you. I promise, just let me take care of what's going on. Let me handle it knowing that you're safe in my care. Then if you want you can reject me again. Promise. Crystal's relationship with Tristan suddenly becomes strained as she questions whether he truly intends to kill her ex-boyfriend Roman. Tristan's angry response and loathing for Roman make Crystal fearful, realizing her concern for Roman may run deeper than she's willing to admit. Thank you for your subscription and likes. What would you do if it were you? You can leave your thoughts in the comments section. 18 Wow. My own girlfriend doesn't trust me. I fought the urge to roll my eyes at Roman. He sat across me being a little drama queen. Well, so far you haven't given me a reason to. I shot back. I'm your boyfriend. He yelled. That really doesn't count right now. He placed his hand on his chest and let out a long gasp. Oh my, will you two stop it? It's just a game. Kat snapped from where she sat beside me. This time the three of us let out long dramatic gasps. We were seated at a booth in Chris' mother's bakery playing a card game that Chris had introduced to us. It was called The Resistance. It was basically a strategy-based game where you had to identify who the spy was in the game. And so far my money was on my dearest boyfriend. Roman and I had been hooked from the beginning, but Kat honestly just thought the game was a waste of time. We didn't care, we made her play anyway. Someone here is trying to jeopardize this mission, and I shall make it my life's work to figure out who it is. Chris spoke in a deep narrator voice. I will not eat. I will not sleep. Hun, you're supposed to be in bed by 10. We heard Chris' mum call as she waltzed past our table to deliver a loaf of banana bread to the customers at the next table. Mum. Chris whined, his cheeks tinting pink. Kat, Roman and I shared a look, each of us fighting off laughter. No arguments, homework, dinner, then bed. She called over her shoulder as she made her way back to the kitchen. Why won't this woman let me be great? Chris muttered, sinking down in his chair. Is little Chrissy fussy now? Roman teased him in a baby voice, using one hand to try and pinch his cheek. Chris swatted his arm away. Says the 18-year-old hanging out with 16-year-olds. Seriously, dude. Don't you have cooler things to do? Like using your AAP candidacy card to literally get anything you want. Roman's eyes fixed on me and his mouth pulled into a smile. My lady is right here, where else would I rather be? Chris rolled his eyes. Gag. Kat yelled. She picked up her cards. Could we please finish this lame game so that I can drag Crystal shopping with me? I wasn't really paying attention to Kat. I was too busy smiling like a goofy idiot at what Roman had just said. What can I say? I was 16 and in love. I picked up my cards when Kat impatiently nudged me. It's your turn. As I was scanning my options, a phone vibrated. It was Roman's. It was on the table. I didn't see the name because he quickly turned the device face down. I rose a brow at him in confusion. Who was that? Foster parents. He muttered. I didn't press on because I knew how touchy of a topic Roman's foster parents were. But I wish I had. I wish I had asked Roman more questions. Maybe then I wouldn't have been so gullible. It had never been just a game to Roman. Wake up. I heard a voice snap before feeling something cover my face. I quickly got up, removing whatever had been on my face. I looked down at it and realized it was a black blouse. The tag was still on. I furrowed my brows at it before looking for the person who had tossed it at me. I saw Bridget's angry face glaring down at me. Definitely not what you want to see the minute you wake up. Get up, take a shower, we need to get a move on. She spoke before tossing something else at me. At least this time I had the sense to catch it. It was a black skirt. It still had the tag on as well. Please don't tell me these are more of Tristan's mother's clothes. I told Bridget. No. She responded. Tristan had me pick them out, seeing as to how you have no clothing here. Now go shower. I didn't get why they had gone out of their way to buy me a new outfit, but I guess they could afford to do such things. I looked around the room. I was in Tristan's bed. I felt kind of guilty. I fell asleep on his bed yesterday. But then again, with all that had happened, I had honestly been too exhausted to feel too remorseful. He had muttered something about taking the guest room before he had left anyway. Where's Tristan? I asked. Bridget seemed mad at me. She was always mad at me, but she seemed madder than usual. He had a meeting, didn't he tell you? No, he didn't. I replied in confusion. Was he supposed to? I figured you might have known since you're the one who kept him up with your whining instead of actually letting him get some rest. So congratulations, you're the reason our alpha looks like a walking zombie in front of the whole defense and security wing of the pack. I blushed. I kept Tristan up. Why didn't he say anything? I'm sorry, I murmured. Bridget rolled her eyes. As if that makes it better. God knows he hardly gets any sleep as it is. I don't know what got to me the most, her scolding me or the fact that she thought she cared more about Tristan than I did. I said I was sorry. I huffed. Sorry doesn't make it better. You don't get it. If the alpha doesn't sleep, none of us do. I didn't even spend that much time talking to him, honestly. You didn't have to. You're all he thinks about. Bridget muttered. She obviously wasn't happy about that. I wasn't sure if I should have been flattered. He had stayed up thinking about me. I brushed the thought off immediately. I had been thinking about him too. I even dreamt about him. It was just the mating bond. I told myself. Wait, where is Tristan? I asked. I just told you, he's off at the pack hall addressing the defense ministry looking like he hasn't slept in 2 years. I furrowed my brows and looked at the digital clock beside me. But it's 4 a.m. As I said, Bridget rolled her eyes. When the alpha can't sleep, we all suffer. Now will you get up already? Or else I'm leaving without you. I have things to do too, you know. Okay. I muttered as I scrambled out of bed. I made my way to Tristan's bathroom. I took in the strong scent of his aftershave. The mating bond didn't necessarily equate love. If anything, I believe it equated obsession. Everything about this person suddenly seemed intoxicating. Not that you didn't see the person's flaws, you still did. Tristan could have a smoking addiction and I would hate that because I'm personally not a fan. But there were the little things. Like the pink in his lips, the rich brown of his hair which reminded me of the color of his wolf's fur, the dimples in his cheeks when he gave those rare smiles. I took a quick shower, the threat that Bridget had given me still ringing in my ears. I guess someone had set up extra towels for me like yesterday, probably one of the maids, and someone had thought to get me shower gel. I had used Tristan's yesterday. I cringed, so I had smelt of him and his mother. I quickly got dressed in the clothes Bridget had brought. Perfect size, 𝐿𝐻 must have a talent. Bridget wasn't in the room when I re-emerged. As I stood there, I had time to realize just how odd this felt. Being in the alpha's manor in Tristan's room, using his bathroom so freely, sleeping in his bed. I didn't even feel that weird about it because come to think of it, Tristan had been a part of me for almost 4 years. I might have rejected him but the bond still existed. We might have avoided each other like the plague but we still had been very conscious of each other's existence. Just knowing that someone is always around, someone who's supposed to be that special to you creates a relationship no matter how strange or non-intimate. I made my way out of the room. A couple of maids who had been standing in the hallway talking hastily bowed before scurrying away. I frowned. What was that about? Retracing my steps as best as I could, I started heading back to where I knew the kitchen was but something caught my eyes. It was a wall full of framed photographs. I had never met Tristan's parents but I recognized them immediately in a wedding photo, then their faces re-emerged in another photograph of them standing outside the manor holding a little boy's hand. Tristan. He was frowning in the picture. Tristan looked like a perfect mix between his parents. He had his mother's eyes and same shade of hair color but his father's facial features. Another frame held 3 boys, Tristan, a little older, sitting on a couch in between 2 identical toddlers. The twins. One was trying to put his foot in his mouth and the other was beaming at the camera with his hands raised as if he were on a roller coaster. Tristan just sat there with his chin in the palm of his hands looking bored. Fast forward to a photograph of Tristan as a teenager prom. His arms were wrapped around the waist of a beautiful blonde. I had to look closer to properly identify her. But that was unmistakably Bridget. I was used to seeing nothing but hard glares on her face and she was usually wearing her uniform with her hair tied back in a tight French braid down her back. But here she had her hair falling in curls around her made-up face in a strappy silver mini dress. She had this smug look on her face as she held on to Tristan's arms in that classic prom pose with her back to him. Tristan's mouth had been open as if he were saying something. Another one showed him, Peter and Bridget seated on grass somewhere. Peter was the only one beaming at the camera. Bridget and Tristan appeared to be glaring at each other. There were more family portraits featuring Nana Francesca younger and older. the twins at different stages in their lives and Anita. To top it all, there was a large gold-framed photo of a young Nana Francesca, and a man I'm assuming was Tristan's grandfather with a girl who looked about 12 in between them. I could tell that was Tristan's mother. Her hair was straight and ran down her shoulders. She stood straight with excellent posture, her eyes fixed on the camera as if she was daring the photographer to take it. I suddenly heard something drop. I turned and saw Michael. An empty bowl was on the ground before him, surrounded by scattered papers. Hey. He stammered, scratching the back of his head nervously. I smiled and waved awkwardly. Michael bent over to pick up the things he had dropped.
𝐬𝐬𝐬.
Didn't know you spent the night, but of course you spent the night. You're with Tristan now after all. Not that you two did anything. It's not my business anyway. I wouldn't be able to hear anything. Not that I was trying to hear anything. I am not a perv. Okay, I'll shut up now. And just when I thought this couldn't get any more awkward. What you got there? I asked, gesturing to the papers he now held again. I noticed the little red AAP handbook. Nothing, just studying, school stuff. He not so subtly folded the papers. But I was sure I had caught a glimpse of a heading entitled The First Human Werewolf Treaty. Exactly the same topic May had introduced yesterday. Why was he studying AAP material? You're quite the early riser, I commented. He shrugged and suddenly grew serious. I couldn't really sleep. His eyes wandered to the photos. The last time a rogue snuck into our territory, it didn't end well. He muttered, his eyes fixed on the photos. I didn't really want to ask what he meant. I could tell it was a really sensitive matter. Did it have something to do with his parents? Is that you? I asked, changing the topic quickly and pointing at a random picture. It showed the twins, each holding markers in their hands and beaming as they stood in front of an irritated-looking Tristan who had lines drawn all over his face. Oh yeah, Michael smiled. I remember that day. Mum said she'd give $5 to whoever could draw a smile on Tristan's face. He grinned to himself. I won. I had so many questions. What was Tristan like as a kid? What was their mother like? How was it having an alpha for a mother? Did they think of her often? Did they miss her? T was going through a moody phase at the time. Michael chuckled as he continued. I don't think he was even telling me this for my information but because he wanted to remember. Mum used to tease him and say it was just the hormones in puberty. T used to claim he was a happier child before we came along. Lies, of course, were pretty much the highlight of his life. I smiled at Michael. This was by far the most normal conversation we had ever had. He turned to look at me and found me smiling. I like you braids. They look good on you, although I thought you preferred the twists. My eyes widened. What? Oh, no. Please don't find it weird. I've just seen you with 2-strand braids more than I've seen you with the standard 3-strand braids. Not that I watch you. I just, look at you occasionally. But not in a creepy way. I didn't know whether to be freaked out by Michael's crush, or whether I should have been flattered that he noticed my braiding patterns. Either way, this must have been more painfully awkward for him than it was for me. Oh, Crystal dear, here you are. Thank God for Anita. She walked towards us, carrying a dish rag in her hands. I'm supposed to get you and Bridget something to eat before you run off. I swear all you kids have terrible appetites except the twins. She turned her eyes to Michael, specifically the bowl in his hands. She rolled her eyes. Did you go rummaging for leftovers, young man? No. Yes, he admitted. Anita sighed. Michael, what will I do with you? Love and adore me. He spoke, giving her a hopeful smile. She sighed again. Why on earth are you awake at this hour anyway? Before Michael could even say anything, Anita continued. Dear, you couldn't sleep, could you? Go to your room, dear. I'll be right over with a cup of milk and a tummy rub. She turned to face me. He always gets a fussy tummy when he's frightened. I'm not frightened, Nita. Michael mumbled uncomfortably. I'll be going now. With that he began to walk away. Anita looked after him with a frown. Oh dear. She muttered to herself. Joshua is usually the one who gets the nightmares. I don't think she even realized she was talking to me. Were the twins there when their parents died? I found myself asking. Anita got a faraway look as she stared at the photo albums. Their mother? No. But their father was murdered right in this house. A chill ran down my spine. That's horrible. They didn't see anything. Tristan made sure of it. If anyone is still traumatized about it, it's him. God bless that boy for everything he's done to protect his pack and his family. 19. May was driving again. I sat in the back of the SUV while Bridget took the passenger seat. The ride was pretty quiet. May had greeted me and asked how my night had gone, but after that, she had remained silent. She didn't seem to be in good spirits, and I honestly didn't want to ask because it wasn't my place. Also, she looked as exhausted as Bridget did, and if Bridget was right, it was my fault. I honestly didn't mind the silence. It gave me time to think. Not about the craziness of becoming the new Luna of the Silvercrest pack. No, something way scarier. How I was going to tell Uncle Victor and Aunt Sarah that I had been keeping all this from them. They would definitely freak when they found out I had spent the night at a man's house. Even if he was their alpha. The car stopped and I noticed that we had stopped right in the middle of town, outside the alpha's offices. Next thing I knew, the back door was opening and Tristan came into view. Or rather, his back. Tell him I want the report by tonight. No excuses. He barked at a young man I didn't recognize. Yes, Alpha. The young man let out hurriedly. He caught my eye and his eyes widened. Tristan snapped his fingers. I'm over here, Simon. Why yes, sorry, Alpha. I just air. What? He gestured to me. The Luna is none of your concern right now. As far as you're concerned, you didn't even see her here today. He told him in a stern voice. Why yes, Alpha? Good, now get back to work. I want the rogue who tried to kill my brother found and brought to me. Tristan got into the car. I stared at him. What? He demanded. You look terrible. I remarked. Like Bridget and May. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. Gee, thanks. He reached into his pocket and reached forward to hand something to Bridget. It was a flash drive. Check those out later and tell me what you think. He told her. What's on here? She asked. Tristan opened his mouth but then turned to look at me. Confidential information. He muttered. I fought the urge to roll my eyes. The Alpha didn't trust his Luna. Of course. May, there's a diplomatic meeting in Calhoun territory next week and my grandmother is to attend as an ambassador. She requested you to accompany her. Tristan announced before taking out his phone and beginning to type something. I saw May's hands tighten around the steering wheel. Of course, Alpha. Will I be making this trip alone? With her. I could understand why she was nervous. Nana Francesca is pretty intense. And judging by the way she had treated May yesterday, I'm guessing they weren't the best of friends. But Tristan didn't seem to know this or care. He didn't even look up from his phone. Mikey said something about wanting to go. Take him. And one of the AAP candidates. Make it a competition or something. Yes, Alpha. May responded looking pale. Poor thing. Speaking of AAP training. He turned to face me. Peter expects you at training, so we'll have to make this meeting with your uncle and aunt quick. Hold up. You're having a meeting with Uncle Victor and Aunt Sarah. Like today. Tristan looked confused. Yes. That is where we're heading now. Why? I asked slowly. I thought I would get to talk to them alone first before bringing Tristan into the mix. The whole town obviously knew that I was Tristan's mate by now. And I'm pretty sure Aunt Sarah and Uncle Victor noticed that I hadn't returned home last night. Might I remind you that I declared you as my mate just yesterday? How could I forget? I muttered. But do you have to talk to my uncle and aunt? Yes. You're a minor and I'm an adult. According to the laws, I need to at least get consent from your legal guardian if I am to have you at my house for a night. Also, it's proper manners. He gave me a duh look. I did have May call them last night. You talked to them last night. May talked to them. To let them know you were safe. Also, I had a team personally escort them home after yesterday's incident. I could just imagine some strange men or women appearing at Uncle Victor's latest site or at the nursery school to get Aunt Sarah and Parker. Hazel's school was just in the building next to the nursery school. They all must have been so confused. And mad. Definitely mad. I am so dead. I muttered to myself. What? Tristan asked. I turned to look at him. Just let me do all the talking, okay? Tristan rolled his eyes. Why are you panicking? Finding your mate is a natural process. They'll understand. Clearly you do not know my Uncle Victor. I told him. Ever since my mother left, Uncle Victor has grown protective of me. It was a miracle how Roman managed to find favor with him when it came to me. Tristan's eyes suddenly turned bright green. I furrowed my brows. Was he about to shift? But then I realized he was in a trance-like state. I looked at Bridget and she was in the same state. Tristan gave a small smile before coming back to reality. Were you two gossiping about me? I demanded. Yes. Bridget answered without missing a beat. I glared at Tristan. He just smiled to himself and turned his attention back to his phone. It's pack security stuff, he said very unconvincingly. Pack security stuff. I huffed, sitting back and folding my arms across my chest. Oh, and by the way, when did we agree that I was going back to the AAP? I asked, remembering what he had said about training. We didn't. I did. Oh really? Is your name Crystal Swan now? The Luna needs to be trained as well, and the way I see it, this is a quick and efficient way of doing so. End of discussion. End of discussion. He did not just end of discussion me. Don't I get to make my own decisions? I was, after all, the one who was humiliating herself every single day. Or is the Luna just a figurehead? An oppressed woman who stands by your side like a statue with no rights whatsoever. A tad bit dramatic, but I was trying to make my voice heard here. Crystal. He started in a warning tone. Alpha. I responded. I heard May stifle a giggle. Tristan glared in her direction and she cleared her throat and kept quiet. We're not talking about this anymore. Tristan muttered. Fine. Then let's talk about how many people knew about us. I knew that I was testing his patience, but what better time to test his patience than now while we were still in the infatuation period? Okay. That's easy, my beta, Bridget, and my apprentices, May and Peter. I figured that much. He must have opened his mind up to them, so they had to know. But I have to say May and Peter had done a good job at pretending they didn't during training. Okay, fair enough, but how did your grandmother, Anita, and Joshua find out? Tristan rose his brows at me. Wait, what? I nodded. I didn't know if I was supposed to reveal that Joshua had known about this, but I figured no harm done. How did they find out? He looked at May. I'm as surprised as you are. She spoke quickly, shrugging her shoulders. His eyes moved to Bridget. Yeah, like I sit around and have heart-to-hearts with your grandmother. She scoffed. It doesn't matter how they found out. I quickly covered up, feeling bad for ratting them out. My point is, you're not as good at keeping secrets as you think you are. And another thing. Oh joy. More talking. Bridget mumbled. I would feel more embarrassed about discussing these things in front of Bridget and May, but mostly Bridget. But I knew they would find out anyway. They probably already knew about our conversation last night as well. Who was this other girl your grandmother was talking about? Tristan looked up at me, a small smile playing on his lips. What? Are you jealous? Blood rushed to my cheeks. No. I responded immediately. You know one of my exes. I think it's only fair that I know your history. One of your exes? He asked. Oh no, here comes Mr. Jealous Wolf. I didn't say that. I responded quickly. Yes, you did. He retaliated. Slip of the tongue then. I covered up. Answer my question. I could tell he hadn't let it go, but I guess he had chosen not to press. Fine. He looked smug. Too smug. But I don't see the point. You already know her, isn't that right, Bridge? I froze. Was it truly jealousy? I mean, Tristan and I weren't technically a thing. So I didn't have the right to be jealous, right? I looked at Bridget, gorgeous Bridget with her long blonde hair, her sparkly blue eyes and her flawless skin. Me jealous? Piss ape. No way. We're here. May announced just as she parked right in front of my house. I felt my heart beat faster. I whipped my head to Tristan. Be cool. I told him. He rolled his eyes. Try taking your own advice. He got out of the car. Gee, thanks, partner. I sucked in a deep breath just as May opened the car door for me. I gave her a nervous smile. She returned a reassuring one. Everything will be okay. She told me. I sure hope so. I got out of the car. I walked around the car with May. We found Tristan and Bridget standing waiting for us. Are you ready? Tristan asked me. No. I responded. Maybe we should take a few minutes to figure out what we're going to say. Tristan rolled his eyes. Crystal, I have things to do, so you go ahead and wait out here. I'm going in. He turned and started walking towards the front door. Did he just walk away from me? I looked at May. She shrugged. Bridget just looked at me impatiently and nodded towards Tristan. Well, follow him. She ordered. Unbelievable. I jogged up to Tristan, who had already gotten to the patio. Not cool. I hissed at him. He just rolled his eyes. Wasn't this supposed to be our honeymoon period? He was supposed to be super infatuated with me and willing to do whatever I asked these next couple of weeks. Everyone said so. Well, ring the doorbell. I told Tristan. He rose a brow at me. You live here? He pointed out. I don't have my keys. They had been in my backpack which I had left at school. Tristan looked irritated as he pressed the button that caused the ringing. Please don't be Uncle Victor. Please don't be. The door swung open. Aunt Sarah. Of course she'd be the only one awake at this hour. Hi Aunt Sarah. I spoke with a nervous smile and an awkward wave. Sorry for showing up at this hour, but I felt myself being pulled forward, and next thing I knew, Aunt Sarah was squeezing me tightly. Young lady, you have no idea how worried I was. Everyone is saying you were there when the rogue attacked Joshua Melrose, and I was so afraid. Then next thing I know, we're being escorted home, and we get a call saying you're Sweetie. Yes, Aunt Sarah. She slowly pulled away from me. Her eyes were fixed on something behind me. The Alpha is standing behind you. I stepped aside. Yeah, Aunt Sarah, so it's true. I nodded slowly. Oh dear. She looked about ready to faint. Wow, that is, where are my manners? Welcome Alpha, oh do please come in. Tristan nodded. Thank you, Mrs. Benson. Aunt Sarah widened her eyes me. I shrugged. I really didn't know how to respond to her right now. This is our kitchen, sorry it's a mess. We're having an incident with our last born. Aunt Sarah bent to pick up a plate from the floor. There was some yellow paste stuff spread all over. The floors, the walls, the counters. What happened? I asked as I started picking up Parker's crayons which had fallen on the floor. Parker got into my secret candy stash. Aunt Sarah sighed. Aunt Sarah keeps some candy bars in the kitchen pantry for the kids in the class she teaches as a special reward for certain accomplishments. We keep it a secret from Parker for obvious reasons. The only thing worse than Hurricane Cat in this house is Tornado Parker. Yikes. I spoke, suddenly grateful I hadn't spent the night here. Yikes would be right. Aunt Sarah responded. Imagine a child on a sugar rush. A werewolf child on a sugar rush produces 10 times that energy, especially since they haven't begun shifting yet, and have no better way to release the energy. Where is he anyway? I asked. It was uncharacteristically quiet. You'll never take me alive. Spoke too soon. I rushed to the kitchen door opening into the dining room and the living area. Parker was running around carrying a chair over his head wearing only his underwear. Parker, get over here. I heard a deeper voice yell followed by heavier footsteps. Uncle Victor came running out as well. Daddy, he's getting faster. How is that even possible? Hazel appeared next carrying one of her butterfly nets. He broke my matte black nail polish. I swear when I get my hands on that brat. Kat came marching out after them. I quickly shut the door and turned to look at Tristan, who just looked confused. Clearly, this isn't a good time, so maybe we can meet again some other time. I suggested. It's Parker, right? He spoke. I nodded. Let me try something. Tristan pushed off the island where he had been leaning and walked towards the door I still held shut. Maybe you shouldn't. It's pretty chaotic in there. I told him. Trust me. He told me. Well, I did try to warn him. I moved away from the door and let him pass. Not exactly how I had envisioned Tristan meeting my family for the first time. Tristan walked in. Aunt Sarah gave me a questioning look. I shook my head. I didn't know what to tell her. I hadn't even been planning on bringing the mighty alpha of the entire pack into her house before the sun had even come up. We followed Tristan, both curious on what he planned on doing. He stopped in the living area where Parker had climbed onto the TV stand. Uncle Victor held his arms up looking ready to catch him if he fell. Come on champ, you need to get down now. Yeah, so that I can kill you. Kat seethed, balling up her fists. Not helping. Uncle Victor told her. All men must die. Parker shouted, punching a fist in the air. Did he just quote Game of Thrones? Okay, who had let this kid watch GOT? The chair he had been carrying earlier was on the floor, missing a leg. Now would be a really good time to try whatever it is you wanted to try. I spoke in a hushed voice to Tristan. I was getting to that. He responded. He stepped forward and cleared his throat. The whole room quietened down. Hazel's eyes widened, Uncle Victor's jaw dropped, and Kat looked like she was going to pass out. Alpha, Tristan is in our living room. Hazel choked out. We can see that, Captain Obvious. Kat responded. Tristan walked closer to the TV stand. Parker Benson. A boy has no name. Oh my gosh. Parker. Tristan took another step closer. I order you to get down from there and listen to your parents. Tristan's voice had taken on that authoritative tone. The alpha's voice. Yes, sir. Parker spoke quickly before climbing down and running to Uncle Victor's side. Everyone stared at him in amazement, including me. He shrugged. I have twin little brothers. They got sugar rushes all the time. This is how my mother handled them. He smirked as if sharing an inside joke. Even kids need to listen to their alphas. Well, damn. XX. It was awkward. I mean, I expected it to be awkward, but I hadn't really grasped just how awkward it would be. We sat at the dining table. I sat beside Tristan directly opposite Aunt Sarah and Uncle Victor. Aunt Sarah kept fussing with the placemats on the table, and kept rearranging and arranging the flowers in the vase before her. Uncle Victor sat very still and was very quiet as he studied Tristan too intently. Bridget and May stood at attention behind us as if they were bodyguards. I really wished that they would sit down because I could just imagine Bridget staring daggers into the back of my head, silently blaming me for this. It made me more nervous than I already was. So, I begun deciding to break the ice. I stopped, realizing I actually didn't know what to say. I looked at Tristan, but he just stayed silent instead of helping me. Sure, I had told him I would do all the talking, but since when did he actually get good at listening to me? I looked back at Uncle Victor and he was still studying Tristan, probably imagining all the ways he could get away with murdering the alpha. Aunt Sarah looked about ready to start reorganizing all the furniture. How could this possibly be any more awkward? Bridget leaned forward and whispered something in Tristan's ear. I looked at them, wanting to be in on whatever they were talking about. Anything other than being on the spot here. I had a feeling that this little connection they had would get annoying quickly. But I wasn't going to say anything because I didn't want to come off as jealous. This was simply a temporary arrangement and I wasn't planning on making things complicated. Tristan cleared his throat and sat up straight. I didn't know whether to be more nervous or relieved. I wanted Aunt Sarah and Uncle Victor to like him, not just to accept him because he was their alpha. But let's face it, Tristan didn't exactly come off as the most open person. He was likable enough around the pack, but that's mostly because people admired his strength and the fact that he had grown up among them. He was social enough. I know that because I had seen him at public social gatherings and I had seen him converse with people. But I feel like that's only because he had to. No one really ever got to know him. They knew Alpha Tristan, their leader, but they didn't know him as a person. Now that I think about it, I didn't really know Tristan as a person either. Our interactions had been kept at a minimum. Me calling him when I needed something and him showing up irritated. Other than that, he respected my wishes and kept his distance. To be honest, in the years I had known him, I had been watching from afar or hearing what other people had to say. People knew him and seemed to like him. They just didn't seem to know him. I was ashamed to admit it, but I didn't know the man sitting next to me as well as I would have liked to either. What was his favorite color? What were his hobbies? And I knew these are things that would definitely be important to Aunt Sarah and Uncle Victor. Mr. and Mrs. Benson. Tristan begun. I'm sorry for barging in on you like this. I wish I could have planned a better meeting, but my schedule is hectic, and I thought I should get this done as quickly as possible. Tristan spoke. His voice calmed me. He was so authoritative, so sure of his words. And what is this exactly? Uncle Victor asked. Oh no. This is, Tristan turned to look at me. Me coming to you to personally confirm something that I'm sure you've heard about already. Your niece and I. She's my mate, Mr. and Mrs. Benson. For a minute I just stared back at Tristan. This felt more real than ever. In front of the whole school it didn't seem as real as it did in front of my uncle and aunt and of course my cousins whom I knew were eavesdropping. I could see Hazel's yellow hair ribbon by the corner of the door. And what exactly does that mean? Uncle Victor pressed. How did you just realize Crystal was your mate? She has been here for 4 years. And you're just now finding out. His tone implied that he didn't buy it one bit. I sighed. Moment of truth. The truth is, I've known that Tristan was my mate for quite some time now. I confessed. Aunt Sarah gasped. What? How? And you didn't tell us? Uncle Victor was quiet, but you could see the disappointment in his eyes. When did this happen exactly? Aunt Sarah asked, looking about ready to pop a vein. I was away at college when Crystal moved to Woodfell. Tristan explained. I only got back when she had been here at least 3 months, and we met in the middle of the woods. I was taken back to that day, walking through the northern woods aimlessly and in tears. I hadn't been expecting to run into anyone or any wolf. The minute I crossed the border, I sensed her. His eyes bore into mine, as intense as they had been that day. I had to find her. I remember looking into that wolf's flashing green orbs. I remember being mesmerized, recognizing what was happening that minute. I remember him shifting and not even paying attention to his nudity at the moment, just his eyes. Because they are what captivated my inner wolf, they introduced him to me. They claimed me. Mine. He had declared. I was brought out of my thoughts when he had spoke. Who are you? I had asked. I mean, what's your name? He had stepped forward. Tristan. Tristan Melrose. What's yours? I remember having played with the name on my tongue, Tristan Melrose. My mate. Considering I had just learnt about the concept 2 months ago, something in me stirred. I had found my person. Someone who was mine. He was a complete stranger, sure, but he was mine. The fact that my parents had abandoned me didn't matter. The cute Roman boy I had met who worked for my uncle didn't matter. Nothing but him mattered at the moment. Tristan Melrose. Wait a minute. I had heard that name before. I remember taking a shaky step back from him. Tristan Melrose, as in the Alpha. He had nodded and stepped forward as if that wasn't a big deal. His eyes were still stuck on me. And you rejected her? Uncle Victor asked. My head spun to look at him. Why do you just assume that I'm the one who got rejected here? I demanded. Uncle Victor looked a bit embarrassed. Well, didn't you? I narrowed my eyes at my uncle. No. I rejected him. I regretted the words the minute they left my mouth. Aunt Sarah looked shocked while Uncle Victor looked proud. Only he would be happy about me curving my literal soul mate. Did this man honestly expect me to be single forever? I turned to give Tristan an apologetic look, but he just looked away from me. I wanted to get help from May, so I turned around and was instead met with a deathly glare from Bridget. I cleared my throat as I turned back. I mean, the timing wasn't right at the time. I quickly added to cover up, but clearly that didn't do anything to help. Remember the temporary empathy link I had talked about that got established between mates in the first 2 weeks? Well, I could feel a bit of what Tristan was feeling right now, and I knew that I had offended him. And the timing is right now. Uncle Victor rose his brows at me. A question was screaming on his face. Why? Mr. and Mrs. Benson. Tristan spoke. The attack yesterday cleared up my prospects. I never want to see Crystal get hurt. Then hire a bodyguard for her. Don't imprint on her against her will. He yelled. Oh snap. I could tell that he had been boiling for some time, and now his lid had finally blew. With all due respect, sir. I could hear Bridget stepping forward. You should be careful about how you address your alpha. She spoke in a threatening tone. Tristan stood up and eyed her down. Bridge. He spoke in a warning tone. Uncle Victor rose. Honey. Aunt Sarah spoke, frightened. I don't mean any disrespect. Uncle Victor spoke stiffly. But Crystal is a minor, and you can't just force her to be your mate after she rejected you. What about her rights? Something was about to hit the roof. I stood up. He isn't forcing me. I want this too. I told Uncle Victor. I don't know why I didn't just tell them the truth. I guess I just didn't want to get into all that. If that was true, you wouldn't have rejected him in the first place. Uncle Victor rose his voice. Aunt Sarah saw that things were getting out of control. She rose and placed her hand on Uncle Victor's chest. Hey Victor, why don't we just calm down? She urged him nervously. Yes, Mr. Benson, we wouldn't want any problems. Bridget's voice was low and threatening. I looked at Tristan. He needed to control his beta. As much as I was scared of her, I couldn't stand here and let her threaten my uncle. But we do have a problem here. The alpha of the Silvercrest pack abusing his power to claim my little girl. Tristan glared at Uncle Victor. I wanted to stop him before he said anything. Uncle Victor, that's not what's happening here. Let me explain. My head swam for excuses that I couldn't seem to grasp. Crystal, don't lie to your family. Tristan spoke eventually, his eyes not leaving Uncle Victor. The only reason I claimed Crystal is because the threat of rogues is in the air and I believe Roman is one of them. I looked at Tristan in shock. I hadn't been expecting him to actually tell them the truth. That Roman was behind the attack? Aunt Sarah asked. Her face drained of color. I suspect he was. I caught his scent just a few days ago. I have reason to believe that he is in the area. My head turned to Tristan. I felt my heart stop for a second. He definitely didn't tell me that. You saw Roman. Uncle Victor was breathless. No. Tristan spoke curtly. But I know it was him. It felt like my heart had stopped. I had heard his voice that day. The twins, their conversation about the security breach. Joshua had said it just yesterday. I guess I hadn't wanted to believe it. But with Tristan saying it. Tristan, who hated Roman most of all. I'm protecting her. He continued, not looking at me. Deliberately, no doubt. I couldn't believe it. He had actually almost had an altercation with Roman and hadn't told me. You didn't tell him that you heard him call out to you either. My mind reminded me. Yeah, but that's because, in my defense, I hadn't even been sure if I was hearing things or if it had been real. I think he'll try to drag Crystal into whatever he might be planning, and after what happened last time. You mean when the whole town persecuted her even though she was innocent and you just stood by and did nothing? You let them treat her like a criminal. Uncle Victor yelled. You let them drag your mate's name through the mud. You let your entire pack bully her. Uncle Victor. Stop. I had a feeling yelling at your alpha was against some law. Even if Tristan wasn't technically Uncle Victor's true alpha. And Bridget looked really ready to do something about his insolence. I told Tristan not to get involved, and that's what he did. I explained. The trial last summer had me in tears. Daily, but blaming Tristan wasn't the way to go. I had rejected Tristan. Sure, that hadn't stopped him from trying to help me during the trial, but I wouldn't use the "my mate is the alpha" card to get out of it. Roman had hurt and betrayed me, but I wasn't going to go running to Tristan. That felt like manipulation. And how would it have looked, honestly? Turning the rejection around just because I needed help. What would people have said about the alpha's mate not only turning out to be a halfling, but also an accused accomplice of the pack's biggest traitor? My words had clearly done nothing to ease Uncle Victor, but at least he was silent now. Now we could spend the whole morning yelling about this, or you can accept it. Because this has happened and there's nothing you can do about it. And I'm sorry that you're not happy, but you can't choose or reject my mate for me. Uncle Victor looked like he wanted to argue again, but Aunt Sarah put her hand on his arm. Listen to her. She told him calmly. This is definitely a complicated situation, but you can't oppose the laws of nature. Uncle Victor looked at me. He stared at me like a father who was losing his daughter, and it broke my heart. What could I tell him to make him believe that this was for the best? Tristan is just trying to protect me. I spoke up, looking into my uncle's eyes. I tried to see it through his eyes. Tristan had claimed me without my consent. That's what I had been the most mad about too. I had just gone through this chaos with Roman and I still hadn't fully recovered. He was just concerned about my well-being. I wasn't able to protect her from Roman the first time. So I'm going to do it now. I'm just asking you to trust me with your niece, Mr. and Mrs. Benson. Tristan spoke with a fiery determination. Uncle Victor looked at his wife before letting out a sigh. Fine. If what you say is true, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I've seen you take over leadership from your mother and spite everything. You're a good man, a good alpha too. I expect you to be an even better one to Crystal. I felt myself relax a little. He had finally given in. Promise. Tristan spoke. But Crystal is still a minor, so of course she'll be treated accordingly. Uncle Victor continued. I'm her guardian. That means she still lives under my roof, she still focuses on her studies, curfew still stands, and let's not forget what the law states about messing around with minors. I blushed. Uncle Victor. I would never take advantage of her. Tristan stated, looking Uncle Victor in the eyes. I could tell he was slightly impressed, but of course he would never say it. Yeah, well, I've heard promises like that before. He muttered. Can someone say petty? But of course Lady Luna will have some responsibilities that will require her to bend some of your rules. Bridget spoke. And we're not in the habit of sending out permission slips. Okay. Can I get another person in the audience to scream petty? Uncle Victor was about to shoot something back to the snarky comment, but Aunt Sarah held him back. We understand, she said, giving him a stern look. We really must get going, Alpha. Bridget spoke. I could tell she was satisfied with the chaos she had caused. Tristan put his hand on his chest. Mr. and Mrs. Benson. I'm glad we could talk. Enjoy the rest of your days. I'll walk you out, I quickly offered. Mostly because I wasn't ready to be alone with Uncle Victor. You need to get ready for training, May reminded me. So get dressed so that we can go. All right. There was still that. Of course. I spoke. But, can I have a word with Tristan? Bridget looked murderous. I know I had already wasted a lot of time for her. It will only take a sec. Promised. She rolled her eyes before turning to leave. Tristan and I stopped in the kitchen while May followed Bridget outside. Tristan rose his brows at me. What's up? Roman was here. Like on Silvercrest territory? I asked. Tristan was quiet for a second, his eyes studying me carefully before he responded. I believe he was. That statement did nothing to ease my nerves. I mean, how was I supposed to react to Roman being back, really? Like where exactly? I pressed. That information is private. He responded somewhat coldly. I sighed. Tristan, what would you do with that information anyway? He demanded. I opened my mouth and closed it again. Nothing. That's what I was supposed to say, right? But I wasn't too sure, honestly. The wise thing would be to stay away and let them catch him. Roman was nothing to me now. Exactly. Tristan spoke. He began to turn around. What happens when you catch him? I blurted out the question that had been on my mind for a while. Tristan froze. He spun around and looked way too composed. What do you really want to ask me, Crystal? He asked slowly. I sucked in a deep breath. I'm asking if you plan on killing Roman. I spoke in what I hoped was a level voice. It was the only conclusion to this. Roman had betrayed the pack and Tristan himself. They would want blood. Let me guess. Tristan let out a humorless laugh. You don't want me to. I silently shook my head. Roman had done something terrible, but he didn't deserve to die. You can't kill him, Tristan. Even as I spoke the words, I felt him grow angrier. He clenched his fist. Of course you're still defending him. Tristan, this has nothing to do with Roman as a criminal and an enemy of the pack. And if he indeed had something to do with my brother's attack, I can assure you he'll get what he deserves. With that, he spun around and stormed out of the house. I was left frozen to my spot in fear. Fear for Roman. Well, you've definitely gotten yourself in quite the predicament, cousin. I turned around and saw Kat staring at me with her hands folded across her chest. So that's how you got the candidacy, huh? Sleeping with the alpha. She spoke. My eyes widened. I am not sleeping with Tristan. She shrugged. I know. You would never do anything that fun. There was a glint in her eyes and I immediately saw my old cat. She cracked a smile. Oh cousin, your life just became my new favorite TV show. The Tragic Life of Crystal Swan. She shrugged. Well, I was going to call it The Dysfunctional Life of Crystal Swan, but that works too. I groaned. What am I going to do, Kat? She frowned. She held her hand out. You can start by explaining everything from the beginning. 𝐿𝐷𝐼 stumbled through the woods. Don't be mad. They told me. These things are normal. She'll come back for you. She loves you. Lies. All lies. They were all lying, pretending to care. Acting like this was what it would take to protect me. But who were they really protecting other than themselves? They were protecting themselves from having to tell me the truth. Which was simply my parents ditched me here because they didn't want me. It wasn't exactly the easiest thing to tell a 14-year-old girl. So they lied and made empty promises about my mother coming back for me. Is it weird that somehow I had known? Not that she would desert me, but that she would never look at me the same. The day I had fainted in PE and they had to call my mother. How I had to miss a whole 2 weeks of school. A freaking animal's tale had emerged from nowhere. The constant fevers and bursts of energy. The splitting headaches that my mother would later sit me down about and explain as the changing. But of course the biggest bombshell being her telling me that werewolves existed and that we couldn't tell Dad because he was human and would freak out to know that his wife and daughter were part animal. Van Cliff wolves, she would call us. A nearly extinct species. She would go on to explain that the man I had only met a total of 3 times was my Uncle Victor right before she would leave me at the border of Woodfell with him and his wife waiting there. It's okay, baby girl. She would try to comfort me as she stroked my hair. Mummy loves you, okay? She loves you so much. She would then take the crescent necklace that hang around my neck, and then take out her own from under her sweater. Necklaces they had both been wearing since her 3rd birthday. Her father would poke fun at them and say, "I want in on those friendship necklaces too." Mum would wiggle her finger at Dad and say, She would then walk towards Crystal and whisper, "It's for Van Cliff girls only. We're always connected, my love, one way or another, we're Van Cliff wolves. I'll be back for you. Promise." Her eyes would glow blue and mine would mirror them. Our sign of affirmation. I wouldn't know that the day I decided to stop listening to the lies. The day I decided to run away from the Benson house. I didn't know that was the day a confused 14-year-old would also meet the young alpha of the 𝐿𝐴𝐺𝐻 pack. He would turn out to be her mate and she would reject him. "So you managed to keep a secret this big?" Kat spoke incredulously as she shut her locker. We were in the girls' locker room. She had just finished her intense level 4 PE class, which made me grateful that instructor Peter, or I guess just Peter now, had taken it easy on us today. Clearly everyone was tired and still shaken from yesterday. Joshua hadn't shown up for obvious reasons, so we didn't do the excruciating run. B was hella moody and wasn't really doing anything or talking to anyone. Courtney was her usual Courtney self, though her glares at me had pretty much intensified. If she kept it up, she would definitely rival her sister. Peter also looked tired, and I bet he was, but fortunately he didn't seem to throw any accusatory looks my way. He just gave us some basic climbing exercise, which, go figure, I had still sucked at. I guess becoming Lady Luna didn't give me a boost in athletic ability. Andre helped me out though. I wondered if his sudden act of kindness was because of my new boost in status, but I decided that wasn't it, because when I had thanked him, he had just shrugged and gone to make Allison go for a run with him. I guess Andre was honestly just the type who didn't care about the status quo. He was just here because he was genuinely extremely equipped physically. He had no ties to anyone close to the alpha or anything. He was here because of merit. Kat tried to stuff her blue 𝐿𝐴𝐺𝐻 prep hoodie in her already too full locker. The girl had 2 lockers in school, yet she still didn't have enough space. Whatever she put in them was a mystery to me. "Girl, I can't get you to lie to my parents about anything, and yet you kept a whole 20-something-year-old man away from them." 22. I muttered. I was seated on a bench while she stood. "Yeah, we'll talk about your weird fetish for older guys later." She waved me off. I placed my hand on my chest, taking offense. The locker room was empty, which was the main reason we were here. We needed the privacy. All day teachers and students had been treating me differently. They whispered and stared and actually greeted me fondly. Like they all hadn't thought I was a spy not too long ago. I was grateful for Kat and her loud mouth for once in my life. She had up front told a professor who had told me my hair looked good today to stop being a fake bee. Fortunately, she hadn't gotten in trouble. "Okay, so you're telling me you could have been Lady freaking Luna 4 years ago, but instead you rejected the freaking smoking hot alpha because why? And don't say Roman, because you two weren't even a thing then." "I don't know." I sighed. I was feeling lost at that time. I was angry, and I definitely didn't need to want to become the Luna of a pack that despised me. "Why didn't you tell Tristan that?" Kat asked, looking at me sympathetically. "He would have totally kicked the asses of whoever messed with you. I didn't want him to have to make anyone like me." I spoke. Kat rolled her eyes. She came to sit beside me. "Not everyone has to like you, right? They should, because you're freaking awesome, but if they don't, that's on them and their bitter, hate-filled hearts. A lot of people didn't like Tristan as our alpha in the beginning because he was too young and had some serious alcohol problems." I looked at Kat. "I didn't know that. Tristan had alcohol problems." "Oh yeah, he was a mess." She spoke as if it was nothing. "But he got sober and went to college and came back all smart and started making all these reforms that made everyone richer, and now everyone loves him." "Okay, but that's Tristan. He was born here and has lived here all his life. I haven't. And quite frankly, I just didn't want to burden him with myself." Kat put her arm around me. "You're not a burden." "Yeah, exactly why my parents hadn't wanted me, huh? But I didn't say that." I just accepted Kat's comfort and placed my head on her shoulder. "Well, now I'm the Luna whether I like it or not. Even if it is temporary." I sighed. I didn't know what responsibilities Bridget had been talking about, but I was already nervous about them. "Hey, chin up." Kat spoke encouragingly. "Do you know how many perks come with being a Luna? We can literally have whatever we want for free, we can do whatever we want, and everyone has to listen to us." I took my head off her shoulder and rose my brows at her. We. Sis was really out here acting like we were carrying this burden together." Kat rolled her eyes. Babe, I know I have been a raging monster to you these past few days and I'm sorry but I am quite literally your only choice for beta. Lunas don't get betas, I pointed out, which is incredibly sexist. Kat exclaimed. The last alpha of this pack was a woman. I reminded her. Besides, technically Tristan's betas are my betas. I was pretty much frightened at the thought of having to give Bridget an order that I almost shuddered. Whatever, alphas change the rules all the time. We'll just talk to my new cousin-in-law later. Wait, alphas can change the rules, but what about Lunas? Do you think I could get a say in what would happen to, let's say, an enemy of the pack? Kat shook her head slowly. I don't want Roman to die either, Chrissy, but trust me when I say you can't go around petitioning to save him. We just barely managed to prove that you weren't his accomplice. If they catch him and you fight for him, they'll burn you at the stake along with him and neither Tristan nor Dad or Mum will be able to do anything about it. I groaned in frustration. He lied and deceived me. I should want him to get what he deserves, but I just can't stop praying that Tristan and his army don't find him. I admitted guiltily. I looked up at Kat. Is that wrong? She rubbed my shoulder. You loved him. He turned out to be a tool but you still care. I don't think that's wrong. You just have a good heart. I didn't want to care anymore though. I wanted to be disgusted whenever I heard his name like everyone else was, but I just couldn't. Kat was right. I had loved him. Speaking of loving Roman, I begun in a small voice. Chris told me that you I took in a deep breath. Just spit it out, Crystal. Did you have a thing with Roman? Before I moved here? Kat rolled her eyes. I'm going to murder that little, don't be mad at Chris. I made him tell me. I quickly covered up for my friend who I definitely did not want to see die. Kat looked away from me. I have never had a thing with Roman. Not before you were with him and definitely not during or after. She clenched her fist and this time spoke in a small voice. But I did have a thing for him. I was quiet. I could tell she was having a hard time talking about this. I liked him, okay. He just didn't like me back. And then you come along and he's totally smitten. I remember rushing to Kat in our room after my first encounter with Roman to tell her about our encounter. She had simply rolled her eyes and continued flipping through a magazine. Don't waste your time. No one is good enough for him. I hadn't realized at the time that she had shot her shot. I couldn't imagine anyone ever rejecting Kat. I know she hangs out with the outcasts of the school, but I always saw Kat as someone any guy would want. She let out a humorless laugh. That's why I was so mad at you. Because everything I want goes to you without you even having to ask. Roman, the AAP candidacy, my parents' love and affection. Even my little siblings seem to like you more than they do me. And now, you're pretty much the leader of our pack. I just have to blink and something else is handed to you. She didn't sound angry or resentful. Just wistful, really. I took her hand in mine. Your parents are here and they adore you. Hazel would never tell you this because she's your little sister, but she looks up to you and so do her friends. They all idolize you. And let's face it, Parker's allegiance is to anyone who gives him sugar. Kat laughed. I smiled at her. But he adores you either way. My AAP candidacy is probably a scam or a practical joke because I humiliate myself literally every day. And as for Roman, I think you should be relieved that he didn't drag you into his chaos. Your life is perfect, kitty cat. I bopped her nose. And as Chris once said, you will go on to do great things with or without the AAP. Kat smiled. I guess I won't be killing the jerk after all. Great. I wouldn't want to lose my only other friend at school. Oh, trust me. Everyone will want to be your friend now. I groaned. Arg, I don't want that. Kat grinned at me. Don't worry. That's what I'm here for. Don't fret, dear cousin. This is your kingdom and you are the queen. Whatever these commoners have to say about it is none of our concerns. I looked at Kat and immediately regretted introducing her to Game of Thrones. I took her hand in mine and patted it. Catherine, relax. Nothing has changed. I don't want any unnecessary attention. Kat looked at me with wide eyes. Everything has changed, your lady freaking Luna. Literally the whole student body present in the cafeteria turned to stare in our direction. Even the lunch ladies. I was frozen in my spot, clutching Kat's arm. That's right. She grinned in satisfaction, not seeming as mortified by the attention as I was. Just then I noticed Joshua Melrose walking towards us, a crutch in his left hand. He winced with every step and he honestly didn't look too stable. Michael walked beside him. flinching with every step as if he felt his brother's pain too. They stopped in front of us. "Could you be any louder, Catherine?" Joshua asked with a roll of his eyes and a scowl on his face which I had honestly gotten way too used to seeing. Seeing Joshua Melrose with a different facial expression would probably confuse me more. Catherine folded her arms and looked at Joshua from head to toe. "And could you be any more gloomy, Squidward? We get it, you took a beating." I cringed. "Oh, Catherine." Michael snorted out a laugh. Joshua gave him a death glare. Michael shrugged. "Hey, it was a good one." "Then what does that make you?" "SpongeBob." Joshua shot back. Michael beamed at him. "Happy and adorable. Loud and annoying." Joshua deadpanned. Michael's face dropped. "You're lucky someone already had a go at you. Why are you here anyway?" I spoke up. When Joshua hadn't shown up for training, I had just assumed he had stayed home, and for good reason too. Josh is an idiot. A stubborn idiot. Michael glared at his brother. Joshua rolled his eyes and turned to look at me. "We're just here to get you." He spoke. "Get me?" I asked in confusion. "So that you can sit with us at our table." Michael jumped in. He then turned into the nervous wreck he usually became when he spoke to me. "That's if you want to," he added, wringing his hands. "We could easily sit at your table," he offered. I opened my mouth to say something, but Kat beat me to it. "Hold up." She raised a hand. "What makes you think you're worthy to sit, or even hang out with Lady Luna?" I fought the urge to face-palm myself. The fact that I get fried if I don't. Joshua held up his hand that had the bracelet. Kat looked confused. "They're proximity bracelets." I explained to Kat. "We got them in AAP training. I can't be more than 10 feet away from Joshua. If I am, this thing gives me an electric shock." I pointed helplessly at the band. "It's not that I didn't want to hang out with Joshua. That's not true. The fact of the matter was that Joshua and I weren't friends. And I might have forgiven him for what he had said in the woods, but I still had a long way to go until I forgot." "Fine, we'll grace you with our presence for today. It will be like the good old days, huh?" Kat grinned at the twins. I forgot that this was actually once Kat's friend group. "The girls definitely won't like this," Michael muttered. Kat's smile got bigger than I have ever seen it. "Perfect." She walked ahead of us. "Well, come along, guys." I sighed. Joshua rolled his eyes. Michael just muttered, "Same old Kat." I followed behind the twins. Michael kept giving his brother nervous looks as if scared he would fall over. I saw B and Courtney look up and give Kat a look of distaste as she approached their table. I could just imagine the rest of the student body looking on with bated breath, waiting for the inevitable drama to brew. "What are you doing?" B demanded as Kat pulled back a chair. "Sitting." Kat gave a sweet smile as she lowered herself onto the chair. "Good to be back." "Josh." B snapped. Joshua lowered himself into the chair next to her. "We talked about this, babe." "Yeah, you said Crystal." "Not her." I don't think I had ever heard B actually say my name. This, she pointed at Kat, who was still beaming, "is not right." "You're right." Kat spoke. She stood up. I looked on in shock. Kat definitely wasn't one to back down this easily, especially when it came to B and Courtney. "Someone's missing." She looked around the cafeteria until she spotted what she was looking for. "Chris, darling. Over here," she yelled. As if we didn't already have the whole cafeteria's attention. Chris, who was standing in the cafeteria line all the way across the room, about to bite into an apple, froze. He looked around nervously, clutching his lunch tray. A lot of students had turned their attention to him. His eyes widened and he shook his head. Kat's expression hardened. "Come here." She spoke through gritted teeth. Chris let out a sigh and, I bet, muttered a prayer before making his way towards the table. I noticed him pointedly trying to avoid eye contact with anyone else. He stood beside me and smiled nervously. "Hey everyone." He gave an awkward wave. He leaned closer to me and whispered, "What the actual hell?" I just gave him a shrug in response. This was all Kat being passive-aggressive, not me. "Guys, sit," Kat demanded. "Well, maybe we should all just—" Kat cut my words short by shooting me a glare. "I guess we're sitting." I spoke as I grabbed Chris' arm and dragged him to the table. I sat beside Kat and he took the chair next to mine. "Well, isn't this nice?" Michael muttered as he himself took the chair in between Chris and Courtney. "I'm leaving," B announced as she pushed back her chair. Joshua held on to her arm. Come on, stop being dramatic. Dramatic. Be seethed. Bad choice of words, brother. Michael muttered. Bea slammed her palm on the table and Joshua sighed in exhaustion. You know what? I'm not even going to start with you. It's bad enough what you did yesterday. What? Almost dying. Joshua asked sarcastically. Bea looked at him outraged. You're unbelievable. Joshua sighed. Could you please just sit down so that we can eat, babe? He spoke in a surprisingly level voice considering how much Bea was freaking out. Not with them. Bea spat before turning and storming away. Courtney got up as well. She glared at me, then Kat, and finally Joshua. Nice going. She spoke in accusation. This is my fault. He asked in disbelief. It's all your faults, but you're more accountable. She told him. With one last goodbye glare, Courtney left as well. Joshua let out a huff and rubbed his temple. Well, that escalated quickly. Kat spoke, seeming completely unbothered by the events that had just occurred. And whose fault is that? Joshua mumbled. Kat simply shrugged. Hey Chris, be a doll and pass me that muffin from Courtney's tray. Poor thing got left behind. Chris and I stared at Kat in disbelief. How was she okay in the midst of so much chaos? I'm definitely cutting her off from Game of Thrones. Kat's jealousy is out in the open, as she feels like every aspect of her life has been effortlessly taken by Crystal, including Roman's affection, her family's attention, and even the chance to lead the pack. Crystal tries to console her, but Kat's discontent seems deeply rooted. Thank you for your subscription and likes. What would you do if it were you? You can leave your thoughts in the comment section. 𝐿𝐲𝐸. I grinned at the sight of Roman leaning against a wall. His eyes shone with excitement that his face refused to expose. But I knew him too well to know how giddy he must have been feeling right now. Oh, will you look at that? Kat spoke dryly. If it isn't one of the AAP candidates. How do you feel, hotshot? She teased. Careful, Catherine, your envy is showing. Roman easily shot back. Lucky for me, I look amazing in green. She spoke with a smile. Roman rolled his eyes. He then looked at me and smiled. I smiled back. What do you think, baby doll? I think you should not call me baby doll. I giggled. But are you kidding me? I'm freaking proud, Ro. Then show me. Before I could run into his arms to give him a congratulatory hug, Chris beat me to it and wrapped his arms around my boyfriend. You are quite literally my hero, man. The freaking AAP. Point one for the outcasts. He yelled. Roman tensed up and looked at Chris awkwardly. Thanks, man, but I was kind of hoping to get a hug from my girlfriend. Chris pulled away and shrugged. You get hugs from her all the time. How is that special? I playfully shoved Chris before walking right into Roman's already outstretched arms. I'll have you know that my hugs are magical. I spoke as I rested my head on Roman's chest. She's not lying. He spoke with a chuckle. Gag. Kat announced. Come on, Chris, let's go before I quite literally barf. She spoke as she pulled him away. Get my cousin home safely, Roman. No stops in the woods for mischief. She yelled over her shoulder, doing the I'm watching you gesture. I blushed. Ignore her. I quickly told Roman. He intertwined our fingers and smiled down at me. I do plan on doing something with you in the woods. Nothing to do with Kat's perverted thinking though. Think you'll like it. I smiled like a fool whenever I was with Roman, fascinated by this all good-looking upperclassman with the most rare eyes I had ever seen. And somehow his interest was focused on me. Hey Roman, congratulations, man. A guy who was passing by called out. Roman gave him a nod of acknowledgement. Roman. A girl called out from behind us. We turned around. A pretty Asian senior girl stood with her hands behind her back and a bright smile on her face. I recognized her as Ashley, the captain of the cheerleading squad. Also one of the candidates that had been announced in assembly today. There was a group of giggling girls behind her, probably also on the cheerleading squad. I looked up at Roman, his eyes were narrowed. Yeah, we were all about to go get something to eat to celebrate with the other candidates. Wanna come with? She twirled her hair in between her forefinger and her thumb. He threw his arm around me. Thanks, but I have my own plans. With my girlfriend. Ashley looked so shocked at the sight of me that it was almost comical. Maybe she had thought that I was his sister. But clearly she didn't think Roman would be with someone like me. She must not even have considered me a threat. Oh, she spoke. She composed herself. Well, it won't be the same without you. Catch you later. She flipped her dark hair before turning to leave with her posse. Looks like someone is into you. I spoke sounding more humored than jealous because I was. Roman and I had been together for almost a year now. How did she not know that? Doesn't matter to me. Roman shrugged. I've got my girl already. You know you don't have to let me hold you back, Ro. You're allowed to have fun. He stopped and took his hand off my shoulder. He turned to face me. You could always tell when Roman was mad. He tried too hard to show that he wasn't. I have fun with you, Crystal. That's not what I meant. I sighed. This is your last year here. I'm just saying I wouldn't be mad if you started hanging out with other people. You mean if I got some popular fake friends? He asked bluntly. They don't have to be fake. I muttered. He moved closer to me and placed his finger underneath my chin, making me look up at him. But they would be. He spoke slowly, emphasizing would. Why is it so hard for you to accept that you're all I want? He asked. I just think you should want more than your girlfriend. I spoke with a nervous laugh to try and lighten the mood. Roman wasn't amused. I love you, Crystal. And I don't want to be friends with anyone who doesn't accept the ones I love. Whether it be you or Chris. All day people had been actually talking to Roman. Roman had a few friends around school, none too close but friends nonetheless. But everyone in school knew him. Not only because he was a halfling but because he was him. Roman wasn't like Chris and I. He was a halfling who could easily pass for a full werewolf. He was good at literally everything and let's face it, he was hot. Any girl would love to be with him. Problem is, for some reason, Roman was so hell-bent on being considered a halfling, he never considered for a moment that he could actually be considered a normal, maybe even popular guy around here. You just said the L word. I spoke quietly. Roman looked taken aback. For a minute I thought he would take it back. I thought he would realize that those words had been a mistake, that I had been a mistake. Because even though I was infatuated with Roman 𝐷𝐸, he couldn't possibly feel the same way. A smile suddenly grew on his lips. I guess the truth is out now. I stared at him, stunned. Are you going to leave me hanging? He chuckled uneasily. I pulled his face close to mine. I love you too. I whispered before pressing my lips to his. Hey delinquents. No lip-locking on school grounds. I heard a sharp voice yell. I pulled away from Roman quickly and felt my cheeks heat up. Sorry, Miss Marin. Roman yelled at the old lady who was on the second floor, narrowing her hawk-like eyes at us. Let's get out of here before we get detention. Roman whispered in my ear. The minute we were outside the premises of the school, he placed a kiss on my cheek. I giggled and pushed him playfully. Delinquent. I told him teasingly. He grabbed my waist and pulled me closer to him. My back hit his chest and I giggled as he held me in place and placed yet another kiss on my cheek. About that thing in the woods. I wanted to ask you something. I want you to accompany me to the AAP ball. That's if you don't mind going with a delinquent. Another kiss. Well, I'd have to get a dress, another kiss. But yes, I would love to. Ephesians chapter 6 verse 11. Put on the full armor of God, so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. Terry scrawled down the verse on the whiteboard as he spoke it. He turned to face us and placed the marker down on his desk. What do you guys think war is? In your own words. It's what happens when a couple of men with huge egos disagree. Be announced. She turned to give Joshua, who was sitting next to me, a sharp look. Seriously? Joshua whispered to himself. He gripped a pencil so tightly. His knuckles began to turn white. I guess they were still arguing. I had spent the whole day with Joshua. Since he wasn't allowed to take part in any physical activity, he even attended my physical class, which I had with mostly freshmen. He was so utterly unimpressed and maybe even disgusted that I thought he would just leave and risk getting shocked. Hey, chicks can start wars too. Andre spoke. The fact that you just used the word chicks right now stresses the whole stupid male's point. Courtney scoffed. He's right, actually. Allison spoke up in a small voice. Queens were more likely to wage war, especially between 1480 and 1912. That's actually true. Take Queen Isabella for instance and her strategies to unify Spain by taking Granada. Joshua added. Be turned to glare at him. Queen Isabella had gone through 36 hours of labor to deliver twins only for one to not make it. What are you trying to say? She was too emotional. None of those words came out of my mouth. He spoke gruffly. Doesn't matter. Be shot back. The class was silent. I saw Andre lean closer to Allison. Are we still talking about war? Thank you, B and everyone. Terry spoke awkwardly. Now what does putting on the full armor of God, so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes mean? That's your research question of the night.
Andre groaned.
Do we have to write a paper, Mr. G? Both Headmaster Forbes and May have already given us work to take home. Well, I guess since I'm the fun professor. He paused with a huge smile on his face, waiting for our reactions. We all stared at him blankly. His smile dropped. Do you kids want me to give less work or not? Andre was first. Oh, you're the coolest, Mr. G. Totally. Most definitely. Without a doubt. We all spoke. Terry rolled his eyes. Kiss-ups. But whatever, I'll allow it. You'll do this as a presentation with your partners. Hell yeah. Andre yelled. Terry gave him a look. He cleared his throat. Sorry, Mr. G, carry on. Of course he was excited. He was partnered with Smarty Pants Allison, who he actually got along with. Whereas my partner and I just recently learnt to be in each other's presence. I turned and gave Joshua a hopeful smile, but I was instead met with B's clear blue eyes glaring at me. Joshua noticed my smile drop and turned to look at B. He sighed and clenched his jaw before turning back to the front. He muttered something incoherent. Here's one thing to consider about war. There are always two different sides. Both believe that they're right. But how does anyone know for sure? He paused and looked at us as if that should have meant something. And I had a feeling it should have. Okay, that's all for today, guys. Have a good night. He nodded at me. Lady Luna. I stood up awkwardly. Apparently the Luna was supposed to rise first in a room, or whatever customary rules there were. Everyone started to rise as well. Need some help getting to the parking lot, man? Andre asked Joshua, as he watched him use his crutch to pull himself up. I'm good. Joshua replied gruffly, waving him away. He definitely did not look good. You could see the pain on his face that he was trying to hide. Okay, man. Andre spoke, not seeming convinced. Say ya, Lady Luna. Come on, I'll walk you home. We can talk about our presentation. He nodded at Allison, who was gathering her books. He took them from her quickly. She smiled at me. Good night. She waved before walking out with Andre. I looked at Joshua carefully. Peter would deactivate our bracelets exactly at 8 p.m., and we still had 7 minutes. Joshua limped ahead and I followed, walking beside him. Can you drive? I asked, already knowing the answer. May's taking us home. He spoke. He obviously didn't like talking about his pain. Or maybe he just didn't like talking about it with me, which was understandable. Wait us. I asked in shock. You're having dinner with us tonight. Didn't Tristan tell you? No, he did not. You would think the Luna deserved more information. Anita already counted you in, so I don't think you can back out of this. He shrugged. She gets offended easily. I sighed. Okay, I'll tell Aunt Sarah. Aunt Sarah, because Uncle Victor definitely wouldn't take this well. I took out my phone and thought of what to text. Aunt Sarah was also a lady who didn't take kindly to anyone missing her meals. Can I ask you something? Joshua spoke. I looked up at the star-filled sky. Last time we had a one-on-one conversation, it didn't end well. I tried to hide my nerves. Only if I get to ask you something. He didn't respond, he just stared at me. I think I deserve it. I added. He had been a huge jerk to me after all. He relented. Fine. Why did you reject my brother? I looked away from Joshua. I had a feeling I would be getting that question a lot. Honestly, I don't know. I told him. My reasons seem juvenile now. Unreasonable. And I didn't want to repeat them at the risk of seeming that way. Why did I reject Tristan? Easy, I was scared. But Joshua Melrose probably wouldn't get that. That's how I know you couldn't have been a spy after all. He spoke in a small voice. Rejected or not, the mating bond wouldn't have allowed you to betray Tristan without hurting you. True. If I had intentionally hurt Tristan, I would have felt it too. The mating bond carried an obligation to your mate. I'm sorry for all the crappy things I said to you back there. I hadn't received an official apology yet, and I didn't think I would. It's fine. I told him even though my chest still stung from the words, I actually wanted to ask you about some of the things you said. He rose his brows at me. Really? I nodded. How did you know that stuff about me? Or rather my family situation? I played with my hands nervously. Oh, he spoke. You can't tell T though. My lips are sealed. I assured him. They're files on all foreign-born wolves in the pack like your uncle. And well, during the whole Roman investigation, T had a bunch of them in his study all the time, so when he wasn't looking I took a peek or 2 or 11. He scratched the back of his head. Why? I asked, suddenly feeling angry again. Joshua Melrose probably now knew things about me that I would rather have kept hidden. I thought you were working with Roman. He spoke defensively. Look, I'm sorry. No, you're not. I snapped. I looked away from him. Tears were brimming at my eyes. You shouldn't have invaded my privacy like that. I muttered. You didn't have the right. I could only imagine what he must have read. How he must have looked at me now. His words came back harsher than ever. And weren't you brought here for the same reason? Because apparently your family didn't want you. Crystal, just don't. At that moment I saw the headlights of an SUV. See, I was so mad. By the time May dropped me off at home, it was already 10 p.m. Dinner had just been the twins, Anita and I. Tristan hadn't even shown up. Apparently he had been too busy. The twins seemed unfazed by this because apparently it happened all the time, but I wasn't used to that. Tristan did not have the right to make surprise plans including me, and not even show up for them. I had enough on my plate with the AAP as it was. Another thing that he had decided on. I tossed my backpack furiously on the floor as I walked into my room. Someone's mad. Hazel sang. She was sitting cross-legged on my bed, already in her footsie pajamas with her curly hair done in a bun above her head. Kat was on her bed in the same form and in the same attire. Aunt Sarah had thought it would be the cutest thing to get all 3 of them matching pajamas like that. I thought it was adorable as well, but Parker begs to differ, and getting him in his is a serious battle. Tell me about it. Kat responded. Wanna join us? I'm teaching Hayes some meditation techniques to help her control her spontaneous shifting. Hazel widened her eyes and mouthed, no she isn't. I didn't want to say anything, but Kat, who had a temper worse than anyone I have ever met, teaching sweet, bubbly Hazel how to control herself was kind of a strange sight. No thank you, was all I said politely. I just had a sucky day, that's all. Hazel stretched her legs in front of her. She patted a spot on the bed eagerly. Tell us all about it. I knew she was just trying to get out of cat yoga, and I couldn't blame her. You're literally the only person I know who would be mad about being with Mr. Dreamy, Tristan freaking Melrose. Kat spoke in irritation. Hazel sighed at her older sister. Catherine, consideration, remember. Kat nodded. Oh right. She smiled at me, but it seemed kind of strained. What happened, sweetie? Dinner didn't go well. Kat finally agreed to go to therapy again. Hazel spoke, seeming nervous. Kat's not-so-little bursts of anger have been a problem for some time. She used to go for therapy and take some medications a few years ago to control them, and with time she finally found her stride and has been okay. Heightened emotions usually trigger her. I had been so focused on myself that I didn't even realize all the stress with the AAP might have triggered her again. Hazel, we're not talking about me. Kat growled. This had never been an easy topic for her. Crystal, tell us about dinner. She demanded. I took a seat on the bed beside Hazel. Well, Tristan made dinner plans at his house without even informing me, and then he didn't even show up. I yelled. Hazel and Kat didn't react. They just stared at me. And Hazel asked. And he shouldn't have done that. I responded. He shouldn't have made those plans in the first place if he knew he wouldn't make it. Did you ask him why he wasn't able to make it? Kat asked. I didn't like this. Why was she being the voice of reason when I wanted her to be as outraged? He should be doing all the talking. I'm the one who deserves an explanation here. Why are you on his side? Aren't you the one always preaching about feminism? Hey. Kat raised her hands in defense. I am a feminist, but Tristan is the alpha. For all you know, he didn't make it because he was fighting off another rogue. Remember that. It only happened yesterday. Although I didn't appreciate Kat's condescending tone, I grew worried. What if Tristan had encountered a rogue? What if it was as vicious as the one that had attacked Joshua? What if he was hurt? I would feel something, right? Surely there would be some kind of sign if my soulmate was ripped away from me or hurt. I get it, Zeros, I really do. Kat spoke. But the Luna does have certain duties. And traditionally, you would have been required to move in with Alpha Tristan if you were of age. There are many duties you would have to fulfill now. And you will find yourself spending more time at the Alpha's manor more often. I'll be with you, Avi. I hear they have an endless supply of caviar over there. And a sick gym. And she'll be there for emotional support. Hazel added. That too. Kat waved her off. My point is the Luna has duties too. Tristan won't always be around or available, you know? What duties? I asked, nervous at the prospect of doing yet another thing I would suck at. Well, the elders and the council usually outline those. It's different for different alphas. Alpha Jean wanted her husband helping out with social relations, but he was also good in combat, so she wanted him front and center in the defense wing too. It's all about how Tristan and you will work as a couple, really. Couple? Would the pack even see us as that, really? Tristan has never really treated me as a prospective partner in any way. If anything, he has always treated me like a child. An annoying child, for that matter. The only time he ever truly showed a want for me was the first time we met. And even then, his want wasn't sexual or anything like that. It was the imprinting process. You found your mate. And you never wanted to spend a minute away from them. Felt it too. Crystal. I heard my name get called from downstairs. Coming, Aunt Sarah. I called back. Your mom probably wants to make sure I ate. I told them. BRB. I rushed down the stairs and realized something was different. I was feeling drawn to someone rather. Tristan. I couldn't really describe how strong this feeling had gotten since he had claimed me. Before, I had been aware of his presence in a certain vicinity, but now I was quite literally being drawn to him. I thank God Uncle Victor was still out on his jog. Him encountering Tristan at this hour on a school night would not help things. I walked into the kitchen. Aunt Sarah was by the kitchen door with Parker talking up a storm about what he did today at school. Tristan actually looked at him attentively, nodding along. When Aunt Sarah saw me, she looked relieved. She pulled Parker by the shoulders. Hey, Crystal's here. Why don't we let her talk to Alpha Tristan now? She asked him. Parker was sipping on a juice box. He looked up at me. But I want to talk to Alpha Tristan. Why does Crystal get to talk to him? Aunt Sarah looked trapped. Because he's my best friend. I answered. You know how Sean from school is your best friend. We're not doing that anymore. The traitor broke my favorite crayon. I cannot be friends with people like that. Parker squeezed the box as he spoke and some apple juice spilt on him. Oh baby. Aunt Sarah picked him up. Look what you've done, let's go clean you up. And have a talk about how he's too young to be cutting people off. I muttered. Aunt Sarah gave me a worried look. Tell me about it. I think his teacher calls him a mini Don Corleone behind my back. She whispered. By Alpha Tristan. Parker yelled as Aunt Sarah carried him away. See you later, Parker. Tristan waved. Crystal. He screamed my name, sounding eerily like Uncle Victor. Get back in here before 11, you can. Oh gosh. Aunt Sarah covered his mouth before he said something else. I shook my head before walking towards the door. Tristan was leaning against a wall. He pushed himself off and looked at me. Hey. I folded my arms across my chest. I could see Peter in the front seat of the SUV parked a few meters away. I couldn't tell if anyone else was in there from this far away, but it was clear that he was the driver. Are you coming in? I asked Tristan. He looked exhausted. He wore the pack combat uniform, looking all ready for action in his human form. He probably hadn't been wolfing out. No. He replied. I told your aunt I wouldn't be staying long. I narrowed my eyes at him. Why are you here, Tristan? His face grew dark. If you want me to go, just say so. So now he was mad. No way. I wasn't going to let my fury be undermined. Not today. I stepped outside and shut the front door. Why didn't you show up for dinner? I demanded. I saw the window of the SUV where Peter sat begin to rise slowly until it was fully closed. Tristan's expression didn't waver. I was attending meetings all day, then I was at the border, and you couldn't call or text or ask one of your apprentices to do it. Seriously, Tristan. I'm not your puppet, and you shouldn't think you can tell me where to be whenever you want. I have classes and homework and assignments and apparently training as well because you said so. Tristan put his hands in his pockets, still not reacting. Stop being so calm, damn it. I thought you liked Anita. And aren't you and Mikey friends? I do think 𝐻𝐬𝐬 is nice. And well, I don't think either of your brothers are people I would call friends, but arg. Tristan, are you even listening to me? You made plans that you totally flaked on and you keep telling me what to do and I don't like it. Tristan was quiet for some time and just stared at me. Sorry. He finally spoke. Unbe-freaking-leavable. This won't work, Tristan. Not if we don't set some rules. I told him. Rules? Tristan asked me dryly. I nodded firmly. Rules? I don't think you respect me, quite frankly. You don't? He stopped himself, looking too tired to argue. Fine, Crystal. Draft your set of rules and give them to May or Peter, then we'll talk about it later. He was dismissing me. Like a parent entertaining their child pretending to be an adult. Stop it. I yelled in frustration. Tristan rose his brows at me. Stop what? Treating me like a child. You are a child. He spoke. I don't know why the directness of his words offended me so much. I am not. He rolled his eyes. I'm not trying to insult you, I'm just saying you're young. So are you? I retaliated. He smiled as if amused. It was easy to forget that Tristan was only 22. He hardly smiled. But the few times he did, it made him look 10 times younger. His dimples came out without much effort. Peter had dimples too. Little depressions on his cheek that showed too easily. But Tristan's dimples were stubborn. They demanded a smile to reveal themselves, and whenever he allowed me one, I couldn't help but hope for it to last. It never did. He walked over to the porch seat and sat down. What's the first rule? I was amazed. But I didn't let the opportunity pass by. I rushed to seat beside him. Do you have your phone? I asked him. He dug into his pocket and pulled out the device. Want to see who I'm talking to? He smirked. I scoffed. Whoever's DMS you're sliding into is not my business. I told him as I took his phone and pulled up the Notes app. Tristan had a fingerprint ID on his phone, and about 52 unread messages. I know I said I didn't care, but that seemed kind of suspicious to me. Number 1, I typed, Crystal doesn't have to do anything, Tristan says. That's a bit vague, Tristan muttered, not looking pleased at all. What if I tell you to run because you're in danger? You just won't do it. Okay, in cases where my life depends on it, I might listen to you. Tristan let out something between a grunt and a laugh. What's the second one? Try to make it to dinner at least 5 times a week. I get that you're super busy as alpha, but... Well, you're really pissed off about the dinner thing, huh? He still seemed amused. I rolled my eyes. First of all, you shouldn't have sprung that on me like that. I have my own life and plans, and secondly, I think your brothers were more upset than I was. I said the last part softly. It wasn't my place to get involved in Melrose family business, and I was definitely still mad at Joshua, but I couldn't help but bring this one up. When Anita announced that Tristan probably wouldn't be making it and that we should eat without him, Michael dove right in, but I could see the disappointment on Joshua's face. His face practically dropped after the news. I thought you weren't friends with my brothers. Tristan muttered, looking away from me. I'm not. I spoke. But I know what it's like to hope someone shows up and they just don't. He sighed. You know, they tell you all about how the war was horrific. How scared everyone was. How the humans almost got involved. He was looking up at the stars, looking like he was somewhere else completely. Someplace distant. I was there. I saw it happen. People don't understand that after the war ended, we needed to keep fighting a different battle to keep it that way with the Union. I will never stop fighting so that no one in this pack will ever have to experience war again. If it means I miss a few meals with my brothers, then I'm afraid it'll have to be that way. He was still looking away. Have you ever told them that? I asked. He didn't answer. He just took the phone from me. Number 3, Crystal has to befriend Josh and Mikey. He announced as he typed. I didn't argue or really say anything. I felt like Tristan had just revealed a side of himself he never really ever showed people. Even if it was brief. Very brief. I felt like I understood him more. I was never planning on telling him anything Joshua had said to me. I was allowed to be mad at him. But causing problems between brothers was never something I intended to do. So I just kept quiet about it. Is that why you changed the partnership rules? I asked, remembering how I was stuck with Joshua this entire month. No. I changed the rules because my apprentice candidate spent almost 5 years with a guy who turned out to be a traitor. I laughed humorlessly. Yeah, I can relate. Tristan looked at me thoughtfully, but before he could say anything else, We heard the door of the SUV swing open. Peter gestured to his wrist. Tristan checked the time on his phone. He started to rise. I was immediately attacked by the cold night air. He had been blocking the minute he rose. I didn't even realize the sense of comfort that I felt from being around him. I have to go, he announced. More meetings. I asked Riley. He gave me a smile. Any progress? I asked nervously because it sounded way better than have you found and killed my ex-boyfriend yet. That's classified. Even to the Luna. I tried. You don't want to be the Luna, remember? He smirked. I sighed. He had me on that one. I remember what Kat had been telling me about the Luna's responsibilities. Won't that be a problem though? The Luna not fulfilling her duties. I already talked to the elders. I made it clear what I expected your role to be. I rose my brows at him. You decided what my role would be. Crystal, do you really want to get into this? He asked irritably. Rule number 1, Tristan. You should have discussed this with me first. He rubbed his temple, really looking too exhausted to argue. Fine, I'll schedule a meeting for you and the elders. My eyes widened. I didn't say. You'll have to meet them eventually. He shrugged. Yeah, but I didn't think. Hey, wait. Your grandmother is an elder, isn't she? Does that mean I already asked her? She didn't submit your name for the AAP. He spoke. I felt disappointed. That would have at least been one problem gone. Are you sure? I asked. I know when my grandmother is lying to me. Tristan spoke. This didn't make any sense. If Nana Francesca didn't nominate me, who did? His eyes suddenly flashed green and he got that faraway look. I rolled my eyes. It barely took 40 seconds and he was back. Bridget? I asked, not one bit pleased about this whole her being in his head business. Yeah, I really need to go. He looked like he wanted to say something. I froze under his gaze. I felt like he was going to do something. Maybe hug me. Or hold my hand. Just something that would assure me that I wasn't the only one whose wolf was stirring right now. Maybe put that as number 4. He spoke, taking a step backwards. What? I asked, worried that he had somehow read my mind. Crystal doesn't have to worry about Tristan touching her inappropriately. I would never, you know that, right? I wanted to say something but my body was at war right now, honestly. Did I want Tristan to touch me? It was only natural because he was my mate. Number 5. I croaked out, changing the topic. I don't want to be part of the AAP anymore. Tristan frowned. He shoved his hands into his pockets. I see. Do me favor though. Don't make your decision now. Make it after tomorrow's lesson. What lesson is that? I asked. His eyes flashed green for about 10 more seconds. He flinched. I need to go, he announced and started walking away. Peter had already started the car. He turned abruptly. One more thing. He spoke. You're going dress shopping for the ball tomorrow with Bridget and Nana Francesca. With that, he quickly got into the SUV before I could even protest. Ziv, do you think we're safe here? I asked Roman in a small voice. We were at the site of Uncle Victor's latest project, the mending of an old bell tower, and everyone had left knocked off already. I had stayed behind to keep Roman company. He was in charge of transporting any leftover equipment. I sat in the passenger seat of his truck, swinging my legs out of the open door. I had a notebook and pen in my hands because I was supposed to be writing a report for my English class on the Little Red Riding Hood, the most hated book around here. Go figure. But I got easily distracted as I watched Roman load up another toolbox. Safeware? He asked. As in here in Woodfell. He had taken off his outer shirt, leaving him with a wife beater on underneath. Sweat glittered on his face and I couldn't help but stare at his toned arms as he worked. Yeah, I responded. The war wasn't that long ago. Don't you get scared sometimes? About what could happen if one of the defeated packs decided to rise against us? Roman closed the back of the truck, seemingly done with loading up everything important. Have you been watching that creepy apocalyptic show again? He asked as he wiped the sweat off his forehead with the back of his arm. I rolled my eyes at him. I'm serious, Ro. He walked towards me and placed himself in between my legs. The war is over, babe. He spoke. I looked into his stormy gray eyes and couldn't help but wonder which of his parents he had gotten them from. I had never asked because I knew it wasn't something he would want to talk about. Why are you so worried about a potential doomsday now anyway? He chuckled. I shrugged. Everyone is talking about the unrest with the Reese pack. There were rumors going around that the 𝐲𝐴𝐵 was threatening to breach the Werewolf Union terms agreements and attack 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐼𝐺𝐼 if Tristan didn't increase their rations. The 𝐲𝐴𝐵's alpha is a lazy freeloader. If he's so tired of getting rations from this pack, he should find a way to feed his own. Roman scoffed. And as for attacking us, he reached forward and picked up his bag from the floor of the truck. He rummaged in it until he took out a small square box. He opened the box and took out a thin white strip with what looked like black stickers on it. "What's that?" I asked curiously. "I'm actually not supposed to be showing you this, but they're called surveillance patches," he explained, turning over the strip with the 3 black circles. "We're learning how to use them in AAP training. They're still in development, but I could put one of these on your backpack or on the walls of your room, and I'd be able to not only track your location but hear everything you say on an appropriate device." I took the strip away from Roman and studied it carefully. I was intrigued by the thing, wondering how something so small could possibly do such advanced stuff. "So you're telling me we spy on other packs?" I asked incredulously. So many questions on morality sprung up. Roman took the strip away from me and carefully placed it back into the box. "I'm trying to tell you that we stay ahead of other packs. It's not wrong. It's what all top nations do, ask anyone. It's survival. Still seems wrong to me," I muttered. "As I said, I'm not supposed to be telling you this stuff." He gave me a soft smile. I pushed his curly hair away from his face. It had grown too long. He was way past due for a haircut. But he had been letting it grow since he joined the AAP. He was too busy for anything really, even to spend time with me. That's why I would find myself following him to work like on days like this. "Then why are you?" I asked curiously. He was usually tight-lipped about training stuff even when Kat practically begged and groveled for details. He shrugged. "I just thought you would want to know." He stared into my eyes and smiled. "I love you, you know." I felt blood rushing to my cheeks. I pushed him playfully. "You better." He stared at me for a minute longer. I thought he would do something, maybe kiss me. But at the last minute he pulled away. "All right. Better get these things to your uncle and get you home before I get in trouble," he announced. "As if you could ever get in trouble with Uncle Victor." I scoffed. Uncle Victor pretty much saw Roman as his son. He adored him. All the while, Roman shut my door and jumped over the back to get in through the front seat. Sure, he leaned forward and strapped in my seatbelt. He trusts me. But when it comes to you, there are no excuses. And I like that. Honestly. He continued. I like that so many people here care about you, even the ones you would least expect. I looked up at Roman and furrowed my brows. What do you mean? He just looked at me in concentration for a moment. He then just smiled. Nothing. We should get going. He started the ignition and buckled his seatbelt. Then it all kind of just exploded. Just like that. It was epic. Andre spoke in a loud voice as he explained his 5th grade volcano science project to us. Well, mostly to Allison, but I happened to be sitting beside her, and turns out Andre isn't the type to make anyone feel left out. "Oh, I remember. My project was right next to yours and you kind of ruined it," she told him. Andre rolled his eyes as he placed a foot on the bleachers next to where Allison sat. "You still won, didn't you?" Allison shrugged and turned her focus back to the textbook she was reading. It really amazed me how a calm girl of so little words got along with super hyper, really talkative Andre. "Have you guys been friends a long time?" I asked. Allison looked up from her book and nodded at me. "Pretty much since kindergarten." I was shocked to say the least. "Really? I would never have guessed. I mean, I've never actually seen you two hang out really until now." Andre and Allison looked at each other before both saying at the same time, "High school. These things happen." Ollie decided to become a full-time nerd and spend her days with her nose buried in books. Andre explained, earning a glare from Allison. She threw an M&M from the pack she was eating from, and he caught it easily in his mouth and grinned at her. And Andre spent his time trying to break all the track records on Earth. Allison spoke. "Look me in the eye and tell me that you don't think Usain Bolt is a werewolf," Andre yelled. I was honestly entertained by their banter and just their friendship in general. "What about you, Luna Crystal?" Andre asked, turning his attention to me. He had developed a habit of adding Luna to my name like a sort of nickname a friend would give you, and I had to say I wasn't mad. "What's your excuse for being a total outcast in high school?" "Outcast?" I wouldn't describe neither Allison nor Andre as outcasts. Andre had tons of friends around him all the time. He was the kind of guy who everyone liked. And Allison had a smaller group but friends nonetheless. Isn't it obvious? I asked nervously. Allison and Andre stared at me in confusion. Realization seemed to dawn on Andre. Oh, that you're a halfling. He said it so easily and breezily it couldn't even be considered an insult. I don't think that's an excuse. He shrugged. That's because you're not one. I muttered. I'm black and Ollie is half Korean. We could easily be considered outcasts as well, you know. But that's just not the 𝐿𝐴𝐺𝐻 way. For once I wasn't appreciating Andre's bluntness. No offense, Andre, but you're not the one who got bullied for it by everyone. Andre looked offended. With all due respect, Luna, I think by everyone you mean a select few. I don't think you should accuse everyone of being horrible just because Bea and Courtney have a history with halflings. Andre. Allison yelled. She gave him a meaningful look. Andre looked away, guilty like he had just let something slip. I'm going to do a lap. He mumbled before walking away. I looked at Allison but she quickly looked away and picked up a book. What did Andre mean by Bea had a history with halflings? I turned to look at the other side of the gym where Bea and Courtney sat far away from us, or rather me. The double doors of the gym swung open. Peter walked in beside 𝐿𝐴𝐺𝐬. All thoughts of Bea and Courtney left when I remembered what Tristan had said about attending this lesson before I made up my mind about quitting, and I couldn't help but wonder what today would be about. Gather around, guys. Peter announced. We need to get right to work. We all started walking towards them.
Morning, Luna.
Peter nodded at me. Still didn't like that. Note to self, ask him to stop. Today we're going to be doing something a bit different and... The door swung open and Joshua rushed in. Crutch-free but still limping. He stopped to stand next to me. I took a step away from him. Petty, I know, but it gave me some satisfaction. I was still mad at him. It was actually mostly embarrassment on my part but converted to anger towards him. Joshua, you're late. Peter told him. Sorry, instructor. Joshua responded. Peter shared a look with 𝐿𝐴𝐺𝐬. He looked concerned but he seemed to be trying to mask it behind seriousness. 5 points from you and your partner. My eyes widened but before I could say anything, Peter shot me a stern look and I shut my lips. I guess this is how Joshua felt when I had points taken away from us. Really the only reason we still had points was because he was by far the best in the physical component. I had been hoping to redeem myself and prove that I wasn't such a sucky partner during the theory assessments. Studying I could do. Lifting weights and running for hours. No. As I was saying, we're doing something a little different today. As you all know from recent events, our town is on high security mode. A rogue is believed to be roaming around the area. I could practically feel Joshua stiffen beside me. You guys get a very rare opportunity today. 𝐿𝐴𝐺𝐬 smirked. No school today. You're all coming with us to headquarters and you're all going to help the Alpha under Peter and I and the security and defense wing find the intruder. Oh hell yeah. Andre cheered. Courtney and Bea beamed at each other in excitement. Even Allison looked happy. Joshua and I were the only ones who remained indifferent. We had encountered the rogue firsthand, felt the power in his paws. Not to take anything away from the rest of the candidates, but if that wolf could so easily take down Joshua Melrose, we all had a reason to be worried. That's not all. 𝐿𝐴𝐺𝐬 continued. Peace talks are being held in Calhoun during the diplomatic meeting next week. The pair that proves the most useful in this endeavor gets to accompany Lady Melrose and I. Calhoun territory. No freaking way. Courtney gushed. The Calhoun pack was probably our only rival in the Werewolf Union when it came to size and power. They had great land by the ocean and they actually have the potential to easily beat the 𝐿𝐴𝐺𝐻𝐬 pack economically. Problem is, according to Uncle Victor, they have a history of trigger-happy alphas who usually see war as the solution to all their problems. Nevertheless, it's still a pretty big and important pack, and Kat is always saying that if she wasn't to be appointed a permanent apprentice in service of the Alpha, she would definitely apply to become an ambassador to the Calhoun pack because it was sure to bring in big bucks. It took a lot to deal with the administration of the Calhoun pack though, and people who got the job usually quit after a few months. I don't know why exactly. All I've heard is that the Calhounds are a lot. This one is totally ours. 𝐵 smirked. Hey Ollie and I could have this one in the bag too, you know? Her big brain can help us catch the rogue before you two even put on your lipstick. Andre yelled. Courtney sneered at him. Lip gloss and you could use some Mr. Chapped Lips. Okay, enough. Peter ordered. Everyone to the van out back. We have no time to waste. Oh, one more thing. Peter spoke, giving everyone a stern look. We are going to headquarters, a place of utmost seriousness. Please do not embarrass me. No wandering off, no touching things you require not supposed to touch, and no talking out of line. His eyes fixed on Andre. Oh yeah, got it, boss. I will be on my best behavior. Andre spoke with a nervous smile. Everyone started following the pair. I felt someone grab my hand to stop me. Joshua. He looked at me seriously. I have something I need to talk to you about. I pulled out of his hold. No thank you, Joshua. I told him. I wasn't good at this icing people out thing, so I quickly walked away before he could say anything else. For the first time, I was thankful for his limp, which would surely slow him down. Joshua could say whatever he wanted, but what he did would never be okay. 𝐾𝐥𝐻𝐬. I could literally feel the awkwardness. Somehow I had gotten stuck sitting in between Joshua and B in the SUV. We were using two-pack vehicles. The first one, which was ahead of us, was being driven by Peter with Allison, Andre and Courtney riding with him. The rest of us were with May. B sat with her arms crossed against her chest and Joshua just stared out the window. May didn't speak either, and I wondered if she too understood the gravity of the situation. She was Tristan's apprentice, which meant by default she had to know his brothers. How personal their relationship was the question. Like, how well did she understand B and Joshua's relationship? We were driving past the town center. I caught a glimpse of one of Chris' mother's employees opening up the bakery. I sighed, thinking about how she was probably starting a fresh batch of cross buns. I had worked for Mrs. West for 2 summers in the past with Kat, just to make a little pocket money. It was a really fun experience. I learned to bake a few things and I got to hang out with Chris and Kat a lot. I would much rather be in the bakery right now than in this cold vehicle right now, even if it still meant waking up early every day. I noticed that there were a couple of people in black outfits moving around. Are those soldiers? I asked May. It wasn't unusual to see pack soldiers out around the area, but they definitely weren't taking a leisurely stroll. They looked like they meant business. Alpha Tristan has soldiers scouting Woodfell. May explained. They think the rogue might still be here. Joshua asked, seeming very interested. May hesitated. It was subtle, but I noticed it. It's just precautionary. She explained. I got attacked a day ago, why now? Joshua pressed. Just being thorough. May spoke dismissively. Of course. Joshua muttered. The car was silent again for a little while until B spoke for the first time during the car ride. Thorough about what though? Do you think the rogue could still be in Woodfell? I felt Joshua stiffen beside me. No. May replied too quickly. May, if he's still here I want to know. Joshua growled. I saw May tighten her hand around the steering wheel. He's not. May replied. And even if he was, you guys aren't privy to that information. So drop it, okay? The tone in May's voice was loud and clear. Joshua turned to share a look with B. I saw his eyes flash green. The same shade of green Tristan's turned when he was communicating telepathically. I looked at B, her eyes flashed blue. The same blue as her eye color but more highlighted. Were they really having a private conversation in front of me? Their eyes turned back to normal almost as quickly as they had become entranced. So quick that May didn't seem to notice. My head darted between the two of them curiously. B shot me a glare when she caught me staring and I quickly looked away from her. First of all, I knew Joshua and B were dating, but I didn't know they had gotten to the stage where they could so easily open their minds to each other. And secondly, I wanted to know. I was curious as to why soldiers were patrolling the streets. The last time I had seen this was when Roman had stolen pack information. My point is, the rogue couldn't still be in Woodfell. The land was vast, sure, but wouldn't someone have noticed by now? May suddenly hit the brakes, sending us lurching forward. What the heck? B yelled. Peter just stopped. May spoke in confusion. Surely enough, I looked out the front from where I sat. The SUV Peter was driving was just parked in front of us. May, something is wrong. Joshua spoke, already reaching for the door handle. I heard multiple clicks. May had locked the doors. Stay put, Josh. She told him. The Bluetooth in the car suddenly pinged. May, it's an ambush. Get the kids out of here. Peter's voice was heard through the speakers. Secure the Luna. May immediately jumped into action, immediately stepping on the gas, sending us lurching backwards. May. What? I didn't have time to finish my question because at that moment I saw a large gray wolf jump onto Peter's SUV. Oh my gosh. B gasped. My thoughts exactly. 2 more large grayish wolves creeped out from either side of the SUV in front of us. Peter. How many are they? May asked. For I think they came from the woods. He responded hurried. I gasped when I heard something land on the roof. Hold on guys. May yelled before lurching forward and then turning suddenly to the right. I landed on Joshua, who let out a groan. I heard a whimper and turned around to see the wolf on the ground behind us. May sped forward. I saw 2 more wolves chasing after us. Pete continued to HQ. I'll head back to town and alert the soldiers there. May yelled into the Bluetooth. No, head to the eastern woods, we can't have them too close to civilians. I'll distract them. Distract them? How? May asked. I could hear the concern in her voice. There was a ruffling sound like Peter was moving. Courtney, take over. Get your friends to headquarters. I made out his voice with more ruffling. I heard a bang and gasped. It was followed by growling. May, we need to go back and help Peter and the others. Joshua yelled. May's hands tightened around the wheel. No, Joshua. Her voice shook a little. Peter can handle himself, I need to get you guys to a safe place. May told him. We can't just sit here, we need to do something. Joshua argued. I am doing something. She took a sharp left. And this time I had the sense to grip the seat to prevent myself from falling on Joshua. The vehicle bumped around as we drove off the road and into the woods. You want to help, Josh? Call your brother. Neither Peter nor I can communicate telepathically with him right now. He rarely picks up my calls when he's working. Joshua spoke. He looked at me. You call. He gave me a look that I couldn't quite decipher. Will you hurry up? They're gaining on us. B yelled. She was looking behind us. Something I really didn't want to do. I fumbled in my pockets for my cell phone. Tristan. 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 I scowled until I found his number. I pressed on the little phone sticker. The phone rang and for a minute I thought he would not pick up. And he didn't. Is not answering. I spoke in a panicked voice. Try again. May spoke. It amazed me how she kept her composure. Her fiancé was out there fighting rogues and she has 3 kids lives in her hands. Josh, communicate with Mikey. Tell him what's going on, see if he can get help. I was shaking as I tried to call Tristan again. I tried to send mental notes to him. Come on. I need you. I need you. I need you. I expected Joshua to take out his phone as well, but he just shut his eyes and leaned back. A second later he opened them. I can't reach him. I was about to ask what just happened, but then I heard a voice. Yes. I had never been so excited to hear Bridget's irritated voice. Oh, thank God. I sighed in relief. Is there a reason you keep calling? Tristan is busy. She spoke in annoyance. Okay. Rude much? Yeah, so we're kind of in a predicament. I spoke shakily. May took another sharp turn. Are you kidding me? Tell her we're about to get killed. B screamed. Give me the phone, let me do the talking. Joshua spoke, reaching out. No, let me do it, you suck at giving directions. B also reached out for the phone. Really? Now. Joshua spoke in irritation. Crystal, give me the phone. I said I'm better with directions. B repeated. They now both tried to wrestle the phone from my hands. Guys. I yelled helplessly. Phone. Now. May's sharp voice stopped the bickering immediately. I quickly and gladly handed it to her. B and Joshua both glared at each other. Bridget, this is May, we've been ambushed. About 5 rogues have infiltrated our territory. What's your location? She had put the phone on speaker. I'm in the eastern woods with the Luna, Joshua, and B. Peter has the other candidates, he's along Diaz Road. Track the SUVs for a more specific location. And hurry. Got it. I'm on my way. Stay safe and protect the Luna at all costs. Bridget ordered. She hung up before I could ask where Tristan was. Honestly, I was scared and I wanted him here. All that talk about keeping me safe and he wasn't here. I didn't want to die. No. Surely God wouldn't let us get killed like this. It wasn't his nature. Bridget was coming. She would tell Tristan and everything was going to be okay. And just then, we hit into something and the car stopped. My eyes widened as I stared at May, who slammed her hands on the steering wheel. Damn it. She muttered. What's going on? B asked. I heard a bang sound on the roof and a dent formed. The wolves! Ah! I screamed as another appeared on the hood and started clawing at the glass. Bea leaned back when another appeared by her window. So there were 3. We hit a log and something is wrong. We can't move. May explained as she helplessly pressed on the gas. She gasped when the wolf on the hood banged itself on the windshield, causing a crack to appear. I think they got the tires. Joshua spoke. It now. I screamed. We run. We fight. Him and Bea responded simultaneously. Run. Joshua yelled. Fight. Bea exclaimed. In your state you can barely shift, let alone fight. Bea was right. I'm sure Joshua's cuts weren't fully healed yet, and the stress of shifting would definitely reopen them. I can manage just fine. Besides, we don't have a choice. Joshua, I spoke hurriedly. Listen to Bea, 1 kicked both our butts, now they're 3, we don't stand a chance. That's because we were taken by surprise before. Josh. Bea reached over me and grabbed his face in her hands, making him look into her eyes. Do not make me watch you die. The 2 just stared at each other. Even in this chaos, it really seemed like it was just the 2 of them. I saw Joshua's eyes dart down to Bea's lips. Were they really about to kiss right now? Guys, might I remind you that our lives are still very much in danger? I spoke up. So it's settled. May and I have got this. We'll distract them enough for you to get Crystal out of here. Excuse me, but I'm the instructor here. May spoke fiercely. I'm going out there alone. You guys get yourselves to safety. I can fight. Bea spoke. No. You think you can. This is a real-life situation. Not training, and I will not have any of you die on my... The glass of the windshield finally broke, scattering pieces of glass everywhere. Go. I heard May yell as her eyes shone and she pushed herself off the seat, turning into her wolf, knocking down one of the wolves in the process. She growled at the wolf before pouncing on it and letting her claws handle things. Come on. Joshua yelled as he opened the car door and ran out. I quickly scrambled after him and Bea followed. Joshua grabbed my hand then went off running, pulling me along. Shifting would have been much easier, but there's no way Joshua could handle that. I heard a thud and was surprised to see one of the wolves had landed in front of us. I quickly took a look behind and saw May occupied by the other 2. The wolf growled and we all froze. Joshua placed himself in front of Bea and I. Josh, don't. Bea spoke, grabbing his arm. The wolf growled again as it took another step closer. What did it want? It definitely wasn't like the last one. It was bigger and these were all gray. They weren't halflings either. They had sense. Actually, they had familiar sense. I acted before thinking and pushed past Joshua and ran towards it until I was at least a meter away. Crystal. Joshua yelled. Not again. I heard him mutter. What are you doing? Bea screamed. I ignored them both and stood right in front of the wolf. I couldn't believe I was doing this once again. Since when did I become the heroic type anyway? I'm the scaredy cat. I've always been the scaredy cat. It's me you want, isn't it? I asked. The wolf just stared. Its eyes fixed on my neck and it snarled. It's trying to tell you something. Bea spoke, sounding confused. I tried to follow its eyes. And then it clicked. I dug into my top and pulled out the silver chain with my crystal pendant engraved on. It snarled. Almost in approval. Realization hit me. You're a Van Cleef wolf. I spoke in realization. Before the wolf could show any bit of confirmation, another wolf swooped in and shoved it away. With its teeth it bit down into its neck. I gasped as the wolf whimpered, then just grew still. The wolf stepped back, blood on its mouth as it turned to face us. Tristan. He didn't stay long before he jumped after the other 2 wolves. I turned back and saw Tristan and 4 other wolves chasing the rogues that had now started to run away. I looked at the wolf that I had tried to communicate with. It was still not moving but was clearly still breathing. I rushed up to it and saw the blood gushing out of its neck. I felt a hand on my shoulder. Luna. I turned to see that it was Captain Park with a neutral expression on her face. We'll take care of this. Right now you need to come with us. I stared at the wolf a second longer. My mind was filled with questions. Why was a Van Cleef wolf in Woodfell? And why had it come for me? Crystal knew nothing of her past and family history until she found out the Van Cleef wolves hunting her smelled of her mother. This raises the mystery: why are these wolves after her? And what secrets are her family hiding? Thank you for your subscription and likes. What would you do if it were you? You can leave your thoughts in the comment section. 𝐿𝐷𝐼 Mummy. I remember being only 7 years old wearing my favorite Bubbles night dress. Bubbles was my favorite Powerpuff Girl, and because of that, my father had also adopted that as a nickname for me. Crystal. My mother sighed, looking down at me from where she was doing the dishes at the sink. You're supposed to be asleep. I didn't say anything. I just placed my thumb in my mouth. A habit that I was yet to curb.
Nightmares.
My mother guessed. I nodded. My mother looked a lot like an older version of me. Or at least that's what people told me. I always thought she was much prettier with her big and long hair, which she always found new ways of styling. Her dark, beautiful skin. Her round hazel eyes and the beauty spot right above her top lip. For me, at that age, there were 2 sure marks of gorgeousness, dimples and beauty marks, 2 things I didn't have. Well, Daddy is sleeping. She spoke as she walked over to the pantry and took out a box of Maryland chocolate chip cookies. My favorite. I won't tell if you won't. She whispered as she picked me up and placed me on the high stool beside the island. She walked over to our refrigerator and took out a carton of milk and 2 glass cups. Our little secret, okay? She winked at me before pouring the milk. Daddy didn't like me eating processed sugar or cow milk. He was a vegan who was all about the organic lifestyle. Mom wasn't, but she went along with it. Sometimes. You could always trust that she'd indulge in her guilty pleasures one way or another. She loved steak. She sat on another high stool and faced me as if we were friends and I wasn't her daughter and not to mention a child. Tell me about this nightmare. She spoke like she was ready to handle whatever it was already. Like it was no match for her. It was a wolf. I spoke in a whisper. For a minute I thought I saw her frown. A wolf? She asked carefully. Uh-huh. I put down the cookie I had picked up, suddenly feeling a churning in my stomach. A big bad wolf with sharp teeth and red eyes. I shuddered. Baby, are you sure? She asked, reaching forward to finger my freshly done twists. Yes, Mummy, it's big and gray and it follows me around. It follows you? She asked, seeming surprised. I leaned forward as if I was about to tell her a secret. Sometimes I even see it when I'm awake. She furrowed her brows at me. She absent-mindedly fingered her necklace. She was quiet for too long. Then she finally spoke again. Maybe the wolf is trying to be your friend, Crystal. She suggested. He's scary, Mummy. I protested. Oh, my baby girl. She reached forward and picked me up, placing me on her lap. Let me tell you a story. It's about a big, scary, powerful king. His eyes shone red like the wolf in your nightmares. Everyone thought he was scary as well. His strength intimidated the other kingdoms. But all he tried to do was provide a good life for his own people. Everyone but his own were afraid and jealous of this nice, misunderstood king. So one day, the kings and queens of the other kingdoms attacked the poor innocent king, taking his kingdom and all his people. I remember listening intently as she told the story. That's sad. I frowned. It is. She agreed as she stroked my hair. Take out your necklace, baby. I took out the crystal necklace. Remember how I told you to never take off this necklace? Yes. I responded. I didn't mind having it on all the time. I liked the pretty purple color. Never forget. You see, the king in the story is our ancestor. The necklace has magical powers. It keeps people from misunderstanding us the way they did the king. I gasped. So our eyes will turn red too. No. My mother laughed softly. What I'm trying to say, baby, is that we shouldn't judge scary-looking things too harshly. If the tables were turned, we would be the scary monsters. I sighed. Okay, Mummy, I won't be scared of the wolf anymore. Great. She kissed my cheek. Now off to bed for you. Oh, and Crystal. Yeah. Do me a favor and don't tell Daddy about this story. I cocked my head to the side. Why, Mummy? She just gave me a small smile. He wouldn't understand. How many were they? Captain Park asked me. I tried to think. The 3 who attacked Peter's car. The other 3 who came after May, Joshua, B and I. They could have been the same ones, but I had no way of knowing. 6, I think. I replied shakily, wringing my hands together underneath the mahogany table. We were at HQ in Tristan's office. His scent was all over, but he wasn't here. Did you recognize any of these wolves? I looked up at her in confusion. Why would I? I didn't mean to sound offensive, but I think I had the right to be. The minute we had gotten here, May had been rushed to get some medical attention. B and Joshua had been taken to some other room, and from what I had heard, the other candidates were there as well. But I had been isolated. Taken straight to Tristan's office, where Captain Park questioned me like I was the one on trial. Captain Park gave me a tight look. With all due respect, Luna, all I'm trying to do is get to the bottom of this. I looked at the door, knowing 2 soldiers had been asked to guard it. It really didn't seem that way. I fingered my necklace. I looked around the office. It wasn't as neat as I would have expected. There were bookshelves on the side of the room, a desk with scrolls and pieces of paper strewn around. Tristan had left a jacket on the back of the head chair. That's where Captain Park stood, behind his chair. Where he should have been. I didn't know where the hell Tristan was. I hadn't seen him since he had run off after the rest of those rogues. And quite frankly, I was nervous and scared, and I wanted him here. 2 attacks in 1 week. The same week I had just opened school, gotten chosen for the AAP, and forcibly been declared Luna. Wasn't my life boring once upon a time? Now Van Cliff wolves were in town, coming after me. Why? I didn't even know any Van Cliff wolves other than my mother and Uncle Victor. The thought sent chills through me. And surely if my mother wanted to talk to me, she wouldn't send a bunch of killer wolves to do it. Besides, she didn't know Van Cliff wolves either. Or did she? As far as I knew, my mother was a secretary at a law firm who painted in her free time. Until I started experiencing the changing, I didn't know about her being a werewolf. And she told me her pack had shunned her for leaving to be with a human. So this didn't make any sense. Crystal. Captain Park called my name. She leaned forward. You know why I would think you would recognize them? She pressed. This would probably be a good time to mention that this wasn't even close to being my first run-in with Captain Jasmine Park. She was a very tall and Asian woman with features so striking you could only describe her as beautiful. She also had a commanding presence which must have suited her job perfectly. She had been the captain of defense and security for over 20 years. She had been the one to run the investigation on Roman. That's why I saw this for what it was. An interrogation. She knew my file. She knew that I was part Van Cliff. She was suspicious. Which I have to say was understandable. Heck, I was suspicious. But she had also dug deep into my past. Asked me questions that were beyond personal. Exposed me inside and out, so she must have also known that I wasn't capable of being a top-class spy. I don't. I told her more firmly. I swear I don't. I have met 2 Van Cliff wolves in my life, my mother and my uncle, and those wolves definitely weren't them. You were talking to one of them when we got there. Your peers can attest to that. I gripped my necklace tighter. I was asking it if it was a Van Cliff wolf. I was asking if it was there for me. As the words came out of my mouth, I realized that they weren't doing much to exactly prove my innocence. My peers can attest to that as well. I added. Why? She asked. What? Why did you think it was there for you? She asked. Because. At that moment the door swung open. I immediately turned just as Bridget walked in. No Tristan. Bridget looked at me. I wanted to feel hopeful. Tristan wasn't here, but his second in command was. She would surely save me. But when Bridget looked away from me, I wasn't too sure about that. Captain, what is going on here? She addressed Captain Park. The Alpha gave strict instructions that no one was to talk to the Luna before he arrived. She spoke. I felt relieved. She was on my side after all. But why didn't Tristan want anyone to talk to me? Did he think I was guilty? With all due respect, Beta, I'm the captain of defense and security. It's my job to protect my pack. The Luna could have information that could help with that. She told her. Is there a specific reason the Alpha doesn't want anyone talking to his mate without supervision? Is there a reason he thinks I can't do the job I was appointed to do? She's a minor. Bridget spoke, not missing a beat. She can't talk without an adult present. Only if she was a suspect. I'm interrogating her as a witness. Is there a problem with that? Bridget seemed to study Captain Park for some time. She then took a step back. She folded her arms across her chest. I'm not here to tell you how to do your job, Captain, but I am only doing my job. And I'm following the Alpha's orders. He wants to be the one to talk to the Luna. Captain Park could have easily been twice Bridget's age. She obviously didn't appreciate having to take orders from someone who could be her daughter. Captain Park pursed her lips and stepped back. She gave me a look. Tell Alpha Tristan that he is not doing anyone any favors. She spoke before turning to leave. Bridget remained in the same position, looking thoughtful. I cleared my throat to get her attention. Am I in get up? She ordered. I stood to my feet in obedience. Where are we going? I asked. Tristan wants you and Joshua at the manor. She responded as she walked towards the door. Bridget, I yelled. She turned around. What? She snapped. What's going on? Why are Van Cliff wolves after me? Was that other one a Van Cliff as well? Bridget didn't answer. She took a step towards me and narrowed her eyes. You tell me. I looked at her wondering if she thought I was guilty as well. It was always hard to tell with Bridget really. I already told Captain Park that I don't know anything. I spoke in exasperation. That better be true because I swear if you're lying, if you're doing something to hurt Tristan, I would never. I yelled feeling offended. That wasn't fair. She might have been Tristan's right-hand woman, his confidant, his beta or whatever, but that didn't give her superiority over him. Our relationship is a complicated one, but I care about him too. Bridget scoffed. You already have. And you keep doing it. What are you talking about? I asked in confusion. Bridget rolled her eyes. What do you think rejection feels like? Crystal. You think it's like a small cut. Just a little blood and a little pain and you heal. I could tell it was a rhetoric question, so I didn't respond. No, it's like getting hit by a bus. She took a step towards me. And that bus doesn't back away, no, it stays on you. You feel that pressure. He held that in. He kept it all these years. I knew I had caused Tristan pain. She didn't need to remind me. I know what I did, Bridget. I spoke looking down. No, you don't. I do. I'm the one who is always in his head. She continued. You were happy. You were running around town with your little boyfriend. You were happy. Tristan is the one who has spent every day still feeling the effects of the rejection. He is the one who had to see your little lover in his AAP program. She pointed a finger at me. You don't know anything about Tristan's pain, Crystal. And now you're going to ruin his life even more. These rogues, they're coming after you. And he keeps trying to protect you. He keeps trying to protect an eclipse wolf. The pack will start to turn against him. And it will be all your fault. I stood frozen in my spot, clenching my fist. I didn't want to cry. I wasn't going to. At least not in front of her. Bridget's eyes flashed blue. She looked back at me. Tristan is here. She muttered. She turned to start walking away. I followed quietly, still just trying to hold myself up. I honestly didn't want to see Tristan after what Bridget had just told me. But I knew refusing would just cause more problems. So I just let my feet guide me. HQ was impressive for a building that was mostly hidden. They had somehow managed to make it look more spacious than it seemed. But with the mood I was in, I didn't even pay as much attention as I was supposed to. The minute we got to the bottom of the stairs, I sensed Tristan's presence. I saw his back first. There were soldiers surrounding him, listening and nodding along to whatever he was saying. "Okay, you're dismissed," he told them, and they dispersed. All except two, who continued talking to him. I realized that it was Peter and the wolf who didn't seem to like me, Raphael. Tristan suddenly turned around as if someone had called his name. I saw him visibly relax when his eyes met mine. But I didn't. His hair was disheveled and there was a cut right under his chin. He looked at me, head to toe, as if looking to see if I was injured. Seeing him honestly put my nerves at ease in a way. And it was honestly what I needed right now. "Are you okay?" Bridget asked as she walked towards him. "I'm fine." He brushed her off, his eyes still fixed on me. Of course this didn't make Bridget happy at all. He made a move to walk towards me, but he was cut off when Raphael stood in front of him. "Raphael, stand down. My Luna is not a threat," Tristan told him in a stern voice. "That hasn't been confirmed yet." Raphael responded. "Wait, what?" "Raphael." Tristan spoke his name in a warning tone as he looked right into the eyes of the soldier. "Back off, Raph." Peter spoke as he stepped in between the two, pushing Raphael away. "Act like an alpha, Tristan," he told him in a low voice. I saw Tristan ball up his fists and glare at Raphael, but he didn't make any more moves. Bridget stepped forward and looked at Raphael. "Soldier, I would think twice about disrespecting your Luna. She's not my Luna." Raphael spat. I know I wasn't rushing to claim the Luna title or anything, but that statement actually hurt a lot. Raphael shot me one last not-so-friendly look before stalking away. Don't worry about him, Luna, Peter spoke, giving me a reassuring look. Raphael is a good soldier who would die for anyone in the pack in a heartbeat, but his fatal flaw is that he lacks in discipline. No, he just doesn't like me. I wanted to say. Tristan didn't say anything. His eyes just followed Raphael and I could sense how angry he was. I remembered Bridget's words. The pack will start turning against their alpha. Because of me. And it looked like it had already begun. Tristan stepped towards me. He took my hand in his. Are you okay? He asked, looking right into my eyes. I nodded and then caught Bridget glaring at me over Tristan's shoulder. I subtly removed my hand from his. I'm fine. How's everyone else? I took a small step away from him and looked at Peter. May. She'll be fine. He nodded, but his eyes furrowed slightly. Everyone is fine, Luna. They didn't get to anyone. Thanks to you. Bridget grinned at Peter. You got them good. Peter shrugged and one of his dimples appeared. They had it coming. I can't take all the credit though, T definitely held his own. I thought back to how Tristan had jumped into the way of those wolves. I turned to look at him. Are they dead? Peter opened his mouth to say something but Tristan cut him off. Could you leave us for a second? Peter, go get Captain Park. Bridget, handle the candidates. The candidates need to hear from their alpha, Tristan. They just went through a traumatic experience. Your brother is among them. Bridget gave me a sort of accusatory look. The blame wasn't going to stop, was it? Fine. Just give me a minute. He responded gruffly. Bridget and Peter left. Tristan sighed. He took a step closer to me. Look at me. He spoke softly. I did. His green eyes were clear. His brows furrowed. His lips in a straight line. I promised to protect you. He spoke. I nodded. I know. I would be failing in that if I let anything happen to you, you know that, right? I nodded, really not knowing where he was going with this. I can only ask you for one thing in return, Crystal. One thing. I nodded at him, urging him to go on. Honesty. Complete honesty. I nodded, still looking up at him. This was Alpha Tristan I was talking to. Not just Tristan. Did you know those wolves? Did any of them seem familiar? He asked, still calm. I shook my head. As I had told Captain Park and Bridget. I have never seen those wolves in my life, Tristan. Why were you talking to that one? He asked. Still calm, not accusing in the least. I shut my eyes and took in a deep breath. You asked me if there was anything familiar. I opened my eyes and Tristan was watching me attentively. I don't know those wolves. I promised, Tristan. But I know that scent. It's a scent I had picked up from my mother a couple of times. I sucked in another breath, keeping my emotions at bay. It might just be a coincidence, but Tristan, is she part of this? Is she in trouble? Is she a rogue? I don't know. He spoke. He placed a hand on my shoulder. But I will find out, okay? Promise. Without thinking, I wrapped my arms around him. When I realized what I had just done, I pulled away. Bridget was right. It wasn't fair. I couldn't keep playing with his emotions. Thank you. I told him. He simply nodded. We should go talk to your peers. He held out his hand for me. I looked at it skeptically. You're my Luna. He spoke. The rest of the pack needs to see that. I knew what he meant. If anyone was going to accept me, even in this temporary arrangement, they needed to see me at Tristan's side. Tristan led me down the hall. Holding his hand felt like he was sharing his strength with me. And I needed that. We reached the waiting room where the candidates were all seated. It was right in the reception area. A mostly white room with 3 white sofas on 3 corners. Allison and Andre took one. B and Joshua were on the one opposite theirs, holding hands. Bridget was already in there, talking to Courtney in a corner. The minute we walked in, they all rose and bowed. Bridget's eyes fixed on our interlocked ones. Thankfully, Tristan chose that moment to let go and step forward, hands behind his back. Tristan cleared his throat. I hope you are all doing okay. Today must not have been easy. He spoke, sounding businesslike. No kidding. Andre chuckled nervously. Everyone just turned to give him a not now look. Anyway, Tristan continued. Thank you all for your bravery. You showed us exactly why you were picked for this apprenticeship in the first place. Tristan continued. Courtney Ryan. Courtney immediately perked up. Yes, Alpha. You showed outstanding courage and skill in getting your peers here while your instructor fought off those rogues. Because of that, you get the privilege of escorting Lady Melrose and May to the Diamond Lake for a diplomatic meeting with the Reese pack. I saw Courtney's face brighten and I could tell she was trying her best to keep her excitement in check. Thank you, Alpha. She spoke with a curt nod. As apprentices in training, this will definitely go down as one of the most memorable moments in your life. But let it also be a lesson. There'll be more days like this. Days in which you'll have to face enemies and make the right calls. If this is where you all really want to be, you'll all work hard to better yourselves. But just know this, today I stand here as your Alpha, and I am proud of all of you. 𝐿𝐲 Tristan. You do realize that you're in serious trouble, right? Bridget spoke as she walked behind me. Is the Luna secure? I asked, ignoring her statement. Tristan, forget Crystal for a second and let's talk about you. You ordered Captain Park not to interrogate her. What do you think the rest of the council is going to think when they hear about that? She's one of the most respected individuals of the pack. Your mother chose her herself. She mentored you and has always treated you like a son. And now it looks like you're choosing Crystal over her. I stopped and spun around. That's because I am. I told Bridget. She rolled her eyes. Right. You're choosing the Van Cleef Wolf, who is also the girlfriend of our pack's current #1 most wanted over the woman who was there when you were born. Watch it, Bridge. I growled. She took a step forward, not at all intimidated. You chose me to be your beta because I give it to you straight. Because I've been your best friend since diapers. She used a finger to poke my chest. Because I have your back always. Because I'm your ride or die. And T, I'm telling you, you can't keep choosing her over everyone. I shut my eyes and squeezed them tight before opening them again. I can't control it, okay? I admitted. Bridget frowned. We were in the hallways of HQ, just leaving my office. The hallway was empty. Everyone was probably preparing for the meeting downstairs in the conference room. This isn't love, you know that, right? She asked in a quieter voice. I clenched my fist. What is it then? What do you call it when God gives you a person you can call your own? A person who consumes you and your every thought. I know a smart alpha wouldn't make the calls I'm making right now. But every bone in my body tells me to trust her, to protect her. That's not the mating bond, T. She spoke softly. That's you. You always trying to save people. Crystal is your mate, but she's toxic for you. You need to drop her before she destroys you. Crystal didn't want me. I knew that. After all this was done, she would reject me. But I kept telling myself that it was okay. If I could protect her from Roman and his propaganda, it would all be worth it. Crystal isn't going to destroy me. I told Bridget. What happens after she rejects you, T? Huh. You can play house with her all you want, but this won't end well. And I don't want to see that happen to you. Bridget tried too hard not to show her emotions. But I had known her too long. She was concerned. I was trying my best to not bring emotions into this arrangement. But all I had to do was look at her and my defenses would come crumbling down. Bridge, I need you with me on this. I need you to be my friend, my second in command. I've made this decision and I need you to be my beta and support me. Bridget rolled her eyes. Of course I'm with you, T. She punched me playfully, but playful for Bridget still hurt. I'll help you protect your little damsel. I just know it won't end well. I sighed. I know that too. I could try to deny it all I wanted, but this would end the way it had begun. With me in pain. But there was nothing I could do about it. I just had to push those feelings back and do my job. My job was to protect everyone in my pack, that included Crystal. Is she worth it? Bridget suddenly asked. I grinned. Yeah, she is. I thought I saw her face drop, but she quickly covered it up. Bridget's feelings for me didn't go unnoticed. We were usually in each other's heads and we knew each other, probably better than anyone else. She's been around since I was in diapers. She was there the first time I went through the changing, she was my first kiss, and she was the girl I lost my virginity to. She was there when my parents died, when I took my place as alpha. She has always been there by my side. And even though the lines of our friendship sometimes got blurred, I knew I could always count on her. The only other people who had been by my side as much as her were Raphael and Peter. Peter is my childhood friend and I trained for the army and went to war with Raphael. An experience like that is always sure to create an unbreakable bond. And even though his attitude towards Crystal is rotten, I know he's a good guy. It's just that he has had a bad experience with halflings in the past. A lot of members of my pack have. That's why it's so hard for them to accept outsiders. Have you talked to your little damsel about the mating ceremony? Bridget asked. First full moon is in 2 weeks. That's a topic I had very pointedly been avoiding actually. Crystal's a minor. I told Bridget like I had done many times. Bridget rose a brow at me. She's also turning 18 next month. Your grandmother and the other elders are pretty strict about tradition. That was true. But the mating ceremony definitely wouldn't happen. I would never disrespect Crystal like that. Then we just have to find Roman before that. I told Bridget. She smirked. Right. So that you can kill him. She spoke casually. What was that about you wanting to protect her again? She asked sarcastically. Hey T. I heard Peter call my name as he walked towards us. The meeting is set. The council members are downstairs. All they need is you. He told me. Thanks, man. I told him. Take the rest of the day off and go check on May. He nodded. Thanks. I could see the relief on his face. Peter was a loyal apprentice, and even though he was one of my most loyal friends, he never took advantage of that. He did his job and never slacked off or asked for special favors. Not even to be by his mate's side at the hospital. Oh, by the way, Peter spoke, just a heads up, Captain Park is pissed. I turned to Bridget, who simply had an I told you so look on her face. I sighed. Let's just go. I led the way back to the first floor. The boardroom was in the back. The minute Bridget and I walked in, everyone rose. I gestured for them to all sit down. Taking the title of Alpha had been one of the hardest things I had ever done. I didn't even know if I had wanted to take the very title that had gotten my mother killed. So I stalled and went to college first so that I wouldn't have to do it full time. But I knew that my pack needed me, and that it was my responsibility. The hardest part by far, though, was being in charge of people way older than me. People who had been my parents' friends. People I should have been respecting. Thank you for being here. I told them all as I stood in front of the curved table. Another attack, Tristan. Roger, the head of social welfare, asked in annoyance and disapproval. You know, all this does is make us look weak. Once other packs hear that the Silvercrest borders are not secure enough to keep rogues out, we'll get more frequent attacks, and then what will happen? Kinney, the head of the Foreign Affairs Division, spoke up. Suddenly there was a breakout of different voices as everyone tried to speak up at the same time. Order! Bridget yelled. The Alpha only has 2 ears, so one at a time. Alpha, your mother would have had this handled by now, and yet, here we are asking you for answers and you don't know anything. Is this the kid, Roman? Mary, the head of food and nutrition, asked. Is he responsible for these attacks? I don't think so, but I believe he's definitely part of them. I told her. Why don't we have answers, Alpha? It's been months and we still don't have leads. She continued. Her words frustrated me. I knew that we didn't have leads, and of course it drove me crazy that I still didn't know who Roman had been stealing information from. We successfully managed to capture the rogues who attacked us today. I told her. I have complete confidence that with Captain Park's help, we'll finally be able to get answers. You have them? Here. In Woodfell? Roger asked, his eyes widening. Roger's bark had always been worse than his bite. He talked and sounded tough, but there's a reason my mother put him in charge of social welfare and not under security and defense. His words were moving, but when it came to action, he was a coward. Yes, I replied. Where are you holding them? He pressed. That's above your clearance level. Bridget spoke up. I gave her a grateful look. The last thing we needed was Roger spreading the word that we had rogues right in the secret prison under HQ. He gave Bridget a nasty look. As if she cared. I might have had a problem bossing around these adults, but Bridget definitely didn't. From the get-go, she had taken up the beta job with no trouble. The only people who know where they are being kept are Captain Park and Counselor Majorie. I nodded at the other older woman who was my head of the justice wing. Do we get any information? Roger asked in annoyance. How are we supposed to reassure the pack if we're blind in this? This is a sensitive investigation. Giving too much to the pack could cause panic. I explained. Like the fact that we're now dealing with Van Cliff wolves. Captain Park spoke. My head shot towards her and where she sat casually. I narrowed my eyes. Now she had done it. Van Cliff wolves. Mary yelled. Alpha, tell me you're kidding. The Van Cliffs are back. Is that who the traitor was spying for? Does this mean another war? Isn't the new Luna a Van Cliff? The last question caused the room to quiet down as they spoke in quieter voices among themselves, each of them looking at me with accusatory glances. I felt my anger towards Captain Park growing. This is exactly what I had been avoiding. She had just opened a can I hadn't wanted open. The Luna grew up among humans. Her werewolf heritage might come from the Van Cliffs, but she's as much a Van Cliff as you and me. Bridget spoke. She might not have wanted to support Crystal, but she knew the importance of the Alpha and Beta sharing a united front. When Crystal moved here, I hadn't even been around. I had been consulted about her case, but other than that, I didn't know her. I knew her uncle. His migration to the Silvercrest pack had been a scandalous one. He was packless when he met his mate and moved to Woodfell, but that didn't change the fact that his heritage was still Van Cliff. A lot of people had been against his moving here, but my mother still let him in. It was either that or have him and his wife be packless, and no upstanding alpha with a conscience would ever do that to one of their own. But Victor fit in. He was a good hard-working member who didn't cause trouble, and of course everyone accepted him, especially because of how beloved Sarah was. I didn't see the problem in letting his niece in. The file said that her parents couldn't take care of her in a human world now that she was going through the changing, so I didn't really think before I signed off on letting her in. Captain Park had done a thorough background check on her, and she was by every definition harmless. That is until the trial. She might have been declared innocent, but much damage had already been done to her character, especially her being exposed as a Van Cliff. It wasn't even supposed to matter. Everyone knew she had grown up among humans, and she is the niece of 2 upstanding pack members. But because of her association with Roman, people hear the word Van Cliff, and they say no wonder. That explains it. She can't be trusted. That's why Captain Park reminding everyone of her heritage is a huge problem. And how can we believe that for sure? After all, the Alpha hid the fact that she was his mate for almost 4 years. Roger yelled. My private life is my private life. I don't have to share it with you. I snapped. Roger scoffed. In case you forgot, kid, you're the Alpha. Your private life affects the whole pack, especially who you choose to be your Luna. I clenched my jaw. Call me a kid again, Roger shot up. If you don't want to be called a kid, then act like a freaking adult. Act like the Alpha of the freaking largest pack in the hemisphere. I took a step forward just as Captain Park also stood up. Counselors, clear the room, she announced. Everyone immediately got up and started leaving. Roger stayed in his position, glaring at me. Do you want to challenge your Alpha, counselor? Captain Park asked him in a threatening tone. Roger didn't take his eyes off me. Maybe not today. He spoke before turning to leave with everyone else. It was now just me, Bridget, and Captain Park. The room felt silent, and all I heard were Captain Park's footsteps as she marched towards me. I sure hope you're proud of yourself. She spoke. Why would you do that? I growled. Do what? Tell the truth. Distribute sensitive and private information. I yelled. I told everyone in this room what they needed to know. I told them the truth, something you should have done yourself. The truth puts everyone in danger. No, it puts her in danger, and you know it. She moved closer so that she was right in my face now. Face it, Tristan, this girl is clouding your judgment. I personally mentored you to take the Alpha spot, so I know that wasn't you thinking with your head screwed on straight. I know the council says things that might make you mad, but how you respond tells what kind of man you are. She spoke so quickly I couldn't say anything if I tried. And the way you responded today just showed your immaturity. What were you going to do? Fight Counselor Roger? Make him submit? He might be old and fat, but what if he had one? What if he had stolen the Alpha title from underneath you because you were too emotional to control yourself? Or worse yet, what if he goes out there and tells your pack about how childish and immature you are? What if they all line up trying to challenge you? She let out a sigh. Tristan, I'm on your side. But you have to stop giving them a reason to believe you don't deserve your title. The cards are already stacked against you with your age. Now you're Luna and you want to add recklessness to that list. She placed a hand on my chest, which I hadn't realized had started heaving. Breathe. I took in air through my nostrils and let it out, trying to let out the extra rage. I'm on your side, remember that. Captain Park spoke again. I knew that. She's one of the only counselors who believed I could take over being Alpha after my parents died, and not just because she had been good friends with my mother. She took me under her wing and advised me every step of the way. I trusted Captain Park as one of my inner circle men. But her turning everyone against Crystal was not cool. You just made things so much harder for Crystal. I told her once I felt myself begin to breathe normally again. Crystal is a problem. I'm just surprised that you of all people don't see that. She told me. Her eyes darted to Bridget, who was leaning against the wall in the corner with her arms across her chest. She raised them. Hey, don't look at me, I already told him that. Gee, talk about my supportive beta. I guess now that the audience was gone, she didn't have to pretend. Crystal is innocent. I spoke. That's what you want to believe, but Van Cliff wolves are following her for a reason, Tristan. And it frustrated me that I didn't know what that reason was. Why did trouble keep following this girl? Listen, Tristan, I'm not judging. The mating bond is clouding your judgment. So let me, your head of security and defense, do my job without you holding me back. I looked at Bridget. She just shrugged. I knew why she didn't want to say anything. She of course agreed with Captain Park, but she knew I wanted her on my side. I felt like I was backed into a corner. On one hand, my pack's safety expected me to take the proper precautions. And on the other, my gut knew Crystal was innocent. She didn't ask for any of it. You have complete control over the investigation, Captain Park. I finally spoke. But I handle Crystal. There was no way I was letting Crystal go through a witch hunt trial again. Captain Park didn't look happy. Suit yourself, Alpha, but I'm telling you, you won't be able to protect her forever. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm starting by questioning the only other Van Cliff wolf we know. The uncle. You didn't say the family was off limits. With that, Captain Park walked off. As soon as she was gone, Bridget approached me. You know she's right, she said. I pinched the bridge of my nose in frustration. Just get me the updates from the tale we assigned to Crystal. I ordered. Yes, boss. Bridget replied with a roll of her eyes. I watched her walk off. As I said, I would do anything and everything to protect Crystal this time around. Teeny-eye. You are not failing werewolf history, not if I have anything to do with it. Roman spoke as he settled down on the grass beside me. What I thought was going to be a romantic picnic in the park with no mountain climbing whatsoever turned out to be a surprise study session. I have to say I was impressed by the effort though. He had made flashcards in his old notes and books, and all my favorite snacks were here: chocolate-covered strawberries, tortilla chips, salted pistachios. The works. How did you even know I was failing history? I groaned as I picked up a chip and bit into it. Kat always hated the fact that I liked eating tortilla chips without dip. Kat. Roman shrugged as he leaned against the tree we had chosen for shade. I rolled my eyes. I usually wasn't embarrassed by my grades. I worked really hard for them after all. But then there was werewolf history, something I hadn't even known existed until recently. So of course I wasn't thriving there. Roman saw my expression. Come here. He spoke, having me lean on his chest. He tucked a stray strand of curly hair behind my ear. This was one of the rare times my hair wasn't in braids. Hey, just give it some time. You'll get it. Most of the kids here grew up hearing stories about their heritage and their werewolf ancestors, so this comes as second nature to them. I sighed. I could hear Roman's steady heartbeat. And you? How did you get the hang of it? I felt Roman shrug. I lived among humans for about 9 years until Alpha Gene found me and brought me here. My foster parents might be crappy, but even they taught me about the history of the wolves. I felt Roman tense up. He always did when he talked about Sal and Ally, his foster parents. I took his hand in mine and intertwined our fingers. The Silvercrest pack is all I've ever really known as home. I looked up at Roman. His jaw was fixed and he looked off into the distance. I tried to follow his gaze, but all I saw was a little boy laughing as he was being chased by what looked like his father. I felt his hand run through my hair. I like your hair like this. He spoke, smiling down at me and breaking the silence. He placed a kiss on my head. What's in here? I sat up and turned to face him. I knew what he was doing. I tugged on his curly dark brown hair, which was growing longer each month. He neglected trimming it. You know I understand what you're going through, right? You can talk to me. He gave me a weak smile. You're not an unwanted orphan, babe. I frowned. Hello. Abandoned by both her parents. We're not going to argue about who has the most tragic backstory, Crystal. I took his hands in mine. Then let's just talk. Tell me yours, I'll tell you mine. He chuckled softly. Another time maybe. We have some studying to do. He tried to reach forward for a pile of flashcards. I stopped him. I love you, Ro. But I hate the mysterious and detached guy that you become when it comes to talking about your past. Please stop pushing. I'm not. I just want to fix the broken boy. Ro, I don't think you're broken. Then what's with the psychoanalysis all the time? Your mother brought you to the border of Woodfell and left you in the hands of your uncle. You have family here. I have no one. I stated at him, hurt by his words. I'm going to leave now. I spoke, grabbing my bag as I got up. Roman sighed. Crystal, wait. He scrambled to his feet as well and chased after me. He grabbed my hand. I pulled away. Oh, you remember my name. I thought I was no one. That's not what I meant. Oh, it isn't. I let out a huff of frustration. Okay, maybe you're right. Maybe I do psychoanalyze you. But it's not because I think you're broken. I just see the way you push people away. The way you constantly deny yourself happiness, and I have had people abandon me before. Sure. I have Uncle Victor and the rest of the Bensons, but I sucked in a deep breath, holding back tears. That doesn't mean I don't constantly live in fear. Fear that one day they'll wake up one day as well and decide they don't want me either. That could never happen. Roman reassured me, reaching out as if he was unsure on whether he could touch me or not. You don't get to tell me that. I told him. Because every day I wake up and I have the same fears regarding you. Crystal. He spoke softly. I'm still here. That's just it though, Roman. You're here now, but with the way you act sometimes I don't know if you'll stay. Roman frowned. Crystal, can you promise me that, Roman? Can you promise that you won't push me away too? That you'll stay. I thought so. With that I spun around and left. So you're just gonna be here? I asked Rick. Rick was part of the security detail Tristan had allocated to me. And to be honest, I wasn't exactly thrilled. Rick seemed nice, don't get me wrong. I mean, so far he hadn't spat the word halfling in my face or given me an accusatory look like pretty much everyone had been doing so far. Hey, it's not like I had summoned the Van Cliff wolves. To be honest, I was as curious about why they had come after me as well. Yes, Luna. He responded. But don't worry, it will be like we're not even here. I looked behind him at the minivan we had come back in, at the 6 other soldiers who were already scouting the area. I nodded, okay, thanks. I'll be heading in now. I told him. Okay, Luna. He spoke with a bow. I sighed. I didn't even have the energy to argue with that title right now. I turned around and headed up to the house. Tristan had wanted to escort me home, but he had emergency meetings to chair and not to mention wolves to interrogate, I bet. But it would have been nice to have him here. I was getting too used to leaning on the comfort that the mating bond brought about, and that honestly scared me. But in other ways I was glad Tristan wasn't here. Something had been nagging me about this whole ordeal. Something I couldn't tell Tristan. At least not until I understood it myself. I didn't expect anyone to be home when I walked through the front door. I had been looking forward to the peace and quiet so that I could think. But when I saw Uncle Victor by the kitchen island, I couldn't say I was too mad. Especially when he rushed up to Annie and wrapped his arms around me in a hug. Crystal. He breathed out in relief. I rested my head on his chest and let him embrace me. After the day I hadn't realized how much I needed this. He pulled away and looked at me from head to toe. I'm so glad you're okay. Yeah, everyone is, thank God. I spoke. How did you get home? He asked. I pointed towards the door. Tristan's soldiers dropped me off. They're still out there. We should probably warn Aunt Sarah and the others in case they get spooked. I didn't want to imagine Aunt Sarah driving back with Parker and Hazel and getting frightened by strange men in the woods. I already called your aunt. Uncle Victor spoke. She's picking Kat up from school, so I don't think that will be a problem. I sighed in relief. Okay, that's good. I looked up at Uncle Victor. Who told you? I asked curiously. As far as I knew, no one had informed my family about the ambush. Captain Park. Uncle Victor responded. She just summoned me for questioning and explained everything that happened. I looked at Uncle Victor. He was wearing a clean button-down and black jeans. Usually by now he'd still be at one of his construction sites. Summoned you for questioning? I asked in confusion. Do they think you know something? Maybe. I don't know. But they have reason to. I'm an ex-Van Cliff and they seem to be following my niece. Uncle Victor sighed. I pulled away from him and looked into his eyes. Do you know anything about this? Uncle Victor looked offended. What are you trying to ask me, Crystal? Nothing. I responded quickly. I didn't mean to accuse Uncle Victor in any way. It's just that he is the only other Van Cliff wolf I knew. That's probably why Captain Park was calling him in as well. Uncle Victor, I nervously tugged on my necklace. One of those wolves, it had Mum's scent. I didn't even know I had memorized my mother's scent until I had picked it up again today. Uncle Victor looked thoughtful. Crystal, go up to your room and get some rest. He spoke dismissively. You've had a long day. I frowned at his reaction. Uncle Victor, do you know those wolves? Or why they're coming after me? He put his hand on my shoulder. I stopped being a Van Cliff long ago, Crystal. So did your mother. I don't have any association with them anymore. Nor would I want to. That's not an answer to my question. I replied. What do you want me to say, baby girl? He asked, an exasperated look crossing his face. I just want to understand all this. Maybe there was a family member you guys left behind who came looking for me, or us. I suggested. I had never met my grandparents, my mother never talked about them. Neither did Uncle Victor. Crystal, I need you to understand that Van Cliff wolves looking for you isn't a good thing. He spoke seriously. I noticed for the first time just how stressed and agitated he looked. Why? I pressed. The topic might have been making him uncomfortable, but this was my life. The wolves were following me. If I was going to ask Tristan to stick his neck out for me, I needed to know what I was getting him into. Why does everyone associate being a Van Cliff with being some sort of villain? I know you told me not to ask in the past, but I'm getting older and I need more answers. Mum sure isn't here to give them to me. Uncle Victor frowned at me. The Van Cliffs are the villains. He spoke. He looked away and let out another sigh before gesturing to a stool by the kitchen island. I took a seat and he sat in the one beside me but twisted to face me. Long ago, before the werewolf union, wolves lived by the natural law of the land. It was simple, each pack had their own territory. You cross another pack's territory without permission, and they have the automatic right to attack. If you wanted to enlarge your territory, you were allowed to fight for it. The stronger pack always got it and the weaker pack had to settle for what was left or migrate and find new land. As werewolves grew, they became more civilized. No one wanted to depend on bloodshed to resolve issues of land. So the werewolf union was formed by the alphas of the three major packs, the Silvercrest pack under the Melroses, the Shadow pack under the Reeses and the River pack under the Stones. I listened carefully even though I already knew this part from werewolf history. The Van Cliff's Eclipse pack was against the union from the beginning, and even though they were a major pack, they refused to participate. Their alpha was old-fashioned and their way had always been to get land through violence. They didn't agree with the werewolf union's attempt to distribute land equally, so naturally they rebelled. The other packs tried to negotiate with the Eclipse alpha at the time, 𝐿 Van Cliff. But he was set in his ways. And to show how much he disapproved of the whole thing, he had all the alphas of the major packs murdered by his spies. My eyes widened. No, only one survived, Trevor Melrose. Tristan's great-grandfather. There was a statue of Trevor Melrose in the town square. He was something of a hero to this pack. He was responsible for organizing the town socially and economically in a way that still worked today. But I saw now that he deserved more credit than was due. That act alone showed that 𝐿 wanted to do more than just dismantle the union. He wanted to rule it. In his eyes, all other werewolves in this region had grown weak. He believed they needed to be reminded of their nature. Uncle Victor sighed and shook his head. That's how the war begun. The Van Cliffs against the union. But it went on for so many years. I spoke in confusion. I thought you said it was the Van Cliffs against the whole union. I didn't know about then, but right now the Silvercrest, the Shadow pack and the River pack could make up an army no one in their right mind would want to go against. 𝐿 was no fool. Uncle Victor continued. He wasn't going to start a war if he didn't have the manpower. The Eclipse pack wolves have always been known for their strength and agility. They were born and bred to fight and hunt since the beginning. Your mother and I were raised in the same way. I frowned. Sometimes I forgot that Uncle Victor hadn't always lived in Woodfell. How did you guys get out? I asked. Uncle Victor looked at the ground. Say what you want about Van Cliff wolves, but I know a dictator when they see one. Others did too. There were people within our pack who opposed our alpha, but unfortunately not enough. Treason was punishable by death, and any attempt to overthrow the Van Cliff line proved futile. They respected the law of nature, and so they allowed anyone who was willing to challenge the alpha to go ahead. Lucien Van Cliff was the alpha at the time I was still in the Eclipse pack, and I had never seen such a strong werewolf in my life. He was a natural killer and could take out 20 wolves on his own. I went to school with his son Xavier. He was a few years older than me but just as strong as his father. Let's just say anyone who chose to challenge the Van Cliffs was a fool signing their own death wish. My parents were staunch followers of the Van Cliffs. I was only 12 when I realized I was in a pack of monsters. Teresa did too. We started making plans to run away. It took 6 years, but we finally came up with a plan. Remember when I told you everyone loved Teresa? Uncle Victor gave a weak smile. I nodded. Number 1 on her fan list was none other than Xavier Van Cliff. Uncle Victor scoffed. The tough guy wasn't so tough when it came to your mother. He followed her around like a lovesick puppy, so she used him. I guess. Maybe using alphas ran in the family. I thought guiltily. Uncle Victor shrugged. He was our only way out. Leaving the pack boundaries was strictly forbidden. People who managed to escape did so purely by luck. They were heavily manned and guarded. But of course the alpha's son could definitely do whatever he wanted. Teresa talked him into taking us out of pack territory one day. And that's how we made a run for it. We managed to live among humans and stay hidden. Teresa was 20 and I was 18. She worked odd jobs and I worked on construction sites. Then you met Aunt Sarah. I guess. A smile took over his face. I was 22. Teresa and I had just decided to leave town because the war was getting too heavy, but then I met her. She was my mate. It had been obvious from the beginning. They let me into Woodfell, but they wouldn't let your mother in. Uncle Victor sighed. She told me it was okay and that this way I would finally be safe, then she left. Uncle Victor frowned. I tried to keep in touch with her but she just disappeared. Changed her number and everything. I tried to look for her but I couldn't find her. Next I heard from her, she was married to a human and had you. I was 12. I remember being bundled in a coat size too large. My mom had woken me up at the crack of dawn and stuffed me in her car. Next thing I knew, we were in a diner and I was meeting my Uncle Victor for the first time. 2 years later she was driving me over to live with him. Well, she does have a talent for disappearing. I muttered. Uncle Victor looked me in the eyes. Everything your mother ever did was to keep me safe. Bringing you here, I believe that was her doing the same for you. I fingered my necklace. We're Van Cliff wolves, we'll always find our way back to each other. I always thought Mom left me here because she didn't want me anymore. I was becoming a problem with the humans because I couldn't control my shifts and she didn't want Dad to find out. My mother had made me keep lots of secrets in the past. At first I didn't mind. I liked the way she would wink and say, "It's between us Van Cliff girls," like we were in a secret club. But over the years I had started to resent her for making me keep this one from my dad. Sure, telling a grown man that his wife and daughter could morph into large dogs was enough to drive anyone over the edge, but he was my father and he loved us. Surely he would find a way to deal with it. She didn't even let me say goodbye to him. Living among humans would have been hard, Crystal. Uncle Victor spoke. He had told me this too many times already. But I was in full control now. Why didn't she come back, Uncle Victor? Why didn't she come back for me? Uncle Victor sighed. I don't know, Crystal. I wouldn't be able to tell you because I don't know where she is or how to get into contact with her. What about my dad? He must be with her. I asked. My mother had given Uncle Victor strict rules not to let me contact my father in any way. It made me wonder what story she had told me because surely he couldn't have been okay with this. My mother had always been the one I looked to when it came to rescuing me. Scraped knee. Mom. Mean girls at school. Mom. Dad was my hero too, but in different ways. I nerded out over my love for history and numbers with him. We both couldn't get enough of Harry Potter, and he and I both loved trains and Greek mythology, things my mother found boring. He wasn't part of the secret Van Cliff Girls Club, but we had our own club that Mom wasn't a part of. Doesn't make a difference. If your mother doesn't want us to know where they are, Crystal, then we won't know. I'm sorry it has to be this way. He checked his watch and sighed. I have to go. Captain Park will be waiting. He began to get up, but I wasn't about to let this go so soon. This was the first time I was actually getting answers. Uncle Victor, you can't be okay with not knowing. I know you can't. My mum is missing and 𝐴𝐻𝐿wolves are after me. Considering your history, aren't you scared? What if they found her? What if they're coming after us now? Uncle Victor shook his head. The war ended, Crystal. The Eclipse Pack lost. Your mother and I aren't in trouble anymore. Then why are they after me? I asked. Why is she still gone? Uncle Victor was quiet. I don't know, kiddo, I honestly don't. Maybe it was a coincidence, maybe they caught your scent and thought. He trailed off, then shook his head. They wouldn't even know your scent. He spoke. But whatever it is, I'll find out. You just stay out of it. He ordered. But, Crystal, you might be the Luna, but if the pack thinks you're dealing with 𝐴𝐻𝐿s, not even Tristan will be able to protect you. He spoke. So keep out of this, got it? There's no conspiracy, baby girl. This has nothing to do with you, me, or your mum. I can't tell you where she is, but I can tell you for sure that we're not 𝐴𝐻𝐿s anymore. I nodded reluctantly, but questions still ate at me. However, I knew I would only have time for one. So I decided to ask the one that had been bothering me the most. Before he walked out the door, I called to him. Uncle Victor. He turned around. Yeah. Did you ever tell Roman about Mum? The night she brought me here, I mean. Uncle Victor furrowed his brows. Where's this coming from? I was curious. Uncle Victor looked suspicious, but he answered the question nonetheless. No, Crystal. I know how painful that day was for you. Not even your Aunt Sarah really knows the details. Are you sure? I insisted. Maybe it slipped out. I promise you I didn't. Uncle Victor spoke. Why do you ask? I felt my nerves growing by the second. Why couldn't he just have said yes? I shook my head. As I said, I was just curious. I'm tired, I think I'll just go rest my head. I spoke quickly before turning to leave. My heart started thumping in my chest. I believed Uncle Victor. But he might have been wrong about one thing. This seemed too much like a conspiracy. I just found out my ex-boyfriend Roman bugged my phone case. What's going on? Was he spying on me or trying to protect me? I need to tell Tristan, but what if Roman just wanted to keep me safe? Thank you for your likes and subscriptions. You can leave your comments in the comments section. 𝐶𝐬, you look like a princess. Hazel gasped. I ran my hand down the fabric of my dress, smoothing it over before taking in a deep breath. You think so? I asked. She nodded as she came around the dress, lifting the skirt. So flowy. I smiled. Aunt Sarah was a miracle worker. Kat and I had gone from store to store for days looking for the perfect dress. But nothing we found was good enough. And if they were way above my budget. Roman had offered to pay, but I had firmly refused him. I knew that he usually saved the money he got from working for Uncle Victor because his foster parents hardly gave him a penny. And he was still a few weeks away from getting his AAP allowance. I wasn't at all comfortable with taking money from Roman. Kat and I had pretty much given up when Aunt Sarah came to the rescue. She had a seamstress friend, Miss Rachel, who had been making bridesmaid dresses. One of the dresses had been left behind because apparently one of the bridesmaids had been hooking up with the bride's father, and I don't even want to go into that. My point is, a perfectly good dress had been left behind. And it was gorgeous. With Kat and Aunt Sarah's suggestions, we had it modified to suit me better. After lowering the neckline a bit, tightening the waist, adding delicate flowers to the skirt, I had a light blue and white sleeveless dress that I absolutely loved. Aunt Sarah had half braided my hair to the side, leaving the curly ends undone. She had asked Miss Rachel for some of the flowers she had used for the dress and had attached them to plain hairpins which she put into my hair. It all went with the dress perfectly. I loved it. I felt like a sort of fairy princess. Kat appeared at the door with a smirk on her face. She leaned against the door. Hey Cinderella, your prince is here. Roman was here. I hadn't even heard the door. I sucked in a deep breath. Do I look all right? Kat sighed and placed her hands on my shoulders. Oh dear grasshopper, when will you learn that you are woman and you are perfect? She smiled. You look amazing, Crystal. I should know. Kat had done my makeup and it had come out perfectly. All those makeup tutorials she had spent years watching were definitely paying off. Now come on. You're already late. I picked up my purse and my phone. I checked the time, it was 8:30 and we were supposed to be there by 8. I hadn't even noticed. Walk me downstairs, I asked, outstretching my hand to Hazel. She jumped off the bed in excitement and took my hand. Remember not to do anything I wouldn't. The cat told me. I honestly wished she was coming with me. There was an age restriction for the ball, but I was an exception because I was Roman's date. Roman had initially wanted to invite Aunt Sarah and Uncle Victor in place of his parents, but of course Millie and Sal chose to act like actual guardians for once in their lives. When I got downstairs, I heard Uncle Victor and Roman's voices. I walked into the living room. Parker was sit on Roman's lap messing around with his cell phone, while Roman was deep into a conversation with Uncle Victor about some football game. Men. Kat scoffed. She cleared her throat loudly, grabbing their attention. They both stopped to look at me. Roman set Parker down and stood up. He stared at me, his eyes roaming my dress. Wow. He breathed out. Hyro. I spoke shyly. Hey. His eyes wandered to my body. You look amazing, Crystal. I felt my face heat up. Not as good as you. He brushed a hand down his tuxedo jacket. It was an expensive-looking deep blue one which brought out his stormy gray eyes even more. Well, you know, when you're good, you're good. I rolled my eyes but smiled. We should get going, right? I spoke. Wait. We need a picture. Aunt Sarah exclaimed, rushing in from the kitchen with a camera in her hands. Mom, you're embarrassing them. Kat spoke. Oh, come on, you two will want to remember this night. Aunt Sarah argued. Roman smiled at me. She's right. He walked towards me and wrapped his arms around me from behind. I felt all warm and giddy inside. Aunt Sarah took the picture and Roman dropped his arms, and I found myself wishing he hadn't. Well, we really should be going, Roman spoke. I'm supposed to be lined up with the other candidates by 9. Well, okay, son. Be safe and take care of our baby girl. Uncle Victor instructed. He smiled at Roman. I'm proud of you, son. We're proud of you. Aunt Sarah nudged Uncle Victor. Roman smiled. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Benson, that means a lot coming from both of you. Don't mention it, son. Get on your way, drive safely, and remember curfew is not a minute after 12. Roman and I spoke simultaneously. Uncle Victor narrowed his eyes at us. Do not sass me. I'll see you guys later. I called as I took Roman's hand and led him out of the house. The night was cooler than I had been anticipating. Roman and I walked to his truck, and he opened the passenger door for me. He was unusually quiet, and I realized that there was still some tension between us since our study date in the park. Radio? He asked. Sure. I nodded. He turned on some soft rock song that I didn't recognize. I didn't want things to be so awkward between us on such an important day for him. I wanted him to be happy, and I wanted to share in his happiness. How come you're late? I asked, figuring that was safe enough to break the ice. Roman was an extremely punctual person. Oh, I got into an argument with Sal. He explained. I frowned. Why would he make Roman angry on this day of all days? What was the argument about? Roman clenched his hands around the steering wheel. They wanted us to drive up to the party together like some big fake happy family. He scoffed. They didn't treat Roman like their son, and now because he had accomplished something this amazing, they wanted to share in it. Roman had a right to be mad. I'm sorry, I told Roman, rubbing his shoulder. He sucked in a deep breath to calm himself down. It's not your fault. The car took a turn and I realized that we were already in the town square. The town hall where the ball was taking place was lit up, and I could already hear the soft music. Roman drove up to the entrance. A valet took his keys as we got out of the truck. Judging by the lack of people outside, I could tell that we really were late. Roman held his hand out for me. I took it and let him lead me up the steps. When we got to the middle of the grand steps, he stopped. He turned and looked at me. Listen, I'm sorry for going off on you the other day. He spoke suddenly. I really hadn't been expecting such a random apology, but I was grateful that we were getting it out of the way. It's okay, I shouldn't have pried. I told him. Roman tapped his fingers on his pants and I could tell he was anxious. I just don't like talking about it, my past, He spoke. It's okay, Ro. No, I think you need to hear this. He looked right into my eyes. Crystal, you're the best thing that has ever happened to me. He took my hand in his. And my past, it's messy. They are just some things. He sucked in a deep breath. I love you, Crystal. He spoke with a certain desperate tone in his voice, like he needed me to hear this. This might just be a high school romance thing for you, but I have never had anything or anyone to call my own until I met you. Heck, you could dump me right now and you would still be the best thing that ever happened to me. He chuckled weakly. Ro, I would never. I don't need to hear you say it back, Crystal. I honestly don't. But I love you. And I know I don't deserve your love because you were right. I'm broken. I ran my fingers over his cheek. You're not broken, Roman. Don't ever say that. And you do deserve love. Everyone deserves love. He looked up at me and forced a smile. I didn't plan on being a total cheeseball. Nothing lasts forever. Especially for me. Nothing has ever lasted long in my life. You told me that sometimes you feel like I'll disappear, and I'm sorry about that. It's just that I'm not used to being kept around for too long. I knew what he meant. When Roman was brought to Woodfell, it wasn't too different than when he lived with humans, being bounced around from home to home. At least here he had settled with Sal and Millie. They weren't the warmest towards him, but at least they weren't as abusive as the others had been. At least not physically. In case you didn't notice, Ro. I told him, wrapping my arms around his neck and pulling him close so that our foreheads touched. I'm crazy about you. I don't plan on going anywhere. It confused me how Roman still didn't see how much I was obsessed with him. My fascination towards him hadn't diminished one bit since I had met him. And honestly, it frightened me how much this boy had a hold on my heart. His face dropped slightly. He tried to cover it with another smile, but I could see the strain behind it. My life is more complicated than you would think, Crystal. I wouldn't want to drag you into all of it. I rolled my eyes. I can handle whatever baggage you come with. I have my own baggage too, you know? Like your complete apathy towards physical education. He chuckled. P. E is evil, and if you were normal you would know that too. I told him with seriously. Now will you please kiss me already? I whined. With the position we were in, I had been hoping that he would get the hint. The moon looked like a toenail. We were standing on the steps of the grand hall of the town square. The night was beautiful and this handsome boy's lips weren't on mine. Instead of complying, Roman pulled away and took a step back to my reluctance. I frowned at him. First, I wanted to give you something. Roman dug into his pocket and pulled out a rectangular black box. You didn't let me get you your dress, so I got you something else. I gave him a small smile. You really didn't have to, Ro. He shrugged. I wanted to. He opened the box and I saw a silver glittery phone case with the initials C.S. on it. I had honestly been expecting a necklace or a bracelet or something more conventional, I guess. I took it out of the box and giggled. This is different. Roman put his hands in his pocket and shrugged. I know. I wanted to get you a necklace, but you already have that one that your mother gave you, and you already promised her you wouldn't take it off. I just wanted to give you something that's special as well. Something you would take with you everywhere you go. Almost like you have a piece of you with me. He chuckled. Do you like it? I had to admit it wasn't the gift I was expecting, but it was a gift from Roman, so I didn't mind. And I did pretty much carry my phone everywhere. I love it. I told him as I immediately dug into my purse and switched out the covers with my old plain purple one. Roman beamed at me. His excitement at something so small amused me. Now do I get my kiss? I asked. He laughed. Someone can't control themselves tonight. I shrugged. What can I say? Balls do these things to me. Roman smiled before moving closer. Well, if the lady wants her kiss with quick hands, he suddenly dipped me, causing me to yelp. He looked deep into my eyes with a mischievous look on his face. The lady shall get her kiss. Roman began to lean in, but just as our lips were about to make contact, I heard someone clear their throat. Roman looked up and his eyes widened before he quickly put me back upright. I stumbled a bit as I got back into a steady position, and when I did, I gulped. Alpha Tristan stood in front of us with his blonde beta behind him and two men in black suits. Alpha Tristan. Roman gave a bow. I bowed as well, but no words came out. You're in the way, kid. Bridget spoke. My apologies. Roman spoke smoothly before taking my hand and stepping aside. It surprised me how cool and collected he was. Well, I guess this encounter didn't give him as much anxiety as it did me, for obvious reasons. And let's face it, Roman was just naturally composed in all situations. I wished right then that the ground would just open up and swallow me. I avoided Tristan's gaze as best as I could, but his eyes weren't even on me. Candidate Roman. Shouldn't you be lined up with the other candidates by now? It's almost 9. Tristan spoke in a cold and reprimanding tone. Yes, Alpha. Roman spoke. I was just. Punctuality is key in this program. Or weren't you told that? Tristan spoke sternly. Sorry, Alpha, it beta. Bridget, get the candidate inside and lined up. Tristan instructed. Bridget nodded at Tristan. Let's go. She told Roman. Roman looked at me. He was about to open his mouth when Bridget snapped. Now. I'll find you later. I told him. He wasn't exactly in the position to start arguing. He nodded at me. Okay. He gave one last look at Tristan before following Bridget. I still avoided Tristan's gaze, wondering who was supposed to move first. Leave us. Tristan spoke, dismissing the 2 men. They obeyed without question. I don't know why Tristan had even ordered them to leave. Us being alone together was sure to come off as suspicious. You don't have to be so rude to him. I told him in a small voice when I realized he wasn't going to say anything anytime soon. I don't need you to tell me how to talk to my candidates. He spoke. But maybe you need some pointers on how to talk to people. Do you want Roman to get suspicious? I asked. What I want doesn't matter. We established that already. He spoke. I suddenly felt like I had struck a nerve that I hadn't even been aiming for. I looked at the ground. Why did he have to do this to me? Wasn't it bad enough that my wolf already called out to his whenever we were within feet of each other? The magnetic pull was still intense and it took all I had to fight it. To not look at him and want him all so badly. You should get inside as well. He spoke in a tone void of emotion. It's cold out here. With that he walked past me. I hugged myself, suddenly feeling the effect of the weather. The weather wasn't the only thing that was a little chilly. Different thoughts had been haunting me, turning themselves into nightmares in my sleep. The wolf Tristan had mercilessly attacked, its face morphing into my mother's. The Van Cliff wolves chasing me through the woods, trying to hurt the other candidates, and there was nothing I could do. Strange wolves appearing at our doorstep demanding Uncle Victor go with them. Aunt Sarah screaming for him to stay. And it was all my fault. But one thought outweighed them all. I was taken back to the day of the ball, Roman and I by the steps. I just wanted to give you something that's special as well. Something you would take with you everywhere you go. The gift. My eyes shot open and I sat up in bed. Holy crap. The gift. I reached over to the bedside table that Kat and I shared and grabbed my phone. I took the cover off and searched it precariously for any weak spots. Just as I suspected. I gulped. I took off the stud earring that I wore. Kat had gotten then for me last Christmas. I used the pointy end to poke at the edges of the case until it finally came loose at a weak spot. I gulped. I put the earring down and slowly started to peel off the inner plastic part of the phone case. When I was done, I saw it. The small black sticker-like round device. I was taken back to that day. I'm actually not supposed to be showing you this, but they're surveillance patches. We're learning how to use them in AAP training. They're still in development, but I could put one of these on your backpack or on the walls of your room. And I'd be able to not only track your location but hear everything you say on an appropriate device. I gasped and dropped the case, surveillance device and all. I stood up and ran my hand through my hair in exasperation. He had been tracking me. Of course he had been. He was a freaking spy. I started hyperventilating. Spy. 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 Everyone had been saying it, yet I had chosen not to believe them. Spies lie. Spies manipulate. Spies steal. Spies. I looked at the little device. Holy crap. He had probably been listening to me. He had been listening to everything I said. Everything I said about him, about Tristan. I felt my heart begin to thud in my chest. So he had probably known my secret all along. He had known that Tristan was my mate. The liar. How could he? Was that a bonus for him? Dating the alpha's mate? Or pretending to? Was he planning on using me to get to Tristan? Was anything we had ever real? I was beyond furious. The feeling of betrayal ate at me and threatened to consume me. My privacy. He violated my privacy without a care about how I would feel. The jerk. I thought he loved me. I sure as hell loved him. I glared at the device and without thinking I marched up to it. I picked up the case and looked at the attached round patch. Roman, can you hear me? I spoke into it, shaking with fury. Ro, if you can hear this. My voice was breaking, but I didn't care. Freaking hate you. I screamed. I hate you and I hate your guts, and hot tears started falling down my face. I hate you. I spoke, putting as much spite into my words as I could. I threw the case into a drawer and threw myself on my bed. I wanted to continue crying, but I couldn't. I was too mad. I gripped my hands into fists. I could feel my wolf stirring within me, urging me to let the animal out. And I wanted to. I wanted so badly to shift and rummage the woods, running to just escape my human problems and not have to feel so much pain. My wolf form subdued most of my human needs and urges. I heard my phone beep on the floor. My heart skipped a beat as I looked to the side at it. I sucked in a deep breath before making my way over to where I had left it on the floor. I picked it up and looked at the message icon that had flashed up, showing that I had 2 messages. I grew even more nervous as I unlocked it. I sighed in relief when I saw 2 familiar names. Kat had texted me a few hours ago. Dude, did you serious get attacked by more rogues? So cool. Art, you're having all the fun. The second was from Chris a little later on. Hey, judging by the fact that you haven't been in school, I suppose you're doing some super cool AAP thing. So I guess I'll be attending the first ever official meeting of the Nature Club alone. Sigh. I placed my hand on my chest, partially relieved. For all I knew, this thing didn't even work anymore. Or maybe he had stopped listening after he had completed what he had come to do here. I sighed and walked over to my bed, taking a seat. I rubbed my temple in frustration. I still wasn't at ease. Well, of course I wasn't. I had just found out my estranged boyfriend had bugged me. What was I supposed to do now? Surely this is something Tristan would want to know. I mean, if he thought Roman was back, maybe this would help, right? But why did I immediately feel guilt at the very thought of handing it over? Why did it feel like I would be betraying him? He had betrayed me first. He was the traitor. I opened the drawer where I had thrown the case and took it out. I looked at the device tentatively. Roman, I asked in a shaky voice. Are you there? My phone let out a beep. I quickly picked it up and looked at a screen. There was an unknown number and a text message. Oh babe, I never left you. XXX 2 words. Therapy sucks. Kat yelled as she stormed into the room, slamming the door open. She threw her backpack on the floor. I mean, I like Dr. Vega, I really do. She seems like a nice lady and she always wears the coolest pantsuits, but all that talk about my unspoken feelings and my stored up anger and finding healthy outlets, and what's wrong with you? Kate stopped ranting when she saw me on the floor, sitting with my legs pulled up to my chest. I gulped when I looked up at her. Close the door, I whispered. She closed the door behind her and looked at me in confusion. You're not having some weird PTSD reaction to your attack, are you? She asked bluntly. I looked at her. Wasn't therapy supposed to be making her more empathetic? Because that's ridiculous. You do know there are like 6 ripped soldiers out there standing guard for you, right? She didn't even stop to listen to me before she continued speaking. You will not believe how everyone at school was talking about your little run-in with trouble. I think it should amazing publicity. When you go back to school on Monday, you will come off as a survivor. I can see it now. The Luna faces the enemy and wins. I don't even know how the story of the attack had made it to the people at school. As far as I was concerned, all the candidates had been sent home. But of course they had gotten the entire narrative wrong. The Luna wasn't brave and fearless. She had been afraid out of her mind and this close to peeing her pants. But funnily enough, almost getting killed by Van Cliff wolves was the least of my worries right now. I sucked in a deep breath. Kat. I called out her name, grabbing her attention. I held out my phone to her. What is it? Do you have pictures? Because if so, I definitely want to see them. She walked towards me excitedly and took the phone. Her brows rose when she read the message. She scoffed. Who the hell sent you this? Do you have a stalker or something? Because you know, one word to Alpha Tristan and whoever it is dead meat. It's from Roman. I told her in a low voice. Her eyes widened at me. What? I nodded at her. She looked back at the message. What? How do you know? I sucked in a deep breath before getting up and taking the phone case from the drawer. I showed it to her. She furrowed her brows in confusion as I pointed to the patch. I don't get it. She spoke. What? I quickly put my finger on my lips before throwing the cover back in the drawer and pushing her into the bathroom of our room. Did you see that round black thing? I asked in a whisper. I didn't know how good the microphone on that thing was, but I wasn't ready to take any chances. Kat nodded, still looking confused. It's called a surveillance patch. I whispered. It's something that Roman learnt to use in the AAP. It records audio and I think determines location. Kat gasped. He bugged you? I nodded, the fear now official settling in. Holy crap. Kat yelled. So the message and he sent you that. He's been spying on you this entire time. I nodded. Me and who knows who else. I sat down on the edge of the bathtub. It had been months. Just merely months, yet it had felt like Roman had happened a lifetime ago. He felt like a dream even. A very confusing and intense dream. But just hearing from him made everything come back. All the memories. All our conversations. It had never felt like I had been talking to a spy. It had just been Roman. Oh my freaking gosh. Kat pressed her hand on her forehead. This just took a spin in an unexpected direction. Wait, how do you know for sure that this is him? She whispered him. And at that moment I remembered Rick and the other soldiers outside. They couldn't hear us, right? I spoke to it. I explained to her. She looked unconvinced. You spoke to it. And spoke back. I gave Kat an unamused look. She was treating me like I was crazy. No, then I got the text message. Oh damn. I know. I told her. Do you think Roman is still in Woodfell? She asked. I don't know. I told her in frustration. Well, you have to tell Tristan. Kat told me. I just looked at her. I opened my mouth to say something, but I realized I didn't know what I wanted to say. We have to tell Tristan, Crystal. Kat told me sternly. I know. I spoke in exasperation. But, no buts. I stood up. Kat, I think there's more going on here than we might think. No, Chrissy, you just want an excuse to see him again or talk to him again. You want to give him a chance to try and justify his actions. You want to give him a chance to lie to you. So what if I do? I asked Kat. She didn't understand. She couldn't. She hadn't known Roman like I did. She didn't know what we had. I cared about him too. She told me softly as she put a hand on my shoulder. But he lied to us all. He was pretending the entire time. He can't be trusted. Her words stung. He had been pretending the whole time. Including in our relationship. I think he wants to talk to me. I told her. She furrowed her brows at me. And why would you think that? I sucked in a deep breath. I heard him call out to me a few days ago. I was heading out of school after training and I heard his voice. Kat's eyes widened. And you're just telling me this now. You were mad at me, okay? And I thought that I was going crazy. I didn't think it was real until Tristan told me that he had caught Roman sent in the territory around the same time. Tristan, wait, is that what you two were talking about the day he came to talk to Mum and Dad? I bit my lower lip nervously and nodded. Kat rubbed her temple. You don't want your new lover to kill your ex-lover. When did your life become a telenovela? Kat, this is serious. I told her. I know. She responded in frustration. But we can't get ourselves involved in this. We're just kids. Tristan is the alpha. If he finds out about this some other way, I think Roman knew my mother. I blurted out. Kat stopped. She blinked rapidly at me. You better be kidding. I had been thinking about this so much that my head hurt. Trying to find loopholes, but there were none. Roman used to say things. Things I would brush off, but honestly, they were things he shouldn't have known. Like what? Kat asked. Like he knew that my mother told me never to take off this necklace. Everyone knows that, Chrissy. Okay, maybe, but also, he once mentioned a very specific detail about the day my mother brought me to Woodfell. I rushed out the words, wanting desperately for Kat to believe me. Kat sighed. 𝐿𝐲, that doesn't prove anything. Roman spent a lot of time with Dad, he could have told him all this. I already asked Uncle Victor and he said he didn't tell Roman anything. So, Dad has a crappy memory sometimes. Kat spoke. Kat, I have a feeling that something is up. That might be so, but feelings aren't evidence. She told me. Tristan is trying to protect you. Withholding this information is an act of treason, might I remind you. Kat was right. I owed it to Tristan to tell him that Roman had contacted me. Maybe Uncle Victor was right, this might have just been a conspiracy that I was brewing up myself. I was just reacting to being abandoned by two very important people in my life. But something still didn't add up. But how do you explain the attacks? I asked. That couldn't be a coincidence. The first wolf didn't want to hurt me. What if it had gotten orders not to? Only two people would give that order, my mum and Roman. Okay. Kat gave in. Maybe that was Roman. But that's all the more reason you shouldn't want anything to do with him. That wolf was sent to kill Josh. Okay, that was bad. Whoever had sent that rogue had obviously been trying to hurt Tristan. And if it was Roman, Kat was right, I shouldn't want to be associated with any of that. But Roman was as much of a kid as we were. He was only 20. He came to Woodfell when he was 10, how could a 10-year-old be a spy? It just didn't add up and I wanted answers. But the second attackers were Van Cleef wolves. Ro didn't have ties to Van Cleef wolves, my mum did. Kat looked shocked. It was Van Cleef wolves that attacked you today. Yes. And I know for sure they came for me this time. What if my mum is in trouble? I asked Kat. Kat put her hand on her stomach. It's then that I had noticed how pale she had gotten. Where's my dad? She asked. What's wrong? I asked her. We need to tell him. If Van Cleef wolves are here and after you, then he needs to know. He already does. I met him when I got back. He told me about his history with the Eclipse Pack and how he got out. Then you should know this isn't a game, Crystal. Kat spoke desperately and seriously. Van Cleefs were bad news. If they have your mom or if they're trying to get to you. Crap, that would be bad. I know. I told her. Maybe your dad will have answers when he gets back from questioning. My dad is getting questioned. Kat screeched. I bit my lip. Was I not supposed to tell her that? I assumed that Aunt Sarah had already disclosed this information to her when she had picked her up. Didn't your mum tell you all this when she picked you up? I asked Kat. Uncle Victor and Aunt Sarah were very open with their kids about things that affected them. So the fact that Aunt Sarah hadn't told Kat any of this was strange. Mum didn't pick me up. I mean, she wanted to, but I wanted to leave school and therapy early, so I told her that I would walk. That definitely sounded like Kat. What the hell? They think he has something to do with those psychopaths. I figured that this wasn't the best time to tell Kat, relax. I told her. He's the only Van Cleef around, that's probably why. Better. Kate spoke. Like usual, she was trying to appear tough, but I could tell she was scared. Nothing will happen to him, Kat, he's innocent. You were 2 and they still treated you like a criminal. As someone who had gone through a trial in Woodfell, I knew the Silvercrest Pack believed in the statement guilty until proven innocent. If I can help it, I won't let anything happen to him. Promised Kat. I might have been totally against my role as Luna, but I wasn't going to let anyone accuse Uncle Victor. Kat clenched her fists. Do you really think Roman might be involved with Van Cleefs? She asked. I don't know. I admitted. But I just have a feeling that this isn't a coincidence. Kat took in a deep breath. Well, there's only one way to find out. I furrowed my brows at her. She marched out the room without another word. I followed, curious and scared about what she was about to do. She picked my phone up from my bed where she had left it. Kat, what are you doing? I asked. Calling Roman. She shrugged and next thing I knew, she was putting the phone to her ear. Are you crazy? I yelped as I rushed to grab the phone from her, but she still held on to it tightly. You're the one who was talking about treason. Contacting a spy seems a lot like treason. Kat finally let go of the cell phone. Fine. She relented. I quickly cut the call, but a part of me couldn't help but wonder if he would have answered. Okay, so our next step is telling Tristan. I told Kat. She huffed. As all good upstanding pack members should. I understood her annoyance. I desperately wanted answers as well. But we needed to do this the right way. Great. All this has made me hungry. Kat spoke. I didn't see how that was even possible, but getting out of the room and doing something to keep us occupied with how anxious we both were was a good idea. We could make spring rolls. I suggested. Hazel loved them and I knew she would definitely be happy if she came home to them. Okay, you can make the shells and the filling. Kat spoke. I rolled my eyes. That's like 75 of the work. Crystal, look at it from a glass half full perspective. She tried to persuade me. My glass is literally only a quarter way full. I told her. She sighed. Crystal, we're already frustrated enough. Do you really want to bring math into this? I'm just saying. I was cut off when I heard my phone ping and the message icon popped up with the unknown number. Kat and I shared a frightened look. Should we? She started, but I had already opened the message. Kat leaned in to read into with me. Crystal, I'm in trouble. I need your help. I looked up at Kat and I was about to say something when the front door burst open. Kat and I both jumped, causing me to drop the phone. We turned to see Aunt Sarah walk into the room. She walked straight to me and placed her hands on my shoulders. Kat took that as an opportunity to pick up my phone and place it in her pocket. Are you okay, sweetie? I nodded quickly. Yes, why wouldn't I be? Aunt Sarah looked at me in confusion. Maybe because you got attacked a second time by Van Cliffs. Kat spoke in a duh tone. Oh right, I spoke. Kat placed a finger in the middle of her lips. Did she wants me to stay quiet about the messages? Oh baby. Aunt Sarah pulled me into a hug. I don't know why these things always seem to happen to you. She spoke, pulling back to look at me sympathetically. Well, I've made it this far, haven't I? I joked. She gave me a small smile. Just remember, baby, God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble. I smiled and nodded. Aunt Sarah's motivational verses never failed to calm me down, even if it was just a little bit. She suddenly grew serious. Beta Bridget is here for you. Why? I asked too quickly. What if she knew about Roman's messages? I don't know how she would, but damn it, I was nervous. Let's just go downstairs so that you can talk to her and your uncle. Kat and I shared a confused look. Okay. I spoke, feeling uncertain. Aunt Sarah put her hand on my back and began to lead me out. She then stopped. Oh, and Catherine, I know you left school early. I saw Kat flinch. We'll talk later. She told her before she continued leading me. When we got downstairs, I was surprised to see Rick standing by the dining room. Hazel stood in a corner just staring at him with a goofy smile on her face. Uncle Victor and Bridget sat in the living area. Parker stood in front of Bridget, who just stared at him in confusion. It looked like he was holding out a crayon to her. Bridget took it slowly. Thank you. Bridget responded as she took it. He beamed at her. This means we're married. Bridget's eyes widened. Oh gosh. Aunt Sarah spoke as she rushed to take Parker. Bring cookies the next time you visit, wifey. Parker yelled as he waved. Kat came up behind me. Oh my gosh, freaking Beta Bridget Lane is in our house. I had forgotten what a fan Kat was of Bridget. I wanted to point out that Bridget had been in here before, but I just decided to let her have this. Here. Aunt Sarah spoke as she gave Parker to Kat. Take your brother and your drooling sister out of here. Kat and I turned to look at Hazel, who I now realized was figuratively drooling at Rick. Rick actually kind of looked uncomfortable and kept shifting. Why am I stuck with babysitting? Kat asked as she took Parker. I want to attend the grown-ups meeting. Aunt Sarah rose her brows at her. Oh, you're grown now. In ancient times, I would have been married expecting my second child. She spoke matter-of-factly. Aunt Sarah gave her a what will I do with you look. Don't worry about the meeting, you'll find out soon enough. Crystal tells you everything anyway. That was true. 𝐾𝐥𝐻𝐧. Fine. Let's go color a picture of a strong, independent woman, Park. She told him. Like my wife.
Parker skirped.
Hazel. Kat hissed at her little sister. Hazel quickly snapped her head to look at her older sister, who waved her over. She looked disappointed as she followed her. I followed Aunt Sarah into the living area. Bridget rose and nodded at me. Luna. She gave a pointed look at Uncle Victor, and I really hoped she wasn't expecting him to rise for me as hell. The Luna rules didn't apply in this household. Hey Bridget. I greeted. I hadn't forgotten about our conversation earlier, but there were more important things to have anxiety over right now. I looked at Uncle Victor. How did the questioning go? He stood up. It was good. I can't say I was much help though. Did you see them, the wolves, I mean? What I really wanted to know is if they had found out why they were here. I did see them. And no, I don't know them. He answered. He put his hands together and looked at Bridget. I immediately knew that something was up. Bridget stepped forward. Luna, your uncle and I have been talking, and we think it would be best for your safety and the safety of your family if you moved into the Alpha's manor. My eyes widened. I looked at Aunt Sarah and she simply nodded. What? I yelped. Just until Tristan figures all this out. Uncle Victor added quickly. I didn't know how to feel. They wanted me to leave the house. The only place I had ever felt safe. Wait, does this mean the attacks won't stop? Is it true? Are they after me? Uncle Victor didn't meet my eyes, but Bridget did. On the contrary, Luna, this is just the beginning. 𝐾𝐥𝐻𝐧. I don't need to hear you say it back, Crystal. I honestly don't. But I love you. And I know I don't deserve your love because you were right. I'm broken. Ha. I just wanted to give you something that's special as well. Something you would take with you everywhere you go. Almost like you have a piece of me with you. Do you like it? Oh why yes, 𝐊𝐬, I simply adore being spied on. The Silvercrest pack is all I've ever really known as home. Then why did you betray them? Crystal. I'm still here. No, you're not, 𝐊𝐬. We can have anything we want, Crystal. I can give us anything we want. Even Woodfell. I never wanted Woodfell, 𝐿𝐬, I wanted you. My lady is right here, where else would I rather be? Liar. I remember the day 𝐿𝐬 left like it was yesterday. It was so ordinary and boring. It's still a wonder how I remembered it so vividly. It was a Thursday. Because bad things only happen on Thursdays. 𝐿𝐬 had been wearing a striped navy blue and black golf shirt that Aunt Sarah had gotten him. Kat called him Boy Scout whenever he would wear it because for some reason, it made him look admittedly much younger. He had AP work to do. I had thought after he had finished up with their training it would be better. No need to go into school 3 hours early or to leave 3 hours later. But the internship portion was just as hectic. 𝐿𝐬 had graduated but he wasn't planning on going to college until I graduated. Which I had told him a million times was stupid. Uncle Victor and Aunt Sarah and Kat and Chris and the whole freaking AP had told him it was stupid, but the boy had made up his mind and there was no changing it. I thought it had been sweet in a romance novel way but not in reality. I worked really hard but there was no guarantee that I would even get into the same amazing colleges 𝐿𝐬 got into with his AP backing. And even though I did love him, we were too young to stake our lives on each other like that. But he would always get so mad when I talked to him about it, so gradually I stopped pushing. 𝐿𝐬 had long since moved out of Sal and Millie's house and gotten his own little apartment which I hardly visited because 𝐿𝐬 was almost 20 and I was still 17 and Aunt Sarah and Uncle Victor were way more conscious of the age difference then. Even if it was barely 2 years. They trusted us. But they didn't trust our hormones. Uncle Victor's word, so it was a Thursday and school was out. It was summer vacation and 𝐿𝐬 came over like he usually did. He brought Aunt Sarah her favorite cinnamon buns from Chris' mother's bakery, and a brownie for Parker. A vanilla glazed donut for Hazel, but he didn't get to give it to her because for some reason lately, Hazel had been really shy around 𝐿𝐬 and would always hide out in her room when he popped up. I got a box of different types of mini cupcakes because lately I could never decide on which ones I liked best. I never ever got to eat all of them because my family were little sweet-toothed thieves. But anyway, 𝐿𝐬 had come over that day and I remember hugging him and teasing him about using his AP money to bribe my family into liking him with baked goods. He had laughed and said, "They already love me." Which was true. He only had an hour with me before he had to go back to work and Parker would not leave us be, so we ended up in the living room, watching The Adventures of Gumball. A strange show for a weird kid. It explained a lot. 𝐿𝐬 had announced that he had to go and I remember dramatically throwing my arms around him, hugging him tightly and telling him not to go as I usually did. He had chuckled and kissed my forehead. Parker had let out a huge yuck. So I kissed his forehead as well. He had stood up, briefly infuriating Parker because he was blocking the TV. He then squeezed my hand and said, "See you later." I had nodded and called out a careless, "Love ya." I covered Parker's ears hot stuff. He winked and chuckled before leaving. I hadn't thought to walk him to the door or to kiss him one last time. He said, "See you later." I didn't see him later, not after a day, not after weeks, not after 3 months. You should have just stayed, 𝐿𝐬. You should have just stayed. I've made up my mind. I told Kat. We had spent most of the night taking out my braids while Kat talked about how I couldn't move into the alpha's manor with 2-month-old braids. She had a point, but the thought of having to actually deal with my hair irked me. But we didn't really talk much about that. We talked about the text messages. Argued about it actually as I packed my stuff. Kat thought we should text 𝐿𝐬 back just to hear what kind of help he needed. I didn't want to. I just couldn't bear the thought of talking to him again. I was worried, don't get me wrong. So worried it made me sick. I thought of what trouble he could be in. What if he actually really did need my help and I was here being mad at him? Finding out he had been spying on me had unnerved me. You don't spy on the people you love, 𝐿𝐬 desire. Kat said we wouldn't actually help him, we just needed to know what he wanted. Maybe it would help with the investigation. Of course I wanted to know, I wanted all this to be a mistake. I wanted him to say that he had been kidnapped or brainwashed or something. But I had sat through the endless trials, I had seen the evidence against him. 𝐿𝐬 had betrayed everyone, he was a spy and Kat was right. I shouldn't give him a chance to lie to me again. I'm telling Tristan. I told Kat the next morning. She was going through my bag, trying to see if I had packed any of her clothes probably. She rose her brows at me. Are you sure? I looked at my phone which I had turned off last night. I nodded. You were right. He needs to know. And I should have told him the minute it happened. Kat nodded. I support you. I know this can't be easy for you. It wasn't. Truth be told, I had made up my mind last night. I had also mentally apologized to Roman a million times. I'm sorry, Ro, but I just can't trust you anymore. I had been wanting to hear from him for months, to get an explanation, but honestly, I wish he could have just stayed gone. Nothing would ever wash away the betrayal. Part of me wondered if this could be a joke or a test. Maybe someone was testing my loyalty to the pack, or to Tristan by sending the message. Either way, I had made up my mind. But I just can't tell your parents. At least not just yet. Kat looked at me in confusion. They'll want to know. I know. I sighed. But I just don't want to put them through all this again. Especially with the Van Cliff mess. That's not your fault. She told me. Uncle Victor's mind had been somewhere else entirely since he had gotten back last night. Everyone had noticed, even Parker. But it is. The wolves were after me. Bridget hadn't said it in so many words, but I knew being here was putting everyone at risk. Uncle Victor was stressed and it was because of me. I didn't want to add to that. I won't say anything. Kate agreed. But you better visit often or I'll be forced to take up the role of the good child. She spoke with a disgusted look on her face. I smiled at my cousin. That was Kat for. I'll miss you. I walked towards her and wrapped my arms around her in a hug. I'll be back before you know it. And we'll still see each other all the time. I know that, dork. Stop being such a cheeseball. She spoke but only hugged me tighter. Crystal. I heard Aunt Sarah's voice. I pulled away from Kat. Time to go. I grabbed my suitcase and Kat took my duffel and we headed out the room. Hazel ran up to me and hugged me. She frowned when she looked up at me. I can't believe you're leaving. I patted her head affectionately. It's only for a little while, Hayes. She looked up at me. Promise. I realized that I couldn't actually do that. There was no way of knowing how long all this would take, but I hoped for the best. Hazel would go through the complete changing any day now. And I wanted to be there to celebrate with her. Aunt Sarah had baked me a cake and put up balloons on my changing day. Then she had taken me for a run in the woods. It had been exhilarating. It was the first time I actually enjoyed being a werewolf. I had loved sharing the experience with Aunt Sarah, but I had wondered how amazing it would have been with my mother. I'll visit all the time. I promised instead. I held out my hand to her. Walk me out. Hold on. Not so fast. Kat stepped forward. Why are you wearing Mum's lipstick? Hazel looked away quickly. How hadn't I noticed her red lips earlier? Kat and I shared a look before grinning at each other and singing Rick. Hazel hit her face. Stop it. Kat threw her arm over Hazel's shoulder. Don't worry, baby sis, crushes are perfectly normal. But I wouldn't go the older guy route like your cousin here. I glared at Kat and she just raised her hands as Hazel giggled. Crystal. Aunt Sarah called again. I headed down the stairs with the closest people to sisters that I had. Before we even took the last step, I sensed Tristan's presence and I found myself growing more excited. He was in the kitchen, engaged in what looked like a very serious discussion with Aunt Sarah and Uncle Victor. I noticed Parker was on the countertop, next to where Bridget stood, shoving a drawing in her face and explaining something. I wanted to laugh at how helpless Bridget looked. The big bad beta didn't know how to handle kids. Rick was there too and Hazel suddenly moved behind Kat. The minute we walked into the kitchen, the conversation halted. Tristan looked at me, and it felt like I had been holding my breath, but now that I saw him I could breathe again. I don't know if that had been my feelings or his through the empathy link. He walked towards me and stopped right in front of me. Hey, he greeted. Hey, I responded. Ladies and gents, have there ever been more awkward mates? He looked at Kat and Hazel and then nodded. Hello. Kat, hey. Hazel, eep. Tristan being my mate was something that I had normalized so much that I sometimes forgot that it was still a wonder to my family that the alpha was my mate. Tristan looked confused, but it quickly turned to concern when he turned back to me. How are you today? He asked. Good. I responded. I tried to call you last night. Oh. I had stuffed my phone, which was still off, and the case in my bag. It was evidence now. I wanted to tell Tristan exactly why my phone had been off but not in front of Uncle Victor and Aunt Sarah. The battery died. I explained. Wow, Crystal. Just wow. Surely an A student with a couple of BS here, and there can come up with something better. Tristan looked confused, so I quickly changed the topic. How are you? Great. He responded. But he didn't look great. He looked tired. His eyes drifted to my suitcase which I had set down. I'm sorry it has to be this way. I was going to come over last night to tell you the news myself, but I was busy. He explained. It's okay. I told him. But it wasn't. Really wasn't. His brother had almost died. Van Cliff wolves had infiltrated Silvercrest territory. And now my traitor ex-boyfriend was asking me for help. I couldn't help but think about how much easier Tristan's life would be without me in it. If he hadn't met me. If I hadn't come to Woodfell, none of this would have happened. What's going on? Did you find out why the Van Cliff wolves are after me? No. Tristan spoke. I felt deflated. Great. Another mystery. Alpha. Bridget spoke up. She was holding up a phone. Tristan sighed. Can't it wait? You want to tell her that? Tristan looked back at me. He really did look all so tired. Take it. I urged him. He nodded. You should say goodbye to your family. Tristan told me as he stepped away and headed, taking the phone from Bridget. I looked at Aunt Sarah and Uncle Victor. Aunt Sarah looked teary. Please don't cry. I mentally begged. If she cried, I would too. I walked towards them. I'll see you guys soon. I spoke as I hugged both of them. Take care of yourself, sweetie. Aunt Sarah whispered. Promise. I replied as I pulled away. Uncle Victor gave me a sad smile. We'll figure this all out, kiddo. I sucked in a deep breath and nodded. I'm going to miss you, Crystal. Parker exclaimed as he rushed towards me and wrapped his little arms around my legs. I patted him on the head. I'll miss you too, buddy. He didn't let our sweet goodbye last long before running back to Bridget and yelling, I'll miss you the most. You think you're special to someone. Tristan walked back and looking even more stressed than before. He walked towards us. We should get going, that was my grandmother. He frowned slightly and looked at me. She wants help with the ball prep. Are you up for it? The AP ball. I can't believe I had forgotten about that. I turned to look at Kat. I know for a fact that Kat had procured the perfect AAP gown for the ball this year because she had been certain she would get picked. I immediately felt guilty at the fact that I would be on that lineup instead of her. You're all going to be there, right? I asked. Aunt Sarah smiled. We wouldn't miss it. I guess I'm up for it. I told Tristan. He frowned. You don't have to if you don't want to. After what happened yesterday. I want to. I spoke. I didn't want to. But I needed something to take my mind off everything. I didn't know what kind of help Nana Francesca could possibly need from me. But I figured I owed her after missing the shopping trip we were supposed to have yesterday. Okay. Tristan nodded at my aunt and uncle. I'll take care of Crystal. And for you safety, Rick will stay for another week. Rick nodded firmly and I turned around and saw Hazel's face light up. Kat shook her head at her. We'll be going now. Tristan spoke. I looked at my aunt and uncle, then Parker, who was still hugging Bridget's legs as she looked uncomfortable. Then I looked at Hazel and Kat. This will be sorted out and I'll be back soon. Or at least I hope so. I thought I was over Roman, but his voice on my friend's phone has me second-guessing everything. He says I'm in danger, but with the pack's safety at stake, who do I save first, myself or them? Thank you for your likes and subscriptions. You can leave your comments in the comments section. 𝐿𝐲𝐷 last chance to back down. Tristan spoke. We had driven to the town square. We were using a black Range Rover, which might I say was gorgeous. Bridget was driving and Tristan was sitting up front with her, which I had to admit irked me. I felt like the kid in this situation. I mean, I was the youngest, but my wolf clearly wasn't okay with this arrangement. It didn't make it better that they were having their own private conversation up front. I had never felt so jealous in my life. Was it even normal? Was it even justified? That riddled me with guilt. Of course it wasn't. This was just an arrangement. Letting emotions get in the way was never part of the plan. It gets pretty hectic in there. Tristan spoke, bringing me out of my thoughts. He had turned to face me, and for a moment I just stared at his face. His perfectly sculpted face. "Crystal?" he asked. He had his brows furrowed in concern. "Ma." Tristan frowned. "That's it. I'm taking you home. You clearly aren't." "No." I replied immediately. I'm fine. I want to help your grandmother." "You really don't know what you're signing up for, do you?" Tristan spoke warily. "She's met Nana Francesca. I'm sure she has an idea." Bridget spoke, looking at me through the rearview mirror. My eyes widened. I wanted a distraction, but now that I thought about it, was I ready for Nana Francesca's extravagancies? "Just call me if you need an out. I'll come up with an excuse for you. I've gotten good at that over the years." Tristan winked. I couldn't help but smile. He must have had to do this a lot with his grandmother in the past. I suddenly wanted to know more of his stories about his childhood. Had he been a rebel child? What kind of student was he? Who was his first girlfriend? How had he coped when his parents died? I wanted to ask about the drinking problem Kat had told me about. I didn't want emotions to come and interfere with this arrangement I had with him. I didn't want it to get messy, but I wanted to know him better. And I didn't know if that was even fair. "We have a meeting in half an hour, T." Bridget spoke up. An irritated look crossed Tristan's face. He nodded. "You gonna be okay going in there alone? Pretty sure she knows how to walk." Bridget rolled her eyes. "Well, she can't seem to go anywhere without causing trouble." Tristan responded. I know it was meant to be a joke, but I couldn't help but think of the incriminating evidence in my bag right now. I needed to tell Tristan about Roman sooner than later. I knew that Bridget would find out about it when I told Tristan, but I didn't want her around when I actually said it. I sat forward. Tristan, could we talk later? I have something important to tell you." I realized I shouldn't have brought it up, judging by the way Tristan's facial expression changed. "You can tell me now." "What is it?" Tristan pressed. No, I don't want you to be late for your meeting." I rushed the words out. Tristan stared at me for a little while. "Okay, what is it about?" I cast a nervous look at Bridget. She whipped around abruptly. "Is it about me?" she demanded. I was taken aback. I sputtered. Bridget narrowed her eyes at me. I raised my hands. "I swear." Tristan sighed. "Ease up, Bridge. Why would it be about you?" "Yeah." I wanted to add, "Get over yourself." It's not like I was jealous of her and her perfect skin and the fact that she had a relationship with Tristan that I couldn't even come close to matching. Not that I should want to match their relationship. Maybe Bridget was just worried that I would tell Tristan about how she had talked to me yesterday. Wow, I didn't realize that was still on my mind. Well, why wouldn't it be? She had basically told me that I didn't care about Tristan. But I did. I always have. Tristan's eyes were still on me, staring in concern. "You know what, it's really not that urgent." I spoke as I reached for the door handle and opened the door. "We'll talk later." I quickly exited the vehicle, unaware that Tristan had too. He stepped closer to me. "Crystal, are you sure you're okay?" he asked. "No. Roman contacted me. You know, the guy who had been spying on you for 10 years. "Yeah." I spoke. I wanted to tell him. I really did. But now just didn't seem right. But when is the right time to tell someone such a thing? Probably right away. "Why are you still holding on to this, Crystal?" "I'm fine." I told Tristan. Promise. It was true. Physically, I was a-okay. "T, we're gonna be late." Bridget snapped. Tristan ignored her and placed a hand gently on my arm. "I'm here, okay? Talk to me if something is wrong." I nodded. Way to guilt trip someone. Tristan suddenly moved his hand from my arm. I'll see you at the manor later." I nodded. That's right. I would be living in the manor now. I'd tell him then. "Oh, and while you're here, you should work on one of your rules." He spoke with a smirk that showed his dimples. I looked at him in confusion. "The rules you came up with? My brothers are here, try to spend some time with them." "Oh, those rules. Technically, that one was yours." I told Tristan. Tristan shrugged. "Fine, our rules." "Ours." I kind of liked that. It showed a kind of partnership. And I didn't technically agree. "Well, if you want me to follow yours, you have to follow mine." He spoke smugly. "Real sneaky, Alpha, real sneaky." He shrugged. "Fine." I spoke. "I'll try. It's not like Joshua still hated me and Mikey. Well, boys never have crushes on me, and if by a miracle they do, It quickly disappears when they actually get to know that I'm actually very plain and obnoxiously ordinary. I mean, other than the fact that I'm half animal. Tristan's eyes suddenly flashed green. He winced as they returned to normal. Gotta go. He spoke before going back into the car. I watched them drive away and sighed. I clutched my purse and thought of the phone of Roman. Stop it, Crystal. I quickly decided to head up the steps before I talked myself into doing something stupid. I already did though by not telling Tristan right then and there what had happened. But it just didn't feel like the right time. Sounds stupid, but it just didn't. I was pulled out of my thoughts when I walked into the town hall, right into a flurry of activity. People moving back and forth carrying tables, chairs, you name it. I saw a team working on the sound system in one corner, and in another people putting up lights. Everything might have looked chaotic at first glance, but I saw the cohesiveness. That's one thing I liked about pack mentality actually, they knew how to perfect the art of teamwork. I looked on in wonder. I had forgotten how important the AAP ball was. I mean, Roman hadn't really been excited about it. He was happy. But Roman usually made a point of not letting himself get too excited about things because, well, he usually got disappointed in the end. Maybe that had been his mindset when he had texted me last night. I was the one person who wasn't supposed to let him down. Did I say purple? I heard a familiar voice yell. No. Violet, I said Violet. I saw Nana Francesca quite literally standing in the middle of the circus show yelling at some poor girl. Actually, the poor girl was May. Oh my. I immediately cringed, feeling horrible for her. I definitely wouldn't want to be her. It was beyond me why Nana Francesca was yelling at her, but my immediate instinct was to go over there and help in any way I could. After all, I quite literally owed May my life. Even if I was frightened to death of Nana Francesca, I started to head towards the two when I yelled as I felt something hit my head, knocking me to the floor. Oh crap. I heard someone yell. The first thing I saw was an unusually high stack of chairs. The next thing I saw was Michael Melrose looking down at me. Oh crap, crap, crap. Crystal, I'm so sorry. He spoke. I stared at him, stunned. I wasn't in any pain or anything, just in shock really. What's going on? Nice going, Mikey. I heard someone else who sounded like Joshua speak, and the next thing I knew his face was above me as well. You okay? He asked. I nodded. I'm fine. Joshua stretched out a hand for me and pulled me to my feet. Crystal, I am so sorry. Mikey continued. I didn't see where I was going and oh gosh, are you sure you're okay? Joshua rolled his eyes at his brother. Honestly, Michael, I'm fine. I told him, giving him a reassuring smile, because he honestly looked about ready to pop a vein. I realized the whole room had gone quiet. I looked around and found that everyone's eyes were on me. What a way to make an entrance. I waved awkwardly. All good here. I spoke, wishing everyone would just go back to what they had been doing before. Who hurt the Luna? A sharp voice screamed. Oh no. Nana Francesca came bustling through. Who has the audacity to attack the Luna? She yelled again. No, please God, no. I'm fine, really, I spoke hurriedly, wanting her to just stop making a scene already. But she must not have heard me because her eyes were darting around viciously, looking at everyone in accusation. I rushed forward to her. Nana Francesca, she was still looking around furiously. Might I remind you all that hurting your Luna is an act of treason and treason is punishable by death. Just because she's a halfling, doesn't mean she doesn't deserve every ounce of your respect, you pathetic small-minded. Nana. Michael stepped forward. Not now, dear. She waved him off. Now, who will we be burning at the stake for disrespecting our Luna? She demanded, narrowing her eyes at everyone. Nana. Joshua snickered and threw his arm around Michael's shoulder. That would be your grandson. Nana Francesca turned to look at Michael sharply. Michael's face had gone pink and he scratched the back of his head. It was an accident, I swear. He spoke quickly. Nana Francesca looked disappointed at the lack of bloodshed. Wait, werewolves didn't really burn people at the stake, did they? That sounded kind of Salem witchy. False alarm, people, get back to work. She told everyone in resignation. She walked up to me and placed both her hands on either side of my face. Oh dear, I am glad you could make it after rudely standing me up yesterday. I furrowed my brows. We were attacked by rogue Van Cliff wolves. I told her. I would have thought she would have known that. Oh, I heard. She spoke dismissively. When I was your age, other packs would send wolves after me all the time. I was something of a gem. She threw her scarf back with a smug look on her face. They always tried to get to me in order to get to Trevor. You know the saying. If you want to destroy a king, you take down his queen. Michael and Joshua chorused in a teasing tone. Nana Francesca gave them a proud smile and patted Josh on the cheek. That's right. You boys are learning more and more from me each day. Keep it up and you'll be the exceptional, upstanding gentlewolves this pack needs. She stopped in front of Michael and narrowed her eyes. Gentlewolves who don't knock young ladies over. Michael's cheeks tinted pink. Nana. He grumbled. It wasn't, but Nana Francesca was already looking around for something. Where is that girl? She spoke to herself. Her name is May Nana. Joshua spoke. I noticed for that he was dressed extremely casually in a navy blue t-shirt with khaki shorts. Michael wore the same khaki shorts except his t-shirt was gray and had the words, "Wi-Fi is in the air" printed on it in white. And don't you think you should ease up on her? Joshua asked. Nonsense. How will she be able to carry my god-grandchildren and take care of my godson if she can't handle a few simple orders? Nana Francesca asked. Are god-grandchildren even a thing? Michael asked, looking confused. You asked her to get you your favorite sushi from Japan for lunch. Joshua told her. Nana Francesca just stared as if she didn't see the problem. Joshua sighed. She's not your PA, Nana. He told her slowly. Nana Francesca waved him off. Oh please, all apprentices are basically overqualified personal assistants. Hey, Joshua yelled. Michael snickered, but then his eyes landed on me. Except you, of course. He spoke quickly. Thanks. I spoke with a small smile. Yeah, Mikey, thanks. Joshua narrowed his eyes at his brother. Nana Francesca shook her head at her grandsons. Strange boys. She whispered in my ear before placing a hand over my shoulder and ushering me away. Come, darling, we have much to do. What exactly will I be doing? I asked Nana Francesca. Oh, darling. You'll be doing the best part of the job, bossing people around. She smiled slyly. Everyone thinks the Alpha is the one everyone listens to, but it's really the Luna. She spoke, stopping in front of 3 men who were doing something with a bunch of wires. Tell them to jump. She told me. I looked at her in confusion. She nodded in encouragement. She wasn't kidding, was she? I turned to look at the men and gave them an apologetic look. A jump. The 3 men complied and each jumped. Nana Francesca looked satisfied. You can tell them to do whatever you want. Try something else. She encouraged me. Maybe later. Nana Francesca rolled her eyes. Boring. She placed her hand around my shoulder as well and started leading me away from the 3 confused men. So you wanted me here to just boss people around? I asked Nana Francesca. She shrugged. Well, you have to learn how. To be honest, sweetheart, you're something of a pushover. Well, that wasn't offensive at all. I looked around at the already well-oiled machine. Everything seems to be going well, so maybe I can kind of do some background work instead. This pack already didn't like me. I didn't want to make it worse by being that Luna. I have a feeling I wouldn't even be good at it or do it right for that matter. I was a background kind of girl, really. I couldn't go prancing around like an iron Luna. Lest someone inevitably decides to call me out on my act. Like Raphael had yesterday. If he could do that in front of Tristan, who knows what mutiny could happen here without him. Before Nana Francesca could say anything else, May returned. She held a clipboard in one hand and her phone in the other. Luna. She nodded. Where have you been? Nana Francesca demanded. May gestured to her phone. Oh, Tristan called. He wanted me. You know your Luna was almost killed in the time that you decided to go and chat on your phone. Nana Francesca spoke dramatically. May's eyes widened and she turned to look at me. I really wasn't. I rushed out the words quickly. Michael it was horrendous. Nana Francesca continued. Oh, my gosh. It's a good thing I was there. She put a hand on my shoulder as if she had just saved my life. I subtly shook my head at May. She just had an exhausted look on her face as if she was used to it. My apologies, Lady Melrose. She spoke, sounding defeated. Oh well, no matter. She didn't die. This time. I looked at Nana Francesca incredulously. I looked at May, who just looked resigned. Oh, are those violet tablecloths? She yelled as her eyes followed someone. I said I wanted purple. You said violet, Lady Melrose. May told her. Excuse me, young lady, I think I can remember what words came out of my mouth. She snapped. Excuse me, dear. She told me sweetly before marching away. I looked at May. Is this how she always all the time? May sighed. She gave me a small smile. How are you? There was a faint scar on her forehead and another faint scratch on her forearm. Shouldn't I be asking you that? I'm fine. She spoke with a small smile. No need to worry. I nodded. I never got the chance to thank you for what you did yesterday. You saved our lives. Don't mention it. It's my job. She shrugged. Honestly, I did feel guilty more than ever. May would never have had to risk her life if those wolves hadn't come for me. Are there any updates with them rogues? May looked at me in confusion. Didn't you talk to Tristan? Was there something to talk about? No, is there any May? May winced. Nana Francesca was gesturing wildly at something. Have you seen this? I could just die. May sighed. She forced a smile at me. I'll see you around, Luna. Was there something Tristan hadn't told me about the rogues? I mean, it's not like I had asked. I was a bit preoccupied. But then again, wasn't he obliged to tell me if there had been a development? I deserved to know. Especially if it could have something to do with my mother. My mother. I'll come back for you, Crystal. Is that why you never made it back for me? Are you in trouble, Mom? I got a sick feeling. It was just a scent, Crystal. Maybe it was nothing. Like Uncle Victor said, maybe it wasn't a conspiracy like I wanted it to be. Maybe I was looking for an excuse to forgive her for abandoning me. Or maybe it was something. I hadn't imagined Roman texting me, had I? And yet you still haven't told Tristan. A voice told me. But I would. I just needed to stop thinking too much about all this. That's why I was here, right? To distract myself. Your spy ex-boyfriend contacted you. And you want to distract yourself. Shut up, voice in my head. When did you get so patronizing anyway? I spotted Joshua walking towards the stage. Hello, distraction. Tristan did say I should try to befriend his brothers. I rushed after him. A few people stopped to bow at me and I just smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Hey, I called. Joshua looked down at me. He was already on top of the stage. I noticed he was carrying a toolbox. Hey, he responded looking unsure. Cool if I hang here? I asked. Grandma driven you crazy already? He asked with a smirk. I know she's a lot but she usually means well. In her own way. I smiled. Yeah. What are you up to? Joshua gave me a sort of confused look. Nana wanted me to make sure the stage is stable. An incident occurred like 1,000,000 years ago one time and now we have to make sure the stage is alright all the time before a big event. To be honest, I was only partially listening to Joshua. Roman had been on this very stage 2 years ago during his ball. Tristan had called out his name and he has walked up to receive the official AAP badge. I remember he had looked as sure and confident as he always did. And so handsome. But, to be honest, he wasn't the one I had been looking at that night. Tristan looked handsome too that night. He had a date too, Jasmine Reese of the pack. She wore a shimmery silver dress that made her look like a glamorous model straight out of The Great Gatsby. I remember I had kept staring at them that night. I wouldn't say I was jealous. Maybe a little. I had a feeling Roman had noticed I wasn't 100% there that night, and it had honestly made me so guilty. I was supposed to be celebrating him, and there I had been staring at Tristan. Can I help? I asked Joshua, quickly pushing away thoughts of the past. Sure. Joshua responded. You can hand me a hammer. I think the plank over here is weak. Got it. I responded, quickly going to the took box and taking out a hammer with a red handle. I walked back to the stage and gave it to Joshua. He took the hammer and just stared at me for a while. What? I asked. I didn't accidentally walk up to the wrong twin, did I? No. I wasn't that out of it. Nothing. Joshua responded. I just thought you'd still be mad at me. Mad at you? Oh, that. I honestly had too much going on to even remember that Joshua Melrose had pissed me off by looking into my file. Why had I been so mad, you might wonder? Well, I can only guess what had been in that file. But if my guesses were right, there was information about my mom, which Joshua had pretty much already confirmed. And there was information about the trial and my relationship with Roman. The whole trial had been a deep invasion of privacy. A traumatizing experience. Uncle Victor had tried to protect me from as much as he could, but I was the one who was being asked if Roman had used sex or anything else to manipulate me into being his accomplice. After all, he was older. That's what infuriated me the most. Roman might have been older, but he was still a kid. Why did everyone forget that? And I was going to report that kid. That guilty spy of a kid. Oro. We went through a near-death experience together. Our second one, actually. I tried to force a smile, but it actually really wasn't funny. Joshua almost died. Again. Because of me. I guess you're right. He gave me a wry smile. I noticed that he actually looked better. Well, at least he wasn't limping anymore. Joshua crouched down. But I really am sorry, Crystal. I was just trying to help T out. I nodded. I understand. But Josh, you know I would never hurt Tristan, right? Joshua didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at the hammer. For the longest time, it's just been the three of us. I mean, Nana, Nita, Pete, May and Bridge are all family, but Joshua took in a deep breath. Tristan did that too. I always suspected it was him stopping himself from revealing something too personal. T always puts everyone else first. Joshua finally continued. I mean, it's his job as alpha, but I just want to have his back too sometimes. Hence making sure his mate isn't some traitor. I concluded. Joshua nodded. I was misguided and I'm sorry for that. But you're not sorry for trying to protect your brother. I added. Joshua gave me an apologetic look but nodded nonetheless. I get it. Your brother is his great. I know my words were underwhelming when describing your mate. I knew Tristan was more than great. More than I deserved anyway. Speaking of your brothers, I started changing the topic. Is Michael ever going to stop acting weird around me? I mean, we'll be living together and I don't want things to be awkward. Oh. Joshua smiled to himself. Give him some time. I guess he's still a little embarrassed. It's not every day that you have a crush on someone and she turns out to be your brother's mate. Joshua seemed to be enjoying this too much and I kind of felt bad for Michael. How long has Michael even had a crush on me? I asked. It didn't even add up. I had never even talked much to the Melrose twins before recently. I think that's a conversation for you to have with him. He was already mad that I told you about it. I guess I would have to talk to Michael sooner than later. Just to clear the air. I wanted us to be friends, or at least friendly, for Tristan's sake. Hey, I've been meaning to ask you something, actually. I spoke as I remembered something about yesterday. Do you and Michael open your minds to each other? Because yesterday when May told you to call Michael, you just shut your eyes. Joshua rose his brows at me. What? You don't know. Don't know what? Joshua sat on the edge of the stage so that his legs were dangling. Some werewolf twins are born with an empathetic or telepathic link. Sometimes both, like with Mikey and I. Wait, what? So you two can feel everything the other feels. And you can hear each other's thoughts all the time. Kat was the closest thing I had to a sister, and I knew for a fact I wouldn't want her in my head all the time at all. Well, not really. Joshua spoke. I mean, when we were kids, yeah, we couldn't really control it, but we learned over time. We can usually keep things from each other. Unless the emotion is, too overwhelming, I guess. Like the day I got attacked, he felt it but couldn't quite comprehend where I was because of the pain. Blessing and a curse. Did make sense. When Joshua was hurt, I would sometimes see Michael flinch when Joshua did. And it would explain why Joshua would blush when Michael spoke to me sometimes. Doesn't that kind of make relationships awkward? I asked Joshua. He scratched the back of his head. Yeah. There were so many times when we would think we liked the same girl, but turns out we were just feeding off the other's emotions. Let's just say it took a lot of practice to know the difference and become individuals. Huh. That was really interesting. I had so many questions. But before I could even ask one, I heard someone clear their throat. I turned to CB with her hands folded across her chest. Oh, hey, baby. Joshua greeted, jumping off the stage and walking towards her. He placed a kiss on her cheek. BA's eyes were on me, not looking friendly at all. I guess near-death experiences didn't necessarily equate to friendship for everyone. I thought you said you weren't coming. Joshua told her. Changed my mind. B spoke. You said you'd help me with my car, remember? Oh, so that's the only reason you're here. To take advantage of my free services? Joshua asked, humor in his voice. I'll pay you in kind. B told him, trailing her hands up his chest. I averted my eyes awkwardly. Weren't they mad at each other just yesterday? Right. Joshua grinned at her. Let me just grab my stuff. Joshua rushed off, leaving me with B, whose glare just became more intense. I knew that look too well. She was about to start something and I honestly wasn't in the mood. I was about to walk away when she began to speak. Joshua isn't your friend, you know. Too late. I turned back to face her. I know you went through 2 traumatic experiences together, but that doesn't mean anything, especially since you're the one who caused them. Goodness, where was Nana Francesca when I needed her? Listen, B, I don't want trouble, I told her. She stepped forward. All you are is trouble, halfling. She spoke in a low voice. That's right. This wasn't school and I was the Luna now. She couldn't exactly yell at me in public anymore. That made me confident enough to do something I had never done before. Talk back to Beatrice Gonzalez. What have I ever done to you anyway? I asked, stepping forward. I kept my voice low as well. Even though I was taking a stand for once in my life, I didn't want to cause a scene. I remembered what Andre had said yesterday, about B and Courtney having a history with halflings. Why do you hate me so much? I continued. Because Kat chose to be my friend instead of yours. I had always known Kat's friendship with B and Courtney ended because Kat ditched them when they made her pick between us. But even that couldn't be reason enough for all that hatred. This wasn't some kitsch teenage movie. You better back off. B told me, narrowing her eyes, but I wasn't scared. Not until you tell me why exactly you and Courtney are such witches to me. Honestly, what have I ever done to you two to make you hate me so much? B scoffed. You think because you're the Luna now you're hot stuff, huh? She let out a humorless laugh. I'm on to you, Swan. You might have convinced Josh that you're innocent, but I see right through your BS. And I'm going to find out what your endgame is. Great. Joshua had passed his paranoia onto his girlfriend. Endgame. I honestly didn't know what to say anymore. I was so tired to the accusations. You think I buy it for 1 second that your traitor boyfriend gets caught and now you're the Luna? So you think I made Tristan imprint on me? I asked. Honestly, the conspiracy theories were getting old. Be a smartass all you want. She spat at me. But I saw you talk to that Van Cliff Wolf and I know not to trust you. She spun around and stormed off. I sighed. I had enough going on to worry about B. Gonzalez gunning for me. 33 Tristan. What are the 4 pillars of the Silvercrest pack? She asked in a smooth voice. I opened my eyes. She was seated across me, still in the same form with her knees folded beneath her and her back straight. No peeking, T. She spoke in a sing-song voice. I quickly shut my eyes. The 4 pillars. I racked my brain. Loyalty, integrity, cooperation, and peace and harmony. She finished for me. Yeah, exactly. I responded like I had known it all along. I heard my mother sigh. I opened my eyes and saw her looking at me in a patronizing way. I swear I knew it, Mom. I just needed a minute to think. I muttered the last part and looked at the ground. My legs were beginning to hurt from putting all my weight on them. Get up, T. She spoke as she began to rise herself. I felt relieved that I would actually get to stretch out my legs after what must have been 40 minutes in the same position. You haven't been studying with Nita, have you? She asked seriously. I hated when she used that tone. It meant serious Mum was around. But then again, serious Mum always showed up when we came down here to train. I have. I spoke defensively. Really? Because she says you haven't been paying attention. I looked at my bare feet. It's a lot to remember, Mum. Pick up your staff, Tristan. She spoke. I almost groaned out loud. Not this again. I looked behind me at the wooden staff on the floor. I hesitantly picked it up and turned around to see my mother had picked up her own. Without warning, she swung at me. Quickly jumped back. The 4 pillars of the pack, Tristan. She demanded before swinging again. This time I blocked it with my own staff before it could hit my face. Loyalty. I groaned as I used all my strength to fend off her staff. Integrity. Her staff came for my right arm and I quickly spun and stopped it. Cooperation. This time her staff came for my stomach area and I had to use both my hands to align my staff to block the attack. And whoa! The staff was swiped underneath me and sent me falling to the ground. Dang it! I hadn't watched for my feet. I landed on my back on the purple padded mat. Peace and harmony. My mother spoke sternly as her face appeared above mine. Ow! I yelled at her as I rubbed the back of my head. Her face softened. She got on one knee before me. Tristan, the pain you feel right now is temporary. It will go away and then your body will be at peace and in harmony again. Are you really using my pain right now to prove a point? I asked angrily. She gave me a small smile. Many alphas forget that last one too. But a pack needs to feel peace and harmony at least once. When there is peace and harmony, everything works at its optimum level and everyone is safe. An absence of these two very important things can mean danger. She put her staff down and took my arm, pulling us both onto our feet. You need to understand that the pain you feel now will disappear, and you won't have that grouchy look on your face anymore. She teased. She put her hand on my cheek. You need to have experienced peace and harmony to know what life would be like without it. You need to treasure it and list it among one of your necessities in life. That way when someone threatens to steal it away from you, you're able to fight for it with whatever you have. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? She asked. I huffed. No. Just stop speaking in riddles and tell me. She frowned. I mean, you should value peace and harmony in this pack. When you become alpha, you'll need to treat it as a basic human right for all your pack members. Each and every one of them. And when someone threatens that peace, you need to go for them with everything you have. I huffed. Mom, what's the point of all this? I'm not even close to becoming the alpha. But you will one day, baby. And I want you to know that this title is... She stopped when we heard the front door open. My father stuck his head into the room. Hey. He spoke as he walked in. Busy training, I see. Shoes, honey. My mum reminded him as he stepped onto the mat. Oh, right, sorry. He spoke before taking off his shoes. Mum just knocked me over again. I snitched. My father looked at my mother with a frightened look on his face. My mother rolled her eyes. He's exaggerating. Tell that to the bump on the back of my head. I replied. Okay. My father spoke, putting a hand on my shoulder. Why don't you go play with the twins? They've been asking about you. I groaned. Do I have to? My father placed his hand on my shoulder. Yes. He responded. Yesterday they snuck into my room and got gum in my hair. I yelled in outrage. To be fair, they just wanted to sleep with their big brother. It's not their fault they didn't know not to sleep with gum in their mouths. My mother spoke as she picked up both her staff and mine and set them in the rack. She frowned and looked up at my dad. We should actually discourage that as soon as possible. What if one of them choked? My money would be on Mikey. The kid puts anything and everything in his mouth that seems edible. He let out a small laugh but immediately shut up when my mother glared at him. He cleared his throat. Plus, I am loving the new look, champ. It makes you look very grown up. I'm sure Lydia will like it. He winked at me. I felt my face getting warmer and I pushed my dad's hand away from me. Dad, stop it. I muttered. Oh, am I mistaken? Was it Bridget you had a crush on? He continued. Dad, I yelled. He's only 11, Francis. Way too young for girlfriends. My mother spoke seriously. She had a hard look on her face. Right. Serious mom doesn't do jokes. You better get going, champ. Anita made snickerdoodles. My dad told me. Sugar. Serious mum sounded outraged. Escape while you can. My dad whispered to me with a wink, slightly pushing me to the door. I ran quickly, but when I was out the door I didn't leave. Instead I leaned against it, pressing my ear against it just in time to hear serious mum begin to speak. You're too soft on him. Well, you're too tough on him. My father argued. Seriously. Barring again. I thought we talked about that. Oh no, Dad sounded mad. Dad never gets mad. He needs to be trained. He needs to be strong. What he needs to be is a kid. There was a pause. Well, that's not a luxury we can afford. We're in the midst of a war. A war that we have under control. They attacked the Fallsway pack. Pack under my protection. She yelled. I know Ornix, he's not a fool. He's making us think we're winning while doing all these little things to provoke me. He's trying to catch me off guard. Trying to make me do something stupid. Another pause. I heard shuffling. You said you wouldn't become your father. What's that supposed to mean? It means he turned you into a paranoid war machine and you're trying to do the same to Tristan. This time I heard footsteps. I quickly turned and ran off. I sat up abruptly and turned immediately, saw Bridget sitting on the couch in the back of the room. She had a file open and different printed items scattered in front of her. She frowned. Sorry. I was going to let you get a few more minutes of sleep, but Captain Park will chew you out if she gets here and finds you asleep. And I figured you've had enough of people yelling at you for one day. Yeah, thanks. My head was pounding. I ran a hand down my face and tilted my head from side to side trying to get the no out. Word to the wise, don't fall asleep in the office chair anymore. Who was I kidding? It was definitely going to happen again. And even though I felt tempted to shut my eyes again, Bridget was right. The last thing I needed was a repeat of what had happened earlier during our council briefing. I didn't think it was possible for grown people to cause so much chaos, all of them acting without order. It was like they were all trying to compete on who could yell the loudest. Hence my headache. I stood up and flinched slightly. Bridget shook her head. Will you just take a stupid painkiller already? She snapped as she crossed something off on the paper she was looking at. I looked up at her. She knew my head felt like it was about to split open because of the mind link, but we didn't share an empathy link, so I don't know exactly why she was complaining so much. Especially since she had basically instigated the shouting match that had occurred during the council meeting. Hey, you weren't going to put Roger in his place, so I took over. She spoke and I realized she had read my mind. Will you stay out of my head? I'm right here next to you. I snapped. It's not like there's anything new in there. She scoffed. Crystal, 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 how will I keep her safe? Why are rogues after her? How will she fare with living in the manor? Crystal, this, should I have left her with my grandmother, Crystal the bridge? I growled. I could feel her going deeper in my mind. And she stopped. I felt her presence in my mind recede. She was quiet for a little while before frowning at me. Your parents. I looked away from her. I heard her sigh. She put down the pen she was using and stood up before walking towards me. She grabbed me by my arm, forcing me to turn and face her. I thought the nightmares stopped. It's no big deal. I told her, wishing she would just drop it. It is to me. She spoke in a soft voice which she hardly ever used. You were talking in your sleep again. I sighed, knowing she wouldn't let it go. I'm losing control, Bridge. I admitted. I was an alpha, I wasn't allowed to be vulnerable. So I built my defenses up all the time. Built up concrete walls and lined them with barbed wire like my mother taught me, so that no one would be able to sneak in and break me. I was the alpha. I was supposed to appear strong and capable for my people. But then there was Bridget, who had seen me in more embarrassing moments than I would like to admit. Besides, she was constantly in my head. Even if I tried to hide that part of myself from her, she would know something was off. I think Roger was right. Take that back. Roger is never right. She spoke dead seriously before cracking a smile. I smiled as well in spite of myself. Well, he had a point when he said that I'm not at my peak. I'm letting things slip through the cracks, and I feel like I should have solved this case already. And it's driving me crazy. Bridget sighed. Hey, ease up on yourself, this isn't an easy case. I can't. I told her in frustration, wishing she would just get it. I showed her my thoughts the night we found out my mother had died. How my father had literally become inactive, weak, broken. He couldn't even get out of bed. I showed her how scared my brothers had been. How I had to take over. I showed her how I had to step up and leave to fight on the front lines where my mother had been. How that had been a mistake. Because even if I had been victorious, an enemy wolf followed me back to Silvercrest territory, back to the manor. I showed her the moment I found my father's body in his room. He didn't stand a chance. All because I had let someone slip through the cracks. All because I hadn't been as careful as I should have been. Bridget looked up at me when I was done. Her eyes were glossy. That's not fair. And you know it, she spoke harshly. I showed her my fears now. What if I let something else slip through the cracks? What if it hurt Crystal? My brothers? Pete? Or even her? I couldn't lose someone else I cared about. Bridget put her hand on my shoulder and pulled me closer. Hey, look at me. What if I was really going to be the downfall of this pack like Roger insisted on reminding me all the time? What if I hurt my pack? The pack I was supposed to keep safe and serve. Look at me. She ordered. I forced myself to meet her blue eyes. We're gonna figure this out, okay? I was about to say something when a voice interrupted us. Finally. I had barely heard the door open. Bridget stepped away from me and turned to look at Captain Park, who in with Peter and Raphael behind her. Sorry we're late, we had to contain Roger and stop him from starting a mini uprising during the council meeting. I know what Bridget was doing, distracting Captain Park for a moment while I collected myself. I tried to compose myself and push everything back. This wasn't the time or place to let my emotions run wild. I have a job to do. A duty to my pack. I stepped forward and took over. Any progress with the interrogations? I asked Captain Park. No Alpha, they still aren't giving up any information. She spoke. She gave me a strange look and I knew she could tell I wasn't okay. But as I said, I didn't have time to consider my mental state. I was worried about the hostages we were currently holding in the basement. We've had them locked up with no food or water for hours, separate in the dark. But I didn't exactly expect that to break them. They're 𝐴𝐴. I know how resilient they can be. They were trained to be that way. And they were all still in their wolf forms. None of them had shifted back yet and I could only assume they were trying to protect their identities. I say we assume what we need to assume for now. Bridget spoke. They snuck into 𝐶𝐬𝐴𝐵 territory and aggressively tried to seek out pack members, including the Luna and the Alpha's brother. They're a danger, a threat. We should handle them likewise in a hostile manner. I don't know why no one is saying this, but it isn't even a question. Raphael yelled. They're 𝐴𝐴. We handle them like we would have handled them during the war. I shut my eyes and winced. Whenever I thought of the wall, I saw glimpses of blood, lifeless bodies, flesh. Okay, go ahead and kill the prisoners. Bridget spoke. Then we would have achieved exactly nothing. I'm just saying we need to do what needs to be done. The public won't like that we're keeping 𝐴𝐴 here in 𝐶𝐬𝐴𝐵, alive for that matter. I winced at his loud tone. Are all my meetings today going to involve people yelling my ear off? Could everyone take a seat so that we start this meeting off the right way? I growled. That sounds like something civilized people would do. She spoke, giving Raphael a hard look before taking the chair right across my desk. Bridget went back to the couch she was on. Peter just went to lean against the wall. I rose my brows at him. If I sit down, I will fall asleep. He spoke. I couldn't blame him. Among the three of us, we had probably gotten a max of 2 hours of sleep and it was clearly taking a toll on us all. Captain. I nodded at her to give us an official briefing. She didn't even look at the file she had in front of her. As I said before, Alpha, nothing has changed. The captives are still in their wolf forms, kept isolated in separate cells, being weakened with wolfsbane as you instructed. We're still waiting for at least one of them to change back so that we can question them. They're still fighting though. You gotta admire the resilience of the Eclipse pack. No need to tell me. 𝐴𝐴𝐵 basically treated all his pack members as soldiers and subjected them to the most intense training, no matter their age. If there's one thing he hated, it was weakness. They won't last. I spoke. I had heard a sick story about how 𝐴𝐴𝐵 tried to make his soldiers immune to wolfsbane by giving it to them in small doses. It was impossible to develop immunity, but I guess it helped them develop some sort of resistance. But even the strongest wolf wouldn't be able to withstand for too long. One of them was bound to break soon. Raphael, who had remained standing in front of my desk, shook his head at me. I can't believe you still refuse to open your eyes, Tristan. We don't need to interrogate them. We know what's going on here. Oh, do tell. Bridget spoke sarcastically. Raph ignored her and looked at me and Captain Park. They didn't hurt or try to hurt the Luna. That doesn't seem suspicious to you guys? Raphael asked. Here we go again. I glared at him. Raph, my mate isn't a traitor. She didn't even know those rogues. I told him sternly. Fine. But what if they knew her? Raphael argued. It did seem like they recognized her to be a 𝐴𝐴 from both your brothers and 𝐵A's statements. Captain Park spoke. I clenched my fists. What was wrong with these people in accusing Crystal? Here is a possibility. Peter spoke up quickly. The 𝐴𝐴 wolves are basically an exiled pack. In this region especially, it's hard for them to find a pack willing to give them refuge. Maybe they recognized Crystal as a 𝐴𝐴 and hoped she would help them find membership in the Silvercrest pack. How would they know Crystal was a 𝐴𝐴? Captain Park argued. With her halfling nature, sometimes you can't even tell she has a werewolf side. So there must be a mole within the pack. I didn't realize how much I had been considering it until I said the words. That's a pretty serious accusation. Peter spoke warily. Everyone else looked as shocked as he did. Werewolves aren't like humans. Packs are basically built on loyalty, so betrayal is a pretty big deal. I leaned forward. I know the Silvercrest pack is supposed to be united and loyal to each other. But I won't sit back and ignore the fact that my borders are airtight. No one can get in or out without someone knowing about it. There've been 2 instances now where they've snuck in and gone for 2 people close to me. Coincidence? I don't think so. So you're saying you think the 2 attacks are connected? Captain Park asked. I looked at her in confusion. Don't you? She had taught me everything I knew. I thought this would be as obvious to her. Captain Park pursed her lips, looking thoughtful. I think making assumptions won't help us solve anything. We need to interrogate the prisoners. Well, we can't do that until they shift back now, can we? Raphael asked impatiently. I rolled my eyes, beginning to get impatient. If you have something to say, Raph, say it. Fine. Raph spoke as he took a step forward. I think you're being a terrible alpha. Before I could even react, Bridget stood up and stepped forward, outstretching her hand to Raphael. Okay, Raph, no, let him speak. I spoke, looking Raphael right in the eye. Roger had already pissed me off today, honestly. At this point I just needed an excuse to let it all out. But of course that wouldn't be right. Still, even if I knew that what Raphael was about to say was going to anger me, I needed him to get it off his chest. I knew Raphael well enough to know that if he bottled things up, it would turn to rage and resentment. I needed all my guys on my side now more than ever. Thank you. Raphael smirked. This won't be good. Peter muttered with a sigh. It's obvious, Tristan. Raphael spoke, leaning forward on my desk. You let a Van Cleef infiltrate our pack, and now her people are coming in after her. You're getting soft. The Tristan I fought in the war with would have no problem torturing those freaking Van Cleefs into shifting back. How long do you think it will be until more come in after them? This could be an elaborate Van Cleef uprising and you can't see it because you're whipped. And you're paranoid. Must be the PTSD from the war. Bridget spoke, stepping forward. The Van Cleefs were destroyed. Raphael turned to glare at her. He then gave her a sick smile. I'm surprised, Bridge. I thought you'd be on my side with this one. Sorry, I am not a crazy conspiracy theorist. She spoke with a fake smile. Raphael scoffed. This whole, I protect my alpha at all costs act would be admirable if everyone didn't know that the only reason you got this job is because you two are screwing. I could feel Bridget's temper soar through the roof. Bridge and I had hooked up one time. I made the mistake of telling Raphael that if there's one thing Bridget hated, it was when people assumed she got where she did because of her sexuality. I heard her growl. I quickly got up and I knew Peter was thinking the same thing. He held Raphael back and I took Bridget and held her back before she could pounce. Enough. I yelled, letting go of Bridget and getting in between the two. My counsel already thinks I'm a joke. I don't need my right-hand men proving the point even more. I could tell both of them were still visibly extremely mad, but neither of them dared initiate anything else. I looked at Captain Park, the oldest person in the room by far and the most mature and experienced. What do you make of this? I asked, hoping I didn't sound like I was coming off as the little kid who needed his mummy to tell him what to do. But that was exactly it. Captain Park had worked with my mother, fought beside her. She would know exactly what she would do in this situation. I only follow your orders, Alpha. She spoke and I suspected she was still mad about me not letting her interrogate Crystal yesterday. This is your Alpha asking what you think we should do. Captain Park didn't respond immediately, and I knew already that I wouldn't like what she was about to say. Let's humor Soldier Diaz. She spoke, looking at Raphael briefly. I furrowed my brows in confusion. What do you mean? Captain Park sat up straighter. If you say that you think the two instances are connected, then there's a common factor, isn't there? Crystal, she meant Crystal. I already wasn't liking this. The best way to find out what these wolves really want is to dangle different things in their faces and see what they respond to. My Luna isn't a stake. We're not dangling her in front of anyone. Peter spoke. I think Captain Park has a point. My gaze snapped to him and he flinched. Might I remind you that they almost killed my brother, proving they had no regard for him. Bridget spoke. But Crystal, they haven't touched her, and I intend to keep it that way. I yelled. Tristan. Bridget spoke in a firmer voice. There's a reason they aren't hurting her. She spoke slowly in a level voice. Unless you want idiots like Raphael to continue assuming it's because she's one of them, you need to test that theory, put Crystal in front of them, let's see how they react. I looked at everyone in the room, my closest confidants, the people who advised me on a daily basis, the people I trusted the most with my life, and I couldn't help but wonder, could I trust them when it came to Crystal? 𝐿. I stared incredulously at Nana Francesca as she yelled at yet another person for not centering the centerpiece the way she wanted it. It really amazed me how she hadn't lost her voice this entire time. I hadn't expected to be here for 4 hours. I hadn't really even been useful. If anything, I was more of a destructive force than a constructive one. After Joshua had left, I couldn't do anything but move around like a lost puppy, trying to avoid Nana Francesca, who seemed determined to bring out the inner boss Luna in me. All I had succeeded in doing was embarrassing myself. Everyone had their role and were super busy moving up and down doing their jobs. I had almost tripped 3 people, almost dropped 2 boxes, and when I went to try and make conversation with Michael, he accidentally hammered his hand against a wall. So I just found a corner in the back to kind of hide out in so I wouldn't cause any injuries to myself or others. I pulled a chair aside and sat down, trying not to draw attention to myself, but of course people still stared at the lazy Luna who wasn't helping. You know what? I didn't care. I had bigger things to worry about. I took out my phone and considered calling Tristan and taking him up on his offer. I just wanted to sit him down and tell him about Roman so that I could finally get it off my chest and not feel so guilty. Hey. I looked up and saw May walk towards me with a bottled water in her hand. I brought you this. She spoke. I took the bottle and smiled at her. Thanks. It's all a bit overwhelming, isn't it? She asked, gesturing to the organized activity. A little. I shrugged. She gave me a doubtful look. A lot. I corrected myself with a sigh. I was a new pack member once too. She told me. I know how it feels to not fit into an already organized pack. I know May was originally a Reese pack wolf. One look at her reddish wolf coat told you that much. But she always seemed so organized, so put together. She blended with the Silvercrest wolves so well, it was hard to tell that she wasn't born here. May, can I ask why your family moved here? I asked, hoping I wasn't breaching a personal topic. She didn't seem to mind though. A lot of wolves got to relocate during the war. I was 12 and my family had been stationed here. It was easier to get pack membership for my family because Peter imprinted on me. She smiled when she said the last part. I couldn't help but smile as well. That's how I was supposed to look when I spoke about Tristan. My parents are hardly around though, they're diplomats, so they travel around a lot with my little sister. Don't you miss them? I asked. I don't know if I would ever want to be voluntarily separated from my parents. May gave me a smile. I see them at least once every month. And honestly, I don't think I could ever leave Peter. I thought about how Roman and I had been planning on moving far away from Woodfell after I graduated. I don't think I had been the least bit worried about leaving Tristan. In fact, I had thought it would be the best thing for all of us. May, have you ever met Van Cliff wolves? I mean, before the attack. May looked away from me and I had a feeling I had brought up something I shouldn't. Yes, was all she said in response. I wanted to ask what they were like and what had happened, but I had a feeling I shouldn't. May got up. I have to get back to work before Lady Melrose thinks I'm slacking. May spoke, forcing a smile at me. I nodded. "'Kay, sure." Before May walked away, she turned to face me. I know this is all hard on you, but the less you associate yourself with this case, the better. With that, she walked off. The less I associate myself, the better. What was that supposed to mean? This was all probably happening because of me. I was part of this whether I liked it or not. I sighed and looked down at my phone. Is this you, Ro? Are you dragging me into another one of your messes? But why would Roman be associated with Van Cliff's? Unless that's who he had been spying for. No, that was impossible. The Van Cliffs had been defeated. So was it you, Mom? Are you in trouble? But why had Roman texted me? Why did he need help? And why did he need it from me? He had no right to even talk to me again. I stared at my phone. I had been waiting so long for an explanation, and now I had the chance of getting it, and I was going to let it slip by. Yes, I was. Because he had lied and he had left me. I couldn't trust him. But what if he really did need my help? What if my Roman, the Roman I had known and loved, needed me? I looked at my phone, then looked around again at everyone who was busy working. Maybe I could just ask. My heart suddenly skipped a beat. What if I was too late? I was about to press the power button when I heard a hiss. Psst, PSSSST. I looked around until I saw a face peeking through a back door. The person opened the door further so that I could see his face. Chris. I stood up. He placed a hand on his lips and waved me over. I furrowed my brows. What was he doing? Get over here, he whispered. I sighed. I had a lot going on. Dealing with a crazy Chris isn't something I was looking forward to. I decided to humor him and walked out to meet him. The door he had been hiding behind led out to a hallway. Chris, what are you shush? He told me before, looking around nervously as if someone was watching. Oh no. Had he been watching the crime channel alone again? Before I could ask, he grabbed my hand and led me down the hall to a back exit. Before I knew it, we were outside. He looked around again, then looked back at me. "Okay, we're good." He spoke in relief. Okay, James Bond, what's going on with you? What are you doing here?" I asked him. He suddenly narrowed his eyes at me. "Why haven't you been returning any of my texts or my calls?" Oh, I spoke, realizing I hadn't talked to Chris since the attack. I rubbed my temple. "Look, Chris, things have been kind of hectic, I know that." He spoke. "I heard about your attack and I was worried." I saw the concern on his face and I couldn't help but feel guilty. If Chris had been the one involved in something like this, I would have been worried sick. "I'm sorry I didn't call you or reply to your messages. It's just that I looked at my phone." "Did Roman contact you?" Chris blurted out. I looked around wildly, making sure no one was around before looking back at Chris. "Why would you ask me that?" My first thought was Kat must have told him, because how else would he know? Chris took out his phone, which had earphones plugged into it. "I know because of this. Listen to this." He spoke urgently as he gave me the buds. I looked at him in fear and confusion as I complied and put them in my ears. He pressed play and I immediately heard a familiar voice. "Chris, this is Roman. Don't panic, okay? I'm only contacting you because Crystal isn't responding to me. I need you to tell her that she's in trouble. She needs to get out of Woodfell. It's not safe for her." I jumped back, causing the buds to pop out of my ear. I looked at Chris. Holy crap. My freaking sentiments exactly. I looked around, there was still no one here, but that didn't stop me from stepping closer to Chris. I clutched his arm. "Please tell me you didn't reply." I spoke in a low voice. "Do I look like I want to get arrested?" Chris asked. "So it's true. He contacted you." I sighed. I wasn't planning on getting Chris involved in this, but he had already been dragged into it. Yes, yesterday after the attack. After I found out that he freaking bugged me and has been spying on me this whole time. Chris' eyes widened. "You're kidding." "I wish. He put this thing called a surveillance patch on my phone case and I think has been listening to me and tracking my location." Just then something dawned on me. "Roman used to get you birthday presents, right?" Chris slowly nodded. "Oh no, you don't think? I think we need to be as careful as possible." I thought back to all the little gifts Roman had gotten my family. What if they had been bugged as well? Chris rubbed his temple and started pacing. "This is like a really scary spy movie. What did Alpha Tristan say when you told him?" "I should tell him as well, right?" "Well, I haven't exactly told Tristan yet." Chris' eyes widened even more. "Why not?" He yelled. "Oh well. Crystal, he's the Alpha, your mate. And Roman is my boyfriend." I snapped. "Was my boyfriend." I quickly corrected myself. Chris sighed and looked at me. "You can't seriously be protecting him." He spoke in a softer tone. I knew that. I knew that all too well, and I still didn't understand why I was. "Why didn't you go straight to the authorities, huh?" I asked Chris. "Because I felt like I owed it to you to tell you first." Chris said defensively. "No. You did it because Roman was your friend." I countered. Chris hesitated. Roman doing what he did had affected us the most. We were a band of misfits. We understood each other in a way that others couldn't. We were there for each other. Roman always looked out for me. Chris spoke. Maybe this was me doing the same for him. He admitted quietly. "Oh, trust me, I understood." I looked at Chris' phone and spoke with finality. "Delete it." Chris looked up at me, stunned. "What?" "Might I remind you that this is evidence?" I grabbed the phone from Chris before he could protest. I stared at the voice note for a short while before deleting it. I then blocked the number and gave Chris his phone back. "Crystal. What the heck? That could have helped." I looked up at Chris. "It's not fair, Chris. He shouldn't be dragging either of us into this. Especially not you." Chris' expression softened. He put a hand on my arm. "Listen, 𝐿𝐲, I know Roman hasn't exactly given us a reason to trust him of late, but we knew Roman. He cared about us and he loved you." I felt tears forming in my eyes. That Roman wasn't real. "I know you don't believe that." He spoke softly. "I have to, Chris, we have to. Actions speak louder than words and we all know what he did. We can't trust him." Chris looked out into the distance looking like he was in deep thought. "I know you trusted him." "I did too. I told him. But he showed us who he really is. We need to trust that now. And trust Tristan." Why would he warn you, Crystal? I know we shouldn't trust him, but why would he warn you if he was the one plotting against the pack? I wanted to believe it too. That maybe Roman had turned away from the people he had been spying for. I had fostered the idea that maybe Roman had been trying to come back. To come back to me. But I couldn't afford to think that way. I had already told Chris what I knew had to be true. We couldn't trust Roman. No matter how much we wanted to. Maybe he isn't the enemy he's warning me about. Chris looked confused. I sucked in a deep breath before explaining to him what really happened yesterday with the attack. How it was really Van Cleef wolves who were after me. Damn, was Chris' response. Crystal, what in the world would Van Cleefs want from you? Nothing good, I'm guessing. And you think your mum, I suspect. Uncle Victor says I'm reading into this too much, but Chris, she left me, her daughter. Took me away from my father and hasn't come back since. Uncle Victor said it himself, she wouldn't do that unless she was trying to protect me. And her scent. Why did I pick up her scent? Okay, I'm beginning to get a headache. But one thing's for sure, we're not going to figure it out. And if Van Cleefs are involved, we sure as hell shouldn't want to. I nodded. You're right. I need to talk to Tristan. I looked at the phone, deciding with finality. I need to tell him. Chris looked at me and nodded. I support you. And you're going to stay out of this. I told Chris. Otherwise, I put my hand on his shoulder. I am not dragging you into this mess if I can help it. You don't know what it's like. The investigations, they don't just affect you but your family too. And Lord knows the last thing I want is for you or your parents to be looked at as suspects. I could tell Chris was conflicted. He knew he couldn't afford this to reflect badly on his human mother especially. I'll tell Tristan that Roman contacted me and me alone. You need to go home and make sure you weren't bugged as well. Are you sure? He asked. I nodded. It's the right thing to do. When did our lives get so cool? I looked at him in shock. You call all this cool? I was feeling anxious and sick and scared, and he thought this was cool. Yeah. You're freaking Lady Luna now. You went from an unknown loser to the second most powerful person in this pack. I almost forgot that Chris didn't know the terms of Tristan imprinting on me. And I didn't want to tell him. I trusted Chris, but I wasn't going to burden him with another of my secrets. How the hell did you manage to keep that a secret? I felt offended. First cat, now him. I can keep a secret, okay? Whatever you say, Luna. He told me. Before I could retort, he spoke. Can I ask you something? I nodded. What is it? Did Roman know? I shook my head. No, well, I mean, I didn't tell him. But since I just found out he's been spying on me, who knows? Maybe he knew all along. Chris was silent for a while before he spoke again. If it's any consolation, I don't think he was faking it. I looked at Chris, not knowing what to say. Honestly, I'd like to believe that too. Come on. I'll show you what the surveillance patch looks like so that you own what to look out for. Chris followed me back into the hall. I knew something was wrong the minute I saw my bag tilted over. I rushed to it and saw that it was open. I quickly picked it up to search it, but it too was clear immediately. I looked at Chris. It's gone. I'm caught in a web of deceit, feeling physically ill from the stress. The secret I've been keeping from Tristan could destroy us all. And to make matters worse, someone's stolen the very evidence that could expose me. Thank you for your likes and subscriptions. You can leave your comments in the comments section. 𝐿𝐷𝐿, where is it you said you were again, dear? Nana Francesca asked Joshua, who was currently seated on my right. We were in her SUV, which was being driven by one of her private guards who wasn't very chatty, and believe me, Mikey, who was seated in the passenger seat, had tried. All he had succeeded in doing really was earning a death look when he tried to change the radio station. I was helping B with her car. Joshua replied. He was sitting behind Mikey's seat on my right. That's all. Nana Francesca asked from my other end. Yeah. Joshua spoke. Michael coughed. Joshua kicked his seat a little too roughly. No matter. Whatever you were doing with that young lady, I just hope you kept it in your shorts. It would be terrible to get intimate with her before you met your mate. I mean, look at your bro. Nana. Michael snapped. I suddenly noticed that their eyes were on me. I'm sorry, what? I asked. To be honest, I hadn't really been paying attention to what they were saying. I was feeling sick. Like seriously ill. My stomach was churning and my palms were sweaty and I was scared and at the same time I wanted to cry. This wouldn't have happened if I had just told Tristan earlier. None of this would have happened. Now someone had incriminating evidence about me. And who knows what they would do with it. Someone had stolen it. Michael looked somewhat relieved at my obliviousness. We were just talking about, taxes. Joshua shook his head. I turned to Nana Francesca who just rolled her eyes. Okay. She turned to look at me. You've been awfully quiet, dear. Is everything okay? I do hope Michael here didn't give you a concussion. She reached over to touch my forehead. Nana. Michael grumbled. Nana Francesca gave him an accusatory glance before looking back at me. Anyway, this is where I leave you. I looked out the window and found that we were already at the manor. Michael and Joshua had already started disembarking. Dear. Nana Francesca placed her hands on mine. I know what's going on. She did. How did she find out? You're worried about tomorrow. She spoke. Yeah, let's go with that. Don't worry, everything has already been taken care of. All you have to do is show up. She reassured me. Thanks. I told her, knowing I wouldn't actually have to do anything was actually reassuring. No problem, dear, and I do hope you like the dress. 𝐿𝐲𝐸. She winked. Dress? I asked in confusion. Oh, after you stood me up yesterday, I took the liberty of picking one out myself. The girl helped. She added the last part with a roll of her eyes. It was disturbing how much I actually didn't care that I hadn't chosen my own dress for the ball. Last year I would have gone crazy if someone else had chosen what I was going to wear. But right now I really didn't care. A ball didn't really matter with everything that was going on. Who am I kidding? Nana Francesca spoke. You will love it. It's equal parts classy, sexy, and modest. Let's see those uptight elders say something about that. Oh, speaking of, Tristan told me about the meeting he had scheduled for you with the council. I mean, of course I will be on your side, but dear, I must tell you that those other old farts can be quite backwards, so you will have to give them an answer for the mating ceremony. The mating ceremony? Of course I had heard about it. I just hadn't been to one before. And seeing as to how Tristan and my relationship was conditional, I didn't think it was anything to consider. Oh, you look so tired. I'll let you get some rest. You'll need it. I nodded. Honestly, my body was here in the car with her, but my mind was somewhere else entirely. I got out of the vehicle, surprised to see Michael and Joshua still standing there. Good night, dear. Nana Francesca called, waving and blowing a kiss. Good night, Nana. Michael and Joshua spoke simultaneously. Not you two. She spoke, giving them both dirty looks. Joshua's jaw dropped and Michael placed his hand on his chest. Nana Francesca smiled at me before closing the door and telling her driver to drive off. I can bet you $100 that she's going home to revise her will right now. Michael spoke. Well, what do you expect? You basically assaulted her new favorite grandchild. Joshua mocked. Michael glared at him, then he looked at me with an apologetic look on his face. You did not hurt me. I promise I'm fine. I quickly let out before he started apologizing again. He looked reassured enough and turned back to his brother. And besides, if she writes us out of her will, it's because of you. Do me a favor next time and keep your mind closed while you fornicate with B. Oh, but then how would you know what it's like to be with an actual real girl? Joshua told him sarcastically. Shut up. Michael spoke, blushing slightly. Or what? Joshua smirked. I was sure Michael was going to pounce on his brother, but thank God the front door swung open and Anita's face appeared. Oh, finally. She sighed happily before pulling me into a hug. She pulled away and beamed at me. Oh, when Tristan told me you were finally moving in, I was over the moon. Temporarily, Nita. Joshua spoke as he walked into the house. Anita looked hopefully at me. Unless she changes her mind and decides to stay permanently. I smiled at her, but I didn't say anything. I didn't want to give her false hope. Anyway, let me officially welcome you to the manor. Anita spoke as she pulled me inside. I just know you'll enjoy your stay. We are so delighted to have you. Oh, definitely. Nita spent all morning cleaning guest room. Joshua spoke. And she took out the good linens just for you. Michael added. Only the best for our Luna. She smiled at me. Well, until the mating ceremony when you move into Tristan's room. My eyes widened. What? Anita frowned. Oh dear, you have discussed the ceremony, haven't you? No. I responded. Oh. Anita spoke as if this was the strangest thing she had learnt about me. Anita, Crystal didn't grow up here. Michael spoke up. Oh yes, right. Anita spoke quickly, but she still looked at me strangely. What was I missing? Hey Nita, is dinner ready? I'm starved. Mikey announced, diffusing the awkward silence that had settled. Oh yes. Anita seemed grateful for the change of topic. Your brother and Bridget already ate, so I suppose it will just be the four of us. Actually, I don't think I'm hungry anymore. Joshua grumbled before turning around. Oh Josh, don't be that way. Anita spoke softly. But Joshua didn't stop, he kept walking, saying something about homework. Anita gave Michael a pleading look. Michael sighed. I'll go talk to him. He turned and followed his brother. I looked at Anita, confused by what just happened. She frowned in the direction the boys had gone. They haven't had a proper meal together in weeks. She spoke. Last night Tristan didn't even make it home. Oh. My mind went back to the night Tristan told me the reason he wasn't always able to make it to meals. Of course he must have been busier than usual now, more than ever. Is he home now? I asked. Anita nodded. Up in his room. I was surprised I didn't sense him immediately. The empathy link must have been fading. Do you mind if I go up and talk to him? I asked Anita. Sure, dear. I couldn't help but feel like I had disappointed her. Aunt Sarah would definitely scold me if she knew I was making someone wait after they had cooked for me. But this was important. I followed the familiar route through the mansion until I got to the staircase. I didn't exactly remember where Tristan's room had been, so I followed his scent. I knew I was heading in the right direction when I heard a laugh. The sound was strange, but I immediately knew who it was. Tristan was laughing. For a second I smiled to myself, a part of me selfishly wishing that I had been the one to do or say something to make him laugh. I stopped in the hallway and peeked through the door and saw Tristan laying in his bed. His hands behind his head, looking the most at peace than I had seen him in a while. He had an easy smile on his face as he listened to whatever Bridget was telling him. Oh, and did I mention he was shirtless? I was glad to see him happy. I really was. But I wasn't so happy about seeing him half naked with another girl in bed. Okay, so maybe they weren't in bed together. Bridget sat a respectable distance away but still on his bed. She was fully clothed, but I couldn't help but still feel a pang of jealousy. The way she looked at him was so full of love. The way her body seemed so comfortable being in his presence. Bridget loved Tristan. I could tell. Maybe I had known for a long time. Did he love her back? I wondered, fearing the answer. I was about to turn away. Watching them like this suddenly felt wrong, but before I could, Tristan must have picked up on my scent, or maybe the mating bond had alerted him of my presence. Crystal. I felt my face heat up at being caught. I walked into the room and waved awkwardly. Bridget rolled her eyes, but Tristan's face still held an easy smile. Hey, did you just get in? Tristan asked. My palms felt sweaty and I wiped them on my jeans. Yeah, a few minutes ago actually. Hey, I was hoping we could talk. I wasn't planning on beating around the bush this time. Things were a lot more urgent. Tristan didn't even open his mouth when Bridget spoke up. Tristan is tired. He needs to get some rest so that Peter and I can get some rest, so if you don't mind. I wanted to say. Didn't seem like you want him to get some rest, with all the laughing that I heard just a few seconds ago. But I knew that was jealous Crystal talking, and jealous Crystal needs to chill because she doesn't even have the right to be jealous. Bridge. Tristan sighed. I looked at him and frowned. Bridget had a point. He really did look exhausted. I wanted to chicken out right then. To tell him it was nothing and scurry away. But I knew this needed to be said. Roman contacted me. I blurted out. What? Bridget yelled, standing to her feet. Tristan just sat up silently looking. Not as confused as I had expected. I wondered again if I was doing the right thing. My hands were shaking now. I could just picture Roman looking at me in disappointment, saying, "You let me down." Well, you let me down first, Ro. I looked at Tristan. Bridget did too. I had been expecting her to yell my ears off, but she looked at Tristan like she expected him to do it. For what felt like a while, Tristan was so quiet that it scared me and made my heart beat faster. When? Tristan finally spoke. Yesterday. I bit my lower lip nervously. It was after the attack. I was home and then I realized that there had been a tracking device in my phone case and, you just now realized this? Bridget asked, not looking convinced. I'm not lying. I swear. Show us. She demanded. Now for the worst part. I can't. It went missing. Bridget didn't look convinced. That's freaking convenient. I swear I put it in my bag and left it for a few minutes to go to the bathroom, and I got back and it was gone. I spoke in a desperate tone. Bridget stepped closer to me. I don't buy it. I'm not lying. I spoke more firmly, but my voice still cracked because of the nerves that were still eating me up. Why didn't you come to us sooner? She continued pressing. I took a step back. She looked so mad right now. I don't know. You don't know. Bridget scoffed. Tell me, what did you talk about with you little lover? Nothing. We didn't talk. He texted me and I didn't respond. I don't believe you. I'm not lying. I yelled, and it now felt like I was pleading with her. Tristan finally spoke, putting his legs on the floor. Give us a minute. Bridget didn't look happy about her alpha's order, but she didn't protest. She gave me a stone-cold glare and said Raphael was right. With that, Bridget stormed out of the room. I didn't know what that meant, but I couldn't imagine it was good. Tristan stood up. He walked over to his closet and grabbed a shirt before putting it over his head. Sit down, Crystal. He told me. I walked towards his bed and sat at the edge. I studied his face, trying to read his emotion, but there was none at all. So I couldn't tell if he was mad at me like Bridget had been. He folded his arms over his chest. What happened? He asked calmly. Start from the beginning. I took in a deep breath and explained everything, trying to be as accurate as possible, only leaving out the part about Chris. Tristan was quiet the whole time, not interrupting me even once. When I was done, he didn't say anything immediately, nor did he look me in the eye. Thank you for telling me, was all he said. I wish I could read his mind or know what he was thinking. What are you going to do? I asked. Tristan didn't respond immediately. What would you do? I wasn't expecting that question. I don't know. I spoke honestly. Well, you didn't text him back, so what do you think will happen next, Crystal? I didn't know what answer Tristan was expecting, and I honestly didn't have one. Take out your phone. He spoke. I hesitated but complied. He would need it as evidence anyway. It's still off. I told him as I stretched out my hand to give it to him. Turn it on. He ordered. I was confused, but I guess I understood that he would need to actually see the message. We waited in silence as my phone powered up. I went straight to my 𝐶𝐬 and showed Tristan. He looked at it briefly before stepping back. Text him back. This time my head shot up. What? Tristan didn't budge. Ask him what he needs help with. My fingers hovered over the screen as I stared at Tristan. Are you serious right now? His face remained emotionless. I stood up and stepped up to him. Tristan. He still stared at me with the same emotionless stare. Say something. I begged. Do you want to help him? He asked. I blurted out. If I was going to help him, I wouldn't have come to you. Good, was Tristan's response. He put his hands on my shoulders and looked me in the eyes. Because I need you on my side, Crystal. I need to know your allegiance is with me and not Roman. Can I trust that you will stand with me? Roman popped up in my head again. Don't let me down. I shook my head, shaking the thought away. Tristan's blue-green eyes were drilling into me. I'm on your side. I told him softly. He pulled away. Good. We're going to set a trap. 𝐾𝐥𝐵. Tristan candidate Desiree. I knocked on the window of the Chevrolet truck. Roman shot up from his sleep and looked around frantically until his eyes settled on me. Oh crap. I heard him speak as he shuffled out of the car. He opened the door and almost tripped on his blanket on his way out. I watched him straighten himself out before clearing his throat and bowing at me. Alpha Tristan. He spoke in acknowledgement. I looked at Bridget, who stood behind me. She just stared at him with distaste. What are you doing, candidate? I asked. I was just heading home, sir. He responded. You were asleep. Bridget told him. In your car. I was just resting. Roman spoke quickly. I looked into his vehicle and saw a duffel bag and books on the passenger side. Looks like you're living in your truck. I told him matter-of-factly. Roman turned to look into his truck. No, it isn't what it looks like. I was just Save yourself the trouble of lying to your alpha. Quite frankly, it's embarrassing. Bridget spoke up. Roman sighed. I'm sorry, Alpha, he muttered. I saw a scarf hanging from the driver's side of the vehicle. I didn't have to pick up the scent to know it was Crystal's. Why are you living in your truck, candidate Desiree? I asked. And you already heard my beta. There's no point in lying to me. Roman looked at the ground. My foster parents, they kicked you out. Bridget asked. No. Roman replied immediately. I kind of left. You ran away. I clarified. Roman scoffed. It's not running away if they want you to leave. He still didn't meet my eyes. I turned to look at Bridget. She gave me a subtle shake of her head. I turned back to Roman. I was just heading to the manor. You're coming with me. You can get in your truck and follow us. Roman finally looked up, seemingly mortified. I couldn't. It's honestly fine, Alpha. The truck isn't that bad and it's just temporary. Well, until. I turned around and started walking away. It wasn't a question, candidate. I yelled. Now hurry up. The borders are the best vantage point for us. I say we center everything from there. Rick spoke, pointing out the areas on the map. I leaned against my desk and studied my team. There were only 9 people currently in the room. Myself, my beta, of course, 2 of my most trusted apprentices, Peter and May, Captain Park, 3 of her most trusted and competent soldiers, Raphael, Nia, and Rick, and of course Crystal. I wanted to keep this on an extreme need-to-know basis. The last thing I needed was the entire pack going haywire and ruining my plan by hunting down Roman themselves. I don't know about the location choice. Nia spoke up. Letting him into pack territory could be a risk. But letting the Luna meet her outside pack territory is a bigger risk. May spoke up. What if he overwhelms the Luna? I saw Crystal flinch on the couch she sat on. She fiddled with her hands nervously. I could understand how nervous she must have been. I was 15 when I did my first undercover mission, and even though I had extensive training, my nerves almost got the best of me. Do you think he'll do that? Raphael asked, looking directly at Crystal. I don't know. She admitted. Could Roman hurt Crystal? I didn't know, but I wasn't going to risk finding out. I stepped forward to the map that was pinned on the table. We need to find a way to get the target to meet Crystal here. I pointed to the southwest mountains. Why there in particular? Nia asked. I tensed up. I didn't look up at my team as I spoke. Because it was their spot. Keep your emotions in check. I heard Bridget remind me mentally. I didn't turn around, not wanting to catch Crystal's gaze. Okay, but the mountains are one of our most secure spots anyway. He'll see us coming from a mile away. Bridget spoke. I agree. Peter spoke up. Roman once suggested we up our security on that hill. Why would he have reason to believe that you didn't do just that? I ran a hand down my face. Of course I remember the smug jerk advising me on how to run my pack. I leaned against the table. I guess you're right. That could be a problem. I just wanted to sweep everything off the table. All the plans and maps and folders. I had known from the moment I had gotten the idea that it wouldn't be an easy one. I couldn't say I was surprised that the traitor had contacted her. In fact, I had been expecting it. But that didn't stop me from being furious. Not at Crystal, of course. Sure, she hadn't told me immediately, but I couldn't exactly expect her to. The traitor had meant a lot to her once. I couldn't just expect those feelings to go away. But I'm glad she had trusted me enough to come to me with it eventually. I hadn't wanted to even involve her in the Roman investigation. When I found Roman, I wanted to be able to handle him without even considering what she would think about me. But the minute I heard that he had contacted her, I knew I would be able to use this against him. Maybe I had always known the key to finding Roman was through Crystal, but I hadn't been willing to go that route. I was still reluctant, but an opportunity had presented itself and I wasn't about to let it slip. I have an idea. Raphael spoke up gruffly. Well, what are you waiting for?
Mic. Spill.
Bridget spoke impatiently, and I could tell the lack of sleep was taking a toll. I had called everyone here the minute I thought of my plan. It was time sensitive. But then again, that little comment Raph had passed about Bridget, and I was probably still lingering on her mind. Now that I thought about it, I should probably say something to him about his little comments. I could sense how mad Bridget actually was. Raph and I had grown not to have boundaries when we had fought together. And I knew that if there was someone who would never need my protection, it was Bridget. But that didn't mean I would tolerate disrespect towards my oldest friend. Even if it was Raphael. Raphael pushed himself away from the table while the rest of us were still brainstorming. Captain Park was explaining which positions would be best for all of us. I initially thought Raph was heading over to get some water or something, but then I immediately noticed he wasn't heading in the direction of the dispenser. I stepped away from the table. "Where are you going, T?" Bridget asked me. I didn't answer her and quickened my pace, intercepting Raphael just by putting a hand on his chest before he got to where Crystal sat. "I'd be careful if I were you," I told him in a low voice even though I knew everyone could hear me. Raphael looked at me for only a second before turning to look at Crystal. "I was just going to say that if we're trying to get into the traitor's mind, we should ask the one person in this room who knew him the best. His lover." I knew Raphael had only said the last part to get on my nerves, but he had a point. If anyone could even know the slightest bit of Roman's way of thinking, it would be Crystal. I didn't want to admit it, but those 4 years they were together had to amount to something. "I think it's a good idea, Tristan." Captain Park spoke. I narrowed my eyes at Raphael before stepping away and letting him advance. The fading empathy link immediately told me that Crystal was nervous. "He's just going to ask you a few questions," I reassured her. Raph stopped a few feet in front of her. I watched him carefully as he folded his arms. "Well, Luna, what do you think your little boyfriend will do?" Crystal's eyes darted to me as if seeking something. "Permission. Help." I simply nodded, hoping it was reassuring to her. Raphael was good at getting information from people. Those people were usually war criminals, but nevertheless, he knew how to get answers, and it was usually not the best idea to get in his way. I watched as Crystal swallowed and shifted slightly. "Is not my boyfriend," was the first thing she said, and I'd be lying if I said it didn't bring me an immense wave of satisfaction. Bridget caught my eye at that moment and rolled her eyes. I ignored her and continued watching Crystal. I knew she was nervous at having all this attention on her. She sat forward slightly before looking at the ground. But I know Roman isn't stupid. He won't buy it if I ask him to meet me on the mountain. He'll know something is up. Judging by the surveillance patch, he must know about Tristan and I. Or maybe he might have even known before. She drifted off as if in deep thought. "The only way to convince Roman that I'm willing to go against Tristan and help him is if I do things on his terms," she concluded. "If I make him believe I still have feelings for him, maybe he'll take the bait." Raphael let out a humorless laugh and scoffed. "How convenient for you. You asked me what I thought." Crystal responded surprisingly firmly. I smirked. "Yeah, but I didn't realize you were trying to concoct a plan to get back to your lover." Raphael retaliated. "Is he always this paranoid?" Nia muttered. Raph turned to glare at Nia. "You believe her? She's our Luna, why wouldn't I?" Nia asked. Nia had been one of the last apprentices to work under my mother. She was an exceptional soldie and overall good in tough situations. That's why I had chosen her. She gets things done. "Oh, I can think of a few reasons," Raphael countered. "Raph, why do you keep trying to start something? We all just want to find a way to make this plan work." May spoke. "Exactly." Bridget added, "So if you don't have any helpful suggestions, deal with your man-child rage in another way." "Okay, here's a suggestion. Maybe we need to stop letting in the women we're sleeping with." Raph spoke. "Oh boy." May's eyes widened, Bridget stood up straighter, and Nia gave him a look that could kill. "Now I know your misogynistic ass didn't just say that," Nia snapped. Captain Park simply pursed her lips. Peter looked away, scratching his head awkwardly. Rick gave a nervous glance at Crystal. My eyes immediately went to Crystal in concern. She looked at all of us in confusion. "Me?" she asked, now looking horrified. "We're not," she turned her attention on me. "Do they think we're grow up, Raph?" Bridget snapped. I glared at Raphael when he met my gaze. Bridget was right. He was being childish. Why would he bring up a matter like this here and in front of Crystal for that matter? Raphael has a good 4 years on me. He is someone I've always looked up to and admired in life. He is a good soldier whose dedication and loyalty is inspiring. I've seen him in the toughest of situations. I've seen him face the meanest of heartbreaks, but I've never seen him let that get in his way. Until now. Captain Park looked at me and I immediately knew what she was thinking. She had warned me about the lines that would get blurred when I chose my friends as my right-hand men. "The lines I would have to draw again, Raphael, you're excused." I spoke. Raphael scoffed and looked up at me. But I made it clear by my tone that it wasn't a suggestion but an order. Are you serious? I stepped forward. Your attitude and behavior in general are threatening to jeopardize this entire plan. This entire plan is bullshit. He countered before pointing at Crystal. I don't trust her, and if you would just open your eyes, Tristan, neither would you. I clenched my jaw. I had had enough of Raphael and his accusations. I was about to say something when suddenly Crystal stood up. This isn't easy for me, you know? She spoke, her voice shaky. In fact, her whole body was shaking. Not with anger but nerves. Anxiety. She stomped up to my side where I stood in front of Raphael. Roman fooled me too. She didn't yell. She wasn't calm either, and that's what worried me. I didn't know whether she was mad or maybe afraid. I should have seen the signs, but I didn't. She continued. And I can't change what happened, but I can help bring him to justice, and that's all I'm trying to do now. She was breathing heavily. I looked down at her. I wanted to do something to hold her and comfort her, but that would be inappropriate. All I felt was fury. Roman had messed up her life and he was threatening to do it again. I couldn't let that happen. The whole room had gone silent. Raphael just stared at Crystal for a while before shaking his head. Sorry, princess, but I don't buy it. He spoke. I growled, forgetting that Raphael was my friend. Get out. I seethed. Raphael rose his brows at me. Excuse me. I stepped in front of Crystal. I said get out. You're off this mission. Raphael looked at me in disbelief. He let out a humorless laugh. Tristan, I'm trying to keep you safe. To keep this entire pack safe. No, you're antagonizing my Luna, disrespecting my beta, and letting your emotions cloud your judgment. No. You are letting your emotions cloud your judgment. He shoved me back and I stumbled, almost knocking Crystal over. Raph, Peter warned as him, Rick, Nia and Bridget stepped forward. I turned around to make sure Crystal was okay before turning back to face Raphael. I clenched my fists and I didn't need a mirror to know my eyes were glowing. Raphael was shaking his head now. I'm your friend. I am. Your brother. I would lay down my life for you in a heartbeat. She wouldn't. I charged at Raph and grabbed him by fistfuls of his shirt. She is my heartbeat. I growled. I immediately regretted blurting that out. Not because it made me look weak, but because I knew even before I saw the look on Bridget's face that it was stupid. Stupid but true. Crystal was my world, but I wasn't hers, and I knew it. I was putting everything on the line for someone who didn't want me. But I couldn't control it. I had failed to fight the mating bond, and trust me, I had tried. But against all knowledge and logic, it was controlling me in all my actions. I didn't look around at anyone else. I just kept my eyes on Raphael. I willed my wolf to calm down and I unhanded and stepped back from Raph. This was already hard for me as it was. Leave Raph or I'm going to make you. There was obvious betrayal on his face. I didn't want to make him submit, but if he didn't leave soon, I would have no choice. Fine, Alpha. Fine. He looked around the room, then zeroed in on Crystal. I know I'm right about her, and you'll all see it soon enough. His footsteps were the only thing we could hear as he left the room. I turned to look at everyone else who just stared. I cleared my throat. Let's get back to work. I ordered. Crystal stood in front of me looking like she wanted to say something. I couldn't help but think back on Rafa's words. Crystal wouldn't betray me. She wouldn't do that. She definitely had the power to hurt me, but I trusted that she wouldn't. I trusted her. Alpha. Captain Park spoke up. I looked at the only true adult in the room. Other than Crystal, the rest of us were in our 20s. I nodded at her, wondering if she approved of my decision to kick Raph out. She was the one always telling me to be firm after all. I have a suggestion. She spoke. I'm all ears. I told her, secretly glad that someone did. She stood up. We've been brainstorming and making plans and plotting good hiding spots, but we're forgetting one thing about this rat trap. I rose my brows at her. And what's that? The rat. Captain Park spoke like it was obvious. She looked around as if expecting everyone to get it. You mean Roman? Peter asked, still looking perplexed. She sighed. This is why I prefer to work with more experienced soldiers. She stepped forward. Let's review the facts, shall we? She pointed at the board we had set up. Roman sent a message to the Luna saying he needed her help. Did he specify what exactly he needed help with? The question was directed at Crystal, who shook her head. No. Precisely. Captain Park exclaimed. You said he had bugged your phone case, didn't you? She asked Crystal. Yes. Crystal spoke. She sounded a little defensive and I understood why. It was hard to believe something like that only going on someone's words. Yet the evidence was stolen. Captain Park continued. I was curious at what she was getting at. Yes. Crystal responded again. So this confirms what our alpha has been saying all along. There must be a mole in the pack and we'd be right to assume that mole is working with Mr. Desire. It does sound logical. Nia spoke. Just a theory. Captain Park added. But if it's true, we need to stop the planning and go on instinct. You mean send her in blindly? I asked, trying to mask my outrage as well as I could. Captain Park was the best strategist I had met after my parents. I trusted her judgment, so I knew there was a strategy brewing underneath her words. I'm saying we stop making a plan when we don't even know what it is he wants. If this mole is following the Luna, then they're going to see right through a carefully orchestrated plan. She spoke. What exactly are you saying we should do, Captain? Bridget asked. Captain Park looked straight at Crystal. I'm saying the Luna needs to call him and ask him what hell he actually wants. 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐵. If I were Tristan, I would have had you call Roman back the minute he responded to you. Captain Park spoke. It seemed like she had taken over the whole operation. Tristan sat at his desk, watching her silently. I couldn't tell if he was silent because he didn't know what else to do, or if he was just thinking. All in all, this evening had been a lot and everyone looked exhausted, especially Bridget. But also, everyone was still going at it, brainstorming and trying to find a way to capture my ex-boyfriend without putting me or the pack in danger. T had Crystal text him back the minute he found out. Bridget spoke. I was about to say that. Not because I didn't think Captain Park didn't know already. Tristan had me debrief everyone in this room the minute he had called the meeting. But I did think she needed a reminder with the way she was talking, like he had messed everything up. A text doesn't prove anything. Captain Park spoke. Anyone can send a text message. If I were Roman Desire, I wouldn't respond either. If that's the case, then we might as well be on the wrong track as well, don't you think, Captain? Nia asked. I had never met Nia before today, but she seemed cool. I mean, I hadn't really had a conversation with her, but she had called out Raphael, and that's good in my books. I looked at Tristan again. Maybe that's why he was in a bad mood. Was it Raphael? I mean, the things he said. Or rather was insinuating. Raphael had shown me from the get-go that he didn't like me. But here I was trying to help take down Roman, which wasn't easy for me, might I add. And he kept trying to find little reasons to incriminate me for a crime I wasn't guilty of. I didn't like that. Bridget must have been right about one thing. The pack's going to start turning against their alpha. And it was starting with people in his circle. Captain Park shot me a look I couldn't quite decipher, as if she were wondering how many enemies I might have. It has to be Roman. May spoke. He gave her the phone case and he's the only one with enough motive to want to spy on her. The Luna was secretly our alpha's mate and an affiliate of Roman Desire. I think lots of people would have wanted to spy on her. Rick stated. I thought about that. If I was a Silvercrest werewolf and I knew of a human-raised girl who had just moved into the pack, I would be curious. Which a lot of residents here had been when I first moved here. Then I find out this girl's boyfriend had been a spy all along. I'd be more than curious, I'd be suspicious. But wait, we're not done. The aforementioned girl is also the secret Luna of the pack, but she only becomes the Luna right after a terrible attack which she was present for but didn't get hurt. That would convince me that there's something fishy about this girl. Hold up. You thought I was through? No ma'am, there's more. Van Cliff wolves might be after her. That just spells trouble. Okay, now for the craziest bit, and I swear this one is like a really bad plot twist. That spy boyfriend. Remember him? He has been spying on her as well, but get this. She ain't got no proof. I'm not going to lie to you, on the outside looking in, Crystal Swan seems really shady. Hold up. Nia lifted her hands. Nah, you guys are not about to tell me that we've been here for 3 hours and we don't even know what the hell we're doing. I looked at the clock on the wall. Goodness, was it really this late? I remembered that Aunt Sarah had made me promise to call to check in every night. Did my first night count? I also realized I hadn't gone back to take Anita up on dinner, and I seriously regretted it. Nobody is saying that. Bridget spoke in frustration. Rick, shut up. Just a theory. Rick muttered, blushing slightly. I don't think we should dismiss Mr. Ricardo so quickly. Captain Park spoke. Yeah. Peter got up and walked over to the board that had been filled with so many details from my little statement that I wanted to believe some had been made up. We have a mole to consider. Peter spoke. And a couple of people in the pack who might not want a halfling Luna. Anyone could be plotting against her or trying to catch her in a Roman entanglement. People plotting against her. Tristan spoke, sounding somewhat offended. I didn't want to believe that anyone would stoop so low as to fake a whole Roman controversy just to get me to slip, but I knew it wasn't impossible. It's not like everyone here greeted halflings with open arms. And even though I hadn't seen the overall reaction to me being Luna, I had seen how people like Vice Headmaster Marin and Raphael had reacted with passive aggression and active aggression respectively. I hate to be the new Raphael, but I do see how that can be likely. May spoke in a small voice. She looked at me as if in concern. Having Van Cliff wolves on your tail isn't a good look. Especially not for a Luna. I looked at Tristan. The people in this room were his counsel, and what I mostly got from what they were saying was drop her. And if I didn't know I was innocent, honestly, I wouldn't be on Crystal Swan's side. The evidence against the girl screamed guilty. Tristan stood up. Did I ask you to give me a list of people who might not like my Luna and why, or did I ask you here to help me get the bastard who betrayed my pack? He spoke sternly. I heard the alpha's authority in his voice and the same fierceness he had when he has told Raphael that I was his heartbeat. I don't know if anyone has ever genuinely told you something like that, but no matter how you feel about the person, it moves you. The mating bond had been a mystery for me from the beginning, especially when I looked around and saw other mated couples. They were so obsessed and utterly in love with each other, but here's was knowing completely well that I couldn't even come close to returning the affection Tristan harbored for me. And what frightened me is that I knew everyone in the pack would start to see it too. The alpha is right. Captain Park spoke. Let's focus on one problem at a time. We need to call Roman Desire as soon as possible, before we lose our window of opportunity. Captain Park turned to Tristan. It's your call, Alpha. Tristan nodded firmly. He stood up. Nia and Peter, I need you to be on those computers and try to track his location or anything he might say that will give us a hint on where he is. Rick, extra audio, if you even pick up the sound of someone else breathing in the background, I want to know. Tristan walked over to me. He stared right into my eyes. Are you ready for this? Hell no. Yes. I spoke with a nod. Texting Roman a simple, what do you want? Wasn't speaking to him again. As Captain Park had said, anyone else on this end could have continued the conversation. He hadn't responded to the text message and part of me had been relieved. A call. That was a different story. A call almost always required an immediate response. And it was up to me to keep it going. Talking to Roman used to be the easiest thing in the world, but now, after everything that had happened, with what I was planning on doing to him, it was a whole other story. Phone. Tristan instructed. Bridget brought my phone to me. She had been tasked with thoroughly screening through it with Nia, and I was glad I wasn't the type of person who trash-talk people over text messages. Otherwise, I would have been in big trouble with her. She handed me the phone. You know the game plan. You have to convince him that you're on his side. She told me. Yeah, I know, convince him I still had feelings for him. I looked at Tristan from the corner of my eye. Yeah, that wouldn't be awkward at all. I wiped my hands on my jeans. Okay, tell me when. I spoke, my voice shaky. Tristan knelt in front of me. He looked right into my eyes. Hey, you can do this, okay? And I'll be right here the whole time. No offense, Tristan, but that didn't make me feel better at all. I thought of Raphael's provocative words. Pretending to still care about Roman wouldn't be difficult for me. I did care about him in spite of everything he had done. He's still the only person I had ever shared a genuine connection with here in Woodfell. But the minute everyone in this room saw that my feelings were real, it would confirm Raphael's theories about me being a spy, and then what position would that put Tristan in? Has an alpha ever had to throw his own Luna in the dungeons or whatever they had here? I didn't want it to come to that, of course. Yes, I still cared about Roman and what happened to him. Yes, I still felt that ache in my chest when I thought of him. But I couldn't deny what he did, and maybe 3 months ago, if Roman had contacted me and said he needed help, I would have jumped at the opportunity to do just that. Because then, a part of me always believed he could be proven innocent. That everything that had happened had been a huge misunderstanding and maybe he had been forced or framed. Anything that would explain why the man I knew and loved would commit treason. I have a suggestion. Bridget spoke up. Well, say it now, we really have to get a move on with this plan. Captain Park spoke, sounding slightly frustrated. Bridget looked at Tristan. I don't think you should be here for this. Tristan narrowed his eyes at Bridget. He didn't ask why, and I knew it was because he already knew. Judging by the looks on May and Bridget's faces, they knew too. Nia and Rick looked indifferent. I don't know if they knew about my arrangement with Tristan, but it wouldn't take a romance novel enthusiast to notice that Tristan and I didn't touch or even give each other googly eyes. I knew what I was doing to Tristan by not returning his affections. He never once forced me to, but it's a basic law of the mating bond that feelings shouldn't be one-sided if the bond has been accepted. The night in his room right after he had claimed me, when the empathy link had been at its peak, I had finally realized what me rejecting Tristan had felt like. How much pain he had been in for the longest time. The claim had made it hurt less, but the truth was the knife I had buried in him when I first rejected him was still there. Someone had just covered it with pretty flowers. I knew what I had to do to get Roman to trust me, and I would rather not have Tristan around to witness it. I think Bridget is right. I spoke quietly, avoiding Tristan's gaze. Telling Tristan I didn't want him around while I flirted with my ex-boyfriend was horrible enough, but it was even worse with all these people present to hear it. Actually, it might be better if there were as few people in the room as possible. Just so the Luna doesn't get distracted. Captain Park stated. Everyone turned to look at Tristan, waiting for his confirmation. I tried not to look him in the eye, but his expression was blank, and that worried me all the more. May Bridge and the captain will stay. Actually, can it just be May? I asked, not wanting to interrupt him and make things worse, but out of everyone here, I felt like May would be the least judgmental. Bridget was Bridget. Everything she heard in this room would be filtered through her I hate crystal mind and transferred directly to Tristan, probably making everything worse than it was. Captain Park was a senior and experienced person, but I can't forget that she did her job based on solid logic. I had seen it during my trial concerning Roman and after the Van Cliff incident. I didn't need someone who acted on stone-cold logic and risked misinterpreting my emotions. I needed someone who would at least try to understand. Tristan simply nodded. Whatever works best for you. I couldn't tell if there was bitterness in his voice or not. Captain, you're in charge. Nia and Rick monitor the call from the next room. Pete, you're with me. We'll head to HQ and pick up a few things. Bridge, you stay here and keep me updated. He ordered. Yes, Alpha. They all told him. He didn't look at me before leaving, and I couldn't really blame him. Peter squeezed May's hand before leaving after him. Bridget didn't glare at me or anything, but I knew she wasn't exactly happy. She gave me a don't mess this up look before leaving as well. Try to get as much from him as possible. Nia told me as she and Rick gathered their equipment. I knew they could tell that the mood in the room had shifted. All the best, Luna. Rick nodded at me before he left with Nia as well. Captain Park, who had been saying a few things to May, marched up to me. I thought she'd be mad that I hadn't wanted her in here, but she didn't look mad. Well, Tristan hadn't exactly looked mad either, but I knew he was. These guys knew how to hide their emotions way too well. Roman desire. Captain Park spoke as she handed me a folder that I hadn't noticed she had been holding behind her back. I looked at the front cover that had R. Desire printed on the front. I looked up at Captain Park. I knew what this was immediately. After all, there was one with my name on it in existence somewhere around here. Why are you giving me this? I asked. Because I don't want you to forget whose side you're on. I stared at the folder. I had sat through the trials. I knew all the evidence against Roman. I knew what he had done. I didn't need to be reminded. I know whose side I'm on. I told her sternly, forgetting that I was supposed to respect her. On the other hand, wasn't she supposed to respect me? I was the Luna. And why couldn't everyone just trust that, as the Luna, no matter how reluctant, I wouldn't want to hurt the pack? But most importantly, and probably more true, I wouldn't hurt Tristan. At least any more than I already had. Captain Park looked amused. I'll leave this here anyway. She slid it onto the table closest to me before turning to leave. May walked towards me. Are you ready? She asked. I nodded. I just wanted this to be over. I'll be over there. May spoke. I'm just giving you space, but know that I'll be here to guide you if you get stuck. I knew May would still be able to hear everything I would say. So would Nia and Rick, but it would still be better if I didn't have to look at them while doing it. I know this is hard. May spoke softly. But do your best, okay? This is exactly why I had chosen May. She turned to go sit at the table, which was still filled with plans and schemes. Whenever you're ready, she spoke with an encouraging nod. My nerves ate at me as I looked at the phone. I picked out the phone number. I allowed myself to stare at it for only a few seconds before quickly pressing the call icon. It started ringing and I shut my eyes. It rung thrice, then 4 times. 7, 9. Crystal. A way too familiar voice answered in relief. Ro, I couldn't stop myself from choking up. Ro, is that really you? Tears started streaming down my face. Anyone would be able to tell I wasn't acting. I really wasn't. It had been too long since I heard his voice. And let me tell you something, it wasn't that cute crying that you saw girls do in the movies. It was full-on ugly crying. Yes, babe. He laughed, a hysterical kind of unbelieving laugh. It's me, baby, it's me. I turned towards the other wall. I suddenly felt embarrassed for shedding tears. He didn't deserve any more of my tears. I tried to convince myself. Crystal, oh Crystal. He sighed. I didn't think you would call. When I hadn't heard from you or Chris, I almost lost hope. Crap. He had mentioned Chris, someone I had pointedly been trying to keep out of this. I didn't turn to see May's reaction. Can you blame me? I didn't want to sound too resentful, but even if I was pretending to still have feelings toward Roman, no normal person wouldn't be mad in this moment. What the hell, Ro? You're a freaking spy. You were lying to everyone. Even me. There was silence for a second and I thought I had scared him off. Where are you, Crystal? I hesitated. I turned to look at May. Lie. She mouthed. In the woods. I huffed. Where else do you think is safe to talk to you? That's why I took so long to call you back. I had to get away. Can't be easy now that you're Luna, huh? He spoke. I could detect sarcasm in his voice. I wasn't the only one keeping secrets. He spoke in accusation. I'm sorry, are you really judging me right now? You freaking bugged me. It was the only way I could keep you safe. Keep me safe. Keep me safe from what? Roman, tell me what the hell is going on. How did you become a spy? Why did you do what you did? Why did you lie? I know you have questions, Crystal. He spoke more hurriedly. But right now I'm only concerned about your safety. I told Chris that you needed to get out of Woodfell as soon as possible. I can help you get out, you just need to. What are you talking about, Roman? How am I in trouble? I heard him sigh as if he was angry about me interrupting him. 7 wolves came after you, right? Van Cliff wolves. I don't have to tell you how bad that is. How did you know that? I demanded. Do you have the whole Woodfell bug too? Is that it? Crystal. I'm trying to save your life. Would you just listen to me? I could hear the frustration in his voice. I heard him take in a deep breath. Do you trust me? I looked at May. She nodded. I know they were all expecting me to say yes. That was the point of all this, right? To gain Roman's trust. But I knew Roman and he definitely wouldn't believe it was this easy. I don't know how you can ask me to do that. After everything. May frowned and looked confused. I lifted a finger at her, telling her to hold on. Baby Crystal. His voice cracked. Was he crying? I had seen Roman cry once before. And let me tell you something, it took a lot to make Roman cry. Roman buried things, especially things he thought could be weaknesses. He pushed them away so deep that no one would ever be able to find them. I'm so sorry for everything. I didn't want to hurt you or your family. Trust me. But, remember when I told you my past was messy? Yeah, well, you don't know the half of it. He let out a humorless laugh. I felt more tears form in my eyes. I so wanted that laugh to be real. I wanted him to be real. Him to be here. I wanted this whole thing to be a horrible joke. Come back. I wanted to beg. Come back to me. Are you in trouble, Ro? You said you needed my help. Have you gotten yourself into something? I promise I'll explain everything. Just, I need you to meet me, to come with me. I can keep you safe. I froze. You want me to come with you? I whispered. That was the plan, wasn't it? Leave Woodfell with Roman. Find a place where we would actually feel accepted. But not like this. Roman, you're asking me to leave my family. To leave, I stopped myself. I was going to say Tristan, which would have been a huge mistake. That has always been the plan, Crystal. Remember? You and me against the world. I fought back tears but allowed myself to sniffle. I wanted him to know how this was affecting me too. You Roman, you know it's not that easy, right? Why? He demanded. Because of Tristan. You can't tell me you love him, Crystal. You rejected him for a reason. I know he is forcing you to be with him to spite me. There was so much resentment in his voice. Is that what he thought? Or what his mole had told him? You know about Tristan. What I really wanted to ask was how long he had known and how much, but I found that I couldn't really say the words. I didn't want to talk to Roman about Tristan. For some reason the idea upset me. Made me angry even. Roman didn't get to judge Tristan like he knew him. Of course. And I can rescue you from him. He'll never find you with me. I noticed May trying to get my attention. I turned to face her. Location. She had written the word down on a piece of paper. Roman, do you love me? He asked. I couldn't help but hesitate. I know asking you this isn't fair. Hell, asking you to trust me isn't fair, but you know me. It is still me, baby. And what I told you the night of the AAP ball. None of it was fake. I meant it. I love you and you're still the best thing to ever happen to me. Come with me, let me keep you safe. I ran a hand down my face. Just I love you, Ro. You know I do. I don't know why I let myself say that. I should have just said yes, let the plan go into motion. Why was I stalling? At the back of my mind I knew why. I sucked in a deep break. How did you know about the wolves, Ro? Did you send a wolf to attack Joshua Melrose? I knew May wasn't happy. Nia and Rick were probably face-palming themselves right now. I was just supposed to get the location from him and leave the interrogation to them. No. Roman huffed. It's complicated, okay? He almost died. I spoke. Yeah, just, Crystal. Are you behind the attacks, Roman? I don't call the shots, okay? He spoke in frustration. He didn't call the shots. Then who was? Was someone controlling Roman? Listen, Crystal, we can't have this conversation over the phone and I can't talk for much longer. One more thing. I just couldn't help myself. Who are you working for? There was a longer pause. I thought he would abandon ship for sure now. I can't tell you that. At least not right now. I didn't know I was holding my breath right then. So someone was giving Roman orders. I don't know why that made me feel so hopeful. Okay, fine, but I have another question. You said one more thing, baby. He sounded exhausted. Roman, are you? I cleared my throat. I needed my words to come out as clearly and concisely as possible. Are you? Do you have my mother? There was another pause. Then a laugh. You're smarter than I thought, baby. I felt my knees go weak. I used the closest thing I had for support. Oh my gosh. You're with her. Is she safe? Can I? I wanted to talk to her. But I didn't know if I could ask Roman to do that. I'm not with her right now, and is she safe? I asked. I had so many questions, but this was the most important right now. Yes, she is. And I can take you to her. Just come with me, okay? Will you come with me? Yes. I replied almost too instantly. Yes, I will. Where can I meet you? My old place. I know it's still empty. Meet me there tomorrow at exactly 11. It won't be hard to slip out of the ball by then. Even if you're the Luna, everyone will be too preoccupied. Meet me then and we can leave. But how will you get past the borders? I asked. At least I hadn't completely gone off script. Don't worry about that. I will handle everything. Listen, baby, I have to go, but you have to remember that you can't tell anyone. Not even Kat or your uncle. Not a word, Crystal. I know leaving them will be hard, but you'll have me. You'll have your mom. I felt my heart clench. I know this wasn't real, but I wanted it to be. I so desperately wanted it to be. Okay. I agreed. Ro. Baby. You have no idea how happy you have made me. I can't wait to see you. I love you, Crystal. He sounded so genuinely happy. I love you too, Ro. I spoke and I hated myself because I knew I meant it. See you soon. He hung up. Not even a second later, Nia and Rick came back in. We couldn't get a location. He's good. Nia spoke, sounding slightly frustrated. But at least we know where he'll be. Rick added. Nia smiled at me. Good job, Luna. I found May's eyes on me. She frowned, and for some reason I suspected she knew I hadn't been faking it. Didn't you guys notice something weird that Roman said? She asked. She had a disturbed look on her face. He said they were 7 rogues that came after Crystal. We only have 6 in custody. Tristan's breaking away saying, I'm going to do what I have to do out there and I am not going to make you sit by and watch. It sounds like a goodbye, but why? What's he planning that's got him so scared? Thank you for your likes and subscriptions. You can leave your comments in the comments section. 𝐿𝐲𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝, you know you're the alpha, right? Raphael laughed as he walked towards me. If you needed a ride back home, all you had to do was ask and we'd have sent the whole freaking line up. I smirked. That is exactly what I did not want. Raphael stopped in front of the bush I stood behind. Yeah, because showing up but naked was a way better option. I rolled my eyes. Just give them to me. Raphael chuckled and tossed me the backpack he was carrying before turning around to give me my privacy. You should be grateful that I even showed up to bring clothing for your royal ass. Where did you leave Peter and Bridge? Raphael asked. I opened the backpack and scanned through the clothes. They took the jet. I called over my shoulder. The smart choice. He commented. I wanted to run, okay? I spoke as I put my legs through the sweats. College was always fun. It had gave me a chance to be free of the unbearable weight of being alpha no matter how brief. It gave me a chance to be normal or at least pretend to be. The only problem with that was the restrictions it came with, including not being able to shift regularly. I had told both the council and the elders that I wanted the full college experience, which meant no entourage, no private housing or private tutors. Just me, Bridget and Peter, and the opportunity to be normal 17-year-olds. Unfortunately, that included not shifting as much and having to confine my wolf and stay in human form. I had so much pent-up energy stirring inside me because of that. That's why I was dying to shift and running home. Nothing but the woods and my instincts was exactly what I had needed. I stepped out of the bushes when I was fully dressed. I looked down at the t-shirt I wore, noticing for the first time that there was an image printed on it. Raphael snickered. Don't look at me. It was the twins' idea. There was an image, a smug-looking cartoon wolf with the words, "How's it going?" at the bottom. Very funny. I responded dryly, but I couldn't help but smile. The funny thing about the whole college thing was the fact that I actually spoke to Mikey and Joshua more than I did when I was home. So how's the ship holding up? I asked as I threw my arm over Rafa's shoulder. You mean, is everyone still mad at you for abandoning your post right after a major war? He grinned at me. That would be yes. I rolled my eyes. They're the ones who wanted an educated alpha. We walked towards his car, which was packed by the road. Yeah, an educated alpha. Not an alcoholic. Raphael stopped and turned to look at me. He looked judgmental. I scoffed. You have someone following me or something? Or are you just monitoring my drinking habits? Everyone has a drink once in a while, Raph, you know that. I told him. His expression grew stern. I knew what that look meant. He was establishing himself as being older than me, as being more experienced. We were friends, but there was still an age gap. You're 17, Tristan. He spoke. Is this the part where you give the underage drinking speech? Don't play the saint, you did worse at much younger. I told him, putting up my own guard. He might have been older, but he shouldn't act holier than thou. And they almost destroyed me and everything I loved. He spoke angrily. If it wasn't for your dad and the pack army, I would be wasting my life away somewhere. Yeah, well, my father's freaking dead now. I spat at him. Both my parents are. Mine are too. He spoke. My expression softened. Sorry, I didn't mean. What I wanted to say was that I didn't mean to be a jerk, but I was angry. So angry all the freaking time, and the alcohol made that go away. I get it, man. Raphael spoke gruffly. The war took everything from me. My parents and Lydia. His face changed and I knew it was still too painful for him to talk about. But I still have my grandmother, and you still have yours and Anita and your brothers and friends, as well as your pack. You have people who love you and people to live for. So choose to live, Tristan. He spoke, putting a hand on his shoulder. I looked at the ground. You know, my mother used to tell me that the most important pillar of the pack was peace and harmony. I clenched my fist and focused my eyes on it. And we fought for that too. We fought for it to our dying breaths. But what we had to give up to get it. They turn you into weapons, then tell you to find peace. Raphael let out a humorless laugh. I looked up at him and shook my head. How do you find peace after what we've been through? After everything we've seen? There are things that are bigger than us, Tristan. I rolled my eyes. I've been praying, Raphael. No one is freaking listening. Raphael just stared at me for a while. I hadn't realized how worked up I had gotten. I could feel my wolf on the brink of escape. I had no doubt my eyes were glowing. Anyone else would have been nervous, but Raphael just stared, unfazed. I took in deep breaths, trying to control myself. Raphael sighed. Maybe it's you, T. Maybe you haven't been listening. He turned to unlock his car. Come on, the elders wanted to throw a party to celebrate your return. I hadn't been listening. What was there to listen to? No one was freaking talking. I started to follow Raphael, but then I heard something. And felt something. What is that? I asked Raphael as I turned to look around. The sound was so sharp, so distinct. Raphael looked at me in confusion. What are you talking about? I heard it again. I flinched. It was so clear, how could he not hear that? You don't hear that? I asked as I walked closer to the thicker foliage, trying to see through the trees. Stop it, T. I know you're just messing with me because of what I said. Raphael spoke in irritation. No, I aren't. I let out an involuntary howl. Something was definitely calling me. Not me, my wolf. Tristan. Raphael spoke more seriously. It's probably a stray human. Come on, cut it out. That wasn't it. We were closer to the border and humans tend to go hiking in this area, but that wasn't it. My wolf was currently in control, and any explanation I was going to give Raphael would never be heard, because at that moment, I felt myself shifting and running into the woods. I need to find the source of that sound. I heard Raphael yelling after me, but I didn't pay any attention to him. I was on a mission that I didn't quite understand myself. The sound was becoming more and more distinct. It was a girl, and she was crying. Following instinct alone, I let my wolf ears guide me as I tore through the woods in a desperate pursuit for something I didn't quite understand. Then it hit me the minute I saw her. I found her. Mine. My wolf growled. My eyes scanned her. She looked at me in a mixture of shock and fear. She was perfect. I found myself shifting back to my human form without even thinking about it. Oh, the girl quickly diverted her gaze from my nudity. Crap. Nice going, Tristan. The girl took off her jacket quickly and tossed it at me. I absent-mindedly picked it up to cover myself, but my eyes didn't leave her. My wolf was taking her in, memorizing every inch of her. Mine. I found myself growling. The girl stared at me, still looking partially confused. Who are you? She asked, looking like she wanted to step forward but thought better of it. I mean, what's your name? I stepped forward. Again, not of my own accord, it was my wolf urging me to be closer to her. Tristan. Tristan Melrose. What's yours? For a minute she just stared as if in a trance. Then she shook her head as if something had pulled her back. She took a shaky step back from me, making me frown. Tristan Melrose. As in, the alpha. I nodded and stepped forward. My eyes were still stuck on her. Her voice was perfect, her skin was perfect, her eyes were perfect, she was perfect. I can't be here. She spoke, turning to look around as if someone would jump out at her from somewhere. Wait, I called, confused by her fear. Had I done something to make her feel unsafe? You're naked, genius. A voice reminded me. Right. Not my smoothest move. Wait, I called out, reaching out for her but quickly bringing my hands back to my jacket. You do realize what's happening here, right? I had seen people find their mates. I had seen the moment of bliss and captivation. The obsession with the very being God had put on this earth to be compatible to them. I had seen that happen so many times around me, but I had more or less given up on the notion that I would ever be able to experience it. But now here she was, and here I was. My soulmate stood in front of me and I in front of her, but something didn't seem right. Felt extremely one-sided. Didn't she feel it too? The pull. The magnetism. I didn't necessarily want to hold her, but to be close to her all the time. To take her in and know her inside and out. Listen, I think there's been a mistake. She spoke. A mistake? I asked in confusion. She looked agitated. Yeah. I can't be your mate. I'm not what you think I am. You can be whatever you want to be. I spoke immediately, desperately, not wanting her to go. I immediately blamed my love-struck wolf for that cheesy line. What I mean is, I'm half human. So, I asked. She stared at me as if I had grown another head. You're the alpha. She emphasized the words. I chuckled. I know who I am. Okay. I know I'm new to this, but I'm pretty sure alphas can't. What's the word? Imprint. I provided. Yeah, imprint on. People like me. Alphas can do whatever they want. I spoke. I was about to step forward again, but instead I felt a sharp pain in my chest. Something was wrong. She was slipping away. I could feel it. And it freaking hurt. I looked up at her. Are you rejecting me? She shook her head. I'm sorry. She spoke, looking afraid. But trust me, you don't want me. What did she mean I didn't want her? Of course I wanted her. Right now she was all I wanted. I clutched my chest with one hand as the pain intensified. Please. I groaned. The pain was growing stronger and I felt myself fall to the ground. I saw her look even more frightened. She started backing away. I'm sorry, but trust me, this is for the best. With that she spun around and ran off, and I was left there with a broken heart. I woke with a start and sat up in my bed, heaving. Bridget sat at my dresser, flipping through the pages of what looked like a folder. It's not even 6 𝐴𝐻. She spoke, not taking her eyes off what she was reading. I ran a hand down my face, not even bothering to look at the digital clock beside me. Yet you're still here. I grumbled. Bridget set aside the folder and looked at me irritably. I think you forget how this works. When you can't sleep. I can't either, and quite frankly, I got tired to tossing and turning in bed over Crystal. With our minds open to each other, Bridget often knew what was in my head. So if what was in my head was keeping me awake, it would keep her awake as well. It wasn't exactly the type of thing I would want to subject my closest friend to, or anyone really. I mean, who would want someone having constant access to their personal thoughts? But the thing is, it is part of the job description. You know, I could turn it off for the night, get you your precious beauty sleep. I offered. Bridget rolled her eyes at me. I would love that, but we both know we can't do that in the middle of a mission. She spoke. Besides. Bridget looked at me. It was dark in the room. The curtains were drawn back, providing some dim lighting from outside, but I could read her expression just as well. Sympathy. I know what's currently going through your mind, T, and it's not pretty. You shouldn't have to go through it alone. Bridget spoke as she steps closer and folded her arms across her chest. I cleared my throat and threw the sheets off myself. We have more serious things to handle. I told her, getting out of bed. I could feel her eyes on me. This is your safe space, Tristan. We're no longer in front of the others. You can talk to me about how you feel. How I feel. How did I feel about my mate asking me to leave the room so that she could speak to her ex-boyfriend? The same way I had felt when May had to sit down across from me and inform me of how my aforementioned mate had been extremely convincing in making her ex think she still had feelings for him. I walked towards the window and looked out at the night. A run in the woods would definitely help me clear my head right about now. You know, they tell us all these things about soulmates and we believe it. I started. We grow up thinking we're going to find the loves of our lives and be with them forever, and when it happens. I turned to look at Bridget. She was listening attentively. They don't tell you that the person you love might already be in love with someone else. She finished for me. I immediately knew that she wasn't talking about Crystal anymore. She was talking about our situation. I loved Bridget. That I could never deny. I cared about her deeply, and all I wanted in this life was to see her happy. And I wanted to give her that. But even before I had met Crystal, before we had even tried to see if we could truly make something work, I knew I would never be able to give Bridget what she deserved. The crappiest part about being in each other's heads all the time is knowing exactly what the other knows to be true already. She lied to you again. Bridget suddenly blurted out, changing the topic. I could feel her hiding her true thoughts, and I hid mine as well. About her friend, Christopher Perkins. Roman contacted him as well, and she didn't tell us that part. Or you. Bridget spoke. When May had reported to me, that's the first thing that had grabbed my attention. Crystal revealing that Roman had in fact contacted someone else. I couldn't help but get impatient with her. She said she would tell me everything. Why leave such an important part out? She said that she was trying to protect him. I spoke. I hadn't spoken to Crystal after I had left. May had been the one to fill me in on all the happenings with the call. Crystal had told her about Roman contacting her friend, Christopher, as well. Bridget sighed. Even if I wanted to believe her, that doesn't exactly sound convincing. I mean, who is she protecting him from? I really wanted to be on Crystal's side, but that's honestly what it felt like. The only parties in this were Roman and me. If she wasn't protecting her friend from Roman by not telling us, she was protecting him from me. Did she think I was capable of hurting her friend? I asked her to trust me and she omitted such a huge piece of the puzzle. Let's move on. I told Bridget, Roman told this Christopher guy that Crystal had to get out of Woodfell, that she was in danger. Just the thought of any harm coming to Crystal put me on edge. Yeah, and we deduced that it was probably part of his plan to get her to go to him. He's a spy. Spies lie. We don't have a reason to believe Crystal is in immediate danger. Except there's a mole in my freaking pack. I told Bridget. The thought that someone who claimed to be loyal to my people had infuriated me. This pack had run on loyalty for years. It had run on loyalty when my mother ran it and my grandfather and his grandfather, but now I'm in charge and there's a freaking mole running around somewhere. And a seventh rogue unaccounted for. I added. May said that part may have been a slip of the tongue. Bridget spoke. Her and Peter went through the attack dozens of times. They were only 6. And we have those in custody. We would have noticed a 7th Van Cleef wolf lurking around. Unless it isn't a Van Cleef. The wolf that attacked Joshua had been a halfling with the silver crest scent. I pointed out. Could be lurking around or someone could be hiding it. I didn't want to admit it, but Roman was too smart to let anything slip. He was calculated and smart. He had lived as a spy in my territory for 10 years, infiltrated my AAP and even gotten me to invite him into my house. He wasn't stupid. He was crafty and calculated. I get what you mean. Bridget nodded, picking up on my thoughts. But are you really willing to take that chance with Crystal's safety by choosing to call his bluff? Roman had fooled me once before. If saying there was a 7th wolf was a trick to see if Crystal could be trusted not to tell us what he thought we didn't already know, he would expect me to dispatch a bunch of my men looking for this supposed 7th wolf and his mole would tell him that he had been compromised. Staying put was the best choice. No one would get to Crystal. Not in my house. Not with me. I wouldn't let that happen. I'm not calling his bluff, I'm just choosing not to play his mind games. I told Bridget. Because that's what this was. The bastard had worked in close proximity to me during his internship, learnt my calls and my strategies. But I had learnt a lot about him too. He was the good guy who tried too hard to be the good guy. He had always been too good in combat. I didn't want to admit it before, but after he had exposed himself I knew what I had observed over the years was true. Roman Desire had been taught to go for the kill in combat. He was always on another level from his peers, but he tried to disguise it with fake mediocrity. Roman had always worn a mask and I had always thought so but dismissed it because I knew that any person would expect me to be suspicious of the guy who was with my mate, and write it off as a case of paranoia on my part. You think he would try to manipulate us when it comes to Crystal? 3 years is a long time to fake a relationship. You don't think it was real enough for him to actually have developed feelings for her over the years? I knew Bridget didn't want to say what she was saying for my sake, but it's something we needed to consider. Had Roman been faking it with Crystal? If he had known she was my mate this whole time, it made sense. She was the perfect weapon against me. But if their relationship had been a lie, I immediately put out the flame of hope that quickly ignited in me. That would crush Crystal. Well, that doesn't even hold a flame to the big guns he brought out. Bridget sighed. Her mother. I was taken back to one of the few times Crystal had actually called him. It was a few weeks after the rejection. I had gone running, hoping with all my heart and praying that she had had a change of heart. But that was immediately deflated when I looked at the photograph she had handed me. She needed a favor. We had met behind an old house in the woods. She had been wearing a baseball cap and dark clothes as if she had wanted to appear as inconspicuous as possible. I had chosen to drive. Mostly because I had wanted to drive her back home to meet everyone if she had in fact changed her mind. She hadn't. The photograph was of her and her parents. The woman looked a lot like her except with more feline features that made her look dangerously beautiful, if that even made sense. Like something you felt drawn to even if you knew it would only hurt you. She had a big fro like Crystal's when it wasn't in braids, except her mother's was longer. She had Crystal's eyes. A beautiful hazel in Crystal's full lips. There was a beauty spot on her top lip that gave her this deliberate sultry look. But that's where the resemblance ended. Crystal didn't seem to share any features with her father, but the bond was evident. In the photo, a younger Crystal, maybe 10, was leaning against her father and he beamed widely at the camera. He was shorter than his wife by a few inches, on the smaller side too. He wore thick glasses and a bow tie on a striped sweater. When I had later shown the photograph to Bridget, She had quite bluntly said what I had secretly been wondering. How did a man like that get a woman like that? Crystal had asked me if I could help her find them, and of course I had said yes. Typically, you don't do favors for the mate who rejected you. In fact, the wise thing to do would be to stay away, to try to heal. But some part of me had always known that that wouldn't be possible. We couldn't track down her mother. Bridget spoke. Don't you still wonder why it had been so easy to find her father, not a trace of her mother? I remembered giving the photograph back to Crystal, seeing the tears that had formed in her eyes when I had told her I didn't find her parents. A partial lie is human. I shrugged. Finding Crystal's father had been easy because he had never left. He was still in their home, miserable but alive and well, and as far as we could tell, completely clueless. But her mother, she had been Van Cliff as well. She knows how to hide and disappear. I reminded Bridget. There was no trace of Teresa Swan or there's Benson. And I honestly hadn't been surprised. I didn't know why she would leave Crystal behind, but I knew how well she must have learnt to disappear and stay hidden. Running away from Van Cliffs was hard enough. Not having them find you required skill that she must have had if she had managed to keep both herself and her brother off Onyx Van Cliff's radar. You think he's bluffing, but I think there's more to this. Bridget spoke, staring at me. Roman knows what Crystal's parents mean to her. Of course he would use them as leverage. I spoke. If he was bluffing, why would he use Crystal's mom instead of the 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬 target? Her dad. Bridget pointed out. Why would he lie about knowing where her mother is? To get her to go with him. I replied. If we couldn't find Crystal's mother with my vast resources, how would Roman have been able to do it? There you go, underestimating the kid like you did in the first place. Bridget spoke, reading my mind. Roman clearly isn't working alone. Whoever he's working for has resources as well, and we'd be foolish not to assume that they could even rival ours. Think about it, I know you're already considering deep down. Crystal's mother could have been conniving with Roman from the beginning. I thought about that. Crystal's mother had been a mystery to me from the beginning. I had never met her. From what I had found out from both Crystal and her father, she had loved her family. So why leave them voluntarily? Unless it hadn't been voluntary. I looked at Bridget. Roman said he had Crystal's mother. Let's assume that's true. What do you think he meant? Prisoner or fellow spy? Bridget asked. As I said, none of us knew Teresa Swan, but the more she became a mystery, the more I became suspicious. I know what you're thinking, Bridget spoke softly. I really didn't want her to say it. It's the million-dollar question. Bridget continued. I sucked in a deep breath, knowing she had to say it out loud whether I liked it or not. And it makes the most sense. Roman must be spying for Van Cliffs. I clenched my fists. We destroyed the Van Cliffs. Onyx died. I growled. Xavier's body was never found. Bridget added. It was just a theory. I told myself. We didn't spend all those years in the war just to have the Eclipse Pack rise up again. I did not lose my parents and so many soldiers and innocents to have the Van Cliffs return. We need to question the rogues. I told Bridget. They won't talk, then we'll make them. I growled. It was time I listened to my advisors. I didn't want to revert to torture. I didn't want to become that person again. But I knew I had no choice now. I had to protect my people. I would get my answers, no matter what it took. Bridget nodded at me, and I could tell she completely understood what had to happen. What I had to do, the demons I had to dig up to protect my pack. I'll get the car ready. She spoke. I shook my head. No. First we get Roman. Bridget stared at me. She didn't have to speak. I knew what she was thinking. You know, whatever happens, you're going to lose her. I knew that. And I hated it. But to be honest, she was never mine to begin with. 𝐾𝐿 song Let You Down by NF. I had hardly gotten any sleep. All I could think about was the call, Roman, Tristan, the entire plan and all the craziness happening. But mostly the call. Roman telling me that he knew where my mother was. I clutched my necklace and tried to convince my heart to beat steadily. She was out there somewhere and Roman knew where. My emotions were all over the place and my thoughts too. How had she even gotten caught up with whatever business Roman was in? I really wished I had asked more questions because it was all driving me crazy. Hearing from Roman had been one thing. I didn't know I had been expecting, but I was caught off guard when I heard his voice again. My Roman. It didn't feel like I was talking to a traitor. It felt like I was talking to the Roman I knew. The boy who took me on hikes and study picnics. The boy who I had spent almost every day with. My sweet, misunderstood, deeply complex boyfriend. It took a lot to have that conversation. To lure him into a trap. I told him I loved him and that I wanted to be with him. Both were supposed to be lies, but that is what I wanted. I wanted picnics and movie dates and aimless drives in his old truck. I wanted to lie down with him in the grass somewhere or in the bed of his pickup and read him books that he tried really hard to pretend to be interested in for my sake. I wanted my Roman, but I knew I couldn't have him. Because that would mean betraying Tristan. And I just couldn't do that to him. I had already hurt him and caused him so much pain. I heard a knock at the door. I looked at the digital clock beside me. It was 8 a.m. I sat up and cleared my throat. Come in. May and Bridget walked in. Good morning, Crystal. May greeted me with a smile. Hey. I waved weakly. Sorry if we woke you. May spoke, giving me a sympathetic look. But we need to go over some last-minute details concerning the plan. It's fine. I told her. It's not like I had been sleeping anyway, and I did want to talk about some things concerning the plan as well. Tristan isn't joining us? I asked. I hadn't spoken to him since right before the call, and I had a terrible feeling that he was avoiding me. After what happened, I honestly couldn't blame him. Oh, now you want him around? Bridget asked with a scoff. Bridge. May sighed. Bridget shrugged, not seeming regretful of her words at all. I swallowed back a lump in my throat. You're the one who had suggested Tristan leave the room in the first place. I told her, not realizing how angry I actually was. Bridget gave me a cold look. Because I didn't want to see you hurt him all over again. Because I actually care about him. I had seen the look on Tristan's face. And I knew that me not wanting him around had affected him. I do care about Tristan. I spoke firmly. Bridget was unmoved. She folded her arms across her chest and shook her head as if I wasn't worth arguing with. May stood back looking nervous but not getting involved. Bridget took something out of her back pocket. It was a roll of paper scrolled up. She walked up to me, laying it flat on the bed before me. We already took the liberty of plotting out which route would be best for you to take when you go to meet Roman. That way. I do care about Tristan. I spoke again, adding more force to my words. I was gripping the sheets tightly. Bridget seemed to notice because her eyes darted to them. I hadn't realized how angry my statement had been. Maybe this had been building up for some time, but I was tired of everyone second-guessing my motives with Tristan. Maybe I didn't love him, but I did care about him. I wasn't a monster. Bridget looked up at me slowly. She straightened to stand to her full height. I heard footsteps and I could tell May was getting closer. Bridget's eyes held a dim green flicker and I could practically see her provoked wolf. My emotions were heightened and so were hers. Say it as many times as you want to. She spoke, her words even and careful. But I'll believe it when I see it. I tossed my bed sheets off me and stood up as well. Bridget was tall and she had a good 4 inches on me. And maybe sizing her up in a white frilly nightgown that Anita had gotten me wasn't the most intimidating sight, but I wasn't trying to intimidate her. I was trying to get a point across. I don't like how you try to make it seem like you care about him a great deal more than I do. I told her. I know you've known each other all your lives and you're friends. Best friends, but I am allowed to care about him too. In spite of everything. Picked his side. Not Roman's. No one would ever understand how much of a big deal this was for me. I was choosing to bring Roman to face the judgment of all the people he had done wrong. I was choosing not to be with him. Bridget glanced at me, wordlessly for a while with no emotion on her face. I hadn't yelled, but I had spoken in a tone to make sure she knew how serious I was. When she finally spoke, I hadn't realized I had been holding my breath, anticipating her response. Let's say this all goes south and Tristan's life is on the line because of Roman. Bridget's eyes bore into mine. Would you kill him? I gulped. The thought in itself made me shudder. It wouldn't come to that. I thought back to what Kat had said to me. If they catch him and you fight for him, they'll burn you at the stake along with him. Bridget took a step forward as if taking my silence as an answer. Because in case you didn't realize, that's what you're signing up for. No one is going to take it easy on him. She gave me a sort of small smile. Me. I won't hesitate to put my claws through him if he tries to hurt my alpha. I'll gladly gut. Bridge, that's enough. May yelled. Bridget smiled at me as if she had gotten what she was looking for. I felt my stomach churn. I clutched it before running to the bathroom. I emptied my stomach of the little food that was still in there right into the toilet. When I sat back, I felt tears running down my face. I felt stupid and weak for letting Bridget's words get to me. I brought my knees to my chest and quietly sobbed. I didn't want him to die. I didn't want Roman to get killed tonight. But here I was willingly leading him to the slaughter. Tristan had said Roman would get what he deserved. That couldn't really mean death, could it? Tristan. He wouldn't do that, would he? No one had mentioned killing Roman last night. They had talked about an executed plan where they would seize him and put him in custody. But what if Roman got aggressive, or if he really had backup? I had seen Roman fight before. He was good. What if he resisted and they had to use more force? I felt a bitter taste in my mouth as I gagged. I pictured Roman being happy to see me, only to have that smile wiped off when he saw Tristan and the others come in. I didn't want to betray him, but he was the bad guy here. He was the traitor. But the traitor to who? I asked myself. Pack that doesn't even accept people like me. I quickly shook those thoughts away. I couldn't start making the Silvercrest pack the enemy. If they had been the problem, Roman didn't have to steal their information. We could have just run away. That's all it would take. If he had only asked, maybe we would have just left stupid Woodfell behind and started over somewhere else. But maybe he had been scared to ask because he knew I could never leave my family without saying goodbye. There was a soft knock at the already open door. May slowly walked in. Hey. She spoke gently. Are you okay? I nodded and was about to tell her just how okay I was after puking my guts out into the toilet, but all that came out was croak and more tears streamed down my face. Bridget went to run some things through Nia and Rick. They're trying to plug into as many cameras as possible. I nodded again, knowing my words would only fail me again. I didn't care where Bridget was, honestly. I was just glad she wasn't here. May frowned before grabbing a towel from the rail by the bathtub and rushing to hand it to me. Hey, it's okay. She squatted and rubbed my shoulder. I'm sorry about what Bridget said. She can be extra intense sometimes when she's scared. I looked up at May incredulously. Scared? I didn't realize threatening to gut someone was a sign of fear. Don't take it personally. She told me. She hates me. It's hard not to take that personally. I responded, wiping away more tears and thinking about how many times May had seen me so un-Luna-like. She doesn't hate you. May reassured me. It may seem that way, but she doesn't. May paused and bit her lip nervously. Not a lot of things scare Bridget. But there's one thing that frightens her to pieces, the idea of losing Tristan. I looked up at May. I don't want Tristan to get hurt either. I know. May spoke. And she knows it too deep down. Your mate would never willingly hurt you. But they do have all the power to. And I guess given the circumstances. May trailed off, but I knew exactly what she meant. What's going to happen to him? I asked. After you catch him. May looked at the ground. I can't answer that question for you, but if the answer is seriously going to affect how everything will go down tonight, you should have a serious conversation with Tristan. I had been down this road with Tristan. He had said Roman would get what he deserved. I just didn't know what that meant in his books. Luna. I heard a sharp voice call from outside. Where is she? May rolled her eyes. I think you're strong enough to face Lady Melrose. Even if I wasn't, I didn't think Nana Francesca would take no for an answer. Could I have a minute? I asked. May gave me a small smile before squeezing my hand. I'll distract her. I walked up to the sink and opened the cold water, dabbing some of it under my eyes so that there would be no swelling. I heard Nana Francesca talking to May impatiently, and I decided I needed to go back out soon. I looked at myself in the mirror. I looked exhausted, and I was, both physically and mentally. When I stepped out of the bathroom, I was surprised to see it wasn't only Nana Francesca in the room but Anita, Aunt Sarah and Kat. I immediately felt Betty. I was so glad to see some familiar faces. Oh, there you are. Nana Francesca beamed at me, basically shoving May away. Your aunt and cousin showed up and I insisted they come and help me get you ready because it takes. She walked towards me with her arms stretched as if it give me a hug, but then she stopped short. She eyed my face oddly. Oh no. Have you been crying, dear? I saw Aunt Sarah frown as she started moving closer as well. Oh my gosh, sweetie, are you okay? Anita looked at me in concern as well. Kat looked more scared than worried, and with the information she already knew, she had good reason to. The last thing I needed was all of them asking questions. Captain Park and Tristan had made it very clear to everyone who had been in the room how confidential things had to be. "I'm fine," I said, trying to sound convincing. "I was just feeling nauseous, that's all." Nana Francesca's eyes widened. "Oh no." She turned to look at Anita. "Oh no." She cried again. "Get me that boy right this instant. I will hurt him with my bare hands and rip off his manhood." I saw Aunt Sarah recoil at Aunt Francesca's words, looking disturbed. "Francesca, calm down, that's not what it means." Anita sighed. "Then what does it mean?" Nana Francesca yelled, throwing her arms in all directions. "You said it yourself, he called a secret meeting right here last night. For all we know, they already did the deed and were too ashamed to tell us. Where is Tristan? After all my teachings, after all my warnings. Despicable young man." I saw May facepalm herself. I looked at Kat to see if she was making any sense out of this, but she just appeared amused. I looked at Aunt Sarah and she looked as pale as a sheet. She looked like she wanted to ask me something but couldn't. What was going on? Nana Francesca turned on me sharply, her eyes narrowed at me. "And you?" she snapped as she marched towards me. "I trusted you to be smarter." Anita tried, but she was shushed by Nana Francesca, who kept advancing on me. I swallowed, growing nervous. "You know you could have said no." She gave me an accusing glare. "I don't know what you're talking about." I really didn't. She couldn't have known about Roman, could she? Nana Francesca rolled her eyes. "Oh, let's not act like I don't know what morning sickness looks like." "Morning sickness? Good God. You think you're with child?" Nana Francesca spoke as if it was the most devastating, life-ending news she had ever heard. Kat snorted out a laugh. Aunt Sarah stumbled a little, gaping at me. "Now hold on a damn minute. I am not pregnant," I told Nana Francesca firmly. "Tristan and I don't. Whenever." I thought back to last night at the meeting when Raphael had said they should stop letting in women whom they're sleeping with. Wait another damn minute. Why did everyone think I was having sex with Tristan? Is that what happens when you imprint on someone? Everyone becomes thirsty. 17. Aunt Sarah choked out, rushing to put her arms around me protectively. "She is 17. 18 next month, but I guess that's not the point right now." Nana Francesca shrugged. "I was 16 when I first." Anita cleared her throat before stepping forward. "We better get Crystal ready for the ball. First thing I want to do is get some food into you." She smiled at me. "Your aunt and Catherine are definitely joining us." She smiled at Kat. "It's so nice to have you over again. Oh, now I recognize you." Nana Francesca seemed to forget about accusing me of being pregnant as she pointed at Kat. "You're that delightful girl the twins used to bring over sometimes. I babysat for you all once. You almost once cut off one of the twins' hair when he told you that you couldn't beat him in a foot race." Kat looked embarrassed as she glanced at Aunt Sarah, who was glaring. She clearly hadn't known about this. I hadn't either. They were good enough friends that she would come to the manor. That's me." Kat spoke. Aunt Francesca laughed and clapped as if this were a delightful thing. "Oh, I love when young girls stand up for themselves." She turned to Aunt Sarah. "You did a good job." "Thank you." Aunt Sarah responded unsurely. Nana Francesca turned her attention back to me. "Oh, don't look so worried, sweetie. I am not going to disown you anymore now that we've cleared things up. Now what do you think of the dress?" "Okay. Just like that." "The dress?" I asked. Nana Francesca gasped. "You haven't seen it?" "I guess I didn't have time after yesterday. A dress was the last thing on my mind." "Francesca, she needs to eat before you hound her with makeup artists." Anita sighed. "Okay, just a peek." Nana Francesca spoke. "It will only take a sec." She was already pulling me forward. She let go of my hand and excitedly walked to the closet. She came back with a yellow number on a hanger. I stared at the beautiful dress. It looked obviously expensive. It was completely breathtaking. Like a real-life princess dress. It was a strapless canary yellow gown with a full skirt and some gold details on the top. The kind of dress that is meant to be a showstopper. The kind of dress a Luna should wear, I guess. "Tell me how much you adore it." She spoke. "I love it." I told her, not even having to lie. "Thank you so much. I don't know how to." "Oh, don't worry about it, you're family now." Nana Francesca threw an arm around my shoulder. I couldn't help but feel guilty. It just occurred to me that after tonight, after they caught Roman, I would be able to reject Tristan again. I couldn't imagine what the pack's reaction would be like. As if they didn't hate me enough already. And it was mostly the girl. Nana Francesca spoke dismissively. I turned to look at May. Thank you, I told her with a smile. She smiled back. It was no problem. I turned to Aunt Sarah and Kat. They were a huge part of the process when I had found the right dress last year. I wanted them to be part of this one too. I wish Hazel could be here. She had really enjoyed the process last time. Do you guys like it? I asked. 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐿. Kat shrieked. You're going to look so gorgeous tonight, sweetie. Aunt Sarah told me. Oh, the family. I almost forgot, forgive my old mind. Nana Francesca spoke. There's some dresses that we were going to send back, but I am sure we can find you both something that will suit you. Oh, that's not necessary, we couldn't. Aunt Sarah was cut off by Nana Francesca. Oh, I am not capable of taking no for an answer. She really isn't. Anita spoke. I knew that Kat had already picked out a dress over the summer, because she was sure she would be a candidate this year, and she didn't want to have to do it last minute like I had. We had gone literally everywhere until we found the perfect vintage number. A red strapless Align dress which showed off her beautiful legs. Unconventional for a ball, but Kat was determined to make a statement. But from the gleam in her eyes, I could tell she had forgotten all about it. 𝐶𝐬. "'Kay, what's wrong?" Kat finally asked. I stared at my reflection in the mirror in front of me, but I couldn't really see myself. Does that make sense? Because that's how I felt. I saw Kat standing behind me in the gorgeous strappy red dress she wore. I could tell how taken she was with it the minute one of the designers had presented it. She had decided then and there that it was the dress for her. The rest of us agreed instantly she looked breathtaking. Like she was straight out of a Bond movie. She was the girl you would easily notice across the room. And her makeup was equally as stunning. The makeup artists had definitely been going for a certain sultry look, and they had most definitely achieved it. Kat stepped forward. She had her hair straightened so it lay sleeked back, showing off her angled face all the more. I wish Chris was coming tonight. He would definitely have something to say about her appearance. In fact, maybe he would be too tongue-tied to say anything. I felt her put her hand on my shoulder. Okay, kid, spill. She spoke. I didn't have to speak to let Kat know when something was seriously bothering me. Sharing a room for 4 years had taught us how to read each other. I wasn't supposed to talk about Roman to anyone. But Kat already knew, and Tristan and the others knew that she knew. May had called her aside for a while to explain how important it was that she don't tell anyone. Is this about Roman? She asked in a whisper, even though we were the only ones in the room now. The others being the glam team Nana Francesca had hired. Nana Francesca, Anita and Aunt Sarah were in another room still helping Aunt Sarah get ready. Uncle Victor would be arriving with Parker and Hazel at Nana Francesca's request. I think she really just wanted to see what Uncle Victor would be wearing. But also, Anita had offered to babysit Hazel and Parker while we were at the ball. I looked at the guest room door, which was already shut, but I still felt like everyone could hear us. They probably couldn't, but still, paranoia ate at me. I turned to look at Kat. She frowned. I know it must have been really hard telling Tristan about him, but you did the right thing, Chrissy. I don't know how much May had told Kat, but it obviously wasn't everything. She didn't know what I would have to do tonight. I felt like there was a pit in my stomach. It hurt and it made me sick and uneasy. A solid presence to remind me that something awful was about to happen. My dad has this book, The Invisible Man, has had it since forever. I spoke, my voice slightly shaking. I was trembling. Kat took hold of my hand and looked at me sympathetically. I probably wasn't making any sense to her, but she nodded and listened anyway. He used to scribble down quotes from it all the time and have like deep discussions about it with his friends whenever they came over. I thought back to the memory of my father's friends coming over on some weekends. They were mostly a group of other professors from work and their spouses sometimes. My mom liked to call the brainy bunch. They always filled our little living room with chatter of the most interesting topics, from politics to injustices in the world today and history. Always history. What and how much had I lost by trying to do only what was expected of me instead of what I myself had wished to do? I sniffled. I fought back the tears that were trying to escape. That's one of the quotes he would say all the time. I laughed weakly. My mum and everyone around him pretty much had it memorized. Kat frowned. Chrissy. She pulled me in for a hug and she held me tight. What is it? Do you have to do something you don't want to? It's the only way. I let out, my voice breaking. I wasn't going to cry. I wasn't going to cry. I know you can't talk about it, but he might die tonight. I spoke. Kat pulled away from the hug and looked into my eyes. She looked every bit as sad as I expected her to. But she didn't burst out in tears or break down. I had a feeling Kat had accepted Roman the traitor months ago. He wasn't the boy who had been her friend once or the boy she had once had a crush on. Like everyone in Woodfell, he was the man who betrayed them and hence had lost any right to be called one of them. I'm sorry, Chrissy, but he has to face what he did and answer to his actions. She spoke. I'm gonna help bring him in. I told Kat again, more desperately trying to make her understand the gravity of this. I was about to betray Roman. I'm sorry, Crystal, that you have to, but Kat spoke softly. If it were one of us, you, me, Chris, he wouldn't have done this. To any of us. Who knew if Chris really would have told Tristan about Roman contacting him? I had a feeling a huge part of him wouldn't have wanted to. We don't know that. Kat spoke sounding slightly outraged. He is a spy. Who knows if he was even really any of our friend. Do you really believe that? I asked. There was a time Kat snuck out of the house and went to a party out of town on a school night. Long story short, her ride ditched her and she was stranded. Roman drove an hour to go pick her up. He helped her sober up and never told Uncle Victor or Aunt Sarah. He was nice to us, good to us, there for us. Way too much for it to all have been fake. It doesn't matter what I think. His actions proved it all. When I discover who I am, I'll be free. Another of my dad's constantly uttered quotes. There's power in true identity. Who was the true Roman? Had I ever known him? The guy on the phone. It sounded like him. I had detected some bitterness and anger when he spoke about Tristan and Woodfell, but that guy on the phone. That had been my Roman. The Roman I desperately wanted to see again. I was right. I blurted out knowing I was going against Captain Park's orders but not caring in the moment. I looked at Kat. About my mum, I mean. My mum. She is involved in all this. I felt relief just saying the words out loud. Talking to Roman had been a lot. Enough to cripple me and send me back to being the depressed Crystal that I had been during the summer. After the whole Roman ordeal had just taken place and I was pretty much a zombie going through the motions of a human, I had wanted to break down. If anything, that would be more than enough reason to not hello with Roman's capture. But then I thought of what Roman had said about my mother. He knew where she was. I had been right. She had promised to come back and she never did. Deep down I had always known that the only way that could happen was if something had stopped her. My mother, my father, they wouldn't just abandon me like this. Kat's hazel eyes widened. Holy crap, Chrissy. Really? He told you that? I nodded. May had gently told me that Roman could have been lying about that part. But if the Roman I had known had been even the slightest bit real, I knew he wouldn't do that. He knew how important my mother was to me. He knew how important both my parents were to me. Important enough for me to contact Tristan after I swore to myself that I would never do that again. Tristan said he hadn't been able to find them. At the time I couldn't have told anyone that I had asked Tristan to help me find my parents, but now they needed to know how important finding them was. They wouldn't abandon me. I just know they wouldn't. Kat put a hand on her temple. Goodness. This is more messed up than I thought. What does your mum have to do with this, though? She asked. I don't know. I admitted to her. But I can ask her when I find her and I can't do that without Roman. Well, you see exactly why you need to bring Roman in all the more. I sighed. What if he doesn't? If he refuses to speak because of what will happen? I had seen Roman being stubborn too many times over the most meaningless things. I knew that if he didn't want to talk, nothing would be able to make him budge. Or my voice started to shake again if he gets. I swallowed. Killed before he can. 𝐾𝐥𝐻𝐧. You have to let him go, Crystal. You have to mentally detach yourself from him. Maybe this isn't resonating with you as much because you didn't grow up here, but betrayal in werewolf terms is like equivalent to high treason. We're mad loyal, us werewolves. We keep each other's secrets. Why do you think humans don't know about us? Why do you think we've lived in secret this long? When you have a pack, you have a family that you would do anything for, and the other way around. Silvercrest was never Roman's family. I argued. Kat rolled her eyes. Roman kept away from most people, and you know it. Even the people who tried to befriend him. I know there were some jerks, but he had us. And he still decided to do what he did. Kat was right. Roman chose to leave us. We loved him and he chose to leave that love. I didn't know why he did what he did or if he was in trouble, but he had a choice. We could have helped him through whatever it is he was going through. Whatever happened tonight, he would answer for his actions. But that's just it. I wanted him to explain himself. To get at least that chance. He wouldn't be able to if he died. I couldn't let that happen. Roman did something wrong, but I couldn't let anyone hurt him. I just couldn't. I was about to tell Kat all this, but at that very moment, the door swung open. We're finally done, and if I must say so myself, we have done an amazing job. Nana Francesca spoke jovially as she ushered Aunt Sarah in. Wow. Kat gasped. I stopped to marvel at my aunt as well. Her blonde locks were tied up in an elegant do that reminded me of Audrey Hepburn. She was wearing a mermaid-style baby blue dress that fit her tall, slim figure perfectly. What do you guys think? She asked, laughing slightly. Gorgeous. I breathed out. Because that's exactly how she looked. Like a breath of fresh air. So easily and effortlessly beautiful. You look hot, Mom. Kat spoke quite blatantly. Aunt Sarah rolled her eyes but smiled nonetheless. Coming from you, that must mean I look decent. Seriously, Aunt S. I spoke up. You're giving us a run for our money. Wait till Dad sees you. Kat spoke with a grin that I couldn't help but replicate as I saw Aunt Sarah blush. I think I heard some little rascals downstairs, so I assume Mr. Benson is already here. Nana Francesca spoke. And right on time too. May's voice suddenly joined us. She was holding a clipboard in her hands as she walked into the room. Sorry to interrupt, ladies, but we have to get going soon. Tristan just got back from HQ and he's all dressed and ready, she announced. She was wearing a red dress as well, and the stark contrast to her pale skin made her look all the more gorgeous. You look amazing, May, I told her. She smiled at me. Thank you, Luna beats wearing my uniform. She spoke. I saw Nana Francesca praise her. Yes, she does clean up well, doesn't she? The dress is Valentino. I wanted her to match my darling Peter. I studied Nana Francesca. She spoke dismissively, but it was kind of obvious that she was trying to take attention away from this kind gesture that she had performed. And of course you look phenomenal, Nana. I spoke up. Nana Francesca always looked timeless in my opinion. But she looked even more so tonight in a simple long-sleeved black dress with a diamond brooch on the side. She made the whole seem regal without trying too hard. I do, don't I? She smiled before checking her reflection in the mirror. Well, now that we're all ready, why don't we go down and show off my hard work? Come on now. She ushered us all out of the room. May led us down the steps. Everyone was walking ahead of me and I let them. The more steps I took forward, the more this became real. The plan was drawing closer by the minute. We made our way to the massive living area. I heard voices and saw Parker seated on the couch between Joshua and Michael, seemingly explaining something on a piece of paper with a crayon in great depth. Uncle Victor was standing to the side with Tristan. Whatever they were saying to each other stopped the minute we walked in. When Uncle Victor looked up, his eyes landed on his wife and he seemed taken, as any mate would be. I looked at Tristan and his eyes were glued on me in the same way. For a while he just stared intently in a way that made me feel seen. Seen and appreciated. I wanted to blush and look away, but as I stared at him and how handsome he looked in his gray tuxedo, I couldn't help but just be grateful that he didn't seem as upset as he had last night. You look amazing, Tristan spoke, his eyes still glued on me. I felt like everyone in the room had stopped to look at me, waiting for my reaction. All I could do was smile and nod. Why, you two? I managed to get out. Nana Francesca gave me a look that I couldn't quite decipher, but I could tell that she was just as perplexed about the fact that Tristan and I weren't all lovey-dovey. I didn't know if he had explained to her that this was just an arrangement, because he seemed determined to keep that information to his immediate circle. All my girls look beautiful tonight. Uncle Victor spoke up unknowingly, saving me. Don't the ladies look beautiful, Park? He asked Parker. Parker, who had barely looked up from his drawing, just shrugged and then pulled on Joshua's tie, making him look at whatever was on the paper. So hear me out, boys. This is the playground and you two are going to stand here in front of my throne. I shared a look with Kat. Was this kid literally ruling his school? Poor kids. There's my girl. I hadn't even heard Peter walk in, but he went straight for May and planted a kiss on her cheek. He stood back and admired her. Perfection in human form. he told her, causing her to giggle. That's how mates were supposed to act. I thought to myself guiltily. Nana Francesca went to fuss with his bow tie. Uncle Victor also stepped forward to meet his wife. Aunt Sarah asked where Hazel was, and he told us she was in the kitchen baking with Anita. Hazel had always been anxious about being old enough to attend the ball, but I had a feeling that she wouldn't mind hanging out in the mansion with Anita tonight. I looked at Tristan and remembered May's words. With everything about to go down, I didn't know if I would get another chance to talk to him about 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 life tonight. I had a feeling he wouldn't like it, but it needed to be said. Kat looked at me as if she could read my thoughts. She frowned in disapproval, but I ignored her as I stepped up to him. Hey, I greeted nervously, wringing my hands together. Could we please tell? Sorry I'm late. I heard a voice breach the room. I turned around to see Bridget walking in, shimmering in silver. Literally. I looked cute at the most, maybe princess-like, but Bridget, she was dripping in chic glamour. She was a long silver strapless dress that kind of looked like the kind they wore in the 70s, as if to emphasize on the look. Her blonde locks were done in perfect ringlets around her face. Wow. Peter spoke, his arm still around May. Looking good, Bridge. Bridget hadn't seemed to have realized that the room was this full. But as soon as she took in all the faces, she smirked at Peter. Not as good as you two. She scanned the room. Everyone looks great. She noted as if to extend the compliment. Kat looked starstruck as she stared at Beta Bridget, her idol. Bridget was currently the center of attention. Everyone seemed to be admiring her look, me as well. She looked great. But what really caught my attention was how Tristan was looking at her as well, with a smile on his face. Aren't you boys supposed to be at my house? Bridget asked the twins. Joshua rose his brows at her in confusion. The twins were dressed almost identically, except Joshua's jacket was white and Michael's was black. Courtney told me you were picking her and be up from there. Bridget emphasized. Joshua's eyes widened as he looked at his watch. He nudged his brother. You were supposed to remind me of the time. He spoke as he quickly scrambled to his feet. I got distracted. Mikey spoke, gesturing to Parker. Oh God, they're going to kill us. Michael added as he got up. You'll be fine. B is going to murder me. Joshua groaned. Sorry, little man, we'll finish this discussion later. Michael spoke as he ruffled Parker's hair. It's okay. Parker spoke with a happy shrug. My wife is here. We all stopped to stare at him as he jumped off the couch and skipped to Bridget. He looked up at her with a bright smile. Hi. He greeted chirpily. Oh Lord. Aunt Sarah sighed before walking to Rushong to retrieve her Casanova son. See you there. Joshua had turned to ask Tristan. He sounded hopeful, as if there was a chance that Tristan would miss out on tonight, which I had almost forgotten was supposed to be a big night for the candidates. Yeah, we'll be right behind you, I just have to sort out a few things before. He spoke, nodding Bridget's way. May and Peter suddenly got serious looks on their faces, and I knew a serious conversation had to be had before we left. Lady Melrose, I was thinking you could ride with the Bensons and me since Tristan is leaving with Crystal, Bridget and Peter. May spoke. Nana Francesca narrowed her eyes at all of us as if she could tell something was wrong. Well, okay. She seemed to relent. But you, she pointed at Bridget. Please walk a few feet behind the Tristan and his Luna, for goodness sake. You two look like you match more than he does with his own Luna. Everyone kind of stared at Bridget and Tristan. It was true, they did look like each other's dates, and I hated to admit it. Okay, we're heading out now. Joshua announced, changing the topic. See you guys later. Actually, can I hitch a ride with you guys? Kat spoke up. Joshua gave her an exhausted look. Kat, she raised her hands in defense as she strolled towards them easily. I promise I'll behave. I just want to see what my darling friends will be wearing. Even I could hear the mischief in Kat's voice, but the twins didn't seem to protest as she threw her arms over their shoulders. I'll catch you guys later. She called over her shoulder to her parents. We better get going. May announced, looking at Aunt Sarah and Uncle Victor. Uncle Victor looked at Tristan, and it was so subtle that I almost missed it, but he gave him a nod. I looked between them in confusion, wondering what that was about. We'll see you there, baby girl. Uncle Victor looked at me in concern. With everything happening, it was easy to forget that this was new for everyone. Going to the AAP ball with me as a candidate, and not to mention the Luna. Me living here in the Alpha's manor. It was all crazy and insane and unreal, and too much for anyone to wrap their heads around. I nodded at Uncle Victor. Yeah, see you guys soon. I added a smile for good measure. The last thing I needed was him seeing me uncomfortable and scared. Security has been taken up since the attack. She'll be safe. Especially with me. Tristan spoke as if to reassure Uncle Victor. Uncle Victor nodded at him. He looked like he wanted to say something but he didn't. Something was wrong. I don't know exactly what, but something was off. Is everything okay? I asked, looking at my uncle, then Tristan. We need to get a move on, Bridget announced. She walked towards Aunt Sarah, who was holding Parker. I'll take this little guy to Anita, she offered quickly. The Luna asked a question. Nana Francesca spoke up, also eyeing Tristan curiously. I saw Bridget share a very purposeful look with Tristan. Tristan looked at the ground. Can I talk to you alone? Tristan asked me. Is that necessary? Uncle Victor stepped forward. There was almost a stare down between the two of them. Okay, something was happening here. Victor. Aunt Sarah spoke. I think we can all agree that we're running behind time, so can we all just get a move on? Bridget spoke. She was holding Parker's hand and Parker seemed all too pleased about it. Tristan was trembling. I felt the vibrations before I turned to look at him. Bridget spoke up. May escort the Bensons to the car. Bridget spoke before letting go of Parker and rushing forward. I saw Tristan clench his fists. I heard footsteps and could only assume May was following Bridget's orders. I was too focused on Tristan to take my eyes away. Hey, what's wrong? I reached forward to try and touch his shoulder, but he spun around abruptly, his eyes wild. Everything is wrong, he snapped. I gasped. He didn't hurt me or anything, but the aggression in his voice was enough to make me flinch. I felt myself being pulled back, and the next thing I knew, Uncle Victor was pushing me behind him protectively. Tristan's face softened when he saw him do this. I'm sorry, he spoke, looking at the ground. He still seemed tense. I noticed May, Aunt Sarah and Parker weren't in the room anymore. Bridget gently placed her hands on his back and rubbed slowly. She whispered something in his ear and I saw him relax a little. I felt a twinge of hurt. He hadn't wanted my comfort, but he had accepted hers. Nana Francesca folded her arms across her chest and stepped forward. Now I don't know what's going on here, but this behavior is unacceptable, Tristan. Nana, please, not now. Tristan spoke. His voice was weak, tired even. Something was seriously wrong. Uncle Victor still held me behind him protectively. We're leaving now, Uncle Victor announced. I frowned. Wait, what? Yes. You should go. Tristan spoke, not meeting my eyes. I looked at him in confusion. Tristan, what about change of plans? He told me, this time sparing me a glance. We don't need you for tonight anymore. I felt my heart drop. What? I tried to walk around Uncle Victor, but he kept me behind him. I struggled against him. Uncle Victor, what are you doing? I asked angrily. He just gave Tristan a steely look in response. Crystal, go with your uncle, I'll see you after tonight. Tristan spoke. You're missing the ball. Nana Francesca asked in outrage. Peter, escort my grandmother, Victor and Crystal to the car. Tristan. I managed to break away from Uncle Victor. I stood in front of him. He sucked in a deep breath. What's going on? Why has the plan changed? Did something happen? Tristan looked at me quietly for what felt like a minute. There was something in his eyes. Like he wanted to desperately communicate something, but he couldn't. I've got this handled. You've done your part and I appreciate your help, but things have changed. You're not coming. What has changed? I demanded. Tell me, Tristan. I begged. He shook his head. I can't. From here on it's confidential. Tristan. I held on to his hand with both of mine. Please. I looked right into his eyes. For a minute he looked back and I was sure he would open up, but then he pulled away. This won't end well. He spoke in a low voice. For Roman. I asked, already scared. Tristan looked offended. I saw sadness in his eyes. Genuine, heartbreaking sadness. No, Crystal. He spoke, sounding outraged. For me. If you would just stop to actually consider my feelings for even a second, you would know that I'm the one who gets hurt at the end of this. What? I asked, partly stunned by his tone. He had never spoken to me like that. He sucked in a deep breath. Please, Jay, just go. He turned to walk away. Tristan. I stepped forward but felt Uncle Victor hold me back. Why was he pushing me away? Why was he doing this now? What changed? Are you going to kill him? Is that it? I yelled after him. Is that why you don't want me to come? Have you already decided what you're going to do to him? Crystal, stop. Bridget snapped at me. No. Answer me, Tristan. You owe me that. Come back here and answer me. Tears were flowing down my cheeks now. Tristan turned around, there was hurt written on his face. Reject me. He spoke firmly. Tristan. Nana Francesca gasped. What? I asked, thinking I had heard him wrong. Reject me, I won't fight it. He spoke. I'm going to do what I have to do out there, and I am not going to make you sit by and watch. I didn't know what to do. The plan had always been to reject Tristan after Roman had been found. He was speaking with finality, like everything was said and done. I can talk to him. I tried again. Let me come, I can talk to him and convince him to come in peacefully. Honestly, I didn't know if I could do that, but Tristan was cutting me off and I didn't understand why. The little control I thought I would have over this plan was slipping away. Tristan shook his head and laughed softly. It's always going to be him. It's my fault. He spoke softly. It's my fault for forcing you into this, for not accepting that no matter what happens. He let out a sigh and I saw him clench his jaw like he was fighting to keep a straight face. That I would never be the one you chose. I felt my chest clench. There was a sharp pain and I screamed as it only grew stronger. If Uncle Victor hadn't been holding on to me, I would have fallen to the ground. I'm sorry. Tristan spoke. This time I saw tears in his eyes. One managed to escape. I know you'll hate me after tonight, but at least you'll be free. At least you'll be safe. I barely heard him over my screams. It hurt so bad. I knew what it was immediately. The rejection. It was a searing, burning pain and it was consuming me from the inside. He walked away, leaving me on the floor trying to regain myself but failing miserably. And then everything went black.